Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Mysterious Totem. The autumn air carried a faint chill, stirring the dry leaves into gentle swirls. In a quiet corner of New York, within a rundown yard bearing a crooked sign that read Mary Orphanage, golden leaves fluttered in the breeze, drifting lazily past the window. The scene exuded a strange kind of peace. A pale but strikingly handsome boy stood by the window, his eyes fixed on the unfamiliar cityscape outside. His expression was complex, far too mature for someone his age. He looked to be about 5 or 6, with feathery hair and Eastern features. But what truly set him apart were his eyes, one golden, the other amethyst. Heterochromatic. Left eye gold, right eye amethyst. Vivid and clear, his eyes sparkled with starlight, like twin galaxies quietly orbiting in his gaze. It was impossible not to be drawn in. Mac image. The world's changed, and so have I. The boy's tone was low, his words far too calm for a child. That was because he wasn't just a child. His name was Kurogai. Just days ago, Kurogai had been an ordinary university student back in his original world. But after waking up in this unfamiliar place, his body had reverted to that of a 5-year-old, and he'd become just another abandoned orphan in some rundown American orphanage. The shift was terrifying. Who could stay calm after realizing they'd been reborn into a new world, with a different identity? At first, he'd panicked, shocked, scared, utterly lost. But after a few days, he started to accept it. Step 1 in surviving a new world: understand it. Kurogai had spent his time observing, listening, and gathering information. He quickly confirmed he was still on Earth, countries like the United States and Japan still existed, and it was the 1990s. For a while, he assumed this was just a parallel version of his original Earth. That assumption didn't last long. At first, he had grand plans. He thought, if this is a world without Marvel comics, I'll write them myself. Comics, movies, games, he was ready to ride the wave of plagiarism to fame and fortune. Then he heard something that shattered that fantasy. During World War II, a real-life superhero named Steve Rogers, Captain America, had fought on the front lines. Damn it. So, there weren't no Marvel comics. This was the Marvel Universe. That gut punch of realization hit him hard. He had thought he'd hit the jackpot, but instead, he'd landed smack in the middle of one of the most dangerous fictional universes ever imagined. Aliens, gods, magic, high-tech weapons, interdimensional threats, it was chaos incarnate. Entire cities could be destroyed overnight. Forget luxury and indulgence. This world was a powder keg. I don't think you dropped me here without a backup plan, right? He muttered into the empty room, voice low. He reached up, brushing the hair from his forehead. There, faintly glowing, an ancient totem emerged from his skin, a circular symbol etched into his very being. 12 interconnected rings spiraled in layers, each marked with strange, runic patterns. It had the aura of something ancient, something powerful. Something watching. It vaguely resembled the Rinnegan from Naruto, if the Rinnegan had evolved into something far more complex. Where the Rinnegan bore 3 rings, this totem had 12. 12 concentric circles, each layer marked with unfamiliar, almost alien sigils. This was the reason he was here. Back in his old life, Kurogai had stumbled upon a strange stone at a street stall. The stone had 12 circular patterns carved into it, eerily similar to an eye. He'd bought it out of curiosity. The next thing he knew, he'd awakened in this world, with that same symbol burned into his forehead. It didn't take a genius to connect the dots. He had a theory: his heterochromia might be linked to this mysterious totem. His eyes used to be black. Now they gleamed gold and violet. It had to be related. Could be some kind of mutation. An X gene, he whispered, considering. If so, I'm not complaining. Mutants existed in this world. And while some feared the X gene, Kurogai didn't. In a world this hostile, power was survival. And if this strange totem or his eyes gave him even a sliver of an advantage, he'd take it. Totem. Little totem, hey, come on. Don't go quiet on me now. I know you're not just a fancy tattoo. What the hell's going on with my body? He tapped his forehead gently, as if trying to coax a response from the mark. But the totem remained still. Silent. Unyielding. Even so, Kurogai knew it wasn't just a symbol. It was alive, in some way. And if he could just figure out how to communicate with it, maybe, just maybe, he could unlock the power he needed to survive here. Tap. 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 Footsteps echoed through the orphanage yard, drawing closer. Someone was coming. Chapter 2, Ultimate Eye. Thump. 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 Footsteps approached quickly, but Kurogai remained calm. At the same time, the strange eye-shaped totem slowly receded beneath his skin, leaving his forehead smooth and unmarked, no sign it had ever been there. This was the only progress he had made in the last few days. He could now sense the totem's presence and control its appearance and disappearance. "Oh, Asta. There you are. Didn't I tell you to get some proper rest? You just got over a fever 2 days ago." The voice came from a plump, middle-aged white woman with motherly features and a warm smile. This was Mrs. Mary, the director of Mary's orphanage. She wasn't frightened by Kurogai's heterochromatic eyes like others might have been. Instead, she embraced him with kindness and motherly affection. "There's someone here looking to adopt. Her name's Mrs. Steve. Come on, you should meet her, maybe she'll take a liking to you." Kurogai nodded quietly. As for Asta, it was the name the orphanage had given him when he arrived, meant to signify bright star, in reference to the unique sparkle in his eyes. Still, he preferred his real name. "Okay, Director Mary. But, please call me by my real name, Kurogai." "All right then, my little gentleman," she chuckled affectionately. "Let's not keep Mrs. Steve waiting." Together, they headed into the orphanage's main hall. The moment Kurogai entered, his gaze locked onto a woman standing in the center of the room, surrounded by excited children. She wore a simple white dress and glasses, her demeanor modest, even gentle. But the subtle allure in her smile, the sharpness in her posture, it triggered something in his memory. Kurogai's eyes narrowed slightly. "That's Black Widow." He recognized her instantly, Natasha Romanoff, the infamous Black Widow from the Avengers. Her resemblance to Scarlett Johansson was uncanny, but it was more than that. There was a depth to her presence, a quiet sharpness that couldn't be mistaken. He guessed quickly why she was here. The alias Mrs. Steve must have been a cover. If he remembered correctly, according to S.H.I.E.L.D. records, a bank nearby was scheduled to be robbed soon, and the culprits were expected to use the orphanage as a hostage fallback. Natasha was likely here undercover, waiting to intercept the threat. "Come here, sweetheart. What a beautiful child. Let me hold you," Natasha said gently, her voice filled with warmth. She knelt and opened her arms. This might not be appropriate. Kurogai's cheeks flushed slightly, but his small feet carried him forward anyway. Who could resist? This was the Black Widow, after all. Her charm was overwhelming. Natasha smiled and scooped him up effortlessly. "Such a shy little guy," she teased. Held in her arms, Kurogai was overwhelmed. She smelled faintly of lilac and danger. Her embrace was soft yet confident. His face turned even redder. But just then, something changed. Deep beneath the skin of his forehead, the eye totem stirred. His heart skipped. That feeling. His bicolored eyes lit up with a strange brilliance, gold and amethyst flashing like twin stars. The totem had responded. "What's wrong, sweet boy?" Natasha asked, her tone filled with concern as she looked at him. "You okay?" "I'm fine, Mrs. Steve," Kurogai replied with a polite smile, snuggling closer into her shoulder. Outwardly, he looked calm. Inside, he was ecstatic. By sheer coincidence, or perhaps fate, he had just learned what the eye totem truly was. The ultimate eye. Or rather, an immature version of it. That was the feedback he'd just received from the totem when it activated in Natasha's embrace. The trigger wasn't random. It was emotion, specifically, sudden emotional fluctuations. The joy, the surprise, the nervous flutter in his heart as he was hugged by a legendary woman like Black Widow. That was the activation condition. And now, the totem had passed along its first message to him. The ultimate eye held 12 concentric rings, each one representing a dormant eye technique. If he could awaken them one by one, he would unlock powerful new abilities. Techniques that could rival or surpass legends like the Sharingan, the Rinnegan, or even the mystic eyes of death perception. Abilities that defied logic, some bordering on divine. Kurogai's breath caught in his throat. Each ring had its own condition. Fulfill it, and the corresponding power would awaken. One by one, until the entire totem evolved into its final form. The true ultimate heterochromia. With that kind of power, surviving in the Marvel Universe was no longer a dream, it was a real possibility. Power was everything. Kurogai's amethyst and gold eyes gleamed with hidden fire. He didn't care if his heterochromia was natural or the result of the totem. All that mattered now was what it allowed him to become. Each eye technique would be a step forward. And with them, he would one day carve his place in this chaotic world of gods, monsters, and heroes. Chapter 3, Geas. 12 rings, 12 pupil techniques. This is my only ticket to survival in this world, Kurogai thought, his expression solemn. But first, I need to unlock the first ring. I need a way to defend myself. Though he was curious about the other pupil techniques that lay dormant within the totem, that was a concern for the future. For now, the only thing that mattered was activating the outermost ring, the first step toward power. This world was too dangerous. Ordinary people were like ants, vulnerable, insignificant. He wasn't even going to talk about all the lesser threats. There were monsters, warlords, and megalomaniacs. Just look at Thanos. With a single snap, he wiped out half the universe. Kurogai refused to gamble on a 50-50 chance of survival. He needed power. And the trigger for the first ring, as the totem had hinted, was emotional intensity, strong enough to shake him to his core. So, with that in mind, Kurogai burrowed deeper into Natasha Romanoff's arms, his heartbeat pounding like a drum. This is the Black Widow, he thought. Even with her disguise, her natural allure was undeniable. It overwhelmed his young body with unfamiliar emotions. I'm not doing this to be a creep. I'm doing this to survive, he reminded himself, burying his head against her shoulder and forcing a shy smile onto his face. That's right, everything he did was to awaken the first ring. Sweetheart, come down now. I need to speak with Director Mary, Natasha said gently, though her voice held a trace of discomfort. A faint flush colored her cheeks due to embarrassment. As an elite spy, her instincts were sharp. She sensed something was off. The boy in her arms clung too tightly, his emotions too intense. She didn't suspect anything dark, he was just a child, after all, but it still felt strange. No, Mrs. Steve, Kurogai said innocently. The moment I saw you, I thought you looked like Director Mary. You seem like someone who'd make a wonderful mother. I just want to be close to you. He tightened his grip around her waist, nestling into her with a small, trembling voice. Of course, Kurogai didn't believe a word of what he'd just said. The truth was simple, the eye totem required emotional stimulation to activate the first ring. That brief surge wasn't enough. So, he needed to stay close, longer, deeper, drawing out the changes in his mood until it reached the threshold. Mrs. Steve. I love you, he whispered, his voice muffled against her chest. Damn. Natasha's expression froze. Black lines seemed to form across her forehead as she stared at the little boy in disbelief. She had gone undercover countless times, but this was new. She had never expected to be seduced by a 5-year-old. She gritted her teeth silently. Kurogai didn't care what she was thinking. His mind was focused solely on drawing out as much emotional fluctuation as possible. When Natasha tried to pry him off, he clung tighter. He refused to budge. Director Mary, seeing this odd scene, was quick to intervene. Worried that Kurogai was making a bad impression, she stepped forward and gently peeled him away from Natasha's arms. Come on now, Asta, Kurogai, she said with a strained smile. Let's not trouble the nice lady. The moment his body left Natasha's embrace, Kurogai felt it, like a thunderclap in his mind. It's time. A surge of energy pulsed through his forehead. Would you like to activate the first pupil ring? Yes, he shouted inwardly, without hesitation. He'd been waiting for this moment. The first ring of the ultimate eye began to spin. A strange force stirred in the totem embedded within his forehead. It flowed like liquid through his nerves, up into his optic pathways. His vision blurred for a moment, and then sharpened beyond imagination. He lowered his head, letting his hair fall forward to hide the changes in his eyes. No one noticed. But if someone had looked closely, they would have seen a strange red glow shimmer within his purple-gold irises. In the very center of each eye, a red symbol had appeared, an inverted V, like a bird spreading its wings. The Eye of Geas. First pupil ring unlocked, Eye of Geas, absolute command. It's from the anime Code Geass, watch it if you haven't, it's good. Also you need to understand how it works to enjoy this fanfic. These are Lelouch's eyes. Kurogai realized, awe spreading through him. And I've unlocked both. The first ability granted by the ultimate eye was the same as Lelouch Lamperouge's power from Code Geass, the ability to issue one absolute, irresistible command. A single order that could override free will, bend minds, break laws of ethics, and even compel someone to kill themselves if ordered. It was terrifying. It was godlike. It was power. Of course, there were limitations. He had to make direct eye contact. And it was far less effective on people in weakened or dying states. The ability isn't weak though. But Kurogai didn't care. These were minor constraints compared to what the ability offered. In a world where death could come from alien invasions, gods, or living weapons, this was his first real tool for survival. His hands trembled with excitement. I've finally taken my first step. Chapter 4, Absolute Command. Just as Kurogai was still getting familiar with the strange power of his Geass eye, Black Widow had already dashed toward the bank next door, where chaos had erupted. I'm late, what's the situation? She asked sharply. Outside the bank, a sleek figure sprinted into view. It was Natasha, returning from the orphanage. Her outfit had changed back into her iconic black tactical suit, tight, agile, and distinctly combat-ready. "Natasha, where the hell were you?" "This isn't like you," said a man armed with a bow and arrow, frowning. "I ran into a difficult kid," Natasha muttered through gritted teeth, clearly irritated. "All right, let's focus. There are 10 robbers inside. Intel suggests they're low-level Hydra operatives." The muscular archer glanced at her, not pressing further. Instead, he shifted the topic to the robbery, briefing her with a grave tone. Hydra. A name that always brought trouble, and a natural enemy of S.H.I.E.L.D. The only reason they'd even deployed for a robbery was because Hydra was involved. Otherwise, a local heist wouldn't warrant their attention. What the hell is Hydra after in a place like this? Natasha narrowed her eyes. They never move unless there's profit. Still unclear, the archer replied. Whatever. We'll find out once we take them down. She was about to storm in when a sudden explosion shook the street. Bad news, sir. The robbers blasted a hole in the wall. They've moved into the orphanage next door. Damn it. Natasha's expression twisted. They're using the children as shields after all. She bolted toward the orphanage. Earlier, she'd disguised herself as a staff member there to prevent exactly this scenario. But the robbers had faked their escape direction and circled back, exploiting the orphanage anyway. That deception made her furious. Inside the orphanage, things were tense. After the blast, Director Mary had wisely evacuated the children to the basement. But Kurogai, curious and stubborn, had quietly slipped away when no one was watching. Gunshots. It's really happening. Kurogai crouched near the courtyard, heart pounding. This was his first time witnessing a real gunfight, and despite the fear, his excitement buzzed beneath the surface. With Black Widow on the scene, he figured everything would be fine. She wasn't just anyone, she was an Avenger. Someone untouchable. So, Kurogai stayed to watch. Boom. The wall near the bank exploded. Dust flew everywhere. Kurogai's eyes widened. He scrambled into the nearest room, peeking through the door's crack to see what was happening. 10 masked robbers stepped through the smoke, led by a bulky man holding an aged parchment scroll. Haha. I thought S.H.I.E.L.D. had elites. Turns out they're a bunch of clowns, the man laughed loudly. This ridiculous full name. Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Sounds like someone swallowed a dictionary. The others chuckled, mocking the agency while flattering their leader. All right, stick to the plan, the boss barked. Grab the kids from the orphanage as hostages and get out. The treasure comes first. From his hiding spot, Kurogai's face darkened. They were really going to use children as shields. Even though he hadn't been in the orphanage long, Kurogai couldn't ignore this. Director Mary had shown him kindness. Her compassion reminded him of a mother's care, something he never forgot. And this orphanage was her life's work. He wouldn't let anyone ruin it. Guess I'll have to step in. If it comes to blood, so be it. Kurogai whispered to himself, a chilling edge in his voice. His expression sharpened, no longer the face of a child, but something colder. Focused. Dangerous. He stepped out from the shadows of the courtyard. Who's there? The robber boss shouted, raising his pistol. Just me, Kurogai said calmly, walking into view. A damn kid, one robber laughed. Perfect, we'll take him as a hostage. Kurogai smiled slightly. Sometimes, kids are more dangerous than adults. As he stared at them, his mismatched purple-gold eyes began to glow red. An inverted V-shaped symbol, like a pair of eagle wings, flashed into view. Sir, Kurogai said, eyes locked on the burly leader. Uninvited guests usually don't leave without answering a few questions. Care to respond? His geas activated. The red glow flashed across the man's eyes. Yes, sir. Please ask, the boss said blankly, frozen in place. The other robbers stared, confused. A red halo shimmered in the leader's pupils. Geas ability, absolute command. Activated. Chapter 5, Parchment Scroll. A red halo glowed faintly in the pupils of the robber captain, a clear sign he had fallen under the influence of Geas. At that moment, his free will had vanished. He could only obey the commands of Kurogai without resistance. When the captain spoke obediently, the other robbers stared in stunned disbelief. Was this really their boss? The man they had followed through countless raids was suddenly talking like a loyal servant. It was chilling. Kurogai, calm as ever, easily read their expressions but didn't bother to explain. Instead, he asked his next question. What exactly did you take from the bank? He'd overheard them mention stealing something special. While he had already decided to handle these robbers, the mystery piqued his interest. A parchment scroll, the captain answered flatly. The Gia's command compelled him to respond to everything Kurogai asked. Until the questioning ended, he would remain a puppet. A parchment scroll. Kurogai muttered. What's so important about that? They say it's tied to a treasure, the captain replied. Our superior didn't tell us more. You have a superior? So you're not just petty criminals? Kurogai narrowed his eyes. The mention of a commanding officer meant this wasn't a simple robbery. There was an organization behind them. We're field agents for Hydra, the men continued. Yesterday, our superior, Wickley, ordered us to retrieve the scroll. I don't know the details. Hydra again. Kurogai's eyes gleamed with interest. That explained Black Widow's presence. As for this Wickley, Kurogai had never heard the name, probably some low-level commander. Not worth caring about. You, what the hell are you saying, Captain? Why are you spilling everything? Are you betraying Hydra? One of the robbers snapped out of his daze and shouted furiously. The others followed, glaring at their leader with shock and suspicion. What? What happened to me just now? The captain muttered, confused. The Gias had worn off. He blinked, disoriented. After hearing his crew explain what had just happened, his face turned pale. What did you do to me? He looked at Kurogai in horror. Being forced to reveal everything without even realizing it, this was beyond frightening. It was like facing a demon. Kill him. Open fire, he shouted in panic. Hydra or not, this boy was a threat too dangerous to leave alive. Bang. A shot rang out. But it wasn't Kurogai who fell. The robber captain stumbled, clutching his chest. Blood soaked through his clothes. He looked down, wide-eyed, and turned to the men beside him. You, why? His voice cracked. He stared at the one who shot him, a comrade he'd trusted. But he didn't notice the subtle red glow in that man's eyes. Gia's ability, absolute command, activated. Of course Kurogai had planned ahead. He was still just a child physically, his body couldn't handle gunfire. Even with Gias, if the robbers opened fire, he'd die instantly. So, before the captain regained his mind, Kurogai had issued a quiet command to the men closest to him. Kill your captain after he answers everything. Then kill yourself. The men obeyed without hesitation. Bang. Another shot. Another body dropped. 2 of the 10 robbers were now dead. Kurogai stood over the corpses without a shred of emotion. These men had planned to use children as hostages. He didn't feel a single ounce of guilt. You're a monster, one of the robbers screamed. Kill him. Kill him now. They panicked. The boy's ability was too terrifying, he could control people with just a look. If they didn't act fast, none of them would make it out alive. But Kurogai was ready. His eyes flashed once more. The purple-gold irises turned crimson, and the glowing inverted V mark lit up. One by one, the remaining robbers froze. Red halos flared in their pupils. Gia's ability, absolute command, activated. Give me the parchment scroll, Kurogai ordered coldly. Leave behind 1 gun. Then, carry those 2 corpses with you, and jump into the river. All of you. The robbers didn't resist. Under the power of Gias, they obeyed. Each of them moved like puppets, placing the scroll and a pistol at Kurogai's feet, hoisting the bodies, and walking out in silence. Kurogai watched them vanish. Hydra might come looking. But for now, this mess was cleaned up. He tucked the scroll and the pistol away in a hidden corner of the courtyard. This world was dangerous, criminals, pirates, bounty hunters, there was no shortage of threats. His Gias was powerful, but he still had a child's body. A firearm could be the edge he needed to survive. As he finished hiding the items, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. A silhouette burst through the doorway. Black Widow, Natasha, had arrived. Chapter 6, I Like You. Natasha was tense. She was an agent who'd survived countless battles, someone numb to death, but this wasn't a war zone. It was an orphanage filled with innocent lives. Children who hadn't even begun to grow. She couldn't let them become bargaining chips in some twisted Hydra scheme. As she rushed in, an image surfaced in her mind, the boy with the strange, mesmerizing eyes. Mischievous, yes, but too full of life to be snuffed out in a senseless firefight. That thought made her legs move faster. She bolted through the hole the robbers had blasted open and entered the orphanage courtyard. But what she found stopped her cold. There were no hostages, no panicked kids, no Hydra operatives. Just one boy, Kurogai, standing alone in the yard. The courtyard was eerily quiet. Kurogai, who had just hidden the scroll and pistol, turned toward her with a grin. When he saw her, his eyes lit up. Natasha, after all, was impressive, confident, sharp, and stunning in her form-fitting black suit. She had the presence of someone who'd seen it all, and walked away from it standing tall. "Madam, you came just for me," Kurogai said with exaggerated joy. "I knew you couldn't stay away. You missed me, didn't you?" Natasha's face darkened. She instantly wanted to punch something. Preferably him. Why this kid? Why now? "I swear, if I hear one more word like that," she growled internally. Outwardly, she kept her composure. "Barely. That's not funny, kid. Did you see where the armed men went? This is serious. They're dangerous and might harm the orphanage." She crouched a little, trying to seem less threatening, but her patience was thinning fast. Kurogai's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew exactly why she was here. Just moments ago, 2 robbers had been killed by Isgias, and the remaining 8 had left, carrying their bodies. If Natasha followed them now, she'd eventually realize something strange had happened. He couldn't afford that, not yet. He needed to stall her. "So you didn't come for me?" Kurogai said, suddenly faking a pout. "That's disappointing." Natasha's face twitched. This brat. This ridiculous, infuriating brat. "Be a good boy, okay," she said through gritted teeth, forcing a smile. "Auntie has something really important to do. Once I'm done, I'll come back and talk, all right?" Kurogai tilted his head, thoughtful. "Really? Then, do you like me?" She nearly exploded. This kid. He was testing her patience to its absolute limit. Yes, I like you, you little gremlin," she said hastily. "Now can you please just tell me what you saw?" "I like you too, madam," Kurogai replied happily. He leaned forward a little, tilting his head with his eyes closed. It was a classic gesture. Natasha froze. He's asking for a kiss. She clenched her fists. On the one hand, this was absurd. On the other, he was just a child. She still had to chase down real threats. "Fine," she muttered under her breath. Natasha quickly leaned forward and gave him a brief kiss on the cheek, barely touching him. Kurogai smiled faintly, satisfied. "Now talk," she demanded. Her fists were clenched, her tone sharp. If he said one more outrageous thing, she might actually scream. Yes, Kurogai nodded, suppressing a laugh. "A bunch of guys ran out of that hole earlier. They looked panicked and went that way." He pointed in the direction the robbers had fled. His tone was serious, but there was a flicker of mischief in his eyes. He knew she was done playing games. He also knew the robbers were likely already at the river by now. His delay had worked. Good. "Now get inside, it's still dangerous out here," Natasha said quickly. Then she sprinted off in the direction Kurogai had pointed, needing a physical outlet for the frustration that boy had just put her through. "Madam." Kurogai called out behind her. "Remember, I like you." Natasha nearly tripped mid-stride. She didn't look back. She didn't answer. She just kept running, her figure slightly tense and, somehow flustered. Chapter 7, Hydra. Kurogai. "Oh my goodness, are you all right?" Dean Mary's voice trembled with panic as she rushed into the orphanage courtyard. Without hesitation, she pulled the boy into her arms, hugging him tightly. "It's dangerous outside." "What were you thinking, running off like that?" Kurogai looked up with a bright smile, unfazed. "I'm okay. Mrs. Steve said she likes me." Dean Mary blinked. That wasn't the answer she expected, but hearing the warmth in his voice, she sighed. Her scolding softened into a relieved hug. The aftermath was routine. Police arrived to secure the scene. The orphanage had only been caught in the crossfire, the real focus was the bank, where the robbery originated. Investigators quickly got to work. Kurogai was questioned briefly, he was the only one who'd seen the robbers flee, but as a child, no one took him seriously. After a few procedural questions, they moved on. The orphanage returned to calm. But elsewhere. Inside a heavily secured facility, Natasha Romanoff sat stiffly in a chair. Her tight black suit clung to her form, but the expression on her face wasn't nearly as composed. Across from her sat a man with one eye, a sharp gaze, and the authority of someone who'd seen too much. Nick Fury. "So, let me get this straight," Fury said, frowning. "You chased them to the river, and they all just jumped in and killed themselves." He raised an eyebrow, clearly not buying it. "They were Hydra," Natasha replied flatly. "They don't always make sense." Fury leaned back, tapping a finger on the table. "Still, if they were after something valuable, you'd think they'd return with it. Unless someone intercepted them, or the item changed hands before they died." "We don't know yet," Natasha admitted, her tone a little too sharp. "But I'll find out." Good, Fury nodded. Stay on it. Then he flipped through a file. Oh, one more thing. There's a kid at that orphanage, apparently kept mentioning someone named Mrs. Steve. According to the police report, that's your alias from the mission. Natasha's expression darkened immediately. That brat again. Just hearing about him made her blood pressure spike. If she went back to the orphanage, he'd probably cling to her again, saying all sorts of nonsense. She gritted her teeth just thinking about it. Just a mischievous kid. Nothing serious, she said stiffly. Fury gave her a curious look but let it go. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit underground room that looked more like a crypt than a meeting space, a refined young man with gold-rimmed glasses sat quietly on a sofa. He looked polished, cultured, even, but cold as ice. Opposite him stood a broad-shouldered man, stiff with fear. Wickley. If Kurogai had been present, he would have recognized this man as the robber captain, the one who had revealed everything under the influence of his geas. So, said the man with the glasses, his voice devoid of emotion, none of your men returned. And no, sir, Wickley stammered. None of them came back. He was trembling. This wasn't a man to fail in front of. They were last seen near the river, the man said, almost to himself. According to intel from the Homeland Bureau. Wickley's eyes twitched. He hadn't been supposed to hear that. The man suddenly looked up, calm and decisive. Ah, right. That part's classified. He raised a sleek black pistol. Bang. Wickley dropped like a stone. The silence was absolute. Trash, the man said, setting the gun aside without emotion. You fail your mission, you don't get to walk back in. He turned his head slightly, speaking into the shadows of the basement. That parchment scroll is still out there. And it's valuable. We need it back. A door creaked. From the darkness stepped a tall, silent figure. Cold eyes. Quiet breath. Lethal aura. Hydra's last ace. You've already undergone phased modifications, the man in glasses said. You'll retrieve the scroll. The silent man nodded once. And when I return, I want further upgrades. The man with the glasses gave a chilling smile. Fine. Bring back the scroll, and prove you're not a failed experiment. As the modified soldier walked out, the man murmured behind him. You're the only surviving result of the Death Soldier project, don't disappoint me. Meanwhile, Kurogai was unaware of the danger drawing ever closer. The parchment scroll, now hidden beneath floorboards of a quiet courtyard, wasn't just a trophy. It was bait. And Hydra wanted it back. Chapter 8, Thinking about Evolving Geas. Days after the robbery, peace returned to the Merry Orphanage. Since the orphanage had only been a peripheral victim in the chaos, it quickly faded from public attention. In a small upstairs room, a sharp-eyed boy sat in a worn-out chair, an aged parchment scroll clutched in his hands. This was Kurogai, and the scroll he held had been seized from Hydra's operatives. If Hydra had gone so far as to organize a squad just to steal this, it had to hold some hidden value. For that reason alone, Kurogai had been obsessively examining it for the last 2 days, hoping to uncover its secret. But so far, he'd found nothing. Whatever was inscribed on the parchment, it wasn't in any known language, and it didn't match anything he remembered from the Marvel Universe. This scroll, it seemed, existed outside the canon he once knew. An anomaly. Forget it, he muttered, placing the scroll aside. If it's important, I'll figure it out eventually. Kurogai leaned back slightly, his thoughts drifting to something even more pressing, his eye ability. He'd spent much of the last few days trying to understand the ultimate eye, the source of his evolving powers. It wasn't something he could afford to ignore. In a world like this, power was survival. From what he'd learned so far, each eye ring was unlocked under different conditions, emotional triggers, specific actions, even certain achievements. The first ring, which granted him the Geas Eye, had been activated through intense emotional turmoil. But the criteria for unlocking the next one? That remained a mystery. It might involve taking lives, gathering wealth, earning notoriety, there was no consistency. The ultimate eye didn't talk. That much was clear. It wasn't some guiding force or spirit. It didn't whisper clues or explain itself. It was like a machine, cold, mechanical. Meet the requirement, get the reward. That simple. Still, Kurogai was starting to understand a few key things. Eye techniques could evolve. The current Geas Eye was basic, useful only against people with weak wills. Against someone like Professor X. Useless. Worse than useless, it could backfire. He needed to grow stronger. He needed to push the Geas Eye to its full potential, until even the most powerful minds would fall under his command with a glance. To upgrade it. I need more emotional triggers, Kurogai mused aloud. Strong, raw emotions. He leaned forward, eyes narrowing slightly. Natasha, where are you? He wasn't ashamed to admit it, being around Natasha had triggered something in him. Excitement. Embarrassment. Curiosity. Confusion. Intensity. Emotions. And if emotions were the fuel for power, then getting closer to Natasha was a necessity. I'm not doing this to mess with her, Kurogai said to himself, sighing. This is about strengthening the Giasai. Though even he wasn't sure if he fully believed that. Just then, faint footsteps echoed from the hallway beyond his door. It was late, long after curfew. Everyone in the orphanage should have been asleep. Kurogai's expression hardened. He reached under the bed and quietly pulled out the pistol he'd taken from the robbers. The magazine clicked into place with a soft snick. Late-night footsteps. Unlikely to be a thief. More likely. Hydra. After all, if their agents had failed to return, they'd eventually come looking for what had been stolen. Kurogai had expected this. In fact, he'd been waiting. They're here, he murmured, eyes narrowing. But he wasn't afraid. If Hydra had come to retrieve the scroll, they'd need to confront him directly, and once they stood in front of him, it would already be too late. A faint glow sparked in his eyes. The inverted V symbol, sharp and distinct, flashed red across his pupils. Gias, absolute command. Kurogai stood, calmly setting the pistol aside. He stepped into the open and returned to his chair in the center of the room. Let's not drag this out, he muttered. Show yourself. He raised his voice slightly, directing it toward the door. Since you've come this far. Don't be shy. The door creaked open. A gloved hand appeared first, followed by a tall, silent figure. The men who entered had eyes like winter, cold, steady, emotionless. Hydra had come. And they were walking straight into Kurogai's trap. Chapter 9, Controlling Garrett. John Garrett, a sharp-featured man in his early 20s, was more than he appeared. Outwardly, he was a respected SHIELD agent, holding considerable authority. But in truth, Garrett was a traitor. A deep-cover operative planted by HYDRA. Years ago, after being critically wounded during a mission in Sarajevo, Garrett waited for a rescue team that never came. Abandoned by the agency he once believed in, he swore revenge. That hatred festered, and eventually, he defected, joining Hydra's Deathlock transformation program. The procedure had changed him. While he wasn't on par with the likes of Captain America, he'd been physically enhanced beyond ordinary human limits. But his transformation wasn't complete. For the next stage, he needed to prove himself. So, when Whitehall tasked him with retrieving a mysterious scroll, Garrett accepted immediately. He had the perfect cover. As both a SHIELD agent and a Hydra operative, Garrett could tap into intel from both sides. That advantage allowed him to quickly trace the scroll's last known location to an unlikely source, a child in a local orphanage. He wasn't sure what role the kid played, but that's where the trail led. So that's where Garrett went. And the moment he stepped onto the property, he heard a voice call out to him. So it's here after all, he muttered. Looks like this mission won't take long. Confident in his super soldier enhancements, Garrett didn't bother to act cautiously. He pushed the door open and strode inside. What he didn't expect was the glowing red eyes that immediately greeted him. Seated calmly in the center of the room was a boy, his eyes radiating power. A sharp, inverted V symbol shimmered like a sigil, flickering in his pupils. Garrett's mind froze. In that instant, a red ring appeared in his eyes. Gias contract, established. Done, Kurogai said quietly, a faint smirk on his lips. The Giasai was his only real weapon for now, but it was enough. Used strategically, it was practically invincible. Kurogai had no chance in a physical fight with someone like Garrett. He knew that. But all he needed was a clear view, and now that Garrett stood directly before him, it was already over. Answer my questions. When we're done, return to your base and kill the one who sent you. Fight until death. Yes, sir. Ask your questions, Garrett replied robotically, giving a crisp military salute. Name. Allegiances. Mission details, Kurogai said, keeping his voice steady and cold. My name is John Garrett, the man answered flatly. My public identity is SHIELD agent. Secretly, I serve HYDRA. I was sent by Whitehall to retrieve the scroll. Kurogai's eyes narrowed. Whitehall. So this wasn't some petty errand. This went deep. John Garrett, now the name clicked. In the Marvel Universe, Garrett eventually became known as the Clairvoyant, the mind behind the centipede serum. And Whitehall. He was a twisted scientist who dissected Inhumans in search of secrets, an original follower of the Red Skull, and one of Hydra's most dangerous figures. Kurogai leaned back, gears turning. This scroll clearly wasn't ordinary. If Whitehall wanted it this badly, it might even be connected to the Inhumans or something older, something darker. that meant it had real value. Kurogai questioned Garrett further. Every possible detail. Did anyone follow him? How did he locate the scroll? What had he reported? What was the scroll's origin? And Garrett answered all of it, obediently, without hesitation. That was the terrifying precision of the Gyasai. Eventually, Kurogai had a full picture. According to Garrett, he had pieced things together using intel from both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., but it was mostly suspicion. He hadn't reported anything yet. He came alone, wanting to confirm it firsthand. No backup. No surveillance. That was good. As a double agent, Garrett had to be careful. His secrecy had worked in Kurogai's favor, neither S.H.I.E.L.D. nor Hydra knew what had happened here. That kept Kurogai safely under the radar, exactly where he wanted to be. S.H.I.E.L.D. was a problem. Hydra was worse. Whitehall, in particular, made Kurogai uneasy. A monster hiding behind science. If Whitehall discovered Kurogai, things would get ugly. But not yet. Not today. So Garrett's the only one who knows about me, Kurogai murmured. And he's mine now. It was perfect. Though there was one small disappointment, Garrett didn't know the scroll's true purpose either. Still, that could wait. Kurogai gave the final order. Go. Complete your last mission. Garrett nodded stiffly. Yes. After interrogation, eliminate the one who sent me. Fight until death. With that, Garrett turned and left the orphanage, walking out into the night without another word. He was headed straight for Hydra's base. His target, Whitehall. Chapter 10, Whitehall. In a secluded, heavily fortified building, one of Hydra's hidden strongholds, a man sat in a quiet room, reading a book with calm elegance. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, and his posture resembled that of a gentleman scholar. But appearances were deceptive. This man was Whitehall, one of Hydra's top leaders. A relic of the war. A butcher hiding behind intellect. His hands were soaked in decades of bloodshed. Suddenly, a steady rhythm of footsteps echoed from the hallway. Thump. 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 Whitehall closed his book, lifting his gaze toward the door with a composed smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He already knew who it was. John Garrett had returned. As expected, a cold, expressionless figure entered the room, Garrett, standing tall and silent. Welcome back, John Garrett, Whitehall greeted. I assume you brought me what I asked for. There was no reply. Garrett simply stared at him, eyes vacant. Then, without a word, he raised his pistol. Whitehall's face instantly twisted. Shit. He dove behind the sofa just as a bullet ripped through the air, slamming into the wall where his head had been a second earlier. Are you insane? Whitehall roared. Do you even realize what you're doing? You dare raise your weapon at me? I'll skin you alive, Garrett, drop that gun before you regret it. His voice thundered with rage, but Garrett remained silent, expression blank, movements precise. Outside, the gunfire had triggered an immediate response. Hydra soldiers burst into the room. Sir, what happened? Whitehall wasted no time. He's turned on us. Garrett's a traitor, take him down. Yes, sir. Hydra's soldiers, loyal to the bone thanks to years of indoctrination, didn't hesitate. Though Garrett was a modified super soldier, they rushed him without fear, weapons blazing. The room erupted into chaos. Gunshots cracked like lightning. Blood sprayed across concrete. Garrett fought like a monster, faster, stronger, relentless. Every time one soldier fell, another took his place, dogpiling him, slashing, stabbing, firing. He killed without emotion. Without mercy. But they kept coming. Eventually, the weight of their numbers overcame him. Garrett finally collapsed, his body riddled with bullets, a knife jammed into his ribs, and both legs mangled from an explosion. But even then, even on the ground, he kept moving. Dragging himself forward, one broken arm clutching a dagger, he crawled toward the last enemy like a dying animal, hell-bent on finishing the kill. Whitehall watched from outside, pale and wide-eyed. The scene was horrifying. Garrett had fought like a man possessed. Even the enhanced pain tolerance from the Deathlock program didn't explain this level of obsession. Insane bastard, Whitehall muttered, stepping cautiously into the blood-drenched room once the fighting stopped. He's a goddamn lunatic. His voice trembled with a rare flicker of fear. He had seen the moment a soldier stabbed Garrett through the chest, deep, and Garrett didn't even flinch. The moment when, even after losing his legs, he kept fighting, crawling, stabbing, like he had no concept of death. No, that wasn't Garrett. That wasn't the cold, calculating operative he knew. Garrett was a schemer. A survivor. He didn't throw his life away like this. Something was wrong. Something was controlling him. Whitehall's mind raced. Could it be the mutants? He clenched his fists. As one of Hydra's top scientists, Whitehall had long known about the existence of mutants, those anomalous individuals with strange, often terrifying abilities. If one of them had tampered with Garrett, if they had gotten inside his head, that would explain everything. His brow furrowed deeply. Damn it, if it's a mutant, this whole thing just became a lot more complicated. And worse, he had no way to trace it back. Garrett had revealed nothing. He hadn't said a single word before pulling the trigger. Even under the influence of some unknown ability, he was airtight. Whitehall didn't know it, but the chaos that had just erupted inside his base had been triggered by one quiet order from Kurogai, a boy in an orphanage, whose glowing red eyes had commanded Garrett with unbreakable force. And now Whitehall, for all his power, was stumbling in the dark. He didn't know who the enemy was. He didn't even know what he was facing. But one thing was clear, whoever had manipulated Garrett was dangerous. Too dangerous to ignore. Yet for now, Whitehall chose caution over retaliation. Because even Hydra knew when to tread carefully. You got your chapters, now send power stones. 100 power stones equals 3 bonus chapters. _ If you want to read at least 40 plus chapters in advance, join my Patreon. Chapter 11, SHIELD. At the Hydra base, Whitehall's face twisted with fury as he looked over the blood-soaked ruins. John Garrett had been taken out, but the rage boiling inside him refused to settle. Sir, the damage report is in, a soldier reported, stepping forward. We lost 159 men. 60% of our infrastructure is destroyed, and our weapon stockpiles are completely gone. Damn Garrett, and whoever was pulling his strings. If I find out who you are, I'll skin you alive, Whitehall snarled, venom seething in his voice. A flicker of fear had struck him earlier, whoever had controlled Garrett had power, but that had been replaced by pure resentment. He was Whitehall, a Hydra division leader, not someone who cowered in the dark. The idea of being manipulated by some unseen hand was intolerable. Sir, what are your orders? The soldier asked cautiously, waiting for instructions. Take everything useful and prep for immediate evacuation. The world government and S.H.I.E.L.D. won't be far behind. And make sure we leave a trail, something subtle. Whitehall's eyes narrowed, the golden rims of his glasses catching the flickering light. The chaos here had surely drawn attention. Time was running short. He had no plans of facing their enemies head-on, not yet. The strange power behind Garrett had to be treated carefully. Let S.H.I.E.L.D. do the digging. If they uncovered anything, Hydra would be watching. Yes, sir. The soldier quickly disappeared to carry out the orders. Within minutes, Hydra personnel moved out, leaving the base hollow and scorched. Not long after, an armed S.H.I.E.L.D. response unit arrived, encircling the compound with overwhelming force. Captain, surveillance picked up a serious firefight here a few hours ago. Explosions too. Lock down the perimeter. Search every corner, don't let so much as a gnat escape, the squad leader barked. Troops poured into the facility like a wave, starting their sweep. Half a day later, a report was dropped on the desk of the director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. This place was a Hydra base, damn rats, Nick Fury muttered as he scanned the document. His single eye narrowed when he saw the note on Agent Garrett's body being found among the wreckage. Something wasn't adding up. Director, we recovered fragments of a tape that wasn't fully destroyed, Natasha reported as she walked in, handing over the charred pieces of evidence. Unbeknownst to them, the recordings were left behind on purpose. Get it restored. I want to see everything. After a bit of work from the tech team, the video was salvaged. They watched pieces of Garrett's conversation with Hydra agents, a mention of a robbery, and finally, the chaos of a full-blown shootout. It's confirmed. Garrett was working for Hydra, Natasha said, frowning. I didn't expect him to be a double agent. There's more going on here, Fury muttered. Looks like negotiations broke down, and it turned into a bloodbath. But what really caught my attention is that robbery they were discussing, it wasn't random. He leaned back, thinking. There were too many pieces missing. And he hated working in the dark. Natasha, drop everything else. I want full focus on that robbery from a few days ago. Something about it feels off. Understood, she said with a nod, then turned and left to begin her investigation. Kurogai, meanwhile, had no idea about the mess between Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., and honestly, he didn't care. He had his own immediate problem. A bigger one, actually. Right in front of him stood a toddler, 2, maybe 3 years old, with big, shy eyes staring up at him. Kurogai, you're the only one with an open room, Director Mary had said earlier. This little girl is new to our home. She'll be sharing your space. Be a good big brother to her, all right? No bullying. Kurogai still remembered it perfectly. Mary had walked in, dropped off the girl with twin pigtails, said her piece, and left without another word. What is happening? He muttered in disbelief. He'd just handled a major issue 2 days ago and was finally ready to settle down and study his abilities in peace. And now this. A literal child dropped on him like he was running a daycare. He felt like the world was messing with him on purpose. Still, there was no changing it. The orphanage didn't have spare rooms. Before, he'd been allowed to stay alone due to his fragile health. Now, with a new kid in need of a bed, it only made sense to room them together. And really, no adult was going to care about the gender difference between a 5-year-old boy and a toddler girl. Mary had left them without a second thought. Kurogai sighed deeply. He crouched down, resting his hands on his knees. All right, kid, what's your name? The girl hesitated for a moment, then replied softly. Sky, my name is Sky. Or. Join me on Patreon for 30+ advanced chapters. Chapter 12, Sky. Sky. Hearing the little girl's name, Kurogai was slightly stunned. That name was all too familiar. If she'd been called something else, maybe it wouldn't have clicked, but Sky was none other than the future Quake, Daisy Johnson. Of course, she wasn't known as Quake yet. Right now, she was still just Sky, the name she was given at the orphanage as a child. Could it be, was this the same orphanage she grew up in? But something didn't add up. Kurogai frowned, trying to piece the timeline together. He remembered that Sky had been placed into an orphanage shortly after birth, not when she was already 2 or 3. Little Sky, can you tell me where you lived before? He asked gently, hoping to confirm a few details. I was at Mary Joya Orphanage, she said timidly, avoiding his gaze. But 2 days ago, Director Mom said it went bankrupt and couldn't keep going. So she sent me and the other kids to different orphanages. Understanding dawned in Kurogai's mind. The original orphanage had shut down, and the children were relocated. That explained why Sky had ended up here. Are you going to send me away? She asked nervously, tears welling up in her big eyes. She was young, but kids from orphanages matured faster. She probably thought he didn't want her around. Oh no, I'm not sending you away. You can stay, Kurogai reassured her softly. But it's not very safe here, so try not to wander outside, okay? He wasn't bothered by Sky's presence. In fact, he liked Quake in the movies and shows. Still, her being here complicated things. Kurogai knew the earlier robbery wouldn't just fade away. Garrett's arrival was already a sign that things were getting dangerous. If Garrett could trace him, others might too. If someone dug deep enough, trouble would follow. But looking at little Sky's pitiful expression, something in him softened. He remembered how her life had been torn apart by Whitehall. She'd grown up alone in an orphanage, waiting for a family that never came. The memory stirred something within him. Really? That's great. Thank you, big brother, she beamed, the tears gone in an instant, replaced by a radiant smile. Kurogai chuckled quietly. Still, this meant he had to be more careful with his ability research. Over the next few hours, he showed her around the orphanage. It was something Director Mary had asked him to do. Though Kurogai looked like a 5 or 6-year-old on the outside, his mind was already that of an adult. Sometimes, he acted too mature for his age, that's why the director had entrusted Sky to him in the first place. Later that night, Sky had already drifted off to sleep in the small bed beside his. She was clearly exhausted, both mentally and physically, from everything that had happened. Kurogai, however, sat quietly by the window, deep in thought. How can I grow stronger and survive through this vulnerable stage of my life? And what path should I take for the future? Staring at the moonlight outside, Kurogai weighed his options. Ever since he realized he was in the Marvel Universe, he knew the danger he was in. Childhood was his weakest phase, and he had to plan wisely. There are 3 possible paths, he murmured. First, S.H.I.E.L.D. They have expert-level agent training. If I could get in, I'd have access to physical, tactical, and possibly even superhuman development. On the surface, it sounded ideal. As an orphan, he technically qualified. But Kurogai quickly shook his head. Hydra. There were too many infiltrators inside S.H.I.E.L.D. One wrong move and he could be found, manipulated, or worse, brainwashed. Second, Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, he muttered. With Professor X and other mutants, I'd be surrounded by powerful allies. It was a tempting idea. The school wasn't facing too much danger yet, and being there could fast-track his growth. But there were concerns. Kurogai's powers came from the Ultimate Eye, not from any X gene. There was no guarantee he'd even be accepted. Plus, Professor X had telepathic abilities, his memories and secrets could be exposed. Third. Camartage. Learning magic from the Ancient One. That was the one he found most appealing. Sorcery was powerful, and teleportation alone made it worth pursuing. But there was a catch: he didn't even know if he had the aptitude for magic. He rubbed his temples, deep in thought. All three paths had advantages and risks. It wasn't an easy choice. Forget it. No need to rush. I'll take some time to observe the situation first, he whispered. For now, his priority was to study his own powers and keep a low profile. The fallout from the robbery hadn't fully settled, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was still watching this area. The best move was to lay low until the heat died down. Yo, check out my second Marvel fanfiction, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Chapter 13, A Storm. At this point in time, the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, better known as S.H.I.E.L.D., didn't yet have its iconic helicarrier. The organization was still based out of a conventional building. A tall, striking figure made her way swiftly through the corridors toward the heart of the base. It was Natasha Romanoff, and it had been a while since anyone had seen her around headquarters. Now, she was heading straight to the director's office. Her brows were slightly furrowed. Nick Fury had summoned her with a serious tone. Something big was going down. Natasha, we found some leads on that bank robbery. The moment she stepped into the office, Director Fury got right to the point. Leads, she echoed, surprised. She'd expected a different topic entirely, but it turned out the investigation into the robbery had taken a turn. You remember those Hydra agents who jumped into the river during their escape? Fury said, folding his hands over his desk. Our field team found their bodies today. And guess what? Natasha raised an eyebrow but said nothing. She wasn't interested in guessing games, she wanted answers. Fury leaned forward. 2 of them didn't drown. They were shot. Execution style. Natasha's eyes narrowed sharply. That changed everything. If they'd been shot before hitting the water, something had definitely happened between the heist and their escape. Something that wasn't part of the plan, something they hadn't anticipated. Her thoughts flicked back to the scene. Just before she'd rushed toward the orphanage, she remembered hearing 2 gunshots. At the time, she dismissed them as unrelated, background noise during the chaos. But now, those gunshots seemed far more significant. And she remembered exactly where they came from, the orphanage. More specifically, there had been one person in the orphanage courtyard at that moment. A boy with heterochromatic eyes. Natasha's expression shifted as the realization hit her. She took a step back unconsciously, stunned. Could that child really have been involved? She didn't want to believe it. Kurogai hadn't exactly left her with the best impression, but for a child to be the catalyst behind everything. It seemed impossible. What is it, Natasha? Fury asked sharply, catching the change in her demeanor. He had called her in because she had been on the scene that day. If anyone could piece together the mystery, it was her. Now, watching her reaction, he was convinced she'd figured something out. I have a theory, Natasha said slowly, steadying her voice. But it's hard to believe. Honestly, it sounds insane. Try me, Fury said. Spit it out. Natasha drew a deep breath. The person responsible for the disruption. I think it might be that heterochromatic-eyed boy from the orphanage. Fury blinked. A kid. I know how it sounds, but everything adds up. She began walking him through her account of the day, laying out what she saw, and what she suspected. By the time she was done, Fury sat quietly, trying to process it. Of all the possibilities, this was not one he'd expected. But when he lined it up with everything else, the anomalies, the shootout, the mole, and the exposure of a Hydra agent posing as one of theirs, it all traced back to that same child. Kurogai. Fury muttered under his breath. What should we do? Natasha asked, still unsettled. Whether it's true or not, I want him brought in, immediately. No harm is to come to him. Understood. Understood, she replied with a nod, slipping back into her agent mode. Moments later, Natasha departed S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters with a small tactical unit en route to the orphanage. Meanwhile, in a hidden Hydra base, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was listening intently to a secure transmission. This was Daniel Whitehall, a senior Hydra operative, and he was receiving classified intel from a mole inside S.H.I.E.L.D. As the message finished playing, a cold smirk formed on his lips. Leave it to S.H.I.E.L.D. to sniff out something interesting. A child. How curious, Whitehall muttered. I didn't expect my adversary to come in such a small package. But it doesn't matter. His gaze darkened. Last time, I was humiliated. This time, I'll rip you apart. His voice dropped into a growl as he turned to his Hydra soldiers. Deploy a team to the orphanage. Bring the child back alive, and burn that place to the ground. With that order, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra locked eyes on a single location. The orphanage. And an unsuspecting boy named Kurogai was about to find himself in the middle of a storm far larger than he imagined. More Power Stones equals bonus chapters. Chapter 14, A Massacre. In the orphanage courtyard, a little girl sat among the flowers, carefully weaving them into a wreath. It was Sky, who hadn't been at Mary's orphanage for long. Once the wreath was finished, she beamed with delight and ran toward Kurogai, holding the flower crown up to him with both hands. "Big brother Kurogai, this is for you." Through the circle of flowers, Sky looked up at him with hopeful eyes, silently wishing he would accept her small gift. "I'll take it." "Thank you, little Sky," Kurogai said with a faint smile as he gently took the wreath from her. Instantly, Sky's face lit up, and she twirled around happily before skipping back to the flower bed. In just a few days, Sky had already grown more comfortable at the orphanage. Her bond with Kurogai had also deepened, and it all started with a single moment. Children in orphanages tend to be sensitive. Without the warmth of a family, it was easy for resentment to build, especially among the older kids. They often picked on newcomers, Sky was no exception. Not long after her arrival, a few older boys had targeted her. Kurogai, who had promised Director Mary that he would look after her, had stepped in. He had no patience for bullies, and he didn't tolerate it. Kurogai dealt with the troublemakers swiftly, teaching them a lesson they wouldn't forget. It wasn't the first time he had dealt with things like this, and though he didn't consider it a big deal, to Sky, it meant everything. She had grown up without support, living behind emotional walls, her world small and cold. But then came someone who stood up for her. That moment sparked something inside her, something long dormant. A feeling called warmth. That was why Sky clung to Kurogai. She followed him around like a little shadow. And Kurogai didn't mind. He'd noticed the change, but said nothing. In his heart, having a little sister like her wasn't so bad. As Sky ran back toward the flower patch, Kurogai watched her and smiled faintly. But behind his calm eyes, his mind was already drifting elsewhere, toward the threats outside the orphanage. Over the past few days, Kurogai had been thinking deeply about Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D., and his own uncertain future. But more than anything, he'd been focusing on strengthening his abilities. Power was everything. Without it, nothing else mattered. And Kurogai understood this perfectly. His current focus was on upgrading his first pupil ring, the Geas Eye. And the method? Emotional resonance. He needed to accumulate enough emotional fluctuations to trigger an evolution. He had already tested this theory during his encounter with Natasha, but since she wasn't around anymore, he needed alternative sources of emotional change. So he turned inward, revisiting traumatic memories, simulating crisis scenarios in his mind. Even triggering reactions through less conventional means. Yes, even watching certain explicit adult videos had proven to stir enough emotion to contribute to the process. "I'm not wasting time, I'm cultivating power," Kurogai had told himself unapologetically as he leaned into this strange but effective method. That emotional buildup had been rising steadily, and just moments ago, he felt it hit its peak. Emotional threshold reached. First pupil ring eligible for upgrade. Proceed with evolution. A system message echoed in his mind. Kurogai's eyes lit up. Yes. Upgrade, he responded mentally. In that instant, warm energy surged from the ultimate eye totem, channeling directly into his pupils. His irises shifted as the Geas Eye awakened in full. An inverted V symbol, the mark of a soaring eagle, flashed brilliantly in his eyes. What? This is unexpected. Kurogai's voice trembled with excitement. A wave of euphoria flooded him. Not only had the Geas Eye evolved, but it had unlocked a second ability. Future Sight. The ability to briefly see into the future, an extension Kurogai hadn't anticipated. Until now, he thought the Geas Eye granted only absolute command. But this new skill was something else entirely, an ability that could change everything. Kurogai immediately understood where it came from. It was Bismarck Waldstein's Geas, the Knight of One from another world. In his timeline, Bismarck was the Emperor's strongest sword, a martial master who developed his Geas to predict opponents' movements several seconds ahead. But Kurogai's version was even more powerful. While Bismarck's foresight was limited to 5 seconds in combat, Kurogai could glimpse into moments up to 1 hour in the future. Slightly different, but far more versatile. This is game-changing. His mind raced with possibilities. And now, he needed to test it. Let's try it out. Sky, come here for a second. Kurogai called excitedly. Hearing his voice, Sky immediately ran over, still carrying bits of grass and dirt on her tiny feet. Yes, big brother Kurogai. Sky, look into my eyes. She blinked, then obediently sat in front of him, gazing into his mismatched pupils. The Geas Eye activated. Geas, Future Sight, activated. Time froze for Kurogai as a vision surged into his mind. And what he saw made his blood run cold. The orphanage, an hour from now. Blood stained the earth. The courtyard was filled with lifeless bodies. Panic. Screams. The scent of smoke and death in the air. It was chaos, total devastation. A massacre. Chapter 15, Using Geas on Mary. Endless blood soaked the orphanage courtyard. Damn it, how did it come to this? Kurogai shot to his feet, face pale and eyes filled with fury. The vision he just witnessed through his Geas was devastating. Is it Hydra, or S.H.I.E.L.D.? Who made the first move? He forced himself to calm down. Now wasn't the time to analyze. There would be time for that later, if there was a later. Right now, he needed to act. In his 2 lifetimes, Kurogai had learned to let go of many attachments. But even in this hardened heart, 2 names had carved a place. Director Mary, the kind, selfless woman who had treated him like a son. Sky, the fragile but bright girl who'd begun to melt the walls he'd built around himself. He didn't care what kind of forces were involved. He couldn't let them die. He wouldn't. Brother Kurogai, did I do something wrong? Sky's small voice broke the silence. She stood in front of him, wide-eyed and trembling, sensing the sudden change in his demeanor. Tears pooled at the corners of her eyes. No, it's not you, Kurogai said gently, crouching down to her level. Sky, I need you to do something important for me. Go to the others and tell them Director Mary wants everyone in the hall. Can you do that? Sky blinked through her tears, then nodded determinedly. I will, Brother Kurogai. She turned and sprinted off on her small feet, vanishing around the corner. Now. Director Mary. Kurogai headed straight for the kitchen. As expected, she was still there, preparing lunch with calm efficiency. Little Asta. What are you doing here, are you hungry? Director Mary asked with a kind smile, surprised to see him in a place he rarely visited. Kurogai didn't waste time. Director Mary, there's no time to explain. A disaster is coming. You need to take everyone and leave, right now. Director Mary blinked, confused. Asta, are you feeling okay? What do you mean, disaster? She reached out and touched his forehead, concerned he might have a fever. I'm sorry, Kurogai muttered under his breath. No time. His heterochromatic eyes flashed, left violet, right gold, as they lit up with glowing crimson light. The inverted V of the Geas appeared in both eyes like the wings of an eagle. Director Mary, go to the hall. Take everyone and leave the orphanage immediately. Go to the park half a kilometer from here. Do not return for at least 2 hours. That is an order. Geas ability, absolute command, activated. A crimson glow passed over Director Mary's eyes. Her expression went blank, then focused with robotic clarity. I'll do it. She put down her utensils and calmly turned to leave the kitchen, walking toward the hall without hesitation. In the main hall, her voice rang out clearly. Everyone, follow me. We're leaving, now. With Director Mary in the lead, the children obeyed without resistance. Confused and murmuring questions, they nonetheless followed her out of the building and down the road. Everyone, except one. Brother Kurogai. Sky stood defiantly at the front steps, eyes red but firm. Something's wrong, I know it. I don't want to leave you. Her voice trembled, but her stance didn't budge. Life in the orphanage had taught her to cling to the few people who made her feel safe, and Kurogai was one of them. He knelt before her again, eyes soft. Sky, you need to trust me. Go with Director Mary. I promise I'll come for you as soon as I take care of something. She shook her head furiously. No. I won't go. Tears flowed freely now. Deep down, she could feel it, if she walked away now, she might never see him again. Kurogai sighed, his expression darkening with reluctant resolve. His eyes flared again. Go with Director Mary. Do not return within 2 hours. The Geas took effect immediately. A red glow appeared in Sky's tear-filled eyes. Her resistance vanished. She turned and ran after the others, but the tears didn't stop. Kurogai stood silently until their figures disappeared down the street. Only then did he move. The orphanage was empty. Now, it was time to prepare for war. Kurogai moved swiftly. He returned to the rooms and began pulling out every mirror he could find. Wall mirrors, hand mirrors, bathroom mirrors, anything with a reflective surface. He placed them at strategic points throughout the building, corridors, entryways, blind spots, and corners. Anywhere that could serve as a trap. His Geas required eye contact. But direct eye contact during a gunfight? Risky. Which is why the mirrors were essential. Reflection still counted. He tested it once before. If someone made eye contact with his reflection, his Geas could still activate. And that made the mirrors not just tools, but weapons. The orphanage placed a lot of emphasis on self-image. Every room had mirrors. That abundance now played to his advantage. In minutes, the entire orphanage was rigged, each room, each hall, each vantage point optimized for ambush. Even the most inconspicuous corners shimmered with hidden glass. His battlefield was ready. They want to fight. Kurogai muttered, his voice cold and low. Then let's give them one. Send power stones for additional chapters. Chapter 16, Hydra. The orphanage was silent. With the children gone, its usual warmth and chaos had vanished, leaving only the tension of impending war. In the main hall, Kurogai sat alone on a wooden bench, a loaded pistol resting calmly in his hand. His expression was cold, unflinching. He was waiting for the enemy. Screech. The sharp sound of brakes cut through the quiet like a blade. Outside, 10 armored transport vehicles skidded to a halt. Dozens of heavily armed Hydra agents spilled out, surrounding the orphanage in a seamless net. No one rushed in yet. They were awaiting orders. Kurogai stood by the window, watching without emotion. 10 vehicles, roughly 20 soldiers each. Over 200. He quietly assessed their numbers, eyes sharp, heartbeat steady. Down below, a black-clad officer, the team's commander, raised a communicator to his mouth. His stance was tense, disciplined. Commander here. All units in position. Whitehall's voice crackled coldly through the speaker. I only want the bicolor-eyed kid. The rest. Do as you please. Hydra had beaten S.H.I.E.L.D. to the orphanage. Though Natasha had already mobilized a team, Whitehall had used his agents embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. to delay them. A few subtle moves behind the scenes were all it took to slow their response. He'd done this before. It wasn't difficult. But despite his hatred for Kurogai, Whitehall wasn't here in person. John Garrett's near-insane rampage during their last encounter still haunted him. The image of that unrelenting, mind-controlled berserker had etched itself into Whitehall's psyche. No, he wouldn't risk facing that kind of power directly again. Instead, he watched from a nearby rooftop with binoculars, safely observing from the shadows like a chess master moving pawns. Large-scale Hydra operations like this had become rare in modern times. The age of open warfare had long since passed. Hydra now operated in silence, in shadows. But today was different. Whitehall wasn't thinking like a tactician, he was furious. Kurogai had humiliated him. After regaining his youth, Whitehall had tasted death again, and that alone shattered his pride. That a boy could push him so close to the abyss enraged him beyond reason. And so, he'd made a choice. If sacrificing a few hundred grunts meant reclaiming his pride, then so be it. They were expendable. Hydra always had more. Move in. The Black Commander gave the signal. Dozens of Hydra agents surged toward the orphanage, weapons drawn, boots slamming the ground in sync. Inside, Kurogai's eyes narrowed. It's begun. He reached toward a small switch beside the wall. Click. A neon light hanging from the orphanage's entrance flickered on. Not a trap. Not a weapon. Just light. But there was something else, a mirror, discreetly attached just below the glowing sign. Light always draws the eye. As the Hydra soldiers breached the doorway, the sudden flash of the neon sign caught their attention. Instinctively, their gazes snapped toward the light. And in that moment, reflected in the mirror, they saw a pair of glowing red eyes. A symbol flared in each eye, an inverted crimson V, like the wings of a bird mid-flight. Geas, absolute command, activated. In the blink of an eye, every soldier who looked into the mirror froze, red light flickering behind their eyes. Their movements halted, bodies stiffening in eerie unison. Kurogai stood motionless, watching through the mirror's reflection. Only about a quarter of the soldiers had entered from the front entrance, just enough. The others were still scaling the walls, sneaking through side and back entrances. He hadn't captured all of them, but that wasn't necessary. He only needed a fraction. Your command, kill every other Hydra soldier in this building. Leave me alive. The red glow surged. Without hesitation, the controlled soldiers raised their weapons and opened fire on their own comrades, who had just begun flooding the courtyard. Tat tat tat. Gunfire erupted. The air filled with the screams of ambushed Hydra agents. Bullets tore through flesh and armor, dropping soldiers before they even knew what was happening. Controlled agents showed no emotion, no hesitation. Their expressions were blank. Their minds were no longer theirs. They had one purpose: obey Kurogai. Blood spilled across the orphanage floor. The very ground that once echoed with laughter was now soaked in crimson. Outside, Whitehall's eyes widened behind his gold-rimmed glasses as he watched the chaos unfold from his perch. It had begun. And Kurogai had already made his move. Join my Patreon if you're interested in reading chapters in advance. Chapter 17, Officer Solo. The sudden betrayal sent a wave of panic through the remaining Hydra soldiers. They simply couldn't comprehend why their comrades, men they'd faced life and death with, were now turning on them. It didn't make sense. Whitehall hadn't issued any unusual orders, then again, to him, these soldiers were expendable. "What the hell, Bruce? What are you doing?" The black officer shouted, horrified, as he saw one of his men gunning down fellow soldiers. But the man, his eyes glowing faintly red, didn't respond. He just kept firing. "We're on the same side. You're killing your own men. Why are you doing this? I've been hit. Somebody help." The courtyard was chaos. Screams echoed as soldiers scrambled for cover, confusion spreading like wildfire. The black officer's face darkened even more, figuratively and literally. Then, the communicator in his hand buzzed. "Are you a complete idiot?" Whitehall's enraged voice exploded through the speaker. "They're under mind control. Eliminate the ones being controlled and resume the mission." From a nearby surveillance post, Whitehall watched the carnage unfold. The moment he saw the soldiers turn on each other, he understood, this was the same power that John Garrett had unleashed before. That damned technique again. Kurogai was behind this. The fact that Kurogai hadn't even shown himself, yet had already neutralized a quarter of the squad, made Whitehall's skin crawl. And yet, it also ignited his greed. "If I can capture this boy and extract the source of that power, I could control nations." Driven by both fear and obsession, Whitehall barked another set of orders into the comms. The black officer responded immediately, commanding the remaining troops to focus fire on the controlled ones. Hydra soldiers who had entered from the back began their counterattack. The courtyard turned into a brutal standoff, mind-controlled soldiers versus those still free. Bullets flew, comrades fought comrades, and the ground was soaked in blood. Meanwhile, inside the orphanage, a Hydra soldier crept cautiously through the hallway, weapon raised. The silence unnerved him. Then, "Hey, I'm over here." The voice was soft, calm, chilling. The soldier spun, instantly squeezing the trigger. Bang. Glass shattered. He'd only hit a mirror. But in that broken reflection, a pair of glowing, red-tinged eyes stared back at him. Gius, absolute command, activated. The inverted V-shaped symbol flashed like a brand. The soldier froze, caught in its glow. Kurogai stepped from the shadows, face expressionless. "Answer my questions. Afterward, eliminate the enemy soldiers. Until death." The command was cold and final. Until death, Kurogai always added that clause. Not out of cruelty, but necessity. He was still too weak to take chances. As long as there was a possibility someone could turn against him, he couldn't afford mercy. Still, a part of him resented it. One day, he thought, when I've unlocked the full potential of the ultimate I won't need commands like that. I'll face my enemies head-on. No Gius. No puppets. But for now, survival came first. He focused again. "Identify yourself. What unit are you with?" The soldier responded flatly. "Hydra operative under Officer Solo. Unit designation, JTS-142. Hydra." Of course. Kurogai wasn't surprised. SHIELD at least asked questions before shooting. Hydra never bothered, they only acted with brutality and silence. "Who is Officer Solo?" "The black man by the lead vehicle. He's commanding the assault." Kurogai moved to the window and peered out. His eyes narrowed as he spotted the men in question. "Solo. Got you." A plan formed almost instantly. Interrogation complete. Go. Executing command. Eliminating invaders. Until death. The soldier picked up his rifle and walked out. Without hesitation, he re-entered the battlefield. Kurogai didn't watch. He didn't need to. His attention was locked on Officer Solo. Through the dust and fire, through the chaos and noise, that man was next. More Power Stones equals bonus chapters. Win-win. Chapter 18, Setup. On New York Avenue, several black SUVs tore down the road, weaving between traffic with sirens blazing. Inside were fully armed SHIELD tactical teams. Leading the charge was Natasha Romanoff, clad in a sleek black ops suit, expression sharp and focused. Beside her sat a bald man with a single eye, Nick Fury, director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Originally, Fury had left this operation to Natasha. But just as they were about to deploy, a last-minute, routine inspection was dropped on them by upper-level oversight. The delay was suspicious and deliberate. By the time the red tape was cleared, Fury had changed his mind and joined the op himself. "Natasha, I've got a bad feeling about this. We need to move, now," Fury muttered, jaw tight. Every instinct screamed that something was wrong. Delays like this weren't accidental. Just then, an agent handed him a tablet. Sir. Intel just came in, and armed units attacked the orphanage. They're already inside. Bang. Fury's fist slammed into the window beside him, cracking the reinforced glass. God damn it. I knew it. Full speed, get us there now, he barked. Natasha narrowed her eyes, expression unreadable. Looks like some people upstairs aren't as clean as they pretend to be. She was angry, more than that, she was frustrated. She'd wanted to see the truth for herself. She still didn't believe the two-toned-eyed boy was the true threat, but it was time to find out. After this is over, Fury muttered, I'm coming for the ones who stalled us. I know damn well which Hydra agents are buried in the chain of command. Push it. Now. Fury snapped at the driver. The SHIELD convoy accelerated, tires screeching as they roared toward the orphanage. Meanwhile, back at the orphanage, the situation had become grim. Gunfire rang out non-stop, echoing between the walls. Screams mixed with rapid bursts of automatic weapons. One by one, Hydra soldiers fell, some controlled, others still fighting, but all caught in the slaughter. As the battle wore on, fewer and fewer remained standing. Eventually, the firefight moved fully inside the orphanage building. The courtyard fell eerily silent, littered with corpses and slick with blood, Hydra blood. Officer Solomon Briggs, the Hydra commander, stood just outside the building, jaw clenched. His eyes scanned the front entrance, but he couldn't see what was happening inside. He could only hear the intermittent gunfire, then, suddenly, nothing. Complete silence. No more gunshots. No more screams. Only stillness. Then, two soldiers emerged from the building, uniforms stained with blood. They approached Solomon, breathing hard but smiling grimly. Sir, all hostile personnel are neutralized. We've captured the target. He's waiting in the hall. Solomon's eyes lit up. Excellent. Take me to him. His curiosity had grown stronger by the second. Who was this boy that had caused such an uproar? What kind of threat could he possibly be? Yes, sir. The two soldiers turned and led the way inside. But Solomon didn't notice the faint red glow flickering in their eyes. Moments later, they entered the orphanage's main hall. And what Solomon saw made his blood run cold. Lined up in perfect rows were all the soldiers who had entered the building, every one of them standing in rigid military formation. At the end of the hall sat a worn couch, and upon it lounged a teenage boy with heterochromatic eyes, one gold, one violet, glowing faintly under the dim light. Officer Solomon, the boy said calmly. I've been expecting you. Solomon froze. Mirrors covered the walls. Every corner reflected some angle of the boy's gaze. Kurogai's trap was complete. This was his battlefield now. It's a setup. Solomon stepped back, hand reaching for his weapon. But it was too late. Kurogai's eyes flashed crimson. The inverted V of the Gia symbol bloomed with fierce light, reflected across the room from mirror to mirror, bouncing straight into Solomon's eyes. He froze in place. His weapon slipped from his hand. Kurogai rose slowly from the couch, walking toward him. Relax. We've got time to talk. He stopped a few steps away. Answer my questions. Then kill the one who sent you. His voice dropped an octave. Until death. The Gias glowed again. A red ring shimmered in Solomon's pupils. Gias ability, absolute command, activated. Contract established. Become a patron to get access to 50+ chapters in advance. p@trian.com/zphyr_. Change it to A, Chapter 19, Chapter 19, SHIELD Arrival. In an instant, Officer Briggs, the Hydra commander who had just been planning to escape, stopped dead in his tracks. His pupils dilated, his body stiffened. He had fallen under Kurogai's control. The boy's glowing red Gia symbol still shimmered in his eyes, casting its light like a curse. Kurogai stepped forward, voice calm and composed. First question. Tell me everything you know about the orphanage attack. Start from the beginning. The symbol pulsed again. Kurogai still lacked critical details, and now was the time to extract them. 2 hours ago, Director Whitehall gave the order, Briggs began in a flat, mechanical tone. He commanded me to mobilize all available Hydra troops and launch a full assault on this orphanage. As the man spoke, Kurogai pieced together the situation. So SHIELD found the bodies of those robbers after all, he muttered, folding his arms. Not surprising. They're good at digging. But they're so deeply compromised by Hydra, it's like they're working for the enemy half the time. He snorted in disdain. Choosing not to join SHIELD was the right call. He wasn't shocked that SHIELD had uncovered the truth. What disgusted him was their incompetence. A global intelligence agency unable to secure its own leadership. The rot ran deep. If Kurogai had aligned with them, he might have ended up brainwashed before realizing it. Next question. Where is Whitehall now? This was what truly mattered. Kurogai had been searching for the old man ever since Garrett's interrogation revealed Whitehall's involvement. But despite the battle, despite everything, he hadn't caught a single glimpse of the mastermind. Earlier, Kurogai had interrogated the other soldiers. They confirmed Whitehall had departed alongside them, but he never entered the orphanage. He was still out there. Watching. Planning. And if Whitehall remained alive, this would never end. He would keep sending pawns, waves of Hydra agents, always threatening the orphanage and anyone near Kurogai. That couldn't be allowed. Some said striking a snake at the middle would stop it. Kurogai believed in severing the head. Whitehall is in a building 100 meters away. 3 o'clock direction. He's monitoring the battlefield from there, Briggs said flatly. He instructed me to eliminate the soldiers you had turned. Kurogai's eyes lit up slightly. So he actually came here. That's bold. He hadn't expected Whitehall to be physically present, and that changed things. He'd need to think fast, set the perfect trap. If he played this right, Whitehall wouldn't leave alive. Before Kurogai could put that plan into motion, sirens blared outside. Several black armored trucks skidded to a stop. Teams of tactical agents poured out, surrounding the orphanage in seconds. S.H.I.E.L.D. had arrived. Kurogai turned calmly toward the sound, peering through a crack in the curtain. Guess it's time to meet the neighbors. Outside, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents took up formation. Director. The orphanage is surrounded, a field agent reported to Nick Fury, whose sharp eye scanned the scene. Fury's jaw clenched as he eyed the Hydra transports. Move in. Take down any Hydra agent still breathing. And be careful, there are children inside. I want no civilian casualties. Yes, sir. The agents rushed forward. But as soon as they entered the courtyard, they froze. Even battle-hardened professionals weren't prepared for what they saw. The entire orphanage courtyard was soaked in blood. Hydra corpses were strewn everywhere, bodies slumped over flower beds, piled against fences, faces twisted in death. It was as though a war had taken place, right in the heart of a New York orphanage. What the hell happened here? Fury stepped into the courtyard with Natasha at his side. Her eyes narrowed at the carnage. Fury had seen battlefields before, but not like this. Not since the last World War. These are all Hydra, Natasha said quietly, her tone unreadable. Looks like they didn't win, Fury replied grimly. Something, or someone, tore through them. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent stood frozen, unsure whether to proceed further. They waited for Fury's signal, but before he could speak, footsteps echoed from the orphanage. Everyone tensed. Shields rose. Rifles lifted. The agents formed a solid line, bracing for another enemy. Out of the shadowed hallway stepped nearly 20 armed figures, their weapons lowered. They said nothing, simply formed into 2 neat rows at the orphanage entrance. And then, a small figure followed. A boy stepped into the open. His mismatched eyes, left gold, right amethyst, glowed faintly under the gray sky. Kurogai had arrived. More Power Stones equals bonus chapters. Win-win. Chapter 20, Nick Fury. It's you, the bicolored-eyed kid. Nick Fury's expression shifted as soon as Kurogai stepped out from the orphanage. The scene before him was bizarre, unnerving, even. From the blood-stained courtyard, it was obvious a fierce battle had taken place. Hydra's presence was confirmed by the uniforms of the fallen, yet the situation didn't align with the intel. Kurogai stood calmly, unharmed, at the center of 2 neat rows of armed Hydra soldiers, as if they were guarding him. The image was jarring. Completely out of sync with expectations. Kid, don't be nervous, Nick Fury said, cautiously stepping forward. We're from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. We're not your enemy. You can trust us. Despite his confusion, Fury's instincts told him to de-escalate. Whatever happened here, this boy was central to it. Strategic Homeland, MUN, have you really never considered changing the name? S.H.I.E.L.D. sounds so much better, Kurogai muttered, rolling his eyes. Fury blinked. Even now, in a scene that looked ripped from a nightmare, this kid had jokes. Kid, what happened here? Fury pressed, ignoring the comment. Talk to me. Kurogai met his gaze calmly. It's simple, he said. Hydra came looking for trouble. I wiped them out. That's impossible. Fury's pupils narrowed sharply. The boy had to be bluffing. But the pieces started falling into place. Hydra soldiers filled the courtyard, dead. Yet Kurogai stood there, untouched, flanked by Hydra troops who weren't attacking but guarding him. Then it hit him. Mental control. He'd seen it before, mutants capable of twisting the minds of others into puppets. If this kid had that kind of power. Fury swallowed. The implications were terrifying. He remembered old files, powerful telepaths who could bend entire governments without firing a bullet. The kind of threat that didn't need armies, because they were the army. His instincts screamed caution. You're a mutant, aren't you? Fury's tone was quieter now, edged with tension. Mutant. Kurogai chuckled. Who knows? He didn't confirm or deny. That made it worse. At that moment, Natasha stepped forward. Asta, do you remember me? She said softly. We're not here to hurt you. You can trust us. Kurogai's lips curved into a faint smirk. Of course I remember you. Mrs. Steve, right. I missed you. Natasha's brow twitched. He was mocking her, and confirming, without a doubt, that he'd known her real identity from the start. I'm leaving now, Kurogai said. If you think you can stop me, you're welcome to try. With that, he turned and headed for the back door. The Hydra soldiers fell in behind him like a protective barrier, shields raised, not attacking, but clearly prepared to if necessary. Sir, should we stop him? A shield agent asked urgently, waiting on Fury's order. Fury stood frozen for a second, then barked. No. If we make a move, we might all end up dead. Let them go. The agent hesitated, startled, but obeyed. What none of them realized was that Nick Fury was no longer in control of himself. A faint red halo shimmered behind his irises. The unmistakable mark of Geas. Kurogai had already taken precautions to ensure a clean exit. Fury's mind was now compromised. A moment later, Kurogai vanished into the crowd outside the orphanage, blending into the city, his first chapter in this new world closing quietly. Gone. Where is he? Fury suddenly snapped, jerking as if waking from a dream. Where's the kid? He looked around, disoriented. The agent stared at him in confusion. Sir, you told us to let him go, the same agent said hesitantly. I what? Fury's face paled. His hand went to his head. He hadn't given that order. He'd been controlled. Realization sank in like a stone. That kid had gotten into his head. Without him noticing. This power, it's on a whole different level, Fury muttered, disturbed to his core. That was when another shout rang out. Director. Look over there. Natasha and Fury turned. At the orphanage's rear, the controlled Hydra soldiers, those who had formed Kurogai's guard, now stood silently. Then, without hesitation, each soldier raised their pistol to their own temple. One by one, they pulled the trigger. Bang. 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 Bodies collapsed in succession, falling into the blood-stained courtyard. They had followed Kurogai's final order. Protect him. Until death. And now that their mission was complete, death was all that remained. Become a patron to get access to chapters in advance. p@trian.com/zphyr_. Change it to A, Chapter 21, The Orphanage. The courtyard of the orphanage was deathly silent. Every shield agent stood frozen, their eyes wide, their pulses tight. A chill crept down their spines as they stared at the horrifying scene before them. Even after Kurogai had left, the Hydra soldiers he controlled had executed themselves, without hesitation. Hydra soldiers don't just kill themselves, one agent muttered in disbelief. They value their lives like anyone else. But these men had raised their pistols and pulled the trigger the moment Kurogai vanished. The message was clear, Kurogai's control over them was absolute. Nick Fury's expression darkened. He stared at the blood-stained ground, voice heavy with dread. That kid, he's only 5 or 6 years old. And yet we let him walk away. Natasha turned to him. But you gave the order to let him go. Fury's jaw clenched. He didn't respond right away. His thoughts were tangled, his instincts screaming. Kurogai's actions had been precise, ruthless. The carnage left behind was more than a massacre, it was a statement. Fury had worked alongside powerful people, even world-shaking ones. But this was different. I've seen mind control, he muttered. Professor X. Jean Grey. But none of them did something like this, not with that kind of cold precision. This wasn't the work of someone fighting defensively. This was the work of someone who didn't hesitate to kill. And the most terrifying part? Kurogai was just a child. What would he become as he grew? Director, what are your orders? An agent asked quietly, snapping Fury back into the moment. He took a breath, grounding himself. Clean the scene. Contain it. No leaks, no press. And locate the rest of the children and staff, get them to safety. Fury exhaled. This entire site needs to be sealed. We'll relocate the orphanage to the outskirts, somewhere secure. Get it done. Yes, sir. The agent sprang into action. Meanwhile, a half-mile away in a quiet city park, Director Mary and several orphanage staff members stirred awake, eyes fluttering open. Where are we? The park. Mary asked, confused. I was just talking to little Asta in the kitchen. How did we get here? She looked around in disorientation. Children lay nearby, also unconscious but unharmed. Sky sat up slowly. As soon as her memories returned, her eyes reddened and tears welled up. Kurogai. She whispered. Director Mary, still unaware of what had transpired, tried to comfort her. At that moment, a group of agents approached. At the front was a tall man with a dark coat and a bald head. Director Mary, Nick Fury greeted calmly. I'm the director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, SHIELD for short. I'm here because there are a few things we need to discuss. With SHIELD's tracking resources, finding the displaced group hadn't been difficult. Fury had come personally, not only to explain, but to learn more about Kurogai. He also needed to inform Mary that the orphanage could no longer be used. The damage, the blood, the trauma, it was beyond repair. More importantly, SHIELD needed to seal it for investigation. What happened? Mary asked, still in shock. Fury offered a censored summary of events, leaving out critical details, especially those involving the mind control. The full truth was too sensitive to share. When Mary finally understood what little she was told, she was horrified. Where is Kurogai? Is he all right? Sky suddenly asked, voice trembling. Fury hesitated. But Natasha stepped forward. I'm sorry, sweetie, she said softly, kneeling down. We can't give all the details, but I promise you, he's alive. She offered a small smile, though her heart ached. She'd seen the bond between Sky and Kurogai in the files. They weren't just housemates, they were family. But SHIELD protocol was clear. This incident would now be locked under maximum classification. Sky's eyes shimmered. You're hiding something, she whispered. But that's okay. I'll find the truth myself. She wiped her face with the back of her hand and stood tall. In her heart, she made a silent promise, she would uncover what happened to Kurogai. No matter what it took. More Power Stones equals bonus chapters. Chapter 22, Whitehall's Fate. In a secret Hydra base, Daniel Whitehall stormed in, gold-rimmed glasses glinting under the dim lights. He clutched a small black case, his face twisted with rage. Without hesitation, he marched to the innermost chamber and hurled everything off the table in a fit of fury. Damn it. Why isn't that brat dead yet? His voice echoed through the chamber. Whitehall had watched the entire operation from a distance. He'd been convinced that once Solo entered the orphanage, the bicolored-eyed child would be captured. But when SHIELD agents arrived and Kurogai emerged, escorted by Hydra soldiers under his control, Whitehall's confidence shattered. They hadn't captured the boy. The boy had captured them. Every Hydra operative was either dead or mind-controlled. The humiliating outcome left Whitehall pale with rage. Losing a squad was bad enough. But what gnawed at him most was his failure to eliminate Kurogai, a boy who possessed a mysterious power that made even Whitehall, a Hydra leader, feel uneasy. Until Kurogai was neutralized, he wouldn't know peace. A knock broke his thoughts. A subordinate entered the room, head bowed. Sir, the after-action report is in. Whitehall didn't turn around. Speak. The child had contact with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, the men said, referring to SHIELD, but the exchange appeared tense. He left alone. All the soldiers under his control committed suicide. The man's voice trembled slightly. The images from that scene were still burned into his memory. Whitehall's jaw tightened. He's ruthless. He muttered. It wasn't the loss of Hydra personnel that unsettled him. It was the efficiency. The cold, calculated nature of Kurogai's actions. That kind of decisiveness wasn't normal for a child. What's his status now? Has anyone tracked his location? No confirmed sightings. He's vanished. Whitehall's hand curled into a fist. So he's gone underground. Fine. If I can't find him, I'll control the orphanage instead. Let's see how long he hides when I hold his sanctuary in my hands. His eyes narrowed with calculated malice. Kurogai had become more than a problem, he was an obsession. But every enemy had a weakness, and Whitehall would exploit his. Anything else? The deputy hesitated. Just one thing. Don't move, or I'll shoot. Whitehall turned, startled. His eyes widened as he saw his own subordinate holding a pistol directly at him, expression blank, eyes glowing faint red. The unmistakable mark of Gia's control. You traitor. But the men said nothing. Just then, the door creaked open. A small figure stepped into the room, calm and composed. His mismatched eyes, one glowing violet red, the other golden, seemed to pierce through reality itself. Kurogai. You. Whitehall recoiled. How are you here? Despite the glow in his eyes, the moment Kurogai entered, Whitehall recognized him immediately. How could he not? This was the child who haunted his thoughts like a phantom. Whitehall, Kurogai said coldly. This is our first meeting face to face. I've been looking forward to it. There was no hatred in his voice. Only a chilling finality. He had always believed that the best way to deal with a snake wasn't to strike its body, but to cut off its head. And today, he was here to do just that. After leaving the orphanage, Kurogai had gone to the adjacent building, expecting to find Whitehall there. But the Hydra director had already fled. Fortunately, during his interrogation of Captain Solo, he'd extracted the location of Hydra's nearest base. Whitehall should have arrived first. But something had delayed him. It didn't matter. By the time Whitehall returned, Kurogai had already seized control of the entire facility, patiently waiting in the shadows for this moment. I heard you were planning to target the orphanage again, Kurogai said, his voice low, dangerous. He'd overheard everything. And that sealed Whitehall's fate. Kurogai had known from the beginning that if Hydra was left unchecked, they'd never stop coming. Especially not Whitehall. This time, he wouldn't leave the snake alive. Become a patron to get access to 40+ chapters in advance. p@trian.com/zphyr_. Change it to A, Chapter 23, Wrong Enemy. Inside the secret Hydra base, Whitehall stood frozen. His own subordinate, eyes glowing faintly red, had a pistol raised and trained on him, completely under Kurogai's control. Across the room, Kurogai observed silently. Despite his appearance, there was nothing childlike about the cold confidence in his gaze. At that moment, Daniel Whitehall looked less like a Hydra leader and more like a lamb before the slaughter, completely powerless. Just one question before this ends, Kurogai said calmly, holding up an aged parchment scroll between his fingers. What's written in this thing you worked so hard to retrieve? This scroll was the spark behind it all. It had set off a chain reaction of bloodshed and pursuit. Now, with Whitehall cornered, Kurogai wanted answers. Whitehall stayed silent for a moment, his mind racing. If I tell you, will you let me go? He asked finally. Kurogai didn't respond, his expression didn't even shift. The silence said everything. Whitehall let out a breath and smirked bitterly. Of course not. Should have known. He looked up, voice low. You're like me, selfish, calculating, merciless. You won't hesitate. That's why I know you'll walk the same path one day. Suddenly, with a sharp twist, Whitehall snapped the neck of the controlled Hydra soldier beside him. The body crumpled. Whitehall wasn't going to surrender. Not without a fight. Before Kurogai could react, Whitehall bolted for the metallic briefcase he had brought in earlier. With a heavy slam of his fist, he shattered the casing, grabbed what looked like a sleek, metallic helmet, and slammed it onto his head. Ha ha ha. Got you, kid. Whitehall roared, grinning manically. You let your guard down just long enough. And now you've lost your only chance to kill me. He tapped the helmet with a finger, pride gleaming in his eyes. See this? A psychic blocking helmet. Built to counter abilities like yours. Whitehall wasn't bluffing. He had long suspected that Kurogai possessed some kind of mental manipulation ability. Hydra had records. During World War II, they'd encountered mutants like Professor X, whose powers had terrified even Hydra's upper ranks. Magneto had worn a helmet to block such powers. Hydra had studied that. Replicated it. And now, Whitehall wore the result of those experiments. He wasn't just confident. He was certain. He'd undergone minor biological enhancements, much like John Garrett, making him stronger, faster. Now, shielded from mental influence and enhanced beyond human limits, he believed victory was inevitable. You think you can control me now? He sneered. Try it. Kurogai didn't flinch. His lips curled faintly, and his crimson eyes shifted, transforming into the distinctive inverted V-shaped symbol of Geas. A flash of red light radiated from his eyes, and for the briefest second, met Whitehall's gaze directly. Whitehall, Kurogai said quietly, I grant you full awareness. Remain conscious. Answer my questions. And don't move, until death. Whitehall's grin vanished. His limbs locked. His muscles froze. Panic surged in his chest. What? I can't move. Terror spread across his face. He could feel every part of his body, but none of it obeyed him. Even the augmented implants refused to activate. This helmet was supposed to block you. But Kurogai's voice cut in, calm as ever. My ability doesn't operate like traditional telepathy. It doesn't invade the mind. It only requires eye contact. That was the terrifying truth of Kurogai's geas. It bypassed mental shielding entirely. The helmet was useless. Whitehall, fully aware, fully conscious, could only stand paralyzed, watching the scene unfold. Now, Kurogai said softly. What's on the scroll? Whitehall struggled to resist, but his lips moved involuntarily. It's a map. A treasure tied to the Inhumans. He choked out the words, horror in his eyes. Coordinates. Artifacts. It leads to their sanctuary. Kurogai narrowed his gaze. Just as he suspected. Whitehall's experiments, his obsession, it all aligned with Hydra's interest in the Inhumans. Then you're no longer useful. Kurogai reached into his coat and pulled out a pistol, an old Hydra sidearm he'd taken during his first real encounter with the organization. Until now, he'd never used it. But for Whitehall, the first real threat in his life, he'd make an exception. As my first true enemy, Kurogai said, leveling the weapon. I'll be the one to end you. He pulled the trigger. Bang. Whitehall collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Even in death, his face held a final trace of disbelief and bitter regret. He had chosen the wrong enemy. And paid the price. Degree. Send Power Stones. Chapter 24, X-Men. So this is what it feels like, to kill with your own hands. Kurogai looked down at Whitehall's lifeless body, brows furrowing slightly. Though he'd commanded death before, ordered others, used his ability, this was different. This was personal. This was direct. But he didn't feel guilt. After only a brief moment of unease, Kurogai's expression returned to its usual calm. He turned and walked out of the room. Now that Hydra's secrets had been laid bare, there was no reason to stay. Replace Whitehall and lead Hydra. Not interested. Whitehall had been right about one thing, Kurogai wasn't a hero. He acted in his own self-interest. Sacrificing himself for others was never part of the equation. But unlike Whitehall, Kurogai still had something left inside, an ember of warmth. People like Director Mary. Like Sky. That lingering humanity made him different. His path wouldn't be that of a villain. Nor a hero. It would be something else entirely. As he stepped out into the corridor, a group of Hydra soldiers stood waiting, armed, alert, and obedient. All were under Kurogai's control. He had planned for this from the start. Against someone like Whitehall, caution was essential. If Whitehall had made any sudden moves, these soldiers were ready to swarm and tear him apart. Execute the final order. Kurogai spoke coldly, not bothering to glance back. Yes, sir. The soldiers bowed, then dispersed to carry out the command. Moments later, a thunderous boom shook the ground as a massive explosion tore through the Hydra base. Smoke and flame erupted into the sky. Hydra's facility, obliterated. It was over. Standing on the roadside some distance away, Kurogai watched the explosion burn against the horizon. He let out a long breath. It's done. Whitehall was dead. The threat to those he cared about had been erased. For the first time in a long while, Kurogai felt lighter. He tilted his head toward the sky and let out a wild, unrestrained howl, raw emotion echoing through the air. All the stress, the rage, the pressure, he let it fly with that roar. It was catharsis. It was liberation. In that moment, something deep within him shattered, something old, something chained. His soul hauled with him, rising into the sky like a phoenix reborn in fire. Far from the smoldering remains of the Hydra base, in a secluded mansion on the outskirts of New York, a man in a wheelchair looked up from the book he'd been reading. His expression grew still. His eyes narrowed. Charles Xavier, Professor X, had sensed something. Something monumental. Moments later, a woman with striking red hair rushed into the room, still in her lab coat. Professor. Something just happened. Jean Grey's voice was urgent, her energy rattled. Professor X didn't turn to her immediately. His eyes were still fixed in the direction of the disturbance. Only after a long pause did he speak. You felt it too, didn't you, Jean? That power. She nodded, her face pale. It was overwhelming. For a second. I felt her stir. The room went silent. They both knew who she was. Jean didn't need to explain. Professor X understood completely. And that knowledge unnerved him. If even she inside Jean Grey, the Phoenix, had stirred, then this new presence wasn't just powerful. It was dangerous. Extraordinary. Perhaps even Omega level. Mutant awakenings often happened under stress, trauma, or emotional extremes. If this new mutant couldn't control their power, the consequences could be catastrophic. Professor X's role was clear, he had to find this individual, before someone else did. Jean, get Scott. Prepare the Blackbird. We're leaving now. Jean didn't question it. She turned and left immediately, urgency in her stride. Minutes later, the advanced supersonic jet of the X-Men sliced through the clouds, its destination locked on the fiery remains of the Hydra base, and the one who had shattered it. 40+ chapters on Patreon, by the way. patreon.com/zphyr_. Change it to A, Chapter 25, New Mutant. What exactly has changed in me? Kurogai stood outside the ruins of the Hydra base, brows furrowed as he contemplated the strange sensation lingering in his body. That long, primal roar he'd released earlier, it had felt like something inside him had broken free. A shackle. A boundary. A limit. He couldn't be sure yet. I'll leave first, figure this out later. Lifting his gaze to the smoldering wreckage behind him, Kurogai turned and walked away without hesitation. The explosion had been enormous, S.H.I.E.L.D. would definitely be on their way. And right now, Kurogai had no desire to get tangled with them. While he possessed significant power now, he still had vulnerabilities. He wasn't foolish enough to wait around. Without much effort, he mentally compelled a nearby driver to stop, entered the vehicle, and vanished from the scene. Not long after, a sleek supersonic jet descended into the area. From it emerged a wheelchair-bound man in a tailored suit, accompanied by a young man in red-tinted sunglasses. Professor Charles Xavier and Scott Summers, Cyclops. They had arrived. Professor, this is the place you mentioned. Cyclops looked around the scorched earth, uncertainty in his voice. There's nothing left. Just rubble. Doesn't seem like anyone's here. Professor X's eyes narrowed slightly as he focused his mental senses. We're too late, he murmured. He's gone. His presence has vanished, he must be some distance away by now. Suddenly, thud, thud, thud. A S.H.I.E.L.D. response team swept in, quickly surrounding the pair. Guns were raised, fingers steady on triggers. These were elite agents, clearly under strict orders. From the front stepped Natasha Romanoff, calm and commanding. Professor Xavier, Director Fury wants a word. She handed him a communicator. Charles took it without resistance, calmly stating, Charles Francis Xavier. Professor. Nick Fury's voice came through. What's your business here? This is a restricted zone under S.H.I.E.L.D. jurisdiction. Truthfully, Fury had intended to come himself, until he realized Professor X was involved. Fury's mind held too many secrets, and he'd already had one nasty brush with mind control, from Kurogai. He wasn't about to risk another. I came to locate a mutant, Charles replied. That's all. Our objectives don't conflict. There was a pause. A mutant. You mean? Fury trailed off, putting the pieces together. S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't fully assessed what happened here, but Fury was no fool. The explosion, the link to Hydra, the presence of a powerful mutant. It could only be Kurogai. You know something, Director? Professor X asked, picking up on Fury's hesitation. I have nothing to share. Fury's voice turned cold. But I suggest you leave, Professor. This is delicate. We don't need unnecessary friction between mutants and humans. It was a clear dismissal, and a thinly veiled warning. Cyclops clenched his fists, clearly frustrated. He was about to respond when Charles raised a hand, stopping him. Thank you, Agent Romanoff, the professor said with a polite smile, handing the communicator back. Let's go, Scott. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stepped aside. Despite Fury's bravado, no one dared stop them. Professor X's very existence was enough to give even the most seasoned agents pause. Once they were aboard the Blackbird and en route, Cyclops broke the silence. Professor. That was way out of line. They're trying to push us around. And how are we supposed to find this guy now? Charles exhaled softly. Peace is always the priority, Scott. But don't worry, I got what I needed. He glanced toward the horizon. While Fury was speaking, I briefly accessed Agent Romanoff's surface thoughts. I saw flashes, memories of what happened. And Cyclops leaned forward. One mutant. Young. Took down an entire Hydra cell. Controlled their minds. No hesitation. Charles closed his eyes, troubled. He's powerful. Extremely powerful. But, what's more concerning is his mindset. What do you mean? Charles paused, then said gravely, he's not like you or Jean. He's not guided by compassion. He's efficient. Cold. If he continues down this path, he could be dangerous. Cyclops went quiet, the weight of the statement settling over him. Charles turned toward the window, his voice soft. This new mutant. Kurogai isn't just gifted. He's terrifying. Enjoyed the chapters. Good. Now, cough up those power stones. Chapter 26, Using Geas on himself. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. A supersonic jet descended swiftly onto the school's tarmac. The hatch opened, and Cyclops carefully wheeled Professor X down the ramp. Standing at the edge of the landing platform was Jean Grey, wearing a white lab coat, already waiting for them. "Professor, where's the new mutant?" Jean glanced around, surprised to see only the two of them returning. She had hoped to meet the mysterious new mutant, someone so powerful he could disturb her, but there was no sign of him. "We were too late," Professor X replied, his voice tight with urgency. "Prepare Cerebro. Now." Jean's expression shifted. The professor's tone made it clear, this wasn't just curiosity anymore. It was concern. Back inside the mansion, Professor X wasted no time. He had seen too much. What he had glimpsed inside Natasha Romanoff's memories unsettled him. The mutant, Kurogai, possessed a terrifying power. His potential alone had stirred the Phoenix Force slumbering within Jean, something that almost never happened. That in itself meant Kurogai wasn't just gifted, he was dangerous. More worrying, however, was his mindset. Professor X had seen blood. Cold, calculated extermination. Hundreds of Hydra agents slaughtered without hesitation. Not in self-defense. Not in chaos. Controlled. Executed. He reminded Charles of Magneto in his darkest years. And yet, there was something different. Something that gave the professor hope. Kurogai hadn't attacked first. Hydra had provoked him. And for all the bloodshed, it hadn't been for domination, it had been for survival. Perhaps there was still a way to guide him. But if he was wrong, if Kurogai leaned further into darkness, he could become something far worse than Magneto. And that's why Charles had to find him. Inside the underground chamber of the X-Mansion, Charles lowered himself into the Cerebro module, placing the enhanced helmet over his head. A moment later, his mind stretched outward across the world, searching. Elsewhere. In a luxury villa on the outskirts of the city, Kurogai lounged on a pool chair in casual pajamas, half submerged in warm water. His mismatched eyes, one violet, one gold, shone faintly beneath his damp hair. He had settled here temporarily after dismantling Hydra's base, having mentally persuaded a local millionaire to lend him the estate. He needed rest. Though he possessed the intellect of an adult, his body was still that of a 6-year-old. And after the mental strain of confronting Whitehall, even he had limits. But suddenly, he felt it. A presence. An oppressive force pressing into his mind. His eyes snapped open. "Who's there?" "Don't be afraid, child. I am your companion." A calm, mature voice echoed in his consciousness. Kurogai's body tensed. His eyes narrowed. "You're Professor X." He had imagined this meeting before. Speaking mind to mind with Charles Xavier. But not like this. Now, he was furious. If Xavier could enter his mind this effortlessly, what else might he see? Kurogai's memories were dangerous. The ultimate future knowledge of this universe. If even a fraction of that was exposed, it could alter the world's balance, and not in a good way. "Why are you here?" he demanded. "What do you want?" "You've awakened a powerful ability," Charles said gently. "It's not something to fear. It's part of who you are. And I can teach you to control it. I've founded a school for people like us. I'm inviting you to join us." Kurogai's response was immediate. "I know. And I refuse." His voice was cold. Sharpened by suspicion. "And I won't allow you to invade my mind again." As he spoke, his mismatched eyes flared crimson. The Geas symbol, an inverted V, blazed across both irises and reflected in the surface of the pool. He gave himself a command. "No living being may ever enter my mind." The Geas activated. Its power surged inward. He wasn't using it on someone else, he was using it on himself. A command written into his own psyche, a permanent mental firewall. It was a trick Lelouch once used, to restrict himself. Kurogai now did the same. Xavier's voice became faint. "Wait, listen to me." Then silence. Professor X's mind was forcefully expelled from Kurogai's consciousness. The link was gone. Kurogai exhaled, jaw tight. If Xavier could so casually peer into his thoughts from across the world, what would happen if he actually lived at the school? He couldn't risk it. Even if Professor X seemed benevolent, this was reality, not fiction. Blind trust was a luxury he didn't have. He had seen what happened to people who placed their fate in others' hands. Not him. He would control his own destiny. 60+ chapters are on Patreon. Become a member. p@treon.com/zphyr. Change it to A, Chapter 27, Chapter 27, Camartage. Kurogai lay back in the villa's swimming pool, his gaze distant as he processed the sudden mental intrusion from Professor X. He mentioned awakening a special ability, but it couldn't have been my Geas. I've had that power for a while now. So what was he referring to? Today. He must have meant the outburst at the Hydra base. Kurogai muttered, narrowing his eyes in thought. It didn't take him long to piece it together. When he'd let out that soul-piercing howl back at Hydra, something inside him had snapped, something had awakened. So. I'm a mutant now. Huh. That's actually kind of ironic. He chuckled softly, equal parts amused and resigned. Back when he first arrived in this world, he had wished for power, any power. Even a mutant gene would have been enough. Anything to avoid becoming just another casualty. That wish had been justified. Without his abilities, he'd already have ended up as a Hydra lab rat. But then the ultimate I had changed everything. With it came strength, foresight, and a sense of control. The desire for a mutant power faded over time, until now. He had awakened one anyway, when he least expected it. No idea what my mutation even is yet, but I'll figure that out later. First things first, I need to get out of here. He stood up, water dripping from his hair as he looked toward the horizon. If Professor X had already located him once, staying here would be a mistake. Knowing Xavier, the men wouldn't simply leave him alone, not out of malice, but because he'd think it was the right thing to do. But Kurogai wasn't interested in that kind of charity. Not from someone who could so casually slip into his thoughts without permission. Professor X's telepathy was terrifying, and Kurogai had first-hand experience with the dangers of mental manipulation. Even though his Geas had granted him some protection, thanks to the self-imposed command to block mental intrusion, it was still in its early stages. If Charles Xavier got too close, he might still break through. Until I can be sure I'm safe. I can't afford to be near that man. Eventually, once his abilities evolved, he might visit the X-Mansion. There were certainly things worth learning there. But not now. With that decision made, Kurogai stepped out of the pool. After a quick shower and change, he left the villa without a second glance. Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Professor X emerged from the lower levels, removing the Cerebro helmet. Jean and Cyclops were waiting for him just outside the chamber. Professor, what happened? Jean asked urgently. She was unusually invested in this case, more than she'd ever been before. Because whoever Kurogai was, he'd triggered her. And that terrified her. If she could understand why, perhaps she could find a way to suppress the thing inside her, the Phoenix. He's uncooperative, Charles replied with a heavy breath. But I know where he was. Scott, I want you to take a team and bring him in. By force, if necessary. Cyclops blinked. Even Jean looked surprised. You're serious? He's dangerous, the professor said firmly. If he's left unchecked, he could become a threat far greater than Magneto. His tone made it clear. He wasn't asking. He was ordering. But Charles didn't know that Kurogai had already vanished. The mind link had been severed. And now, thanks to the Geas barrier, Charles wouldn't be able to track him again. His window had closed. Elsewhere. Kurogai sat in the back seat of a sleek, black sedan. The driver, an ordinary-looking man, kept his eyes on the road, hands gripping the steering wheel. A faint, unnatural red glow shimmered beneath his irises, evidence of subtle mind control. Where to, sir? The driver asked, voice calm and monotone. Kurogai rested his head back against the seat. Take me to 177A Bleecker Street. That address wasn't random. It had another name, the New York Sanctum, one of the 3 strongholds of Earth's magical defense, protected by the masters of the mystic arts. If he remembered correctly, there were Camartage sorcerers stationed there. And that was his next destination. After everything that had happened, Kurogai had narrowed his future to 3 potential paths. S.H.I.E.L.D., the Xavier Institute, and Camartage. S.H.I.E.L.D. had been the first to go. Too volatile. Too unpredictable. He'd burned that bridge already. The X-Mansion was next. Originally, he'd considered joining them, learn, train, blend in. But after what Professor X did, that was off the table. Telepaths were dangerous. The idea of living under someone who could reach into his head at any moment. Absolutely not. He'd rather die than hand over control of his life like that. That left one option. Magic. Mysticism had always intrigued him. It offered flexibility, uniqueness, and, if he played it right, a new path for unlocking more power. His Geas, after all, was still evolving. What if magic could help him push it further? Science, gods, mutants, magic, this world had everything. Why not master more than one system? And with that, Kurogai leaned back and closed his eyes, letting the hum of the car carry him forward. Toward something new. More Power Stones equals bonus chapters. Win-win. Chapter 28, Ancient One. Camartage. Kurogai had one goal, to learn magic from the Ancient One. But to do that, he needed to find her first. Traveling across continents on foot like Doctor Strange had done. Completely unrealistic. Camartage was far too remote for that. Fortunately, being familiar with the story gave Kurogai an advantage. He knew that the sorcerers maintained 3 sanctums across the world, and the New York sanctum had a direct portal to Camartage. No need for a pilgrimage when you had the cheat code. With the correct address in hand, locating the New York sanctum wasn't hard. It wasn't exactly advertised, but Kurogai's enhanced perception and knowledge made short work of it. He soon stood before an old, ornate building, its architecture distinct from anything surrounding it. His gaze lifted toward the rooftop, where the iconic slanted circular window gleamed in the sunlight. To the untrained eye, it was just a decorative feature. But to Kurogai, it was a clear mark of the mystical, the symbol of the masters of the mystic arts. Though the sorcerers had protected Earth from extra-dimensional threats for centuries, they'd done so quietly. So much so that most of the world didn't even know they existed. Kurogai walked right up to the front door, pushed it open, and stepped inside. The interior was ancient, filled with relics, scrolls, and artifacts from a time long gone. The scent of incense lingered in the air. This place had history, powerful history. But Kurogai wasn't here for sightseeing. He scanned the open hall. No signs of life. Seriously. Empty, he muttered under his breath. The sanctum was supposed to be guarded. But in most versions of the story, the New York sanctum's guardian wasn't exactly proactive. As long as there was no magical catastrophe, they typically kept a low profile. After all, the Sorcerer Supreme had the real weight on her shoulders. This isn't a tourist spot, kid. Best you leave. A voice echoed from a corridor. A middle-aged man in monk robes emerged, walking with the relaxed gait of someone used to silence. He clearly mistook Kurogai for a lost child. Kurogai didn't waste time. I'm here to see the Ancient One. The man stopped. His expression changed in an instant, eyes narrowing with suspicion. How do you know that name? He asked, his voice now edged with caution. Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter, Kurogai said calmly. But I need to see her. Now. The monk didn't budge. Kurogai sighed. He didn't have the luxury of patience. His Geas eye activated. A crimson glow sparked in his pupil, and a faint red light flickered in the man's eyes. The sorcerer's posture relaxed immediately, his mind overtaken by the command. Understood. I'll report to the Sorcerer Supreme immediately. Without hesitation, the men turned and opened a nearby portal to Camartage. That was another advantage of the mystic arts, they didn't rely on phones or tech. Communication through portals was instantaneous and efficient. Camartage. In a serene, candlelit chamber, surrounded by ancient tomes, a bald woman in flowing robes quietly flipped through a thick book. Though her appearance was striking, it carried an air of calm wisdom, a presence that transcended age or gender. She was the Ancient One. Earth Sorcerer Supreme. The Guardian of Reality. Sorcerer Supreme, there's a situation at the New York Sanctum. A child requests to see you. The monk who had just been under Geas now stood before her, speaking calmly. The Ancient One looked up, surprised. Her eyes narrowed. A gentle wave of her hand released a pulse of energy that entered the man's body, and immediately, the red haze vanished from his gaze. The mind control was broken. Only someone of her caliber could do that. What? How did I get here? The men blinked, confusion settling in. I was at the New York Sanctum, then. I was here. You were under the influence of someone's power, the Ancient One said softly. I've released you. Now, tell me what happened. He hesitated, then spoke quickly. A child, looked no older than 6. Came into the sanctum. He demanded to see you. I thought he was just a lost kid, but then it all went black. The Ancient One absorbed his words silently. A child that could control a trained sorcerer's mind. That wasn't ordinary. A slight smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Interesting. Let's go meet this child. Become a patron to get access to 60+ chapters in advance. p@treon.com/zphyr_. Change it to A, Chapter 29, Unprecedented. Inside the New York Sanctum, Kurogai stood silently in the Grand Hall, waiting for the arrival of the Ancient One. To be honest, he wasn't entirely confident she would agree to teach him magic. There was no bond between them, no reason for her to take him in. Kurogai didn't believe in those fairy tale scenarios where simply being the protagonist made legends line up to become your mentors. But he wasn't without a backup plan. If she refuses, I'll just control a few lower-ranked sorcerers and learn from them directly. He muttered the thought under his breath. It wasn't ideal, learning from a novice was a pale substitute for being trained by the Sorcerer Supreme, but if that was his only path forward, he'd take it. Kurogai had always been one to act, not wait. Suddenly, a golden portal swirled open in the air before him, at least 2 meters in diameter. From its radiant edges stepped a bald woman dressed in flowing white robes, exuding a quiet, otherworldly power. The Ancient One. Behind her followed the men Kurogai had briefly controlled, now clearly freed from his influence. As the portal closed behind them, Kurogai gave a calm nod of acknowledgement. Kurogai greets the Ancient One. Though it was his first time seeing her in person, he could immediately sense the immense power hidden within her seemingly fragile frame. She wasn't just a sorcerer, she was the Sorcerer Supreme, the protector of Earth's dimension. She commanded a respect few others could earn. The Ancient One studied him closely. Kurogai, is it? You haven't learned any magic, and yet you were able to control Mordo, she asked with evident curiosity. That's not something a child should be capable of. Kurogai remained composed. Just a small ability of mine. Nothing worth fussing over, he replied. He hadn't expected the person he'd controlled to be Mordo, a name that carried significant weight in the future of the magical world. But that detail wasn't important right now. He was here for one reason. Ancient One, I came to learn. I want you to teach me magic. He looked directly at her, eyes unwavering. He wasn't trying to manipulate her or beg, he believed she had already sensed his sincerity. The Ancient One's expression shifted, her gaze deepening. For a long moment, she didn't speak. It was clear she was probing him, not physically, but metaphysically. Trying to unravel the mystery of who, or what, he really was. Your origin. I can't fully see it, she said finally. But your future? Now that is even more intriguing. Kurogai's expression tightened. He wasn't surprised the Ancient One couldn't trace his origin, his presence in this world transcended the rules of the Marvel Universe. But her last sentence caught his full attention. What do you mean, my future is more interesting? She turned, slowly pacing in a half-circle around him. I see many futures, Kurogai, she said. Countless paths. Countless decisions. Usually, a single person's future branches into many outcomes. But you, no matter the path, no matter the variables, your future always loops back to the same point. She paused. You become something. Inevitable. That declaration startled even Kurogai. Whether as the world's salvation or its ruin, you are tied to the fate of this planet in every timeline I've glimpsed, she continued. Even when the events of your life change, when the details shift, your impact does not. I have never seen anything like it. Time, she explained, was fluid. A small shift in a person's life, an apple falling, a word unspoken, could ripple into completely different destinies. The rise or fall of a hero often hinged on something as simple as timing or chance. Yet Kurogai's fate wasn't like that. You're a fixed point, she whispered, more to herself than to him. No matter which current of time touches you, you remain the same storm. Even in paths where Kurogai became a tyrant, or a savior, or something in between, his existence always led to world-changing consequences. This wasn't normal. It wasn't even possible under natural laws of time and fate. It was destiny, or something far beyond it. For the first time in many years, the Ancient One was genuinely stunned. You're not just extraordinary, she said. You're unprecedented. And Kurogai, standing calmly in the center of the sanctum, said nothing. But deep inside, he smiled. Drop a power stone. Unlock bonus chapters. Chapter 30, The Future. The only future, how could something like that even be possible? Kurogai narrowed his eyes, deeply considering the Ancient One's words. The implications were far from simple. Whatever she had seen in his fate wasn't ordinary. But he didn't have the time to unravel destiny, not yet. All right. Never mind the future, Kurogai said calmly, looking directly at her. What I want right now is to learn magic. That's the reason I came. The Ancient One remained silent for a while, her gaze fixed on him, as if calculating something far beyond the present. After a long pause, she finally spoke. I will not teach you magic, nor will I take you as my student. But Kamartaj is a sacred place for those who seek the mystic arts. No one has the right to deny a person the path if they truly desire to walk it. With those cryptic words, she raised her hand, conjured a glowing golden portal, and disappeared through it without another glance. The shimmering ring vanished behind her, leaving behind a silence that hung heavy in the sanctum. Mordo remained. Draped in his monk's robe, Mordo stood across from Kurogai, his expression unreadable, though frustration flickered in his eyes. So the Sorcerer Supreme refused you, Mordo said coldly. Not surprising. Your intentions are too clouded. I could sense that much. The Geas effect may have been lifted, but the sting of humiliation still clung to Mordo's pride. He had been controlled, by a child, no less, and what's worse, it had happened right in front of the Ancient One. You manipulated me. If that's your idea of earning trust, you failed. Kurogai didn't react. Instead, he offered a faint, knowing smile. You're mistaken. She didn't reject me out of fear or mistrust. She simply chose not to involve herself. To anyone else, the Ancient One's response might have sounded like a firm refusal. But Kurogai had seen something deeper in her words. She didn't want to be tied to him by fate, didn't want the karma. Whatever she'd seen in his future, it was enough for her to keep her distance. But she hadn't closed the door. Her final sentence said it all. Camartage is open. Anyone who seeks magic can walk its halls. She wasn't going to stop him. She may not have accepted me, but she didn't stand in my way either, Kurogai thought. That's more than enough. He chuckled quietly to himself, already plotting his next steps. The Ancient One had made a choice. She was giving him a path without obligations, without allegiance. Hearing Kurogai laugh to himself only fueled Mordo's annoyance. Whatever game you think you're playing, this is the New York Sanctum. And I guard it. Get out. Kurogai nodded casually. He had no interest in staying here any longer anyway. Perhaps we'll meet again. With that, he turned and walked away, not sparing another glance at Mordo. Watching his figure disappear, Mordo muttered under his breath. Strange kid. At least now I don't have to see him again. Of course, Mordo would be seeing him again. And that next meeting would be far more complicated. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Inside Nick Fury's office, Natasha Romanoff entered with a thick folder in hand. Director, we've completed the analysis on the explosion, she reported. Fury took the report and began flipping through it, his eye sharp as ever. Let's hear it, he said. The location was confirmed as a Hydra base. Based on our findings, it looks like they detonated the place themselves. Fury grunted. No. They didn't choose to destroy it. They were forced. You're right, Natasha replied. And that's not all. We found traces of someone significant. Fury raised an eyebrow. Who? Whitehall. The name hit the room like a punch. Even Fury paused, blinking in surprise before letting out a long, low sigh. That bastard. We've been chasing him for years. He set the report down. He finally slips up, and it's a damn kid that takes him out. I don't know whether to laugh or be furious. He didn't just take him out, Natasha added. He erased the entire base. Fury leaned back in his chair, hands steepled, eyes distant. We've been in this game for decades, and somehow a kid manages what we couldn't. Either we failed, or he's far more dangerous than we thought. p@trian.com/zphyr_. Change it to a, Chapter 31, Donations. Nick Fury sat in his office, rubbing his temples as yet another headache brewed. His mind was consumed with problems Kurogai neither knew of nor cared about. The mysterious young man had his own agenda. He was heading to Camartage to learn the mystic arts. But before that, he had unfinished business. Send a gift to the orphanage, Kurogai muttered to himself. Though Camartage wasn't far from New York, and the Sanctum Sanctorum stood as a beacon of magic within the city, Kurogai knew he might not return anytime soon. He wanted to ensure the orphanage was well taken care of in his absence. With that thought, his figure vanished into the shadows of the street. A few days later, Mary's orphanage, now relocated. A knock echoed at the front door of the orphanage's new location. Hello. Is this Mary's orphanage? Asked a man in a tailored suit, standing alongside several others dressed just as formally. Director Mary, who answered the door herself, looked confused but calm. Yes, I'm Mary, the director. Can I help you? Good afternoon, Director Mary, said the first man. I represent the Eddy Foundation. We're here with a donation. Another stepped forward. We're from Seagull Enterprises, also here to contribute. And I'm with Monarch Investments, we've come to donate as well. More followed, each bearing checks with multiple zeros. None of them knew exactly why their CEOs had suddenly grown generous overnight, but it was their job to carry out orders, and carry them out perfectly. Director Mary stood frozen for a moment, overwhelmed. Donations weren't uncommon, but this many, at once, and in such large amounts, was unheard of. These were life-changing sums. Unbeknownst to her, this miraculous generosity had a single orchestrator, Kurogai. After verifying the legitimacy of the donations, Mary finally accepted them with gratitude. With this kind of funding, the orphanage's future was secured. The children could attend school, live comfortably, and finally have a stable home. To her, it felt like a blessing from above. Around the corner, a tall figure in a black trench coat leaned casually against a lamppost, observing silently. Beneath the brim of a dark hat, two heterochromatic eyes glowed, one purple, one gold. Kurogai's lips curled into a faint smile as he saw Mary accept the help. Without another word, he turned and vanished into the wind. Meanwhile, at SHIELD HQ. Director Nick Fury stared at the screen, still dealing with the lingering tension surrounding the recent activities of Kurogai. Ignoring Kurogai? Not an option. The higher-ups wouldn't allow such a volatile figure to roam freely. He was a wild card, capable of incredible destruction if pushed too far. But pursuing him? That was equally dangerous. Fury had already witnessed the depth of Kurogai's abilities that could crush even SHIELD agents in silence. Angering someone like him wasn't a risk Fury was willing to take. Beep, beep, beep. His communicator blinked. He opened the line, visibly irritated. What now? There's activity at the orphanage, came the voice on the other end. Fury listened. His eyes narrowed as the report rolled in. Understood, he muttered after a long pause. He tapped a button on his desk. Natasha, remove Kurogai from the active watch list. We're not pursuing him anymore. Elsewhere, Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Inside the darkened chamber of Cerebro, Professor Charles Xavier removed the telepathic helmet with a thoughtful expression. Jean, he said quietly. Tell Scott to recall the X-Men. Bring the team back. She looked surprised but nodded and left to follow his order. Professor X sat silently for a moment. He had once believed Kurogai might spiral into villainy, an isolated powerhouse with no moral anchor. He'd even sanctioned forceful intervention, hoping to bring him into the fold before it was too late. But today, he saw something different. Someone who remembered where he came from. Someone who gave generously to the very place that raised him. No matter how distant or cold Kurogai appeared, that kind of man wasn't lost yet. And so, Professor X rescinded his efforts to find or recruit Kurogai. He no longer saw the need. Kurogai, meanwhile, remained unaware of all this. He didn't care much for the politics of mutants or secret agencies. He had already left New York behind and was now headed down a new path, the path to Camartage, where mystic forces and ancient secrets awaited him. The world had yet to see what Kurogai was truly capable of. Wanna read in ahead of everyone else? Join my Patreon to get access to 70+ chapters in advance. patreon.com/zphyr_. Change it to A, Chapter 32, going to Camartage. New York Sanctum. Inside a quiet chamber, Mordo sat in deep meditation. Ever since the day Kurogai had seized control of his mind, Mordo had felt humiliated and challenged. In the days since, he had immersed himself in relentless training, determined never to be caught off guard again. A monk entered, bowing slightly. Master Mordo, the boy with the strange eyes has returned. What? He actually dared to come back. Mordo's eyes snapped open, a flash of anger beneath his calm expression. The audacity of Kurogai returning here stirred something dark in him. Lead the way, Mordo growled, rising to his feet. He moved swiftly toward the sanctum's main hall, eager to confront the boy who had once humiliated him. In the grand hall of the New York Sanctum, Kurogai stood calmly, admiring the mystical relics and symbols around him. His gaze was casual, yet focused, he wasn't here to linger. Not long after, Mordo stormed in. Long time no see, Mordo, Kurogai said smoothly, flashing a subtle grin. Told you we'd meet again. Mordo's jaw clenched. He hadn't forgotten how Kurogai had once taken control of him like a puppet. That memory burned. What are you doing here? Mordo snapped. You don't belong here. He wanted nothing more than to blast Kurogai out of the sanctum with raw magic, but he couldn't. The sanctum had rules. Violence within its walls was forbidden unless faced with a direct threat. I need to use the portal to Camartage, Kurogai said plainly, his tone devoid of hesitation. There were only two ways to reach Camartage, one, by trekking across continents to reach Kathmandu. The other? Use the portal here in the New York Sanctum. Kurogai had no interest in the former. Mordo scoffed. Absolutely not. The Sorcerer Supreme made it clear, you're not welcome. You will not become a sorcerer, and I won't let you near that portal. Leave. He crossed his arms, ready for confrontation. Kurogai simply smiled. Exactly what I expected you'd say. That's why I came prepared. Mordo's eyes narrowed. The smug tone in Kurogai's voice put him on high alert. His hands moved instinctively, conjuring magical sigils in the air. A fiery aura flickered around him as a glowing shield began to take shape. I won't let you control me again, Mordo said firmly, bracing himself. After their last encounter, he'd studied Kurogai's mysterious powers, especially that bizarre eye of his. From what he'd gathered, Kurogai could only use that particular power once on any given person. Still, he wasn't taking chances. I never said I was going to control you, Kurogai replied, casually watching the magic circle form. He looked curious, not combative. Mordo eased just slightly, wary but not sensing immediate danger. Maybe this time would be different. Crack. A dull thud echoed in the room. Mordo staggered as pain flared at the back of his head. His vision blurred. Turning slightly, he saw the same monk who'd warned him earlier, now holding a wooden staff. And in the monk's eyes, a faint red glow. "You misunderstood," Kurogai said softly. "I never said I'd control you. I plan to control someone else." Mordo collapsed. Kurogai turned to the monk and gave a simple order. "Take me to the portal. Open it." The monk bowed silently and led him through the inner halls of the sanctum. Soon, they arrived at a tall, rune-etched archway. With a few practiced movements, the monk activated the spell work, and the portal shimmered to life. Kurogai's eyes glinted with fascination. Even with his ever-growing power, spatial magic still intrigued him. Through the portal, he saw a stone chamber, one he knew to be the central nexus of Kamartaj. Without hesitation, Kurogai stepped through. Kamartaj. He emerged into the heart of Kamartaj, surrounded by ancient stone and incense-filled air. The architecture was quiet, mystical, almost sacred. Unlike the towering modern chaos of New York, Kamartaj carried a calm, timeless atmosphere. Kurogai stepped outside into the open courtyard. Solid wooden buildings surrounded him, old, elegant, and alive with quiet power. The environment was unlike anything in the West. Even the air felt different. "So this is it," he murmured. "Portals really are something else. I need to learn that magic." That was one of the reasons he came here, not just for power, but for convenience. Magic like this. It could make anything possible. As he wandered the grounds, taking in the details, he spotted her. A bald woman in a flowing white robe sat in quiet meditation, reading a tome in the inner hall. The Ancient One. Kurogai's expression remained unreadable, but his eyes gleamed with purpose. This meeting had been a long time coming. If there are errors, kindly point them out and forgive Bash Review's cause of it. _ More chapters. You know the drill. Power stones equals fuel for extra heat. Chapter 33, Mordo's Faith. Sorcerer Supreme, Kurogai greeted as he stepped forward. "We meet again." Upon seeing the Ancient One, Kurogai made no attempt to avoid her. Calm and composed, he approached with his hands clasped politely. "Have a seat," the Ancient One said warmly. "I just brewed a pot of clear tea." She wasn't surprised by Kurogai's arrival. In fact, she had expected it, though not quite so soon. The speed at which he deciphered the deeper meaning of her previous words and arrived at Kamartaj had mildly impressed her. "It's been a while since I've enjoyed tea," Kurogai said with a faint chuckle as he took the seat across from her, wasting no time in savoring the fragrance. The Ancient One reached into her robes and pulled out a small bracelet, engraved with a unique, rune-like pattern, somewhat resembling the Eye of Agamotto. "This is for you," she said. "It will allow you to move freely throughout Kamartaj. There are some areas off-limits, for your own safety. Aside from those, you're welcome to explore. Your room is ready, one of the monks will escort you shortly. I hope you'll find your stay comfortable." Though Kamartaj was a sanctuary for mystics, it wasn't without danger. Dimensional anomalies and ancient relics with volatile energy existed in deeper chambers. Given Kurogai's current power level, unrestricted access would be reckless. Kurogai nodded and accepted the bracelet. "Thank you, Sorcerer Supreme. I hope your time here yields growth," she replied, her tone neutral but laced with meaning. As the two shared tea in tranquil silence, a loud commotion erupted outside. "Search carefully. Someone slipped in, we need to find him." The voice was unmistakably Mordo's, frustrated and commanding. Kurogai raised an eyebrow. The Ancient One simply sighed, a knowing smile tugging at her lips. She had already deduced the truth. There was only one way Kurogai could have arrived so quickly, through the New York Sanctum's portal. And since that sanctum was currently under Mordo's guard, she could imagine the events that had just played out. Mordo's temperament left no room for subtlety or forgiveness, especially after last time. Clearly, Kurogai had bested him again. And now, Mordo was storming through Kamartaj in pursuit, utterly unaware that the very person he was hunting was sipping tea across from the Sorcerer Supreme. "You've seen the foolishness of my disciple," the Ancient One said softly, unable to suppress her amusement. If Mordo had truly listened to her words the last time they spoke, he would have understood her intent. She had left the door open for Kurogai's return. Unfortunately, Mordo had misread the message entirely. "It's not important," Kurogai replied calmly. He had no intention of creating drama in the Sorcerer Supreme's domain, and he trusted she'd handle it. "Mordo. Come in." Her voice echoed through the hall, calm and commanding. Moments later, Mordo appeared at the entrance, flanked by several monks. The instant he laid eyes on Kurogai sitting comfortably across from the Ancient One, his fury ignited. You actually dared to come here. Without hesitation, Mordo conjured a glowing magical whip in both hands. Arcane runes lit up as he sketched a sigil midair, channeling energy with deadly precision. Enough, Mordo. The Ancient One's voice was firm, but not loud. A golden light shot from her fingertip, dispersing Mordo's magic instantly, like a breeze extinguishing a flame. Mordo stood frozen, disbelief clouding his features. Sorcerer Supreme, why did you stop me? He ambushed me and snuck into Camartage. You told him he wasn't allowed here. His voice cracked slightly, not from fear, but from a deep sense of betrayal. He looked to the Ancient One, the person he respected most, as if hoping she'd explain away this injustice. But the truth cut deep. Why was she protecting Kurogai? I don't understand, Mordo muttered, his eyes darkening. I'm your disciple. I follow your teachings. That kid, he disrespected everything we stand for. And yet you side with him. The Ancient One said nothing at first, simply letting him speak. But inside, Mordo's emotions were unraveling. I refuse to accept this, he snapped. Why are you protecting him? The hurt was clear in his voice. His loyalty, his training, none of it seemed to matter in this moment. Not when the person he viewed as nothing more than a reckless outsider was being treated like a welcomed guest. Mordo's composure cracked completely. His faith had been shaken. Don't be stingy, send power stones. Chapter 34, Second Ring. Camartage. Inside the quiet hall of Camartage, Kurogai sat with calm ease, slowly sipping the warm, aromatic tea prepared by the Ancient One. Despite Mordo's loud protest echoing through the chamber, Kurogai remained composed. He had no reason to react, the Ancient One had already made her stance clear. Mordo couldn't touch him. And Kurogai knew it. The Ancient One had personally allowed his presence at Camartage. Whatever fury Mordo carried now was pointless. Kurogai observed it all in silence, almost amused by the display. Supreme Sorcerer, please explain, Mordo demanded. Why are you stopping me? You said it yourself, he wasn't allowed to learn magic. I was only enforcing your command. Why are you protecting him now? His voice echoed with frustration, not entirely unjustified. While Mordo certainly had his pride, he was also clinging to what he believed was duty. Yet to him, this sudden shift by the Ancient One felt like betrayal. The Ancient One sighed softly, eyes narrowing. Mordo, you're still so foolish. Go. Reflect. Return only when you understand. Her voice held a firm disappointment, not of anger, but of expectation unmet. She waved her hand gently. A golden rune flared beneath Mordo's feet, a portal. The shimmering circle swirled open to reveal the interior of the New York sanctum. No. Sorcerer Supreme, Mordo protested, but it was too late. His body was drawn into the portal, vanishing in an instant. Kurogai watched silently. An elegant move, he said softly, lowering his teacup. He understood the Ancient One's decision clearly. By sending Mordo back instead of arguing or punishing him, she showed restraint, and a glimmer of hope. She still believed Mordo could mature and understand her intentions on his own. At the same time, she had cleared the path for Kurogai to remain and learn. Keeping the two of them apart was likely for the best. I must say, your insight is remarkably mature for someone your age, the Ancient One commented, a faint smile on her lips. Kurogai offered a small shrug. His expression didn't change, but he appreciated the remark. He wasn't like most kids. He never had been. Now then, the Ancient One continued, her tone returning to calm formality, you will be shown to your room. One of the monks will also guide you through Camartage to help you settle in. She raised her hand, and a monk appeared silently at the door, bowing in respect. Kurogai followed the monk through a series of quiet corridors, passing rows of wooden columns and glowing lanterns. Eventually, they arrived at a modest room with minimal furnishings, just a bed, a desk, and a small shelf. After a brief explanation, the monk was about to take his leave when Kurogai stopped him. Wait. Where's the library? The monk blinked in surprise. The library? Yes. Camartage has one, doesn't it? Kurogai asked. A place with magical texts. The monk nodded, recovering quickly. Though he didn't know much about Kurogai, the fact that the Ancient One herself had assigned him meant he was not to be taken lightly. Of course. Exit your room, turn right, and walk to the end of the corridor. That's where the collection is kept. Got it. Thanks, Kurogai said, offering a rare smile. The monk gave a respectful nod and left. Kurogai straightened the room briefly before stepping out, making his way toward the library. With the directions clear in his mind, he arrived quickly at a large, intricately carved door. Without hesitation, he pushed it open. Inside the library, rows of ancient tomes lined towering shelves. The scent of parchment and incense lingered in the air. "You there, stop." A voice echoed from nearby. "This area is restricted. No entry without the Ancient One's permission." Kurogai turned to see a man in ceremonial robes sitting at a nearby desk. His features were stern, his expression serious. This was the librarian, a monk charged with protecting the library's secrets. "I'm Kurogai." "The Ancient One allowed me entry," Kurogai replied calmly, holding up his wrist. The monk's eyes narrowed as he examined the bracelet. The runic insignia embedded in it confirmed the truth. "I see," he said after a pause. "You're permitted. Avoid the restricted section, and you may study what you like. If you have questions, ask." "Thanks," Kurogai said. "I actually do have one." "Which books are good for a beginner?" "Something foundational." The librarian nodded slightly, warming up to the boy's directness. "Start with the new cosmology and the general theory of magical fundamentals. They'll give you what you need to grasp the basics." Kurogai moved to the shelves, retrieved the 2 books, and took a seat at the nearby table. As he opened the first book, he felt something stir, a tingling deep in his eye. The ultimate eye, long dormant, flickered with energy. But this wasn't from the outermost ring, it was deeper. The second pupil ring was awakening. He had met the condition to unlock it. Want to read ahead of everyone else? Chapter 35, Second Eye Technique. The second pupil ring is reacting. Just as I expected. Kurogai's eyes lit up with excitement. Since unlocking the first pupil ring of the ultimate eye, nothing had happened for a long time, until now. Triggering another pupil ring meant gaining a new ability, and to Kurogai, that meant power. And power was exactly what he desired. Without hesitation, Kurogai closed his eyes and focused his spirit entirely on the ultimate eye embedded in his forehead, eager to discover the conditions and nature of the second ring's ability. First, what triggered it? As he concentrated, a stream of mental data surged into his mind from the ultimate eye. Kurogai blinked, briefly stunned. The activation requirement was knowledge. Not energy. Not combat. Magic knowledge. It was unexpected, but strangely fitting. Magic was, after all, not just energy, it was structure, logic, symbols, intention, and immense understanding. To awaken the second ring, he needed to absorb enough magical theory and spiritual comprehension. Not power. Not battle. So I just need to read. That's it. Kurogai chuckled to himself, the corner of his lips twitching upward. Looks like I'll be spending a lot more time in the library. Compared to risking his life in duels, this condition was almost laughably easy. Just studying in a safe, sacred place like Kamartaj, sipping tea while absorbing knowledge. That was paradise. In fact, this condition couldn't have suited him better. He was already in a sanctuary of magical learning, surrounded by books and tomes that stretched back millennia. Here, unlocking the second pupil ring wasn't just possible, it was inevitable. Ultimate Eye, maybe you do have a heart, Kurogai muttered, amused. He set a small but clear goal for himself, read every book in Kamartaj at least once. Over the following hours, Kurogai immersed himself in study. Time passed quickly, and soon the orange glow of twilight stretched through the windows. He eventually gathered a few basic tomes and returned to his quarters. The librarian didn't object, he had been instructed by the Ancient One herself that Kurogai was free to study as he pleased. The first book had taken him longer than expected, given his lack of magical foundation. But on the second day, everything changed. As soon as he finished the last page of the introductory text, a clear, ringing message echoed in his mind. You have acquired sufficient magical knowledge to unlock the second pupil ring. Do you wish to activate it? Kurogai didn't hesitate for a second. Yes. The response triggered an immediate transformation. Warm energy surged from the ultimate eye, flowing like liquid heat into his body and coalescing behind his eyes. He gasped as a sensation of power bloomed across his vision, warm, precise, overwhelming. A faint crimson glow radiated from his pupils, complex magical runes forming like stardust within his irises. Alone in his room, Kurogai opened his eyes, and saw the change. His eyes now burned with 5-pointed vermilion stars layered with intricate arcane circuits. The second pupil ring had awakened. This is, the magic eye. The ultimate eye fed him detailed knowledge as it adapted to the new ability. This wasn't just any eye. It was part of a legendary set known in mystic history as the magic eyes, also referred to in some traditions as demon eyes. These ocular techniques were revered for their uncanny ability to manipulate and analyze magic itself. There were 5 legendary types. Replicate Eye. Annihilation Eye. Dreambind Eye. Grudge Eye. Future Eye. And the one Kurogai had awakened first, was the Replicate Eye. Replicate Eye, ability, perfect analysis and copy. Upon visual contact with a spell, the user can instantly deconstruct the arcane structure of the magic, including energy type, intent, runes, and delivery pattern. Even if a spell is only partially cast, the eye records and analyzes it, allowing replication later. At mastery, the user can transform, enhance, or fuse magic, effectively crafting new spells based on observed components. This is perfect. Kurogai's mind flooded with potential. He didn't just have access to magic anymore, he had a tool to absorb it, refine it, and even surpass it. In battle, it meant that even the most complex spells held no mystery. In theory, he could see a spell once, and make it his. At its peak, the Replicate Eye allowed users to complete a spell faster than the original caster. A delay of even a fraction of a second was enough for Kurogai to intervene, counter, or overwhelm. No magic was safe from him anymore. In a world where spells were weapons, and sorcery meant survival, the Replicate Eye wasn't just useful. It was terrifying. And for Kurogai, it was only the beginning. Don't be shy, unleash those power stones. Chapter 36, 1-year time skip. Morning light streamed softly through the open windows of Camartage, casting golden hues across the room. Kurogai slowly opened his eyes, emerging from a restful sleep. After washing up, he didn't head to the library immediately. Instead, he turned and walked deeper into the ancient sanctuary, eventually arriving at a vast, quiet hall where 3 towering doors stood on 3 walls. This was the teleportation nexus of Camartage, each portal a stable link to one of the 3 sanctums, New York, London, and Hong Kong. Kurogai had learned much over the past few months. The Ancient One had granted him unusual access, far more than most guests ever received. He could move between the sanctums freely, and very few areas in Camartage were off-limits to him. Without hesitation, he stepped through one of the large doors. In an instant, space distorted and shifted. He emerged into a large, circular chamber, one belonging to the Hong Kong sanctum. Back again, Kurogai, came a voice with a chuckle. An elderly monk sweeping the floor looked up at him, offering a warm smile. Morning, Kurogai replied, nodding casually as he passed. Exiting the sanctum through its concealed exit, he stepped onto a bustling street. Sounds of city life filled the air, vendors shouting, traffic humming, people moving with purpose. The air smelled of spices and food. Just down the road, Kurogai arrived at a small street-side diner. The owner, a short, balding man with a warm expression, beamed when he saw him. Same order as usual. Yeah. The usual, Kurogai answered with a faint smile. Though the food here wasn't American, it was what he missed, simple, comforting, and far from the usual fare served at Camartage. Fried breadsticks, soy milk, rice porridge, things he hadn't tasted since before arriving. It became a routine. With the Hong Kong portal open to him, Kurogai often came for breakfast. He liked the familiarity. Even the shop owner had grown accustomed to him. After finishing his meal, he returned through the sanctum and headed back to Camartage's magic library, resuming the only thing he'd truly committed himself to. Reading. A year had passed. Every day, Kurogai spent hours in the library, absorbing every scrap of magical theory he could. At night, he meditated, tempering his spirit and refining his control. He hadn't practiced a single spell. He hadn't even learned formal spellcasting. And yet, his knowledge now rivaled the most learned mystics in the temple. Because he didn't need to learn magic the way others did. With the power of his Replicate Eye, the second pupil ring of the Ultimate Eye, he could copy magic instantly, as long as he understood its structure. To deepen this ability, he needed more magical knowledge. Just like the first pupil ring, the Geas Eye, which grew stronger through emotional resonance, the Replicate Eye evolved through comprehension. And so, he read. Tirelessly. Every tome, scroll, and codex in the library. By now, Kurogai had consumed the majority of the magical archive. In terms of theoretical magic, he was now one of the leading minds in Camartage. In a silent chamber deep within the sanctuary, the air suddenly shimmered. The center of the floor fractured like glass, and through the breach stepped a bald woman in flowing robes. The Ancient One had returned. A few moments later, a robed figure approached and bowed respectfully. It was Wang, keeper of Camartage's library and trusted attendant of the Sorcerer Supreme. You've returned, Master. The Ancient One nodded. Yes, Wang. What has happened while I was away? She had been gone for nearly a year, traveling through dimensions, watching over the mystical barriers that shielded Earth from interdimensional threats. Her responsibilities extended far beyond Camartage. Wang answered calmly, the sanctums are stable. No reports of intrusion or conflict. The students continue their training without issue. Then he paused, looking slightly uncertain. Well, there is one unusual thing. The Ancient One raised an eyebrow. Unusual. Wang rarely used that word. Yes, he replied. Do you recall the boy you brought here last year, Kurogai, she said without hesitation. He had made quite the impression. What about him? Wong exhaled. He now goes by a nickname. They call him the magic theory expert. The Ancient One blinked. Wong continued, he spends every day in the library. Studying. Reading. He hasn't attempted spellcasting. Not once. Just theory. All year. The Ancient One stood in silence for a moment, genuinely surprised. Tired of waiting. Unlock 60+ chapters and read ahead of everyone, Omega. Chapter 37, Sparring. You mean Kurogai hasn't practiced a single spell this entire time? He's just been reading books in the library. The Ancient One looked at Wong with genuine surprise. It sounded almost unbelievable. Most magical texts were dense and difficult, steeped in ancient theory and abstract principles. Nearly every apprentice, upon grasping the basics of a spell, would rush to practice it. After all, mastering magic was the goal. But Kurogai. He hadn't cast a single spell. Yes, Wong said with a sigh. I didn't believe it at first either. I thought maybe the other students were exaggerating. But after watching him myself for several days, it's true. Wong crossed his arms, clearly perplexed. I even tried encouraging him to begin training, but he wasn't interested. He just kept reading. That's all he's done, for a year. Fascinating. The Ancient One murmured. I'll go see him myself. Her arrangement with Kurogai had always been hands-off, no personal instruction, only access. Camartage would be open to him, and what he made of it was his own decision. But even so, this approach was unexpected. She was curious now. With a wave of her hand, a golden portal opened. She stepped through. The swirling energy vanished as she appeared inside the library. The scent of ancient paper, incense, and candle wax filled the air. Across the quiet hall, she spotted Kurogai, hunched slightly over an open tome, eyes scanning line after line. Kurogai, she called gently as she approached, how is your study progressing? He blinked, slowly looking up. Ancient One. You're back. There was genuine surprise in his tone. He hadn't sensed her approach, clearly, he'd been too focused. I heard from Wong that you've spent the past year doing nothing but reading. Why not train your casting? Theory is valuable, yes, but application is everything. She got straight to the point. There was no judgment in her voice, only curiosity. Kurogai smiled faintly. Because I don't need to, he said calmly. I already know how. It wasn't arrogance. It was the truth. Ever since unlocking the replication eye, spellcasting became unnecessary to learn through traditional means. As long as he saw a spell, even halfway through its casting, he could instantly analyze and comprehend it. Its structure, energy flow, elemental affinity, intention, and effect, all of it would become his. In a sense, he didn't need to learn magic. He only needed to see it. And that's why he remained here, absorbing as much magical theory as possible. Understanding the logic behind sorcery gave his replication eye broader scope. Power came not from casting recklessly, but from mastery. Of course, he didn't expect others to understand. Nor did he care to explain himself. What others thought had never mattered to him. I see, the Ancient One said slowly. She regarded him for a moment longer, then her lips curled into a small, amused smile. In that case, would you be interested in a friendly duel against one of our Camartage mages? Kurogai's eyes lit up, the corner of his mouth rising in subtle amusement. Sounds fun, he replied. I accept. Good. Tomorrow, same time. Training grounds, she said, already opening a portal behind her. I'll be waiting. With that, she stepped through and vanished. She wouldn't be fighting him herself. That would be unfair, and both of them knew it. She would choose someone else, someone worthy. Someone who could truly test him. As silence returned to the library, Kurogai leaned back in his seat, fingers lightly drumming the table. So, it's finally time to see what I can really do, he muttered to himself. It had been a full year. A year of silent growth, of deep study, of power simmering beneath the surface. He didn't know how strong he'd become. But he was eager to find out. I just hope she picks someone strong enough, or this won't be any fun at all. Drop a power stone. Chapter 38, Learning Spells Through Battle. New York Sanctum, Training Room. Within the dim, rune-etched chamber of the New York Sanctum, Karl Morda was immersed in his training. Dressed in the familiar robes of a Camartage sorcerer, his movements were precise and deliberate, each spell a controlled test of discipline. It had been nearly a year since the Ancient One sent him back from Camartage. Her decision still left a bitter taste in his mouth. That boy, Kurogai, had been given far more trust and leniency than he deserved. Mordo didn't voice his dissatisfaction anymore, but deep down, the resentment still burned. He had spent the year honing his craft, preparing for the day he would prove the Ancient One wrong. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. A fellow monk stepped in with a respectful nod. "Master Mordo, there's news from Camartage." Mordo turned, wiping sweat from his brow. "What kind of news?" "The Ancient One has returned," the monk reported, "and she's summoned several sorcerers for a duel. Against Kurogai." "A duel?" Mordo's expression shifted. Did that boy finally do something reckless? The monk shook his head. "No, it appears to be a test. An arranged match, not punishment." Mordo's excitement dulled slightly, but the fire in his eyes remained. "Understood. You may go." As the monk left, Mordo began preparing to return to Camartage. A full year had passed, but the memory of that smug child still haunted him. If Kurogai was finally stepping into combat, then Mordo intended to be there, for the outcome, or perhaps more. Camartage, training grounds. The stone-paved training arena buzzed with murmurs. The Ancient One stood calmly at its edge, a group of 10 selected sorcerers behind her. They had all been summoned the day before, believing they were about to receive guidance or honor. Instead, they'd been told they would face Kurogai in combat. The announcement had stirred quiet outrage. Magic theory expert. That was Kurogai's nickname among the disciples. A boy who never practiced spells, never trained with the others, only read. Always reading. Never doing. To them, it was an insult. Why match a group of trained sorcerers with someone who hadn't stepped foot in the training yard? Many were eager to put the so-called prodigy in his place. Then, under the weight of their silent judgment, Kurogai finally appeared, walking into the ring with calm confidence. "Apologies," he said to the Ancient One. "I took a wrong turn. I've never actually been to this part of Camartage before." A wave of laughter rolled through the gathered sorcerers. "You've never even been here," one of the younger sorcerers sneered, "and you dare to challenge us?" Kurogai simply smiled and turned his gaze to the Ancient One. She gave a nod. "These are the 10 I've chosen. You may select one to fight." Each of the 10 had varying degrees of skill, some still students, others already adept. It wasn't meant to humiliate him. She simply wanted to see Kurogai's current level in action. "I'll start with him," Kurogai said, pointing directly at the arrogant young sorcerer who had mocked him. The sorcerer stepped forward with a confident smirk. "You chose me. Bad call, kid. I'll show you why theory can't save you in a real fight. The name's Caecilius. Try to remember it." Caecilius jumped into the center of the ring, already activating his sling ring. Sparks flickered at his fingertips, coalescing into a shimmering golden glyph. Kurogai's eyes slowly began to change. His left eye glowed violet, his right a burning gold. Then both shifted, crimson, sharp, and gleaming with intricate patterns that rotated like gears. 5 pointed stars spiraled into place. Second pupil ring, replication eye, activated. In an instant, Caecilius' spell was unraveled before Kurogai's gaze. The runes, the incantation rhythm, the energy flow, all of it became clear. He saw its form. Its intent. Its construction. And in the next second, he had already learned it. p@trian.com/zphyr_. Change it to a, Chapter 39, all of you, come at once. Caecilius was livid. He had come to Camartage seeking power, real power. He had poured endless effort into studying magic, mastering every spell he could get his hands on. And now, the Sorcerer Supreme had pulled him from his training for this. To duel Kurogai, the so-called magic theory expert. The nickname was a joke. Kurogai was known for doing nothing but reading, never practicing, never sparring. Just buried in books. And now, the Ancient One was treating him like an equal. Like they were on the same level. No. Caecilius wouldn't accept that. He would make an example of Kurogai, crush him right here in front of everyone and prove that action always outweighed theory. Magic surged through Caecilius' hand as he traced a sharp rune into the air. Sparks danced as the energy solidified into a whip of golden light. Magic whip. With a cold smirk, Caecilius lashed it straight toward Kurogai. But just as the whip closed the distance, Kurogai raised his hand. In a flash of motion and glowing energy, he conjured the exact same whip, the rune forming faster than should have been humanly possible. Their two magic whips collided in a brilliant burst of sparks. Boom. Both whips vanished in a blinding clash of energy, dissipating into the air. Caecilius staggered slightly, stunned. What? That's impossible. His eyes narrowed in disbelief. He had started forming his rune before Kurogai had even moved, he was certain of it. And yet, Kurogai's spell had been not just completed, but cast, before his own. Doesn't that mean, he's faster than me? Caecilius clenched his fists. The more adept a sorcerer was at a spell, the quicker they could cast it. Kurogai's precision and speed, it surpassed his own. How? He'd trained relentlessly. Kurogai was just a scholar. A reader. He had never once even seen him practice. Again. Fueled by rage, Caecilius activated his sling ring, beginning a new incantation. This time, a glowing construct of a long sword began to take shape in the air. But before he could finish, snap. Another whip of light flew from Kurogai's hand and struck his half-formed spell, shattering the construct mid-cast. You're wasting time. Sit down, Kurogai muttered coldly. With a flick of his wrist, he lashed out again. The whip wrapped around Caecilius' torso, and with a burst of force. Crash! Caecilius' body was flung like a rag doll into a stone pillar at the edge of the training ring. The impact was brutal. He gasped, coughing up blood as his body slumped to the floor. You're done, Kurogai said flatly. There was no hint of arrogance, only truth. He hadn't lifted a finger in combat for over a year, but his instincts were honed sharper than ever. He had once walked battlefields, ended lives. A duel like this was barely a warm-up. He turned his gaze back to the remaining sorcerers. Who's next? Silence. Not a single one stepped forward. Eyes that once mocked him were now filled with disbelief and fear. This wasn't the quiet scholar from the library. This wasn't the theory expert they'd dismissed. The way Kurogai moved, the confidence in his execution, he wasn't just a magician. He was a weapon. Even those who had once whispered behind his back could see the difference. Caecilius hadn't even finished casting a second spell before being overwhelmed. This wasn't luck. It was mastery. Your understanding of magic is impressive, the Ancient One finally said, her expression unreadable. She had suspected Kurogai possessed talent, but this exceeded expectations. You've proven yourself. That will be enough for today. The other sorcerers exhaled in relief, some visibly stepping back. They had no desire to become the next to crash against a stone wall. But Kurogai didn't move. His eyes, crimson and glowing with the replication eye, scanned the group again. With respect, Ancient One. I'm not done. His tone was calm, almost too calm. I want to keep going. He raised his hand and pointed at the rest of the group. All of you. Come at once. Don't be shy, send those power stones. Chapter 40, Dual Spells. You can all come at me together. Kurogai's words echoed through the Camartage training ground like a clap of thunder. The arena fell dead silent. For a brief moment, not a single sorcerer moved. But then. This kid's insane. He thinks he can take all of us at once. I've never seen anyone so arrogant, he needs to be put in his place. You're asking for a beating, brat. Their outrage exploded into the open as angry shouts erupted from the group of hand-picked sorcerers behind the Ancient One. Composure and discipline, hallmarks of Camartage training, had evaporated in an instant. And yet, Kurogai stood still, calm and unbothered. If you're too scared, just leave, he said, flicking his hand dismissively like he was shooing away pests. That single gesture fanned their fury into an inferno. Sorcerer Supreme, one of them called out, barely keeping his voice respectful. Please, allow us to teach this fool a lesson. He's insulted all of us. We won't go easy on him. Let us handle this. The Ancient One stared at Kurogai, a mixture of exasperation and mild amusement in her eyes. He certainly had a talent for provocation. But she also understood Kurogai well. He never spoke without purpose. If he issued a challenge like this, it was because he was ready. Very well, she said, nodding. You may proceed, but no killing blows. Keep it within reason. The sorcerers didn't need to be told twice. One by one, they stepped into the circular combat ring, surrounding Kurogai like a pack of wolves. You really think you can handle 10 of us? Don't worry, we'll make sure you're just mostly broken. You won't die, but you'll wish you had. Kurogai didn't flinch. He looked utterly relaxed, his golden and violet eyes gleaming faintly beneath the ambient magic light. Don't worry, he replied dryly. I'll hold back too. That alone was enough to reignite their rage. You arrogant. The sorcerers activated their sling rings in unison. Sparks burst into the air as they conjured spells in a seamless display of training and coordination. Defensive spells were cast by the front line. Magic, shield. While the rear line ready defensive spells. Magic, sword. Magic, whip. This group had trained together for months, maybe years. They knew how to support each other, how to combine spells and formations. Their synchronized tactics were designed to overwhelm. But Kurogai didn't blink. In fact, this was exactly what he wanted, a full test of his limits. The replication eye flared to life in his gaze, a five-pointed star blooming in both irises. Time seemed to slow as layers of magic unraveled before him. Every rune, every symbol, every spell structure cast by his enemies, all of it was exposed and dissected in real time. Shield formation, 7-part lattice. Mana distribution, center heavy. Sword construct, thin blade variation, medium weight, high sharpness. Whip structure, 4-node chain, unstable edge. All of it entered his mind in an instant. Magic, shield. Magic, sword. Both spells formed in Kurogai's hands in under a second, one in each. A glowing, rune-etched shield in his left, a shimmering energy blade in his right. He cast both spells at once, one of the sorcerers gasped. Even the Ancient One narrowed her eyes in surprise. Simultaneous dual casting was no simple feat. It required more than talent, it demanded complete mastery over the spells, perfect mana control, and powerful spiritual focus. Even seasoned sorcerers rarely attempted it. Yet Kurogai executed it flawlessly. He must have already memorized every property of these spells the moment he saw them, the Ancient One realized. So that's the power of his eye. But Kurogai didn't have time to reflect. His body was already moving. With a flash of light, he charged forward, shield raised, sword primed, plunging into the mass of coordinated casters without hesitation. The battle had begun. Want to read ahead of everyone else? Chapter 41, Boundless Magic Energy. Inside Kamartaj's training ground, bursts of fire crackled as swirling energies clashed midair. Sorcerers wielding condensed magic circled a single opponent, a boy who looked no older than 10. In truth, Kurogai was only 7. But thanks to a well-balanced diet, constant magical nourishment, and accelerated physical development, he appeared at least 3 years older. Despite his young appearance, Kurogai wasn't faring too well at the moment. His sparring matches with the other sorcerers had clarified one thing: while his magical proficiency was impressive, there were still gaps in his combat capabilities. In terms of raw magical talent, very few in Kamartaj could rival him. That was largely thanks to the mysterious artifact embedded in him, the Replicate Eye. With it, Kurogai could not only mimic any spell after seeing it once, but master it completely in a short amount of time. His reserves of magical energy were also far above average, most likely due to the Replicate Eye's influence. But he had one obvious flaw: stamina. Despite his intellect and power, Kurogai was still a child. Compared to seasoned adult sorcerers, his endurance lagged behind. Still, what he lacked in sustained strength, he made up for in rapid recovery. No matter how long he fought, fatigue never seemed to catch up to him. Because of this, his best strategy wasn't to drag out fights, it was to overwhelm his opponents quickly and decisively. With that in mind, Kurogai suddenly leapt out of the encirclement. The magical shield on his left arm dissipated instantly. A new spell began forming in his palm, the glowing lines of a rune assembling midair. Moments later, a gleaming sword of light appeared in his grasp, pure, condensed magic in weapon form. "Kid, going without a shield is reckless. You'll get hurt," barked a bearded sorcerer, shield raised. He served as the defensive core of the opposing group. When he saw Kurogai drop his defense, he assumed victory was at hand. "That's only true if you can hit me," Kurogai replied calmly. "You won't get the chance." Smirking, he hurled the magic sword toward the group. It streaked through the air like a missile, slamming into the bearded sorcerer's shield with a deafening crash. A thunderous explosion rocked the training ground. The shield shattered instantly, and the blast sent the burly sorcerer flying out of the combat zone. Eliminated. "Just as I thought," Kurogai murmured, eyes gleaming with curiosity. He had adjusted the runes on the blade moments before throwing it, destabilizing its energy. He hadn't expected it to explode so violently, or be that effective. Still, this was a technique only he could pull off. Few mages could precisely manipulate unstable magic without causing it to blow up in their own hands. The remaining sorcerers stood stunned, clearly not expecting such a result. But after a brief pause, they refocused. They assumed Kurogai couldn't repeat such a move indefinitely and would eventually run out of strength. "Kurogai, there's no way you can keep that up. You'll wear out eventually," one of them called out. Ordinarily, they'd be right. Casting high-level spells consumed enormous energy. For most, that would lead to exhaustion. But Kurogai wasn't most people. He had stamina issues, yes, but his magical reserves were practically bottomless. Another benefit of the eye, one he didn't yet fully understand. But it gave him a clear edge, even if no one else realized it. "Then come test me," Kurogai said, voice steady. Once again, he conjured a sword of light and hurled it toward another shield-bearing mage. The result was identical, another shattering impact, another opponent blasted out of the arena. What followed was almost mechanical. Kurogai didn't bother with close combat or complex strategies. He simply conjured explosive swords and launched them with pinpoint accuracy. One by one, the mages fell. He was a walking artillery battery. Anyone who got in his sights was as good as done. Of course, the Ancient One was observing nearby. Kurogai wasn't allowed to kill during training, but serious injuries. Inevitable. Damn it. How does he still have magic left? This kid's like a bottomless pit. Frustration mounted. What began as a lesson quickly turned into a rout. The other sorcerers were completely on the defensive, their plans shattered along with their shields. Eventually, it ended. The final mage was knocked clean out of bounds, and silence fell over the field. Kurogai stood alone, victorious. The outcome had never been in doubt. If you don't like this Camartage arc, you can let it marinate. There'd be a time skip soon. Send Power Stones BTW. Chapter 42, do you want power? Alright. The battle ends here. The Ancient One stood up calmly. The outcome was already clear, all the Camartage sorcerers had been eliminated from the training arena. Kurogai stood victorious, leaving no room for doubt. Supreme Sorcerer, we. The defeated sorcerers lowered their heads, their faces burning with shame. Dozens of trained magic users had been bested by a child. It was humiliating. But the Ancient One only offered a faint smile. Without scolding or judgment, she simply told them to tend to their wounds and rest. Once the others had left, the Ancient One stepped closer to Kurogai. How are you feeling? That wasn't your limit, was it? She had watched the entire battle unfold and saw the precision in Kurogai's movements. He had fought efficiently, almost effortlessly. That told her he still had energy to spare. It was close, Kurogai answered calmly. But only he knew how much of that was true. The Ancient One studied him. Your magic reserves are the most abundant I've seen. Ordinary sorcerers couldn't do what you just did, hurling spells like bombs again and again without a trace of exhaustion. There was no malice in her tone, only curiosity. His output was extraordinary. If she hadn't already confirmed that Kurogai wasn't tapping into any dark dimensions, she might have suspected as much. Maybe I just have a body more suited for magic, Kurogai replied with a small smile. He had considered the possibilities himself. His magical output far exceeded that of others, and it wasn't just from training. He had two theories. One was the Eye of Replication. Beyond its ability to instantly learn and replicate spells, it might be altering his body, evolving it, allowing him to store and channel far more magic than normal. The second theory had to do with his mutation. Kurogai had long since awakened his X gene, though he hadn't explored its full potential. He suspected that this unexplored power was also influencing his physical growth and energy capacity. He would need time to study it further. Still, his biggest takeaway wasn't the victory itself, it was gaining a clearer understanding of his current capabilities. He now had a more accurate sense of his strengths and limitations. That knowledge was more valuable than anything else. Go and rest, the Ancient One said gently. With a wave of her hand, a golden portal opened before him, a doorway directly to his room. Kurogai wasn't visibly tired, but rest was still important. Besides, he wanted to take the opportunity to reflect on the battle. He nodded to her, stepped into the portal, and vanished. As Kurogai disappeared, the commotion surrounding his battle began to fade, but its effects were far from over. From that moment onward, every sorcerer in Camartage began to look at Kurogai differently. The joke of calling him a theory expert, a prodigy who only understood magic on paper, died out immediately. After all, if a theory expert could defeat over a dozen combat mages, then what did that make them? It quickly became clear that Kurogai wasn't just intelligent, he was dangerously effective in battle. That realization stirred something in the hearts of the other disciples. Shame, perhaps. Or pride. Either way, the atmosphere at Camartage began to shift. Everyone started training harder. Even the Ancient One hadn't anticipated such a ripple effect. Kurogai, meanwhile, remained unaware. He was too busy analyzing his performance, reviewing every move, and planning how to get stronger. In another part of Camartage, within a quiet, isolated room, a figure lay on a bed, bandaged heavily and filled with resentment. It was Caecilius, the first to be knocked out during the challenge. Arrogant and confident, he had been blindsided by the force of Kurogai's power, and Kurogai hadn't held back. As a result, Caecilius had taken the most damage. Though Camartage's healing spells had saved him, he was still bedridden and fuming. How the hell does that kid have so much power? This isn't normal. Caecilius stared at the ceiling, teeth clenched. His pride wouldn't let him believe it was talent alone. He was convinced Kurogai had tapped into some kind of forbidden force. If I had whatever made him that strong, I could destroy him. A whisper broke the silence. Do you want power? A cloaked figure stood at the edge of the room. Wrapped in shadows, their voice was low, almost inhuman. Caecilius jerked upright, startled. Who are you? I'm someone who can show you the way, the figure replied. Tell me, if you were given power, real power, what would you do with it? Caecilius stared hard, a flicker of desperation in his eyes. After a long silence, he spoke. I'd kill that arrogant little bastard. The figure tilted its head. In that case, as you wish. Chapter 43, The Ultimate Body. Caecilius stared at the mysterious black-robed figure who had appeared out of nowhere and promised him power. Rather than feel threatened, he felt excited. A strange feeling welled up in his chest, the sense that this encounter could change everything. People didn't just appear at your lowest moments unless something was about to shift. Deep down, Caecilius knew there would be a price to pay. But he didn't care. Power was worth it. That's why he'd come to Camartage in the first place. And now, this was his chance, not just to gain strength, but to destroy the person who humiliated him, Kurogai. When the cloaked stranger asked why he wanted power, Caecilius didn't hesitate. If you truly seek power, the stranger said, then there's one path, the Ancient One's collection. Hidden deep within the library, her private archives contain knowledge of immense, forbidden strength. Caecilius' eyes lit up. That collection was real. But when he looked up to question the stranger, the figure had already vanished, as if he were never there. Still, Caecilius couldn't forget his words. The Ancient One's collection, forbidden knowledge, a path to true power. If that knowledge could make Kurogai as powerful as he was, then Caecilius would claim it for himself. In his mind, it was already done. Elsewhere in Camartage, within a concealed chamber, the cloaked man materialized once again. He lowered his hood, revealing the face of Karl Mordo. That's right. It was Mordo who had planted the seed in Caecilius' mind. Originally, Mordo had intended to deal with Kurogai himself, but after witnessing the boy's magical skill firsthand, he reconsidered. He wasn't sure if his plan would succeed anymore. So instead, he nudged Caecilius toward the darkness, knowing full well what might happen next. I hope that boy surprises me, Mordo muttered, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It was a subtle manipulation, a test. He was curious to see what Caecilius would do next. Meanwhile, Kurogai was completely unaware of the danger growing in the shadows, not that he would have cared even if he knew. He had more pressing concerns. After the battle, Kurogai had gained a much clearer picture of his magical capabilities. Based on his own analysis, he was now confident that his magic surpassed most of the Camartage sorcerers. If he had to place himself on a scale, he felt he might even stand toe-to-toe with the Sanctum Guardians who protected the three sanctums around the world. Whether he would win or not was uncertain, after all, he had never fought them in earnest. His past duel with Mordo didn't count. He hadn't used pure magic back then, just other skills. So that wasn't a fair benchmark. But one thing was certain, the gap between him and the Ancient One was still massive. The mirror dimension alone was proof of that, a realm Kurogai hadn't even begun to understand. The Ancient One's strength wasn't just raw power, it was deep-rooted, refined through years of study and experience. Kurogai had a long way to go. Why is my magic power so overwhelming compared to everyone else's? That question had lingered in his mind for some time, but the battle made the difference even more obvious. The magic within him was vast, far more than what even the Ancient One had expected. Kurogai hadn't understood it at first, but now he had a theory. It must be the eye, or rather. He closed his eyes, reaching inward. Ultimate Eye, this is your doing, isn't it? He sat in meditation, examining the mysterious power within himself. Time passed. Finally, he opened his eyes. As I thought, it's the Ultimate Eye. The truth became clear. The Ultimate Eye hadn't just altered his vision, it had slowly begun to modify his physical body to withstand the powers it could wield. Some advanced ocular techniques placed enormous strain on the user. Without a reinforced body, using them could cause internal collapse. So when the Ultimate Eye evolved, it had subtly reshaped his body as well, crafting a new vessel that could endure what normal flesh never could. That transformation had a name, the Ultimate Body. The change had been subtle, almost invisible. While the eye's visual mutations were obvious, even down to his heterochromia, the bodily enhancements were far less noticeable. That was why the feedback from the Ultimate Eye hadn't mentioned it until now. But now Kurogai understood, he no longer had an ordinary human body. His entire form had been altered, not to grant him new powers, but to support the immense abilities of the Ultimate Eye. His body had evolved to serve a single purpose. To become the perfect host for power. __. Send Power Stones amigos wilted flower. Chapter 44, Caecilius Defection. Ultimate Body, so it really has this kind of ability. Is this a hidden bonus from the Ultimate Eye? Kurogai smiled, pleasantly surprised. He had assumed that his only advantage was the Ultimate Eye, a powerful ability on its own, but discovering that it had subtly enhanced his body as well was an unexpected gift. And he wasn't about to complain, every benefit was one step closer to his goal. As he studied himself further, Kurogai came to an interesting realization. His body was starting to resemble the mutation of a certain X-gene user, the one codenamed Darwin. Darwin was known for adapting to hostile environments. But Kurogai's adaptation wasn't environmental, it was internal. His body had evolved specifically to handle the strain of high-level ocular abilities. A different form of evolution, yes, but no less impressive. His was a version of Darwin's adaptation, tuned precisely for the unique demands of the ultimate eye. Unlike Darwin, his body couldn't automatically survive space or the ocean floor. But that wasn't the point. His advantage was deeper, built for magical resilience. To handle techniques like the Eye of Magic, his body had been subtly reshaped. That's why his mana reserves were so massive, his body had adjusted itself to house and circulate a staggering amount of magical energy. And thanks to the ultimate body, he didn't suffer the usual side effects of magic overuse. No wonder I didn't collapse after using the Geas Eye so many times during the Hydra operation, Kurogai muttered to himself. It was the ultimate body buffering me. Back then, he had relied heavily on ocular magic with no repercussions. That should have been impossible. But now, everything made sense. This changes everything. Now I can use any eye-based technique freely, no side effects, no risk of overload. He grinned. For someone like Kurogai, who built his combat style around magical eyes and overwhelming energy output, this was more than just good news. It was a breakthrough. Better than any victory. He now had the perfect body to match his power. Excited by the discovery, Kurogai immersed himself in studying the potential of the ultimate body, completely losing track of time. For once, he even forgot about his usual routine of visiting the library to further his magical studies. But his research was interrupted by the sound of a massive bell tolling, its echo rolling across all of Kamartaj. Danger. Kurogai's eyes lifted toward the window. He had lived here long enough to know what that bell meant. Something serious had happened. And even though he was technically a guest, tradition demanded that all present come when summoned. Without hesitation, he followed the other disciples to the main hall at the heart of Kamartaj. The Ancient One stood at the center, her expression like stone, cold and sharp. It was the first time Kurogai had seen her truly angry. I have an announcement, she said. Everyone fell silent. Last night, someone broke into the library. The librarian was killed, and a forbidden scripture was stolen. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Someone had dared commit such a grave offense, here, in Kamartaj, the most sacred stronghold of mystical learning. No wonder the Ancient One was livid. We have identified the traitor, she continued. It was Caecilius. A wave of shock ran through the disciples. The Ancient One's eyes narrowed. Spread the word. Whoever brings Caecilius back, alive, will become my disciple. The declaration sent a clear message, she wanted him caught, no matter the cost. Her fury was no longer hidden, and now the entire Kamartaj was mobilizing. Sorcerers leapt into action, activating spells and scrying portals, scattering across dimensions and continents in pursuit of the traitor. Kurogai, meanwhile, stood still. His expression was dark. He had spent the past year practically living in that library. The librarian had been his guide, his teacher, the one who had first shown him which tomes to study and which paths to walk. Without that guidance, Kurogai might never have become what he was today. And now, that man was dead. His hands clenched at his sides. Kurogai turned and approached the Ancient One. I want in, he said firmly. Let me join the hunt for Caecilius. She regarded him quietly for a long moment. You don't need to be involved in this. You're not one of Kamartaj's disciples. It was true. As far as formal titles went, Kurogai wasn't a student of the mystic arts. Not officially. He had been allowed to train here, but he didn't owe them anything. But the Ancient One didn't understand what this meant to him. This isn't about Kamartaj, Kurogai said evenly. I'm going. I'm telling you out of respect, not to ask permission. His gaze didn't waver. He wasn't a disciple, and that meant the Ancient One had no authority to stop him. This wasn't her mission. It was his. The Ancient One looked at him again, this time with quiet understanding. After a long silence, she nodded. Go. And just like that, she vanished, leaving Kurogai alone in the main hall, already preparing for the hunt. Read up to 70+ chapters by becoming a patron. Chapter 45, Reviving Dormammu. Damn it, Caecilius, you idiot. I've never seen anyone screw up this badly. Inside a sealed chamber of the New York sanctum, Mordo paced back and forth, smashing a vase against the wall in a rare fit of rage. His plan had spiraled completely out of control. The original intention was simple: Caecilius would quietly steal the forbidden scripture, master its secrets in the shadows, and eventually take down Kurogai. That was the script. Clean. controlled. But Caecilius had gone completely off the rails. Not only had he stolen the entire text instead of a few pages, he had murdered the librarian and fled Camartage openly, triggering a manhunt that was shaking the entire magical order. That lunatic, Mordo growled. Now the Sorcerer Supreme herself is involved. If they get to him before I do. His voice trailed off, but the implications were obvious. With her mastery of the mystic arts, the Ancient One would quickly uncover the truth, and Mordo's involvement. He may have hidden his identity during the incitement, but against the eye of Agamotto and her insight, deception was fleeting. And he knew the price for betrayal in Camartage. Dimensional exile. An eternal prison. A place not even time could reach. Mordo shuddered. He couldn't afford to let Caecilius be captured. He had to eliminate him first. With grim determination, Mordo vanished from the New York sanctum, casting a cloaking spell as he began his own hunt for Caecilius. Meanwhile, in London, outside a discreet building marked with the seal of the Vicenti, a lone figure leaned casually against a wall, a long trench coat fluttering in the wind. His heterochromatic eyes shimmered beneath his hair, focused on the sanctum ahead. It was Kurogai. The London sanctum, one of the 3 pillars guarding Earth from extra-dimensional threats, stood quietly before him. But Kurogai knew that peace was a fragile illusion. I didn't recognize Caecilius before, didn't remember he was that guy, he muttered. But everything had come back to him the moment he heard the librarian was dead. Caecilius, former student of the Ancient One. Defector. Servant of Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension. And if Kurogai's hunch was right, the book Caecilius had stolen wasn't just any relic. It was the Book of Cagliostro, the forbidden tome that detailed spells for temporal manipulation, and the summoning of Dormammu himself. Kurogai's brows furrowed. In the original timeline, Caecilius only tore out a few pages. But now, he's taken the whole damn book. The deviation didn't shock him. Since arriving in this world, he'd already noticed the timeline was unstable. The pieces were moving faster than expected, and he'd learned to adapt quickly. Caecilius' next move was also clear. Once exposed to Dormammu's existence, the men would attempt to shatter Earth's magical defenses, and that meant destroying the 3 sanctums one by one. According to memory, the London sanctum was the first to fall. So, Kurogai waited. He wasn't about to wander the globe like the other sorcerers. No, he'd set a trap. Let Caecilius come to him. But after days of waiting in the shadows, there had been no sign of the rogue sorcerer. Patience was thinning. With a flick of his fingers, Kurogai began drawing glowing sigils in the air. The golden runes slowly sank into the earth surrounding the sanctum. It was a pre-warning ward, one of the many magical techniques Kurogai had mastered over the last year. Once triggered, it would immediately alert him to any dimensional energy disturbance in the area. Let's see if you're bold enough to show up. He stepped back, satisfied. Now he didn't need to waste his time sitting here every day. If Caecilius showed up, the spell would let him know. Kurogai conjured a portal, a circular gate of light humming with magical energy, and prepared to visit Director Mary and Sky in the meantime. A distraction would help him recalibrate. But just as he stepped through the gate, flash! His pre-warning spell went off. A sharp magical pulse shot through his mind. Caecilius had arrived. As usual, send power stones. Chapter 46, Elevating the Second Eye. Found you. Kurogai's lips curled into a slight smile as he came to a halt. Originally, he planned to use the opportunity to visit the orphanage. But the moment he stepped through the portal, his pre-warning ward triggered. Caecilius' presence had emerged. There was no time for detours, capturing him took priority. In a flash, Kurogai activated the sling ring on his finger. With a sharp circular motion, he opened a golden portal in front of him and stepped through, vanishing from New York instantly. Near the London sanctum, several figures hurried down the quiet street, cloaked under the shroud of night. At the head was a man in worn monk's robes, his eyes gleaming with faint violet rings, unmistakably Caecilius. Trailing behind him were 4 loyal followers, corrupted and eager. Caecilius turned to them, his voice low but intense. Listen closely. Our target is the building ahead, marked with the diagonal symbol. That is the London sanctum, one of the 3 anchoring points that protect Earth. We infiltrate, eliminate the Guardians silently, and then together, we dismantle the sanctum's protective runes. Once it falls, Dormammu's influence will deepen in this world. The others nodded silently. They had heard this before. Caecilius had become more than persuasive since stealing the Book of Cagliostro. Its forbidden pages had taught him how to draw strength from the dark dimension. His power had grown exponentially, tenfold in mere days. But he wanted more. To bring Dormammu into this world, the sanctums had to fall. He couldn't do it alone. That's why he'd recruited these disciples, tools to carry out his destruction. Understood, they replied in unison, prepared to strike. But before they could move, a calm, almost amused voice echoed from above. "TSK, TSK. I expected something grander from you, Caecilius. Maybe a bold entrance, a declaration of power. But rats in the dark are still just rats. Sneaking around suits you." Caecilius and his followers whipped around, eyes darting upward. Standing nonchalantly on the rooftop across from them was a young man in a trench coat, leaning with his arms crossed. His heterochromatic eyes gleamed with cold amusement. "Kurogai." Caecilius' expression twisted with rage. "You, that damn brat." The instant he laid eyes on him, Caecilius knew. This was his nemesis, the one who humiliated him, the root of his disgrace. "You walked into your grave, boy. I won't let you escape this time. Kill him." The followers surged forward as Caecilius raised a glowing red rune in his palm, charging his attack. But Kurogai didn't flinch. "These amateurs," he said with a mocking smirk. A glowing sword of pure light surged into existence in Kurogai's hand. With a swift throw, the blade tore through the air and exploded in the center of the group. Boom. In one flash, all 4 followers were obliterated. Their shields, if they even managed to cast them, shattered instantly. Even full-fledged Camartage sorcerers struggled to withstand Kurogai's magic. These dark disciples never stood a chance. Caecilius barely reacted. He hadn't expected them to win. They were distractions, pawns to buy time. And it worked. While Kurogai dealt with them, Caecilius had summoned his weapon, a dark-forged magical sword, pulsing with corrupted energy. Its blade was unlike any conjured by traditional spells, infused with the essence of Dormammu's realm. Kurogai's gaze sharpened. A magic sword infused with dark energy. Interesting, but still useless. As he raised his eyes, a distinct change occurred, a crimson 5-pointed star formed in each iris. The Eye of Replication had activated. He wasn't just here to defeat Caecilius, he was here to learn. The magic Caecilius was using came from the Book of Cagliostro. It was dark magic, forbidden and ancient, something Kurogai hadn't encountered in the Camartage libraries. He needed that knowledge. As Caecilius swung the sword, Kurogai's eyes pulsed, silently recording every movement, rune, and fluctuation of magical energy. Within moments, he had copied the spell's structure. And then, something stirred. Within Kurogai's left eye, hidden beneath the replication eye, the ultimate eye pulsed for the first time in a year. A faint message echoed in his mind. Second pupil ring saturation reached. Eligibility for elevation confirmed. Would you like to proceed with advancement? Kurogai's expression shifted slightly. Things were about to get far more interesting. Chapter 47, Eye of Annihilation. The second pupil ring is saturated. Do you wish to upgrade it? Kurogai froze for a moment at the message echoing in his mind. After all the magical knowledge he'd gathered over the past year, nothing had ever pushed the ultimate eye to this point. He had nearly given up on evolving the second ring. Yet now, after copying Caecilius' dark magic, it had finally reached the threshold. This completely caught him off guard, but in the best way possible. The saturation of a pupil ring meant one thing: evolution. With each upgrade, the ultimate eye would unlock a new ocular ability, a powerful, demonic eye, further enhancing Kurogai's arsenal. This was pure gain. No drawbacks. Upgrade. Without hesitation, Kurogai issued the mental command. A thin layer of intricate runes shimmered over the totem of the ultimate eye. The second ring deepened, becoming more complex. A soothing warmth spread from the eye into his body. When he reopened his eyes, a vermilion cross-shaped magic circle glowed in his irises. Second pupil ring ability unlocked, Demonic Eye of Annihilation, activated. Kurogai's eyes lit up in excitement. The Eye of Annihilation, this is incredible. Of all the rumored abilities within the ultimate eye, this was the one Kurogai had anticipated the most. And now, it was his. The Eye of Annihilation was one of the 5 great demonic eyes. Similar in visual traits to the Eye of Replication, this one manifested a cross-shaped rune instead of a pentagram when activated. Its powers were devastating. It could absorb magic, drain energy from other beings, and nullify spells entirely. The eye could even enhance physical strength and regenerate the body at alarming rates, making fatal wounds meaningless. In some cases, users of the Eye of Annihilation could move so fast it seemed like teleportation. But such power came with a flaw. When the Eye of Annihilation was active, the wielder couldn't cast their own magic. Against non-magical enemies, this could become a serious handicap. Still, among the 5 demonic eyes, this one was the most feared, its users often referred to as demons, due to their inhuman resilience and power. Kurogai remembered this from the ancient texts he'd read in Camartage. This wasn't just an upgrade. It was a game-changer. With the Eye of Replication and the Eye of Annihilation, Kurogai was no longer on par with ordinary sorcerers. Even the Sorcerer Supreme would have reason to take him seriously now. But his thoughts were abruptly cut short. Getting distracted in a battle, are we? Foolish mistake. You'll regret it, in the afterlife. Kaecilius lunged. In a blink, he appeared before Kurogai, transparent sword raised high, a strike fueled by fury and dark power. He aimed for a clean kill. But Kurogai didn't flinch. Fierce swing. Useless spell. A faint smirk curled on his lips. The vermilion cross runes in his eyes pulsed. Eye of Annihilation, activated. The moment Kaecilius' magic blade made contact, it shattered into thin wisps of magical energy, all of it instantly absorbed into Kurogai's eyes. Kurogai felt the surge. Strength flooded his limbs. The Eye of Annihilation fed on the magic, empowering him further. Kaecilius stumbled back in horror. What is this? My blade, my magic, it just vanished. His face twisted in panic. The sensation wasn't just the loss of his spell, even the magic within his own body now felt unstable, as if something inside was cracking. He recoiled like he'd touched a serpent. What did you do to me? Kurogai didn't answer. He just smiled coldly. Maybe the universe decided you weren't worthy of using magic anymore. He wouldn't explain the Eye of Annihilation to an enemy. Let Kaecilius tremble in ignorance. He deserved that much. Didn't you say you'd kill me? I gave you your shot. Now it's my turn. The smile disappeared. Kurogai's body blurred, a phantom afterimage flashing through space. Before Kaecilius could react, Kurogai was in front of him. Crack! A devastating punch connected with Kaecilius' face, the force slamming him backward through the air like a rag doll. He crashed into a nearby wall, hard, shattering stone and leaving a massive crater in the side of the building. Debris fell. Dust rose. And Kurogai stood silently, eyes glowing in the shadows. Thanks to everyone who sent power stones, I really appreciate the support. But we're not quite there yet. 100 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 200 power stones equals 3 bonus chapters. 300 power stones equals 5 bonus chapters. If you're enjoying the story, consider supporting it with power stones. Chapter 48, Mordo. Is this the speed granted by the Eye of Annihilation? Kurogai muttered, not even sparing Kaecilius a glance. That punch, lightning fast and devastating, was powered entirely by the magic he had absorbed from Kaecilius' own sword. The Eye of Annihilation didn't just consume energy, it weaponized it. Kaecilius had essentially been struck by his own power. Using his own magic to crush him, poetic. From the wreckage of the shattered wall, Kaecilius staggered to his feet. Blood trickled down his lip as he wiped it away and glared at Kurogai with venomous fury. You bastard. How dare you humiliate the great Kaecilius? I'll kill you. His pride was wounded. He hadn't even seen the attack coming, let alone been able to block or counter it. The shame twisted into raw hatred, fueling his next move. With a furious roar, Kaecilius gathered his magic once more. Crimson light surged in his palm, darker than before, corrupted, unstable. He was drawing on the power of the dark dimension without restraint. It was reckless. Dangerous. But Kaecilius didn't care. If I can't beat him now, I may never get another chance. Even if it risked exposure. Even if the sorcerers of the London Sanctum noticed. The destruction of the Sanctum could wait, Kurogai couldn't be allowed to live. So this is how low you've fallen. Kurogai said quietly, watching Kaecilius with calm disdain. Still clinging to rage like a child. Each of Kurogai's steps was measured. Controlled. Unshaken by the pulsing chaos in Kaecilius' hand. He had no reason to fear dark magic anymore. The magic sword earlier had proven it, the annihilation eye devoured even corrupted spells. Kaecilius, blinded by his own wrath, hadn't realized it yet. He believed more magic equaled more strength. He was wrong. Die. Fall into eternal darkness. Kaecilius let out a deranged scream and hurled the dark magic straight at Kurogai. The crimson blast tore through the air with terrifying momentum. And unraveled instantly upon contact. The energy dispersed like mist, devoured on the spot. Kaecilius stood frozen, his lips parted in disbelief. What? You still don't understand. Kurogai said, eyes glowing with vermilion runes. Magic. Has no effect on me anymore. He raised his hand, not casting a spell, just releasing the power he had stolen, amplified by the Eye of Annihilation. A shockwave burst forward. Kaecilius barely had time to raise a shield before he was blasted backward, tumbling across the ground in a heap. Dust exploded outward. His followers, long gone. His strength, draining. His confidence, shattered. No. This is impossible. What are you? Terror overtook him. Kurogai didn't even answer, just stepped closer, eyes unblinking. This isn't a sorcerer. This is a demon. Even Dormammu, Kaecilius' revered master, might not possess this kind of power to nullify magic itself and grow stronger from it. Kaecilius turned, desperate to escape. But Kurogai was already there. One hand wrapped tightly around Kaecilius' throat, lifting him into the air with zero effort. For anyone else, the sight of a boy barely 10 years old holding up a full-grown man would be absurd. For Kurogai, it was natural. Power pulsed from his arm. "Let's talk," Kurogai said coldly. "Why did you suddenly steal from the library?" Kaecilius wheezed but said nothing. "Didn't think you would." "Fine, I'll find out myself." Kurogai's vermilion cross runes faded. In their place, a new symbol flickered to life, the red sigil of the Geas Eye. He activated the command. "State the full circumstances of your actions at Camartage." Kaecilius' pupils glowed faint red. His body stilled. "After being defeated by you," he began dully, "I was filled with hatred, wanted revenge. That night, a figure in black appeared in my room." Kurogai narrowed his eyes, listening carefully. A stranger in black. Someone had manipulated Kaecilius, pushed him toward stealing the forbidden texts, orchestrated the librarian's death. Kaecilius wasn't the true mastermind, just a pawn. Kurogai's grip tightened. "So you were just the bait." He released Kaecilius, letting him fall like trash. His mind had already put the pieces together. There was only one person who had the motive, the cunning, and the knowledge to orchestrate all this from the shadows. Mordo. "So this was all you're doing?" Kurogai's eyes burned cold. "Don't miss out." Chapter 49, Manipulation, Baiting Mordo. After Kaecilius finished speaking, Kurogai already had a name in mind, Mordo. It wasn't hard to piece together. According to Kaecilius, a black-robed man had manipulated him, feeding off his desire for revenge. And the only person within Camartage who held a grudge against Kurogai was Mordo. "So you want to die?" Kurogai muttered, his eyes cold and his voice colder. "Then I'll grant your wish." Kurogai had never been the merciful type. If someone plotted against him, he struck back. And with Mordo revealed as the puppet master behind this betrayal, Kurogai had already begun forming several methods to eliminate him. "But first, let's clean this up." Without hesitation, Kurogai struck, his fist slamming directly into Kaecilius' skull. A clean, instant kill. He then retrieved the Book of Cagliostro from Kaecilius' body, the very artifact that had started this chain of events. Without a word, he tucked the forbidden text away and began cleansing the scene of any traces. Though the battle had taken place close to the London Sanctum, Kurogai had prepared a spatial barrier in advance, partially to prevent Kaecilius from escaping, but now it served another purpose, to delay news of Kaecilius' death. After realizing Mordo's involvement, Kurogai had revised his plan. Rather than expose what happened, he would use it to lure Mordo out. Several days later. A quiet, manor-like home. Kurogai lounged on a comfortable leather sofa, flipping through the stolen Book of Cagliostro. His expression remained calm, but his eyes scanned the pages with intense focus. Despite all the knowledge he'd absorbed in the Camartage library, most of the Ancient One's more powerful tomes were forbidden, even to him. This book, however, was different. It held spells he'd never seen before. "This will do nicely," he muttered. Every line of magical script recorded into his memory brought him closer to strengthening the second ring of the ultimate eye. "Now," Kurogai said, snapping the book shut with a soft thud, "it's time to bait the big dumb bear." He stood and looked out the window, the city lights reflecting in his heterochromatic eyes. "I've never cared about Mordo," he murmured. "Not even if he turned villain like in the stories. But now. He tried to have me killed. So I'm done ignoring him." His voice grew icier. He crossed a line. Kurogai was certain Mordo was panicking. Kaecilius had disappeared without a trace. No body. No word. No aftermath. He didn't expect this to blow up the way it did. Kurogai could already imagine the thoughts racing through Mordo's mind. He hadn't wanted to make a move himself, so he used Kaecilius as a pawn. But Kaecilius had gone too far, creating chaos in the process. Mordo's biggest fear now was that someone, especially the Ancient One, would learn of his involvement. Which means he's desperate. Desperate enough to move. Kurogai smirked. "So let's give him what he wants." He extended his hand, summoning a sling ring portal. A golden circle shimmered into existence. Without hesitation, he stepped through and vanished. New York Sanctum. Inside a private chamber, Mordo paced in frustration. Days had passed, and still no word of Kaecilius. The tension was suffocating. If someone else found him first, especially the Ancient One, it would be over. Just as his anxiety reached its peak, a monk rushed in, breathless. "Master Mordo. Something has happened." Calm down, Mordo snapped. What is it? There's been a report, in Washington. Someone claims they saw Caecilius recruiting followers. It looks like he's preparing something. The monk bowed urgently. I came to inform the Sorcerer Supreme. I thought she should know immediately, perhaps she can intervene personally. Mordo's heart skipped a beat. He's alive. No. This is my chance. His eyes lit up, masking his panic with sudden resolve. No need to trouble the Sorcerer Supreme, Mordo said firmly. I'll handle Caecilius myself. Without another word, he opened his own portal and disappeared from the sanctum. He didn't notice the faint red glow in the monk's eyes as he departed. Chapter 50, Ancient One. In a remote suburb of Washington, silence blanketed the streets, an eerie, unnatural stillness. Suddenly, a golden ring of light shimmered into existence, and Mordo stepped out, his long monastic robe swaying behind him. This is the place. Mordo muttered, scanning the deserted surroundings. Doesn't look like anyone's here. Still, he raised his hand and probed the area with a sensing spell. A flicker of recognition crossed his face. Residual magic, he said with a smirk. Someone's definitely been here. He began searching, weaving between abandoned buildings. But before he could advance far, another golden portal sparked open in front of him, and from it, a familiar figure stepped out casually. You. Mordo's eyes narrowed. Kurogai. Did the Ancient One send you here? It was the last person he wanted to see. If Kurogai was here, that could only mean one thing: the Sorcerer Supreme was already aware of Caecilius' location and had sent her disciple to deal with it. Mordo's stomach churned. No, Kurogai replied, a calm smile on his face. She doesn't know. I'm here to settle a personal score. Then don't get in my way. I'm the one who'll bring Caecilius in. Mordo, not fully registering the implication in Kurogai's tone, turned and marched toward the adjacent building. You really don't listen, do you? Kurogai said quietly. Fine. You'll understand soon enough. A crimson five-pointed rune flared to life in Kurogai's pupils. In his hand, golden runes spiraled outward, shaping into a gleaming magic sword. Without hesitation, Kurogai hurled the sword toward Mordo. Shield, now. Even before the weapon was fully formed, Mordo felt the surge of hostile magic. His instincts screamed, and he conjured a defensive barrier just in time. Boom. The moment the sword hit the shield, it detonated like a cannon blast. Mordo was thrown backward violently, crashing through wooden beams and debris. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he forced himself to stand. This was a trap, he spat, wiping the blood away. It finally clicked. Caecilius hadn't been sighted. This wasn't about him, it was about Mordo. Kurogai had orchestrated all of it. You. Caecilius is in your hands, isn't he? Mordo growled. That's right, Kurogai replied coolly. And more importantly, I know you were the one who sent him to steal from the library. Mordo's expression darkened. A magical light whip formed in his palm, and without a word, he lashed it straight at Kurogai. So you really are trying to silence me, Kurogai said, easily sidestepping the strike. Mordo, I know you manipulated Caecilius into breaking into the library. I know you orchestrated the librarian's death. Are you seriously trying to erase the only witness? Kurogai's voice was calm, but the air around him grew tense. He wasn't attacking, just dodging, provoking, pushing Mordo deeper into a corner. You've got nowhere left to run, Mordo. What now? I kill you. Then no one will know anything. So you admit it, Kurogai said with a knowing smirk. That's all I needed to hear. Then he stopped. No more dodging, no more taunting. He simply turned toward an empty patch of air and raised his voice. You heard him, didn't you, Ancient One? Mordo froze. His eyes widened. The air shimmered. The space to Kurogai's left cracked like glass, then crumbled, revealing a portal. From within it, a bald woman in a white robe stepped forward with quiet grace. The Ancient One had arrived. And she had heard everything. p@trian.com/zphyr_. Chapter 51, Access to Ancient One's private collection. Bringing the Sorcerer Supreme here wasn't part of Kurogai's original plan. He had intended to handle Mordo alone. However, after reading the Book of Cagliostro, Kurogai changed his mind. He wanted to acquire more magical knowledge, but most of the books in the magic library had already been studied by Kurogai, so they no longer held much value. The only books in the entire Camartage that Kurogai hadn't accessed were from Ancient One's private collection. If Kurogai had simply killed Mordo, Ancient One would never have allowed him to access her private collection. That was inevitable, as Mordo was her disciple, killing him outright would have been a waste. Completely extracting every bit of value from an enemy was Kurogai's goal, which explained her arrival. It was a calculated move by Kurogai to benefit Ancient One as well. Mordo, you have deeply disappointed me. Ancient One regarded Mordo with profound disappointment. From the first time she met him, she suspected Mordo's character was flawed, yet she still held on to hope, which was why she accepted him as a disciple. She never expected him to fall so far, leaving her exhausted and disheartened. No. 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 Sorcerer Supreme, please listen, I never intended for this to happen. It's all because of that cursed Caecilius and that damned child. If it weren't for them, I would never have gone this far. Please believe me, Sorcerer Supreme. Mordo pleaded desperately, panic clouding his words. He knew that the Sorcerer Supreme could see through lies and truth alike, so the more he spoke, the less convincing he sounded. His attempts to justify himself felt hollow even to his own ears. Enough. You need not say any more. You made mistakes, and you must accept the consequences. Ancient One spoke calmly, then gestured at the empty space around them. The world seemed to twist and shift, the ground folded like a grid, gravity seemed to waver, and reality inverted. Above the original plane, a strange portal opened. This was the gateway to the alternate dimension. Mordo, given the gravity of your transgressions, I hereby banish you to the alternate dimension. Ancient One waved her hand again, and Mordo's body was forcibly drawn toward the portal. No, no, Sorcerer Supreme. Please, do not banish me. I truly never meant for this. Terror contorted Mordo's face as he screamed in desperation. He knew that exile to the alternate dimension meant almost certain death. He struggled violently, but it was futile. Violating Kamartaj's most sacred law left no room for mercy. Mordo was banished, abandoned to the alternate dimension, his fate sealed by the Sorcerer Supreme. Throughout this, Kurogai didn't glance at Mordo once. His full attention was fixed on the spatial magic Ancient One was wielding, his eyes of replication wide open. This was a form of magic he had never encountered before. At first glance, Kurogai recognized its profound complexity. His replication eyes struggled to analyze the spell's structure, which was vast and intricate beyond anything he'd seen. Normally, Kurogai could decode magic within seconds, but this time, progress was painfully slow. Very well, Kurogai. Kamartaj owes you for resolving this matter. Do you have any requests? Ancient One's voice brought him back from his focus. Previously, she had promised that anyone who solved this crisis could become her disciple, but that offer was only for Kamartaj residents. Since Kurogai wasn't part of their order, she wanted to compensate him in another way. A smile crept across Kurogai's face. This was exactly what he had hoped for, extracting every last bit of value from Mordo in exchange for a reward from Ancient One. I want to see your private collection of books. You know I love to read, Kurogai said without hesitation. Ancient One hesitated. This upheaval had been triggered by Caecilius stealing from her private collection, leading to all these troubles. She worried that allowing Kurogai access to those forbidden tomes might lead him down a dangerous path. Oh, and Ancient One, here is the book Caecilius stole earlier. Kurogai produced the Book of Cagliostro and handed it over. Having already recorded its contents, keeping the physical copy served no purpose. It was better to return it to Ancient One. All right, your wish is granted. Seeing Kurogai showed no greed for the Book of Cagliostro, Ancient One finally relented. Everything proceeded as Kurogai had expected. Send Power Stones. Chapter 52, Time Skip. In the library of Kamartaj, a young man dressed in simple robes was deeply absorbed in an ancient tome. He appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, an age typically marked by energy and enthusiasm, yet he carried himself with remarkable composure, likely a result of countless hours spent immersed in study. This was Kurogai. Several years had passed since Mordo's last attempt to lure Caecilius into disrupting the library. Kurogai was now 12, though he had matured faster than most his age. After Mordo's capture, the Ancient One honored her promise and granted Kurogai access to her private collection. It was then that Kurogai discovered just how vast the Ancient One's true collection was. Initially, Kurogai believed the Ancient One's private collection was limited to the section of books chained off in the library. However, upon gaining access, he realized how mistaken he had been. Her private collection far exceeded anything he had imagined. The forbidden volumes chained in the main library were only a tiny fraction. This was natural. The Ancient One had lived for countless years, witnessed untold events, and her life was a living history of magic. Consequently, her collection dwarfed even the entire Kamartaj library. One could say the Ancient One alone possessed knowledge beyond the entire library combined. For Kurogai, this was a fortunate circumstance, as he required an immense breadth of magical knowledge. It was also why his current study period far exceeded his earlier years in the library, spanning several years to fully absorb the Ancient One's private texts. Sorcerer Kurogai, the Sorcerer Supreme has returned and requests your presence. At that moment, a monk approached, bowing respectfully. Since Kurogai's display of power, the attitude of the sorcerers within Kamartaj toward him had shifted subtly. They now addressed him with respect, even calling him sorcerer. I understand. Kurogai nodded, closed his book, and rose slowly to leave the library. Moments later, Kurogai arrived at a grand hall where the Ancient One awaited. Long time no see, Ancient One. Kurogai smiled as he greeted her. Over the past few years, the Ancient One had spent little time at Kamartaj, dedicating herself to monitoring developments across other worlds, only returning a few days prior. From this perspective, the Ancient One was a dedicated Sorcerer Supreme, tirelessly protecting the multiverse. Kurogai, it has been several years since we last met. How has your mastery of magic progressed? The Ancient One brewed a pot of fragrant tea and handed him a cup. Her first concern was his advancement in magic. All necessary skills have been mastered. Kurogai chuckled softly, speaking deliberately. His magical prowess had grown rapidly over the years. Although he had yet to demonstrate it again, his abilities had reached a profound level, making him a formidable sorcerer. Within Kamartaj, aside from the Ancient One, no one could match him. Have you found any spells or books that suit your talents? The Ancient One asked, her gaze steady. Though she cared about Kurogai's progress, her concern stemmed from opening her private collection to him, which contained many forbidden texts. She feared he might be tempted by darkness, which explained her urgency. Kurogai's eyes flickered with understanding as he grasped her true meaning, and he chuckled lightly. Ancient One, you need not worry. My interest lies in magical knowledge, but I will not stray into darkness. His words eased the Ancient One's concern. To maintain clarity amid temptation was proof he was truly destined to be a sorcerer. By the way, Ancient One, there is something I must tell you. Kurogai's expression grew serious. Speak freely, she encouraged. I have been at Kamartaj for many years. It is time I leave. The revelation stunned the Ancient One. Kurogai had spent years learning nearly all the magic here, and staying longer would be unproductive. It was time to move on. Has it been so long? Time truly flies. The Ancient One sighed softly, her long life making the past few years feel like a moment. In truth, Kurogai had been at Kamartaj for many years. He arrived at around 6 or 7 years old. When the Mordo incident was resolved, he was nearly 8. Another 3 or 4 years had passed since then, and now he was 12. In the blink of an eye, Kurogai had spent many formative years at Kamartaj, and indeed, it was time for him to depart. Support or join to get access to chapters in advance. Chapter 53, Eye of Agamotto. Faced with Kurogai's sudden announcement of his departure, the Ancient One had anticipated this moment. After all, Kurogai had spent many years studying at Kamartaj, and there was little left for him to learn. It was only natural that he would wish to move on. She pondered silently for a while before making a decision. Raising her gaze, she looked at Kurogai with a serious expression. Kurogai, do you want to become the Sorcerer Supreme? The question caught Kurogai off guard. He hadn't expected the Ancient One to say such words. But it made sense. Kurogai's potential and maturity were evident to all. Over the years, the Ancient One had witnessed his growth and knew he could go far down the path of magic, perhaps even becoming a remarkable sorcerer. Meanwhile, Kamartaj had undergone many changes. Even Mordo, once favored by the Ancient One, had strayed from the path. She herself could feel her body aging, and she knew that one day her time would come to an end. Under these circumstances, an idea had taken root, to pass her mantle to Kurogai and have him become the new Sorcerer Supreme. You once said you didn't want to be involved with me, and that I wouldn't become your disciple, Kurogai said, calming himself and looking at the Ancient One in surprise. When they had first met, the Ancient One had clearly stated that Kurogai could learn magic at Kamartaj, but she would not take him as her disciple. So her current words were unexpected. That depends on the situation. The Sorcerer Supreme doesn't necessarily have to be my disciple. Any magician with enough talent is qualified to become the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One replied slowly. Although she had once said those words, after witnessing Kurogai's potential, she had come to regret it. Even if Kurogai might one day cause trouble, or become dangerous, she still hoped he would inherit the title. Kurogai remained silent for a moment, then spoke. Ancient One, I don't think I'm suited to be the Sorcerer Supreme. Still, I care about Kamartaj. If trouble arises, I will do my best to help. He had thought it through carefully. He wasn't fit to take on the mantle. What he truly desired was to travel this vast Marvel world and experience its wonders, rather than be confined to Kamartaj. To arrive in such an extraordinary world and not witness its marvels would be a waste. Becoming Sorcerer Supreme simply wasn't his path. Besides, the title, while honorable, came with heavy responsibilities. Kurogai had said before that he wasn't a villain, but he wasn't a hero either. He wouldn't sacrifice himself for others. Yet, out of gratitude for the Ancient One's guidance, he would still offer aid if Kamartaj were in danger. I understand. Is there anything else? The Ancient One asked. Seeing that he would not stay, she didn't insist, only sighed softly. She would have to find someone else to take her place. I have a question, and I hope you can answer it, Kurogai said solemnly. He had harbored a doubt all these years, about the future the Ancient One had once mentioned. He was genuinely puzzled and hoped for clarity. Speak. The Ancient One looked at him with curiosity, willing to answer. Kurogai's secrets intrigued her. The future, Kurogai said plainly. It was the one thing that had puzzled him most. Those simple words had lingered in his mind for years. Did he truly have only one future? It seemed strange. Perhaps it meant that, with his ultimate eye, he would eventually reach the summit and claim the sole divine throne. Still, questions remained, and he hoped the Ancient One could shed light on them. The future. You can think of it as a hypothesis. Honestly, at the time I saw it, it was somewhat blurry and uncertain. The Ancient One reflected briefly before answering, her tone solemn. That future had been strange. Now that she thought about it again, she wasn't sure it had been absolute. A new thought stirred in her mind. Kurogai, would you like to see your future again? This time, I can use the Eye of Agamotto, the artifact created by the first Sorcerer Supreme, Agamotto. She looked at Kurogai steadily. She hoped to use the Eye of Agamotto to gain a clearer glimpse into his future, but she would respect his choice. If he declined, she would not force him. You'll be stingy with power stones. Chapter 54, a being that transcends time. Eye of Agamotto. Kurogai fell silent, weighing the pros and cons. The Eye of Agamotto was a familiar name, yet it was even better known as the Time Stone. The Ancient One intended to use the power of the Time Stone to glimpse a clearer, more precise future. Still, Kurogai hesitated. Fully revealing one's future to another was a serious matter, and he carefully considered the risks. The Ancient One understood his concerns and did not press him, allowing Kurogai to decide on his own. Ancient One, no matter what you see, if you do not speak of it or interfere, I will agree. After a moment, Kurogai lifted his head and met the Ancient One's gaze calmly. He trusted her, but he needed her promise, regardless of what she saw, she would neither reveal it nor interfere in what was to come. Only then would he consent. I understand. By the Great Eternal, I swear I will neither reveal nor act upon what I see today. Should I break this oath, may the Great Eternal cast me into eternal darkness. The Ancient One respected Kurogai's wishes and made this solemn promise. She had no intention of spreading what she learned, only a deep curiosity about his future, something they shared. Then let us begin. Kurogai nodded. With her vow secured, he felt at ease. Moments later, the Ancient One produced a necklace adorned with the symbol of a sorcerer's tilted well. At its center glowed the Time Stone. It begins. She spoke solemnly and began casting her spell. As the seals lifted, the Eye of Agamotto slowly opened, emitting its characteristic green light, the unmistakable glow of the Time Stone. At the same moment, Kurogai felt a sudden stirring deep within his body. He frowned, sensing this was not a reaction from his ultimate eye but something deeper. Despite the discomfort, he kept his composure, the future was what mattered most. The Time Stone floated between them, radiating a faint glow, creating an eerie sense of time slowly flowing. The Ancient One used the stone to forge a strange connection with Kurogai, peering into his future. Time was like a thick fog, intangible and unseen. Her task was to part its layers. The light from the Time Stone grew clearer, and the Ancient One neared a vision beyond the mist. Suddenly, all the fog parted, revealing a magnificent figure with a commanding back, like a deity standing between heaven and earth. The figure sensed her presence and slowly turned. The Ancient One felt a gaze devoid of all emotion, utterly cold and impassive, like a true god looking down on mortals. With that single glance, she felt a crushing blow, and a mouthful of fresh blood spilled forth. The connection forged through the Time Stone to Kurogai snapped abruptly. Ancient One, what happened? Kurogai asked, alarmed as she spat blood and faltered. He caught her immediately, his expression grave. Clearly, what she had seen was terrifying. After a moment, the Ancient One steadied herself, though her face remained pale. The glimpse had clearly taken a toll. I'm fine, I just need time to recover. She reassured Kurogai. The gaze had not intentionally harmed her, only severed the attempt to peer beyond time. Otherwise, she would not be able to speak. Ancient One, what did you see? Why were you injured so badly? Now relieved she was not seriously harmed, Kurogai's curiosity deepened. What could have inflicted such damage? I saw that magnificent back, and an overwhelmingly terrifying gaze. The Ancient One said, her voice pale and eyes shadowed with lingering fear. She could not imagine what kind of being possessed such a gaze. One look was enough to sever the flow of time and block her sight. One gaze. Kurogai was baffled. Could a single look cause such injury and prevent her from seeing the future? It seemed almost unbelievable. It is difficult to imagine, but it is so. That gaze cut the river of time, stopping me from seeing what lies ahead. The Ancient One smiled bitterly, her gaze grave as she regarded Kurogai. Remember, the future she saw was his, so the figure she glimpsed must be him. In other words, the owner of that gaze was Kurogai himself. A future Kurogai who had transcended time, sensing her intrusion and severing her connection with a single glance. It was a horrifying thought. In that moment, the Ancient One realized Kurogai's refusal to become Sorcerer Supreme was wise. He was like a young dragon not yet fully grown. When the winds and clouds rose, he would become a mighty force that could shake the world. Perhaps Kamartaj was truly too small to contain someone like him. Chapter 55, Leaving. After the Ancient One had somewhat recovered, Kurogai escorted her back to her residence and then returned to his own quarters. However, he did not rush to pack or leave Kamartaj. Instead, Kurogai was deep in thought, reflecting on the Ancient One's words. A single glance that severs time, is that truly the future me? He gazed out the window in a daze. Though the Ancient One had not explained in detail what she saw, Kurogai had his suspicions. Still, doubts lingered. Had his future really reached that point where a single look could sever the flow of time? Or is it some terrifying power, an eye technique that will awaken in the future? Or perhaps... Kurogai murmured to himself. He entertained several possibilities, none of which he could currently grasp fully. Only time would reveal the truth. For now, it's best I leave Kamartaj. As for the time stone, I won't touch it just yet. He glanced toward the Ancient One's residence, speaking quietly. When she used the time stone to peer into his future, Kurogai felt an unfamiliar yearning stirring deep within him, as if the artifact held some vital significance. He did not understand why his body reacted this way, but he was sure it had nothing to do with his ultimate eye. When the sensation arose, he immediately checked the status of his ultimate eye and found no change. This craving came from within himself. Despite the feeling, Kurogai decided to set it aside for now. First, there was the Ancient One. His relationship with Kamartaj remained amicable, and she had always treated him kindly. He had no intention of taking the time stone forcibly. Moreover, with the Ancient One present, it would be impossible to do so. Second, since he did not yet understand why his body developed this craving, he planned to investigate this change first, then gradually decide how to approach the time stone. This was essential. He did not know whether this change was beneficial or harmful. Recklessly taking the time stone might cause irreparable damage, something Kurogai wanted to avoid. So, he kept the matter in mind, waiting for the right time to explore it. If the time stone was truly important to him, he would not abandon it. Still, he would seek a path that would not conflict with the Ancient One. But that was a discussion for later. After all, the time stone would remain at Kamartaj for the next decade or so, and Kurogai was in no hurry. Everything would wait until he understood the transformation within himself. With his thoughts organized, Kurogai exhaled deeply. As his power grew, so did the mystery surrounding him, some too complex even for him to unravel yet. But he believed that one day he would understand it all. These things required time, and even if he wished for faster answers, there was no shortcut. He could only move forward, unraveling the secrets one by one. After gathering his belongings, Kurogai activated his magic, drawing a golden circle in the air before him. A shimmering portal appeared, glowing softly. He looked back once, his gaze sweeping over Kamartaj, then turned quietly and stepped into the golden portal, vanishing from the sanctum. 6 years ago, he had arrived here alone. Now, 6 years later, he left a true sorcerer, equipped with a sling ring and a wealth of magical knowledge. During that time, he had the library and the Ancient One's guidance, but he could not stay. His journey lay among the stars, and Kamartaj, silent guardian of the magical world's peace, was no longer his home. On a rooftop in New York, sparks flickered into existence, spreading until a golden halo about 2 meters wide formed. A figure stepped through. Kurogai, returned to New York. It's been a long time. Time to visit the orphanage. He murmured and set off slowly. The orphanage was his first destination in this world, and people there awaited his return. Now, Kurogai no longer needed to hide. His power had grown beyond what it once was. Years ago, he had relied on the Gyasai to control others for protection. Now, he could rely on magic alone. If anyone tried to threaten him, he would teach them a lesson with his magic. This was Kurogai's confidence. He recalled the promise he had once made: one day, he would protect himself without the Gyasai. That day had come. He had grown strong, and ordinary people were no match for him. Just imagine if Bro got the Rinnegan and 6 eyes. Hee ___. Drop reviews. Either good or bad, I drop one bonus chapter if we reach 20 reviews in the next 3 hours. Chapter 56, The Orphanage. In less than a moment, Kurogai arrived at a courtyard in the suburbs. After the Hydra incident several years ago, Nick Fury had specifically allocated a piece of land to the orphanage, giving it a new home. For all these years, Kurogai had not appeared in New York, allowing the orphanage a rare period of peace. Now, he was finally back. After so many years apart, I'm finally home, Kurogai murmured, knocking on the gate. Who is it? A soft voice called out, and a little girl slowly approached, curiously peering at Kurogai outside. Are you Brother Kurogai? Is that really you? The girl had meant only to see who had arrived, but when she recognized the familiar purple and gold heterochromatic eyes beneath his hair, her face lit up with joy. Without hesitation, she pulled open the gate and threw herself into Kurogai's arms. Brother Kurogai, I missed you so much, the girl whispered as she clung to him. Sky. Is that really you? Kurogai looked at the girl, recognizing only one person in the orphanage so close to him, Sky. But the graceful girl before him was different from the quiet child he remembered. Brother Kurogai, it's me, Sky. Sky smiled brightly, her eyes curving into crescents. Seeing Brother Kurogai again was the happiest thing to happen to her in a long time. You've grown up, Sky. I barely recognized you. Kurogai sighed softly. 6 years had passed, and Sky had changed a great deal. When Sky first arrived at the orphanage 6 years ago, she was just a toddler of 2 or 3 years. Now, she was about 9, she is now a beautiful child. Her bright eyes sparkled with life, and her radiant smile hinted at the beauty she was becoming. That was why Kurogai hadn't recognized her immediately. Oh, Brother Kurogai, hurry inside. Director Mary must have missed you terribly. Sky suddenly exclaimed, her excitement making her forgetful of others. She tugged on Kurogai's arm and led him inside. Oh, my dear Asta, you're finally back. Let me see if you've lost weight. How have you been all these years? Director Mary greeted him warmly, her concern motherly and constant. Kurogai welcomed the care, finding comfort in this rare warmth. But while Kurogai enjoyed his reunion, elsewhere in New York, someone else was watching. Not far from the orphanage, an unremarkable man spotted Kurogai entering and froze, unable to believe his eyes. He pulled out a photo, comparing it carefully. Once certain, he hurried away. Moments later, at the SHIELD headquarters, a woman dressed professionally clutched a report as she rushed through the building, arriving at a secure office deep inside. Sir, there's a situation, she announced to a bald man with a stern expression, Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. What is it, Hill? Fury asked, looking up. A dangerous individual has returned to New York, Hill said gravely. Who? Fury's expression tightened. If Hill considered someone dangerous, this was no small matter. The heterochromatic-eyed one, he's back. Hill's words hit hard. The heterochromatic-eyed one was Kurogai. The incident years ago had never fully disappeared. Too many lives were lost, and Congress could not cover it up. Powerful individuals had taken notice, fearful such a threat might resurface near them. Under pressure, the story leaked in certain circles. It never went national, but many knew. Over time, the name, heterochromatic-eyed one, became synonymous with Kurogai, though he himself was unaware of the title at first. Later, SHIELD adopted the name officially. He actually returned. Fury's shock was clear, his headache worsening at the thought. He had not expected this troublemaker to reappear in New York after all these years. Let's move. We need to meet this troublemaker. I hope he doesn't cause us any problems. Chapter 57, Heterochromatic-eyed one. Little Asta, you don't know how much the orphanage has changed over the past few years. Oh, and there's something else, you won't believe this. After you left, a bunch of wealthy benefactors started donating. I don't know why those corporate vampires suddenly grew hearts, but thanks to them, Sky and the others can finally attend school. Inside the orphanage, Director Mary chatted excitedly, updating Kurogai on everything that had happened during his absence. She even mentioned several large corporations that had donated generously. As long as you're happy, Director Mary. I promise, even more people will come forward to help. You've always deserved the best for your kindness. Kurogai smiled faintly. What she didn't know was that these so-called generous benefactors were no coincidence. Before he left, he made arrangements, subtle threats, leveraged secrets, and a few strategic nudges to ensure the orphanage would never be in need. This was his way of repaying Director Mary's kindness. With him behind the scenes, the money would keep flowing. The orphanage would never be in want, and Mary would continue giving lost children a home. Wait, are you saying all those donations were because of you, Kurogai? How did you do it? How did you make those vampires bleed their wallets? Director Mary's eyes widened as realization dawned. She couldn't help but marvel at what he must have done. Kurogai remained silent. Some things were better left unsaid. A pure soul like Mary didn't need to know the darker truths. Oh, and Kurogai, you'd better keep a low profile. Otherwise, that organization, what was it, Homeland something, will try to arrest you. Director Mary's tone turned anxious as she recalled the bald man who had visited years ago. Her warning was sincere. It's all right, Director Mary. I'll be fine. Kurogai chuckled. He wasn't worried in the slightest. S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't truly threaten him anymore. But her concern reminded him of something important. He needed to protect Mary and Sky. Though he had power, they were just civilians. He had to leave behind magical protection, enchantments that would activate if they were ever in danger. He began forming ideas, but there was no need to act just yet. At that moment, his wards, the early warning magic he'd placed around the property, triggered. Director Mary, Sky, stay inside and don't come out. I'll go check something. He gently peeled Sky off his sleeve. The little girl looked up at him with wide eyes, clinging tightly to his arm. Where are you going, Brother Kurogai? She asked, worried. You won't leave again, will you? Don't worry. Some guests just arrived. I'll go see what they want. Kurogai gently reassured her before stepping outside. The street outside the orphanage, normally quiet and empty, was now packed with a dozen black vehicles. They had surrounded the building in a wide arc. Men in tactical black uniforms stepped out, armed with stun batons. Their silence was eerie, their formation precise. But none of them used lethal weapons. They wouldn't dare. Not with Kurogai. Quite the welcome party. Bit excessive, don't you think, Nick Fury? Kurogai ignored the agents and turned toward the central vehicle, knowing exactly who sat inside. A moment later, the door opened and a familiar deep voice responded. No, not excessive at all. When someone like the heterochromatic-eyed one returns, you prepare. Just in case. Nick Fury stepped out of the vehicle, his bald head now covered with a peculiar helmet, metallic, slightly angular, and oddly familiar. Heterochromatic-eyed one, huh? That's the title you're giving me now. But more importantly, what's with the helmet, Fury? Afraid the sun's too much for that shiny dome of yours? Kurogai laughed aloud, genuinely amused. Fury looked ridiculous. The helmet made him look like a knockoff Magneto. Believe me, I don't care how it looks. I'm not taking any chances with you, Fury said seriously. I still remember being controlled by you like a puppet. That's not happening again. Kurogai raised an eyebrow, then squinted at the helmet. Wait. That helmet. Isn't that Whitehall's old toy? A Magneto replica. Found it at the ruins of a Hydra base, Fury confirmed grimly. Kept it for situations like this. Kurogai smirked. Looks like it works. You look ridiculous, but hey, if it helps you sleep at night. Fury didn't respond to the jab. He stood with arms crossed, watching Kurogai with visible tension. He wasn't here to play games. But neither was Kurogai. I won't even request for stones today, as usual, just do your thing. Read and leave _ Chapter 58, Hydra is back. So you were the one who destroyed that Hydra base back then. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes slightly, watching Kurogai closely. Not many people knew the origin of the helmet Fury now wore, so if Kurogai recognized it, that meant he had been there. It confirmed Fury's long-standing suspicion. It was me. Whitehall tried to kill me, so naturally, I didn't let him walk away. Kurogai's voice was calm, almost indifferent, as if he were discussing something mundane. But Fury's expression hardened. The fact that Kurogai could so casually admit to taking down an entire Hydra facility, and do so in front of S.H.I.E.L.D., spoke volumes. He wasn't intimidated by authority. Or perhaps more accurately, he didn't care at all. Nick Fury let out a bitter smile. This boy truly operated without fear or limits. He remembered clearly, even as a child, Kurogai had managed to manipulate and command Hydra agents, making them commit mass suicide without lifting a finger. That incident alone had haunted Fury for years. All right, let's get down to business, Fury said finally. You've been gone for years. Why come back now? What's your real reason for returning? Are you planning something? He watched Kurogai's face for any tells, any sign of motive, but Kurogai remained composed and unreadable. Of course, I'm here to live, Kurogai said lightly. The city's atmosphere is just so lovely. Maybe I'll get a job, settle down, grow old here. His tone was dry, clearly mocking. He knew exactly what reaction it would provoke, and enjoyed it. Sure enough, Fury's expression darkened. His already deep complexion seemed to absorb even more shadow. Live here. Permanently. In New York. Kurogai, a walking catastrophe. A living anomaly no one could control. The idea alone made Fury's stomach churn. This might not be the best place for that, Fury muttered. The industrial pollution's bad. You'd hate it. He was grasping at straws and he knew it. If he had the power, he'd have detained Kurogai long ago. But there was no guarantee they could restrain him, not with his mind control abilities. For all Fury knew, half of his agents were already under Kurogai's influence. So there was no point in provoking him now. This visit was meant to gauge his intentions, learn what he wanted. Damage control, nothing more. Let me make this clear, Nick, Kurogai said sharply, his eyes cold. Take your men and leave. I don't want this orphanage under your surveillance. As long as no one bothers me, I won't start anything. Fury clenched his jaw. Kurogai had clearly noticed the hidden surveillance they'd set up around the orphanage. Still, there was nothing to argue. Fury knew that if he pushed too hard, the consequences could be catastrophic. I understand, Fury replied quietly. We'll pull out. Just keep your word. He nodded to his agents. A few moments later, the black-clad SHIELD operatives began to withdraw. Soon, the orphanage was once again surrounded by stillness. Kurogai turned and re-entered the building. Meanwhile, in a darkened high-rise across the city, a man in a sleek black suit slowly lowered a communicator. The eyed one has surfaced, he murmured, his voice calm and measured. After all these years. New York, of all places. Unexpected. His eyes narrowed, calculating. After a pause, he reached into a drawer and retrieved a badge, a skull with 8 writhing tentacles beneath it. The mark of Hydra. No matter his power, he said coldly, he dared to provoke us. We will remind the world what happens to those who cross Hydra. Get access to at least 70+ chapters by becoming patrons. Chapter 59, Winter Soldier. Bonus chapter. Cut off one head, and 2 more shall take its place. This was Hydra's infamous creed, and the secret to their persistence. Even though Kurogai had eliminated one of their leaders, Whitehall, years ago, Hydra had simply grown new heads. Now, the snake had returned, lurking in the shadows once more, its fangs aimed squarely at Kurogai. Hydra thrived in the dark, unseen and unchallenged. But letting the men who had killed one of their leaders roam free was unacceptable. They needed to reassert their dominance, to remind the world Hydra was not to be crossed. The decision was made. The man in charge entered a secure terminal, punched in a series of encrypted codes, and dispatched the order. In a hidden underground chamber, another man received the code. Without hesitation, he walked into a cold storage vault and opened it. A wave of icy mist rolled out, revealing a powerful figure sealed in cryostasis. His most notable feature, a mechanical left arm replacing the one he'd lost. If Kurogai had been there, he would have recognized the men immediately, the Winter Soldier, also known as James Buchanan, Bucky Barnes, former friend and comrade of Captain America. After plunging from a cliff during World War II, Bucky had been recovered and brainwashed by Hydra, reduced to a deadly tool in their arsenal. Now, they were activating him again. It's time to awaken, my warrior, the handler whispered, leaning close to the frozen soldier's ear. The Winter Soldier's eyes snapped open. Sir, give the order, he said coldly. Your target is a young man with heterochromatic eyes. Memorize his profile. Your only objective is to kill him. The handler handed over a dossier containing Kurogai's data. Understood, sir. In this state, the Winter Soldier knew only missions and execution. And now, his sights were set on Kurogai. But Kurogai was not the same person he had been years ago. Even against the Winter Soldier, he wouldn't flinch. Meanwhile, Kurogai had wasted no time. After the SHIELD agents departed, he began laying protective magic around the orphanage, an idea that had only just occurred to him. The defensive enchantment he cast could absorb up to 3 high-impact strikes. Once the spell was buried beneath the foundation, Kurogai turned to more important concerns, Mary and Sky. For them, he was even more thorough. In addition to physical protection spells, he erected mental barriers around their minds. He still remembered Professor X's psychic intrusion. That incident had left a deep mark on him. During his years of magical study, Kurogai had focused a portion of his training on resisting psychic attacks, crafting wards specifically designed to counter telepaths. Naturally, he fortified his own mind even more. The defensive spells protecting Kurogai's consciousness were intricate and layered. After all, his paranoia around Professor X hadn't faded. If the professor hadn't been merciful and revealed his presence back then, Kurogai's memories could have been stolen without his knowledge. Now, however, his mind was a fortress. Even Professor X wouldn't breach it easily. And that gave him the confidence to return to New York openly. I should visit the X mansion soon, Kurogai murmured. I said I'd go back once I could block Professor X's mind tricks. That promise still lingered in his thoughts. Years ago, he'd intended to visit once he had mastered sufficient magical defense, but his training had consumed his time. While he dedicated himself to learning magic, Kurogai had neglected his innate mutant abilities. He knew they existed, dormant and untapped, but magic had taken priority. The trip to the X-Mansion wouldn't just be about fulfilling a promise. It would be an opportunity to observe how other mutants honed their powers. That, too, had value. But as Kurogai mapped out his next steps, he had no idea that danger was already moving toward him. The Winter Soldier had been deployed. Thanks for the Power Stones. Chapter 60, Retribution. The sun shone brightly that afternoon. Kurogai lounged in a wicker chair, finally allowing himself a moment of peace. It had been 2 days since he returned to New York, and in that time, he had completed the defensive magic he wanted to place, giving him a rare chance to relax. Suddenly, Kurogai's expression shifted. He stood up abruptly, his face hardening. The defensive magic he had placed on Sky had been triggered. Sky, now older and attending school thanks to the orphanage's improved funding, should have been safe. But if the protection spell activated, it meant she was in danger. Director Mary, I'm heading out for a bit, Kurogai called over his shoulder, already gathering his magical energy. A golden portal shimmered into existence before him. Without hesitation, he stepped through and vanished from the orphanage. In an abandoned factory, a beat-up car skidded to a stop. 3 men exited quickly. The last one carried a struggling girl, Sky. She had just left school, hoping to return early and spend time with her beloved brother figure, Kurogai. But the moment she stepped outside the school gate, she was ambushed and dragged here. Damn it, that brat's tougher than she looks. I swear I'll kill her later, muttered a disheveled man. He had been injured by the defensive spell placed on Sky. If the enchantment hadn't begun to fade, they wouldn't have been able to capture her at all. Save it, the team leader barked. Stick to the plan. Don't touch the girl yet. Lock her up and use her to lure the heterochromatic-eyed one. Tell the Winter Soldier to get ready. Hydra had devised this plan to bait Kurogai. The factory was rigged with explosives as a fallback, but their real weapon was the Winter Soldier. Just then, a radiant golden portal flared into existence before them. The men jumped back in alarm as a lone figure stepped out, eyes flashing with purple and gold. His expression was ice cold. Kurogai had arrived. Sky meant a great deal to him. Beyond the defensive spell, he had also placed a tracker on her. It seemed excessive at the time, but now he was glad he had. He hadn't expected to use it so soon. It's him. The heterochromatic-eyed one. What the hell kind of ability is that? One of the men blurted in disbelief. Despite setting the trap, Kurogai's sudden and silent arrival still rattled them. Brother Kurogai. Sky cried out, terrified. Without a word, Kurogai conjured a glowing whip of light and flicked his wrist. The whip lashed out with precision, coiling around Sky and pulling her straight into his arms. Brother Kurogai, I was so scared, she whispered, burying her face in his chest. She had never experienced anything like this before, but now the fear melted into relief. Sky, stay over there and be good, Kurogai said gently. He activated a dormant spell he had placed on her earlier. A shimmering, circular barrier enveloped her, keeping her safe. Then he turned to the attackers. You've made a terrible mistake, he said coldly. I don't care who you work for. You're going to pay for this. The air in the factory seemed to drop several degrees. A bone-chilling aura radiated from Kurogai, freezing the room with raw killing intent. He was furious. He had only just returned to New York, and already something like this had happened. He wouldn't tolerate it. He wasn't just going to stop them, he was going to make an example of them. Kill him. I'll get our trump card, the team leader shouted in panic. From the beginning, Kurogai had exceeded all their expectations. His magic, the portals, the radiant whip, the shimmering barrier, they had no defense against it. The leader turned to flee, desperate to retrieve the Winter Soldier. But he didn't get far. A magic blade appeared in the air and shot toward him like a missile. Boom. The blade exploded on impact, obliterating the men. Kurogai had promised retribution, and this was only the beginning. Chapter 61, War. Too impulsive, killing their leader outright, but it doesn't matter. There are still others I can interrogate. Kurogai stared coldly at the remaining men, his voice low and even. Conjuring a magic sword to kill the squad leader hadn't been his usual approach. Normally, he would have kept the men alive, extracting information carefully. But this time, the rage inside him had overridden logic. They had dared to touch someone under his protection, an unforgivable act. Kurogai stepped forward. Who sent you? Without warning, his purple-gold heterochromatic eyes shifted. They glowed crimson, a Geas symbol flaring into view. Though he rarely used this power anymore, the Geas ability remained unmatched for interrogation. The symbol reflected in the eyes of the remaining Hydra agents, and in an instant, their resistance collapsed. We're soldiers of Hydra, one of them stammered. Hydra, Kurogai muttered, his voice full of contempt. Back from your holes again. I didn't finish the job last time, it seems. Years ago, he'd torn through Hydra's ranks and decapitated one of its key leaders, Daniel Whitehall. But clearly, the organization hadn't been destroyed completely. Now, like a parasite, it had resurfaced. You still believe that cutting off one head means 2 more will grow? Then I'll cut every single one of them, until nothing is left to grow back. His killing intent surged, chilling the very air. Without a flicker of hesitation, Kurogai conjured another magic blade and hurled it toward the Hydra operatives. The blast of light consumed them instantly. He didn't need them alive. His knowledge from a previous life, combined with what he knew now, gave him more than enough leads to track Hydra's network. And today, he wasn't looking for prisoners, he was out for blood. Just as Kurogai finished eliminating the agents, outside the factory, a figure silently lifted a rocket launcher. A metal arm gleamed in the light. Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, locked onto the abandoned building and pulled the trigger. Boom. The factory erupted into flames. The explosion roared through the air, tearing through concrete and steel in a wave of heat and destruction. Inside, every explosive Hydra had hidden was detonated at once. It was a brutal, calculated ambush. Hydra's upper officers weren't ignorant. They knew Kurogai had mind control abilities. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files on him had been leaked, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was riddled with Hydra agents. They expected their operatives to fall under his control. This wasn't just a rescue mission gone wrong, it was a trap. Hydra's plan was simple: lure Kurogai into the factory, and let Bucky bury him beneath rubble and fire. The agents were expendable. They never even realized they'd been sent to die. Bucky turned to leave, mission complete, until a golden light flared within the inferno. A shimmering dome of magic stood untouched by the flames, and inside it stood Kurogai, holding Sky protectively in his arms. Kurogai had shielded them at the exact moment the bombs detonated. His magical barrier held firm against the inferno. The Winter Soldier paused, then turned back, expressionless. His mission wasn't over. Kurogai was still alive, and that meant the job wasn't finished. Mechanical arm, Kurogai said, his tone sharpening. You're Bucky, the Winter Soldier. So. Pierce is behind this. One look at that vibranium arm was all it took. Kurogai didn't need confirmation. Bucky Barnes, Captain America's former friend, had been used as Hydra's assassin for years. And the only one with control over him now was Alexander Pierce, one of Hydra's highest-ranking officers within S.H.I.E.L.D. Pierce, Kurogai whispered, his voice like frost, you've just declared war. __. Become a patron to get access to chapters in advance on all my works, 9 fanfictions and 1 novel. Chapter 62, Endless Fall. Information about Pierce flashed through Kurogai's mind. He remembered him well, Alexander Pierce, the Hydra mole embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D., and its former director before Nick Fury took over. That connection explained how deeply Hydra had infiltrated the agency. Pierce, since you dared to target the people around me, I hope you're ready to pay the price. Kurogai's tone was icy. He wouldn't show mercy just because Pierce held a position of authority. Anyone who threatened him or his allies would bear the consequences Pierce couldn't afford. As Kurogai plotted how best to tear Hydra out by the roots, the Winter Soldier made his move. Without warning, he raised his rocket launcher and fired directly at Kurogai. Sky, get to safety, Kurogai said firmly. With a flick of his hand, a glowing light shield formed around Sky and gently carried her to a clearing just off the battlefield. At the same moment, the rocket slammed into Kurogai's barrier and exploded violently, filling the air with a thunderous boom and thick smoke. When the smoke cleared, the shield stood unbroken. Not even a scratch. The magical light shield, an evolved version of the standard Camartage defensive spell, was more than capable of withstanding conventional explosives. It had, after all, survived the earlier detonation of the entire factory without a dent. Seeing the rocket had failed, the Winter Soldier didn't hesitate. He tossed the launcher aside and rushed at Kurogai at full speed. Close-quarters combat was Bucky Barnes' specialty. So what if you're the Winter Soldier? Kurogai sneered. You came after someone under my protection. Now you'll face me. A magic circle lit up beneath Kurogai's feet. In an instant, a glowing sword of arcane energy formed and launched toward the charging assassin. The Winter Soldier didn't flinch. His mechanical arm swung out and slammed into the blade. Boom. A shockwave exploded outward. The magic sword detonated on contact, sending Bucky skidding backward. Sparks danced across his vibranium arm, and for a moment it looked like the mechanism had been damaged. Not surprising. Kurogai's sword strikes were powerful enough to overwhelm even trained sorcerers at Camartage. But the Winter Soldier's enhanced physique allowed him to recover quickly. He shook out his arm and charged again. This time, he didn't try to meet the magical attacks head-on. Every time Kurogai summoned a sword or cast a spell, Bucky evaded with quick footwork, weaving through the battlefield. His goal was obvious: get close enough to neutralize the sorcerer. But Kurogai wasn't going to let that happen. While the Eye of Agamotto remained unused for now, Kurogai had more than enough power in his own right. One spell after another materialized in his hands: fire, light, kinetic blasts, fired off in quick succession with no pause. The Winter Soldier zigzagged through the barrage, narrowly avoiding blasts that would have crippled an ordinary soldier. Still, he couldn't find an opening. He had one possible strategy left: wear Kurogai down. Maybe if he could outlast the storm of attacks, he could find a weakness. But Kurogai wasn't a normal magician. His body was strengthened by the ultimate body, created to withstand and synchronize with the power of the ultimate eye. His reserves of magical energy were immense. If Bucky wanted a battle of attrition, he'd only end up crushed under the weight of Kurogai's endurance. So Bucky continued dodging, searching for a way in. "This rat's trickier than expected," Kurogai muttered, eyes narrowing. Then, inspiration struck. He recalled a trick Doctor Strange once used, a dimensional loop that trapped Loki in endless freefall. It was clever, and perfect for a situation like this. With a grin, Kurogai feigned a moment of weakness. The Winter Soldier, ever the predator, lunged at the opening. "Bucky, ever heard of a guy named Loki?" Kurogai said calmly, right as he cast the spell. A golden portal opened in front of the charging assassin. Bucky's eyes widened, but inertia carried him through before he could stop. And just like that, the Winter Soldier was caught in an endless fall. Chapter 63, Gaining Combat Experience. In midair, two connected spatial gates appeared, one above and one below, forming a perfect loop. Anyone falling into the spatial gate would endlessly plummet, reappearing at the top after dropping through the bottom, trapped in a continuous, disorienting fall. This was the same trick Doctor Strange would one day use on Loki when he came to Earth. At that time, Thor and Loki sought out Odin, but Strange banished Loki through an endless fall for half an hour. Now, Kurogai was using this exact technique on the Winter Soldier, forcing him to experience the same ceaseless drop. "Against a real combat master, my experience is still lacking," Kurogai muttered to himself. Aware of his shortcomings in close combat, he was doing his best to compensate. Strictly speaking, Kurogai had two other ways he could have dealt with the Winter Soldier. The first was the Eye of Annihilation. If there was enough ambient magic for the eye to devour, Kurogai's physical strength would skyrocket for a short time, just like during his battle with Caecilius. He could have used brute force against the Winter Soldier. But this ability came with serious limitations. The power boost from the Eye of Annihilation was temporary. The magic it consumed was finite. Once depleted, Kurogai would revert to his normal state, unable to use magic while the eye was active. It severely restricted his options in battle. In other words, while the Eye of Annihilation was powerful, its drawbacks made it unreliable. Kurogai chose not to rely on it. The second option was his innate ability, the Eye of Geas. He could have directly controlled the Winter Soldier and ended the fight immediately. But Kurogai rejected this method as well. He knew he would face many dangerous enemies in the future, some like Daredevil, who didn't rely on sight. The Eye of Geas wasn't a catch-all solution. More importantly, the Winter Soldier was a combat expert. Kurogai wanted to seize this opportunity to fight him head-on and gain valuable experience. It was precisely because of this that Kurogai put so much effort into this confrontation. He didn't want to be helpless the next time a stronger opponent appeared. "Brother Kurogai, where did that guy go?" Sky, who had been watching anxiously, ran over the moment the Winter Soldier vanished. He said he'd sinned too much, so he went up to the sky to reflect on it. Kurogai replied offhandedly. He didn't mention anything about Hydra. Sky was still young, and there were things she didn't need to be burdened with. As for the Winter Soldier, Kurogai had no intention of letting him off easy. The man would stay in freefall for a while longer. "Come on, I'll take you back. You've been scared enough for one day." Kurogai spoke to Sky. He planned to deal with Hydra next, but before that, he wanted to get her somewhere safe. While the Winter Soldier was preoccupied with falling, Kurogai opened a spatial gate using his sling ring, escorting Sky back to the orphanage. After making sure she was calm and staying for dinner, he quietly left and returned to the abandoned factory half a day later. The flying trip is over. Time to come back, Winter Soldier. I hope you enjoyed the ride. Kurogai murmured as he opened a new spatial gate high above. Boom. A black-clad figure plummeted from the portal, smashing into the ground hard enough to leave a human-shaped crater. Even though the Winter Soldier's physique was far superior to an ordinary human's, enduring such a prolonged fall was punishing. A moment later, the dazed assassin crawled out of the crater. The moment he stood upright, he doubled over and vomited violently. After a long pause, the Winter Soldier gathered himself. His instincts as a trained killer immediately kicked in, and without hesitation, he lunged at Kurogai. It seems you didn't enjoy the trip. No problem, it's unlimited rides here. No tickets required. Kurogai grinned, already prepared. Another spatial gate flared to life in front of him, and the Winter Soldier crashed into it, vanishing once again into the endless loop. His airborne torment resumed. I should design some new patterns for you, so you can really savor the experience. Don't thank me yet, Bucky. Kurogai chuckled darkly. Bucky's rough landing hadn't gone over well, so this time, he planned to spice things up. The spatial gates would form a pentagon-shaped trajectory, sending Bucky hurtling through sharp angles and sudden drops. This one's just for you, Bucky. Don't disappoint me. A cold glint flashed in Kurogai's eyes. Truthfully, Kurogai was furious. The Winter Soldier had shelled the factory earlier, and if not for his magic, both he and Sky could have died. As for the argument that the Winter Soldier had been brainwashed and was innocent, Kurogai thought it was nonsense. If someone killed because they were controlled, but bore no responsibility for their actions, the world would be chaos. It reminded him of the future confrontation between Iron Man and Captain America. Because Bucky had been manipulated, Steve believed he shouldn't be blamed for the death of Tony Stark's parents. But who would answer for the pain inflicted on Tony? To Kurogai, it made no sense. Bucky had taken lives. Whether controlled or not, actions had consequences. If Tony wanted revenge, he had every right to it. This was Kurogai's philosophy: if someone came after him, for any reason, they needed to be ready to face the consequences. This was why he knew he'd never be a hero. He wasn't righteous, nor did he claim to be. He was just a man. If someone hurt him or those he cared about, he would strike back, no apologies offered. That was his way. And it would never change. Gain access to 80+ chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 64, Winter Soldier had gone rogue. After a while, once he'd toyed with Bucky enough, Kurogai slowly opened the golden portal, allowing Bucky to fall back to the ground. As expected, the moment Bucky landed, he immediately keeled over and vomited violently. This was far more intense than any roller coaster. The relentless falling had shaken even the Winter Soldier, leaving him completely drained. It took a long time before Bucky finally recovered, staggering to his feet, a flicker of fear in his eyes. This time, though, he didn't attack as soon as he regained his balance. Instead, he took a wary step back. The Winter Soldier was genuinely terrified of Kurogai's methods. What did you do to me?" Bucky demanded, his voice thick with dread. That endless freefall had left a scar on his psyche, one he never wanted to revisit. "Want to go again, Winter Soldier?" Kurogai asked, taking a step forward, a teasing grin on his face. Bucky's expression changed. He instinctively took a step back. "No. I refuse," he gritted out, the memory still fresh, a sense of helplessness lingering. For the first time since Hydra had brainwashed him, Bucky felt something foreign, fear. Even more startling, the thought of abandoning a mission crossed his mind. This was unheard of. Ever since his transformation into the Winter Soldier, the only thing Bucky knew was how to follow orders. The word retreat had never existed in his mind. Yet now, standing in front of Kurogai, it did. This would become one of the few exceptions in his life. The only other person who could have driven him to defy Hydra was his lifelong friend, Steve Rogers. But that would be in the future. Right now, this man standing before him had left a mark deep enough to shake the Winter Soldier's resolve. Even a self-proclaimed god of mischief like Loki had hated the sensation of infinite falling. For Bucky, it was worse, especially since Kurogai had taken it a step further. "All right, Bucky, you're coming with me," Kurogai said coldly. "We're going to tear Hydra apart. From this moment on, you'll follow my orders until every last one of them is dead." His gaze sharpened, and in an instant, the symbol of the Geas appeared in Kurogai's eye. He'd vented enough for now and left Bucky with a memory he'd never forget. There was no need for further games. It was time to deal with Hydra. Since they had the audacity to send Bucky after him, they would pay for it. They thought the Winter Soldier was their ace in the hole, that this mission was foolproof. Fine. Kurogai would flip the script. He would use their so-called trump card to hunt them down. He would show Hydra the meaning of despair. They dared strike at him the moment he returned to New York, and their first move was targeting those close to him. If not for the protective magic Kurogai had left on Sky, she might already be dead. That had completely ignited his fury. He swore he would make Hydra pay in the most brutal way possible. And on that, his resolve had never wavered. To be honest, Kurogai had never felt this much killing intent toward a person or organization. Not even when Whitehall provoked him had he been this enraged. "I understand," Bucky said tonelessly. "The only mission now is to destroy Hydra. Once the geas took hold, Bucky no longer had a choice. What followed was simple. Though Bucky typically followed orders without thought, he knew where Hydra's bases were. Under his guidance, Kurogai took him to a remote mountainous area. Beneath its seemingly desolate surface lay a hidden Hydra base. Winter Soldier, start the mission, Kurogai ordered with a grim smile, eyes filled with killing intent. He hadn't seen a scene like this in years. The last time was when he had crushed Whitehall. It seemed Hydra was addicted to courting death. I intentionally left it as courting death, hee. But after tonight, they wouldn't get another chance. Yes, annihilate Hydra, Bucky said sharply. He gripped his weapon tightly and made his way toward the base. At the gate, surveillance systems registered Bucky's return and opened the doors without hesitation. This was standard procedure. The Winter Soldier would complete a mission, then return to be frozen until needed again. But this time was different. A Hydra captain approached him. Soldier, return to your position, the men ordered. Normally, Bucky would have complied, entering cryogenic sleep to await his next assignment. Unfortunately for them, this time the Winter Soldier raised his sniper rifle and, without a second of hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang. A single shot. A drop of blood. The captain dropped, a neat hole in his forehead, never understanding why the Winter Soldier, their perfect assassin, would suddenly turn on them. Alert. The Winter Soldier has gone rogue. Take him down, someone shouted through the intercom. Hydra soldiers rushed in from every direction, weapons raised. But what they didn't know was that the Winter Soldier, freed of his leash, was a Reaper in human form. This time, Bucky unleashed his full power. He tore through the Hydra troops like a whirlwind of death, a bloodbath in motion. If Bucky hadn't shown his full capabilities when fighting Kurogai, now he did, brutal, relentless, unstoppable. I went to check if we hit 100 power stones, so I could drop some bonus chapters, and got hit with a shock instead. So yeah, no bonus chapter for now, underscore. Chapter 65, Decimating Hydra Bases. Inside the Hydra base, chaos erupted without warning. The sudden rampage of the Winter Soldier left everyone stunned. Despite the bizarre circumstances, Hydra's soldiers continued charging forward, desperately trying to subdue him. Elsewhere in the base, a man's face twisted in alarm at the scene unfolding on the monitors. Without hesitation, he retreated to a secure room deep within the compound and dialed in a coded message. He was reporting the crisis to his superior. Far away, in a high-rise building overlooking the city, a man received the coded transmission. It was Alexander Pierce, the Hydra leader overseeing this operation. Publicly, he was known as the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. When Pierce decrypted the message, his expression darkened with rage. Damn it, the Winter Soldier's been compromised. Didn't they eliminate Kurogai at the start of this mission? He slammed his fist onto the desk. As a former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Pierce was fully aware of Kurogai's mind-controlling abilities. That's why he'd ordered the Winter Soldier to detonate the abandoned factory the moment Kurogai was lured inside, to avoid precisely this outcome. What he hadn't counted on was that Kurogai, a sorcerer of considerable power, had emerged completely unscathed. Not only had the attempt failed, but now even the Winter Soldier was under his control. Damn it all, the plan's gone to hell. The Winter Soldier's lost. All we can do now is evacuate the critical data. Such a waste of a weapon. Pierce ground his teeth. Losing the Winter Soldier was a significant blow, one even Pierce couldn't take lightly. But as for his own safety, he wasn't concerned. He wasn't a fool like Whitehall, who had holed himself up in his own lair and paid the ultimate price for his arrogance. Pierce had long since isolated his operations, ensuring that those at the Hydra base had no idea of his true identity or whereabouts. What pained him was losing valuable data and the weaponized asset he'd invested so heavily in. What Pierce didn't realize was that from the moment Kurogai first laid eyes on the Winter Soldier, he already knew exactly who was behind this. Back at the Hydra base, Kurogai hadn't needed to lift a finger. He watched from the sidelines, observing the Winter Soldier tearing through the base, leaving destruction in his wake. This was exactly what he intended. Hydra's prized human weapon would bury them himself. And for those who thought to flee, it was already too late. Kurogai had sealed the perimeter with a containment spell. No one was getting out. He'd made it clear, Hydra would be eradicated, and no one was escaping to rebuild it. The sound of gunfire, screams, and the wet thud of bodies hitting the ground echoed through the corridors. Blood pooled across the floor. Before long, the base fell silent. The Winter Soldier had decimated it single-handedly. In one respect, Hydra's Winter Soldier program had been a success. They had created a formidable killing machine. But they'd made one fatal mistake, choosing the wrong enemy. Now, their most lethal weapon had turned against them. Kurogai stepped into the blood-soaked base. The Winter Soldier was holding several men hostage, the ones Kurogai had ordered spared for interrogation. You should know plenty about Hydra, Kurogai said coldly. Tell me, where are the other bases? What else is Hydra hiding? His crimson eyes locked onto the survivors, the inverted V-shaped Gia symbol flickering to life. In an instant, their will crumbled. Kurogai was already aware of the high-ranking members, people like Pierce, Crossbones, and Arnim Zola, the latter having uploaded his consciousness into a computer long ago. But the smaller cells, the lesser-known outposts, those were the ones he needed to root out. He wouldn't repeat the mistake of leaving Hydra with room to recover. Cut off every head. Leave nothing. After a swift interrogation, Kurogai extracted the locations of several smaller Hydra branches. Though minor in comparison, he wouldn't let them survive. Bucky, Kurogai ordered, his voice sharp. Level this base. Without hesitation, the Winter Soldier obeyed. As Kurogai exited the facility, the ground shook behind him. A deafening explosion consumed the Hydra base in fire and rubble. A moment later, Bucky rejoined Kurogai, expressionless but ready. The contract that bound him to Kurogai's command remained intact. One base down, but Hydra wasn't finished yet. Next target, Kurogai said quietly. From the interrogation, he'd learned of a nearby Hydra contact point disguised as a bar in a small town. It was a minor outpost, but it might hold more valuable intel. Kurogai raised his hand, a shimmering golden portal forming in the air before them. In an instant, he and the Winter Soldier stepped through. This was Kurogai's advantage, his ability to strike anywhere, instantly. No matter where Hydra tried to run, if he knew their location, they had nowhere left to hide. And on this day, slaughter had come for Hydra. We on Chapter 150 on Pat BTW. Chapter 66, Pierce's turn. In a small town, a dilapidated bar stood, its tables and chairs smashed to pieces. Several men lay groaning on the ground while a figure with a mechanical arm loomed over them. On a nearby sofa, a young man with heterochromatic eyes watched the scene with detached indifference. This was Kurogai and the Winter Soldier. After arriving in the town, Kurogai hadn't bothered with pleasantries, he immediately sent the Winter Soldier in to subdue the place. He already knew these people were Hydra operatives, confirmed by the information obtained at the previous base. Once the Winter Soldier had them on the floor, Kurogai rose slowly and approached. Tell me everything you know about Hydra, their plans, base locations, and any names you have. Don't leave anything out. His crimson eye glinted, fixing his gaze on the terrified Hydra agents. Gias, absolute command, activated. Within moments, Kurogai had extracted all the information he needed. Hydra was more fragmented than he'd expected. Many cells operated independently, their members unaware of each other's affiliations. Even someone as high-ranking as Pierce only controlled a portion of Hydra's network. Kurogai's objective now was to hunt down every remaining branch. Deal with them. After getting what he needed, Kurogai turned and walked out of the bar, leaving Bucky to finish the job. Once it was done, Kurogai opened a shimmering golden portal and disappeared from the small town. Whatever reaction the locals might have when they discovered the aftermath was no longer his concern. Moments later, at another hidden base, a golden halo appeared, and the figures of Kurogai and Bucky stepped through. This is our next target. Same as before, move out, Winter Soldier, Kurogai ordered. Without a word, Bucky nodded and charged ahead. With Bucky as his enforcer, Kurogai's work became far more efficient. Very few men could match the Winter Soldier in combat. Even elite soldiers usually didn't last more than a couple of moves. Kurogai rarely needed to lift a finger. He set up a barrier spell to prevent escapes while Bucky swept through the base. Afterward, Kurogai would interrogate the survivors, extract what he needed, and eliminate the rest. Once the job was done, the two of them moved on to the next stronghold. At the SHIELD headquarters, inside a private office, Alexander Pierce sat clutching a communicator, his brow deeply furrowed. The moment reports came in about the Winter Soldier attacking a Hydra base, Pierce had scrambled to warn the other locations. But as time passed, more and more outposts went dark. Some couldn't be reached at all. A creeping dread gnawed at him. Is that damn heterochromatic-eyed freak using mind control to find the rest of the bases? His expression twisted in fury. He knew about Kurogai's terrifying ability to dominate a person's will, which made it entirely plausible that he was systematically rooting out Hydra's hidden strongholds. At the thought, Pierce's blood boiled. Those bases represented years of planning and resources. Damn bastard. I'll kill you for this. But despite his rage, Pierce dared not confront Kurogai directly. He still remembered the aftermath of their last encounter, when the Winter Soldier was ordered to blow up an entire factory in a failed attempt to stop him. Calming slightly, Pierce picked up his communicator and issued a coded order. Have the remaining bases evacuate immediately to the fallback location. If you're compromised, terminate yourselves. No exceptions. Unbeknownst to Kurogai, Pierce had recently completed a new secret base. No other Hydra operative knew of its existence, and thus no interrogation could reveal its location. Pierce was determined to preserve the last remnant of his power. He also ordered his base commanders to commit suicide if captured. That way, even if Hydra lost some personnel, Kurogai wouldn't uncover the new refuge. It was a ruthless tactic, but Pierce didn't hesitate. Once this storm passes, I'll see you dead, freak, Pierce muttered venomously, placing the communicator down. He knew better than to confront Kurogai directly right now. Instead, he would lay low, let this blow over, and then strike when the opportunity presented itself. Poison, sabotage, an ambush, there were countless ways for a spy to kill a man. Pierce was already considering several. But before those thoughts could solidify, a voice spoke from the empty room. Is that so? I'd love to see how you plan to do it. Pierce spun around, his face draining of color. Standing in his office were two figures he recognized immediately, Kurogai, the bicolored-eyed boy, and the Winter Soldier. Behind them, a golden portal shimmered as it vanished. This time, Kurogai had come for him personally. The underlings were dealt with. Now it was the leader's turn. I added an English name for him in the later chapter, around chapter 150. I mean the surname and middle name. __. Send power stones, it motivates me. Chapter 67, interrogating Pierce. Odd-eyed. Damn it, how did he end up here? When he saw Kurogai and the Winter Soldier appear, Pierce's expression twisted in panic, though he kept it buried beneath a veneer of calm. Although he held great power in his hands, it was ultimately just influence, not true strength. He was, after all, an ordinary man. Now, standing face to face with Kurogai and the Winter Soldier inside his own office, Pierce felt a deep, creeping unease. He couldn't quite understand how this had happened. He could guess that Kurogai had somehow gained control over the Winter Soldier, but he couldn't fathom how they'd breached S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, a place with security tighter than most military installations. It defied reason. But what Pierce didn't realize was that the moment he ordered the Winter Soldier into action, he had already exposed himself to Kurogai. No amount of secrecy, no careful distancing from subordinates, no chain of encrypted commands could shield him now. Trying to compose himself, Pierce forced a polite smile. May I ask what brings you here, Your Excellency? You must realize this is the headquarters of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. As he spoke, he casually moved toward his desk and discreetly pressed a hidden button beneath it, signaling S.H.I.E.L.D. agents for backup. Pierce knew Kurogai wasn't here for a chat. The odds were stacked against him, but this was still S.H.I.E.L.D. If he could stall long enough for agents to arrive, there might be a chance to turn the tide. Better to risk arrest than face certain death at Kurogai's hands. Don't play games with me, Pierce, Kurogai said coldly, his mismatched crimson and silver eyes gleaming with disdain. You really had the nerve to send the Winter Soldier after me, to harm those around me. Not even Whitehall dared go that far. His calm voice carried undisguised killing intent. I don't know what you're talking about, Pierce replied, taking another small step backward. I'm a senior official of S.H.I.E.L.D., a public servant. It was a transparent stalling tactic, and Kurogai saw through it instantly. I'm done wasting time. Winter Soldier, take him. Without hesitation, the Winter Soldier lunged forward, moving with brutal speed. Pierce tried to flee, but he didn't stand a chance. Within seconds, the Winter Soldier had pinned him against the wall, one metal arm constricting his throat. For all Pierce's scheming and political clout, he was nothing in the realm of real combat. This outcome had been inevitable from the moment they entered the room. Desperate, Pierce rasped, Wait. Wait, we can talk about this. I can tell you anything you want to know. There's no need for this. His only thought now was to buy time, to keep talking until the agents arrived. If he could give Kurogai something, maybe he'd live a little longer. But Kurogai only smirked. Still hoping someone's coming to save you, he said, his voice mocking. You might want to rethink that. Without my permission, no one's getting through that door. Unbeknownst to Pierce, Kurogai had erected a barrier spell around the office the moment he arrived. No alarms would be heard. No one would break in. And besides, Kurogai continued, his expression turning cold, I don't need you to tell me anything. I'll take what I want myself. His crimson eye gleamed, the Gia symbol flaring to life. Now, tell me everything you know, every base, every agent, every plan. Leave nothing out. Pierce's will crumbled under the overwhelming mental command, and the interrogation began. Elsewhere at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. In a nearby office, Nick Fury was buried in reports when the alarm blared. What's going on? Fury barked, rising from his chair as an agent rushed in. Sir. The alarm's coming from Director Pierce's office, something's happening in there. Mobilize a response team. Now. Fury's concern was genuine. He had no idea about Pierce's true allegiance to Hydra. If he had, his reaction would have been far different. But Kurogai had anticipated this. He knew Fury would react this way, but he didn't have time to care. His priority was getting answers, and fast. Back in the office, the interrogation was yielding results. Well, Kurogai muttered, a satisfied smile curling his lips. I didn't expect this much. Dr. Arnim Zola's location, and even Baron Strucker's. Seems Hydra's days are numbered. It wasn't surprising that Pierce knew where Zola was. After all, the doctor had overseen the Winter Soldier's conditioning, and Pierce was the one who managed the asset operationally. What Kurogai hadn't expected was that Pierce also knew where Baron Strucker was hiding. Hydra's strength had always been its decentralized nature. Its leaders often operated in isolation, with only fragments of information about each other's positions and plans. It was what made the organization so difficult to dismantle. But this changed everything. A predatory grin crossed Kurogai's face. So much for cutting off one head and two more growing back, he said quietly. This time, we'll rip them out by the roots. Hydra's reckoning had begun. Get access to 80+ chapters by becoming patrons. Chapter 68, Fury's Realization. Bonus. Inside the tightly sealed office, a young man with heterochromatic eyes stood before a kneeling figure whose gaze was vacant. This was Pierce, now under Kurogai's control. After extracting the information he needed about Hydra, Kurogai hadn't killed him right away. Even though you're worthless now, you made the mistake of targeting the people close to me. For that, I'll make sure you die in agony, Kurogai said coldly, his voice carrying an icy finality. What he despised most was anyone going after those he cared about, and Pierce had done exactly that. The thought alone was infuriating. If Kurogai hadn't made arrangements, Sky might have been dead. That possibility was unacceptable, and Kurogai wasn't about to let Pierce escape a fitting end. Interrogation's over. Wake him up. At Kurogai's words, Pierce slowly came to, his disoriented gaze sweeping the room. The moment his eyes landed on Kurogai, he instinctively recoiled. What did you do? Pierce demanded, his pupils narrowing as dread settled in. He could sense something had happened but had no memory of it. I took what I needed from your mind. You're no longer of any use, but since you managed to anger me, you won't get the mercy of a quick death. Winter Soldier, start tearing him apart. Make it slow. Kurogai's killing intent hung thick in the air, his expression devoid of pity. He had promised Pierce would die in agony, and he fully intended to keep that promise. At the command, the Winter Soldier stepped forward, his face expressionless as he closed the distance to Pierce. The torturous work began immediately. Pierce's agonized screams filled the office, echoing against the walls. Meanwhile, outside the office, dozens of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had gathered, though none knew what was happening within. All they could do was wait anxiously by the sealed door. Blast it open. All units, move in. Nick Fury arrived, immediately taking control. The agents tried everything, ramming, firearms, breaching tools, but no matter what they attempted, the office remained impenetrable. Nothing could get through. Fury's frustration mounted as the barrier refused to yield. It seems your people have caught on. Looks like it's time to wrap this up, Kurogai remarked, glancing toward the entrance. He could sense the force battering against the magic barrier he had placed on the office, though it wouldn't be enough. Not against him. Winter Soldier, that's enough. Kurogai turned back to his prisoner. Pierce was barely recognizable now, a bloody, broken figure slumped on the floor. His limbs twisted unnaturally, his features mangled, his entire body soaked in blood. The Winter Soldier's expertise in torture had left no inch unscathed. I'll handle the rest, Kurogai said coldly. While he had killed many by this point, very few of those deaths had been by his own hand. Whitehall, who had endangered the orphanage, had been one. Caecilius, who murdered the librarian, another. Now, it was time to add Pierce to that list. Pierce whimpered pitifully, wordless and broken. Kurogai was unmoved. A gleaming, ethereal sword of magic materialized in his hand, its surface shimmering with energy. Without hesitation, Kurogai drove the blade into Pierce's heart. The impact stopped the man's heart instantly. The life left Pierce's eyes as his body went still. Kurogai had delivered his vengeance. Pierce is finished, but Hydra isn't. And I won't rest until they're gone, Kurogai muttered to himself. The mastermind behind this scheme was dead, but the organization remained. That was something Kurogai could not allow to continue. But first, there was one last matter to settle. With a wave of his hand, Kurogai dispelled the magic barrier on the office. The agents outside, still pressing against the door, stumbled inside as it suddenly gave way. What the hell? Nick Fury, leading the group, froze at the sight. The office was a blood-soaked ruin. Pierce knelt lifeless in the center of the room, his mutilated corpse slumped in a pool of crimson. Fury's got twisted. He didn't need a doctor to tell him Pierce was dead. Then his gaze landed on the figure standing calmly at the center of the carnage, Kurogai. You again, Fury gritted out, his temper flaring. You promised me you wouldn't start trouble. And now you kill one of our own, right here, inside S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Are you out of your damn mind, Kurogai? Fury's anger was immediate and unfiltered. Kurogai had assured him last time that he wouldn't stir up unnecessary chaos. Yet here he was, standing over a mutilated corpse in the heart of their headquarters. I said I wouldn't cause trouble without reason. That doesn't mean I'll let myself be attacked without consequence, Kurogai replied icily. Hydra came for me. They tried to kill the people close to me. I don't care where they're hiding, anyone who dares will be destroyed. Hydra. Fury's eyes narrowed. His pulse quickened. Kurogai's words made the reality sink in. That's right. Pierce wasn't one of yours. He was Hydra. And from the look on your face, it seems you're finally starting to understand just how deep this infection runs. Your shield is rotting from the inside out. You've been raising Hydra agents without even realizing it, Kurogai said coldly. His words were a dagger. Fury felt his stomach twist. If what Kurogai claimed was true, if Pierce had been Hydra. I'll tell you this once, Fury, Kurogai went on. If your people's incompetence leads another Hydra agent to come after me, I won't just kill them. I'll clean house for you myself. Keep your house in order, or I'll do it for you. Kurogai's final words hung heavy in the blood-soaked room, a promise as much as a threat. Thanks for the power stones. Chapter 69, Zola. Pierce? Hydra. This. Nick Fury stared at Kurogai in shock. The information he'd just been handed was too enormous to process. Pierce was one of the highest-ranking figures in S.H.I.E.L.D. If even he was a Hydra operative, then how many more of them were buried within their ranks? The thought made Fury's stomach turn. And thinking back to their history of intelligence leaks, if Hydra hadn't infiltrated this deep, none of that would have happened. For a long moment, Nick Fury remained silent, lost in thought. But while Fury grappled with the implications, Kurogai was already moving on. He had no interest in sticking around. The only reason he'd let Fury inside was to deliver a warning. Now that message was clear, he had no further reason to stay. Besides, there were more pressing matters to attend to. Without hesitation, Kurogai conjured a shimmering portal. Under the stunned gazes of the gathered S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, he stepped through the golden ring, the Winter Soldier close behind. Director. The heterochromatic-eyed man's escaping, should we pursue? One of the agents turned to Nick Fury, his voice tense. Despite the shock, duty called. One of their own had been killed in cold blood inside S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, they couldn't just let that slide. But Fury held up a hand. Not now. We have bigger problems to deal with. His voice was grave. Kurogai's words still rang in his head, chilling him to the core. Hydra wasn't gone. In fact, it was still latched onto S.H.I.E.L.D. like a parasite. Years ago, after the orphanage incident, Fury had suspected Hydra's presence within their ranks. He'd even led a purge of suspected spies. But it clearly hadn't been enough. Pierce, someone who had worked at his side for years, a former S.H.I.E.L.D. director, had been one of them. If Kurogai's intel was accurate, S.H.I.E.L.D. was riddled with Hydra operatives. And before they did anything else, Fury had to clean house. There would be a purge. A bloody one. And none of that, however, concerned Kurogai. Kurogai and the Winter Soldier emerged inside a desolate, long-abandoned base. He hadn't forgotten his promise. Pierce might be dead, but the rest of Hydra still lived, and Kurogai wasn't leaving any of them breathing. This particular Hydra base was different. There were no guards, no sentries, no living personnel at all. Because this was the hideout of one man, Dr. Arnim Zola. Once a brilliant scientist working under the Red Skull, Zola had developed some of Hydra's deadliest weapons. He died of cancer decades ago, but not before transferring his consciousness into a massive computer system, buried deep within a S.H.I.E.L.D. facility in New Jersey. The irony of it was nauseating. A Hydra mastermind hidden away right under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s nose, and they'd never known. It was yet another reason Kurogai had lost any remaining patience with Nick Fury and his so-called intelligence agency. Come on. Let's finish this. He gave the order, and the Winter Soldier immediately stepped forward, forcing open a rusted, reinforced door. If Kurogai remembered correctly, this base had once been a strategic scientific reserve outpost during World War II, Captain America's old headquarters. Now it was Zola's sanctuary. They bypassed several false doors and traps before finally reaching the inner chamber. The secret room was crammed with ancient, dust-choked computer banks. Thick cobwebs hung from the ceiling. The air smelled of rust and decay. No one had stepped foot in here for years. Kurogai stepped into the gloom. No need to hide anymore, Zola. Show yourself. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then, one by one, the old computers flickered to life, their screens bathing the room in pale, sickly light. The base's dormant systems whirred back into operation. Finally, the central monitor displayed a digital human face. Dr. Arnim Zola. Ah, heterochromatic Kurogai. How did you find me? Came the metallic voice, distorted through ancient speakers. Kurogai's expression stayed cold. Seems you've managed to keep yourself well informed, even without a body. The fact that Zola recognized him meant he was still connected to the outside world, still watching. Kurogai. Male, appeared 6 years ago, presumed telepathic or mind control enhanced, lethal tendencies. Neutralized Whitehall's Hydra cell. Missing for 6 years. Potentially Omega-level threat. Extremely unstable. Zola recited the data as if reading from a file. Aside from a few buried secrets, the computer knew practically everything. Existing as a computer network has its perks, huh? I'm guessing you've already figured out why I'm here. Kurogai spoke evenly, but his voice carried a lethal edge. The digital face blinked. Calculating. 90% probability, elimination. 10% chance, recruitment attempt. Given your unpredictable behavioral pattern, both remain plausible. Zola's voice remained mechanical, but there was a hint of unease in the words. Kurogai gave a cold chuckle. Not 90%, Zola. It's 100. I'm not here to talk. He turned to the Winter Soldier. Wipe this place clean. Smash every last piece of it. Without hesitation, the Winter Soldier grabbed a steel rod from a nearby console and brought it crashing down on the nearest computer. Sparks flew, and the machine exploded in a shower of light and smoke. One by one, the other machines met the same fate. The face on the central monitor twisted into a digital grimace. Wait. Too late. Kurogai conjured a glowing blade in his palm and hurled it straight through the monitor, silencing the system forever. Another piece of Hydra, gone. But there was still more work to do. More Power Stones equals more chapter equals everyone's happy. Chapter 70, Slaughter has begun. Facing Dr. Zola, who had transferred his consciousness into a computer network, Kurogai felt no real interest. Zola was no longer a man, just a program clinging to old memories and data. All this talk about morality, being both good and evil, and possible recruitment meant nothing to Kurogai. His purpose was simple: eliminate Hydra at its roots. There was no room for negotiation, especially not with a relic like Zola. At Kurogai's command, the Winter Soldier raised his metal arm and began smashing through the rows of ancient computers. No, stop. Don't destroy me. I can give you information, valuable secrets. I can tell you everything about Red Skull's history, Hydra's ultimate plans, anything you want. Please. The terrified voice of Dr. Zola crackled through the speakers, his face flickering on the dusty screens. Each blow from Winter Soldier's arm caused sections of the network to go dark, and with them, Zola's awareness flickered and shrank. It was ironic, a program capable of experiencing fear. Kurogai narrowed his eyes, watching the digital face contort with terror. It was almost a pity. I didn't expect a program to feel fear. I suppose you really did copy all of Zola's twisted traits, Kurogai said coldly. From a certain perspective, Zola was still alive, his consciousness preserved in circuits and code. But Kurogai had no intention of leaving this place intact. Winter Soldier continued, smashing system after system as Zola pleaded desperately. I'll tell you anything: Hydra's final plan, their hidden assets, their remaining leaders. You don't have to do this. Kurogai remained unmoved, standing silent while Winter Soldier reduced the room to wreckage. At last, with a final, violent punch, Winter Soldier crushed the last operational computer. Zola's agonized wail cut off mid-sentence, and the entire base fell silent. Burn it down, Kurogai ordered. Then, we moved to the next Hydra facility. Though Zola's primary core had been destroyed, Kurogai wasn't naive enough to believe there weren't backups scattered somewhere. Persistent enemies like Zola had a nasty habit of resurfacing when you least expected it. Kurogai wasn't about to leave any loose ends. Moments later, a massive explosion lit up the abandoned facility. A wave of scorching heat engulfed the structure, reducing it to burning rubble. Dr. Zola's remnants were erased, his data and memories consumed by fire. Without delay, Kurogai conjured a spatial portal. He and Winter Soldier stepped through, emerging in a desolate mountainous region. According to the memories Kurogai had extracted from Alexander Pierce, a major Hydra base was concealed in this remote wilderness. And this one was different. It was larger, more heavily fortified, the personal stronghold of Baron Wolfgang von Strucker, one of Hydra's most dangerous surviving leaders. Baron Strucker wasn't just a Hydra officer, he was a living relic of war. A veteran of both world wars, a contemporary of Red Skull, and one of Hydra's original founders. Taking him out would deliver a devastating blow to what remained of Hydra's command structure. Standing atop a hill, Kurogai gazed at the camouflaged installation in the distance. First, barrier magic. No one leaves alive. Kurogai raised his hand, intricate magical sigils forming in the air before dissolving into the ground. A massive invisible barrier spread like a cage around the entire facility, trapping everyone inside. For Kurogai, magic wasn't just a tool for offense, it was a methodical, calculated art. No one would escape this net. Now, Winter Soldier, kill every Hydra soldier in that base. Leave only the top officers alive. I want information. Winter Soldier gave a brief nod and charged toward the gate without hesitation. Inside the Hydra base, a watchman spotted the advancing figure. Captain. We've got a hostile approaching the front gate. The Hydra captain barely hesitated. Kill him. Yes, sir. Machine gun emplacements on the battlements opened fire, a hail of bullets cutting through the night air. But against Winter Soldier's enhanced physique and combat skill, conventional firearms meant little. He ducked, weaved, and dodged with supernatural speed, reaching the gate in seconds. Planting a high-yield explosive, he retreated a few steps and hit the detonator. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the gate shattered, debris flying in every direction. The entrance to Baron Strucker's stronghold lay wide open. The slaughter had begun. Huge shout-out and heartfelt thanks to everyone who became a patron. Your support truly means the world to me. Chapter 71, Magic. Deep within the Hydra base, in a dim, foul-smelling prison, dozens of children huddled together, fearfully glancing around. Outside the cell, a cold, imposing man surveyed them with icy eyes. His right arm, a gleaming mechanical prosthetic, rested against his chin as he listened to his subordinate's report. Baron, these are the children selected for the next phase. Their physiques have passed all preliminary testing and meet the parameters for your experiments. I believe they'll be invaluable to our research. The man speaking, a Hydra scientist in a white lab coat, respectfully addressed Baron Strucker, occasionally referencing the data on a clipboard. They'd been running these experiments for months, kidnapping new subjects as needed. These children were the latest victims. What about those two boys and that girl? Baron Strucker asked, his gaze drifting toward a cell in the corner where a terrified pair of twins clung to one another. Baron, the scientist began, quickly flipping through his notes, they're twins. Initially, we only apprehended the boy, but the girl intervened, so we brought her along. Surprisingly, according to our tests, both their physical profiles meet and even exceed our required metrics. They could be prime candidates for the experiment. A cruel gleam flickered in Strucker's eyes. Even better. He made a mental note of the twins. Their unexpected potential could push his twisted research to a new level. Just then, a violent tremor rocked the entire base, followed by a faint, rumbling quake. What's happening? Strucker barked, fury lacing his voice as he demanded answers. A Hydra soldier burst into the room. Bad news, Commander. An intruder at the main gate, a man with a mechanical arm. He's destroyed the entrance and stormed inside. The guards had initially planned to handle the situation quietly. But they hadn't anticipated the sheer power of the attacker. He wasn't just any soldier. Strucker's expression darkened. A man with a mechanical arm, that's the Winter Soldier. Damn it, where are Pierce and Dr. Zola? Why would he be attacking us? Could something have happened to them? It made no sense. The Winter Soldier was supposed to be under the control of Alexander Pierce and Dr. Zola. Neither of them would send him here without cause. There was only one logical explanation, something outside had gone terribly wrong, and Pierce and Zola were no longer in control. Standard weapons are useless against him. Authorize the use of experimental arms. I want him captured alive, I need answers. Baron Strucker's command left no room for argument. He refused to tolerate disruption in his base, not from anyone, not even the infamous Winter Soldier. However, he was still woefully unaware of how drastically the world outside had shifted. Hydra soldiers scrambled to their positions, quickly grabbing their stockpile of experimental weapons. These were highly unconventional arms, crude offshoots of the energy-based technology Dr. Zola had once designed for Red Skull during World War II. After Red Skull's disappearance, Strucker had quietly continued the research, producing weapons capable of abnormal and unpredictable effects. The experimental weapons gave Hydra's men a fighting chance. Against conventional arms, Winter Soldier was nearly unstoppable, but these devices made the battle more even. The combat at the gate ground into a tense, bloody stalemate. From a nearby hill, Kurogai watched, arms crossed, face unreadable. He hadn't intervened earlier because against ordinary soldiers, Winter Soldier was more than enough. But now that they'd brought out these unstable weapons, it was clear this would drag on longer than he cared for. Kurogai's patience wore thin. Winter Soldier, get down. Kurogai called out, magic swirling around his fingertips as a complex rune formed in his hand. Without hesitation, Winter Soldier dropped flat to the ground. In a split second, Kurogai released the condensed energy, unleashing a massive, crescent-shaped blade of compressed wind. The invisible cutting edge screamed through the air, racing toward the gate. The instant it passed overhead, it was already too late for the Hydra soldiers. Crack! A sharp, deafening sound echoed as a deep fissure split across the wall of the Hydra base. The Hydra soldiers froze. A heartbeat later, their upper bodies slid cleanly from their lower halves. Blood sprayed the air. It was over in a blink. Just a quick heads up, I'll be changing the update time to 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. WAT. Want more chapters? Send Power Stones. Chapter 72, I'm no hero. A horizontal crack split the wall of the Hydra base. All the Hydra soldiers fighting the Winter Soldier were severed cleanly in half by a single slicing wind blade. This was the devastating power of magic. But this wasn't ordinary magic. Back when Kurogai trained in Kamartage, he'd learned of a unique discipline, nature magic. It channeled the elemental forces of the world, wind, fire, ice, lightning, and more. The power of such spells was immense, but their difficulty matched their might. Casting a natural spell demanded enormous mental focus and consumed vast amounts of magical energy. Because of this, most sorcerers in Kamartage specialized in only one type of nature magic, if they studied it at all. Even for those who did, using these magics in battle was rare. On the field, situations shifted by the second, and spells like conjured whips, swords, and shields took far less time and energy. A sorcerer could strike, defend, and counter without delay. Weapon magic was practical, efficient, and deadly enough. That was why, until now, Kurogai himself had favored conjured weapons in combat. But with the Winter Soldier occupying the base's defenders, Kurogai had time, enough to unleash something far deadlier. He channeled the wind into a crescent-shaped blade of pure pressure and severed the enemy forces in an instant. The Winter Soldier rose slowly, glancing at Kurogai, visibly shaken. Though his mind remained under control, Winter Soldier's combat instincts screamed at the power of that attack. The sheer destructive force made even him instinctively wary. Winter Soldier, Kurogai commanded coldly, advance. Keep pushing deeper. There was no need to explain. The soldiers they dispatched were meaningless. The true threat hadn't yet appeared. Kurogai knew very well, Baron Strucker was the one running this operation, not these rank-and-file goons. Yes, Winter Soldier responded curtly, charging ahead once more. The battle raged on. Meanwhile, in the control room, Baron Strucker's expression twisted in alarm as he watched the security feed. His pupils contracted sharply at the sight of his soldiers being bisected, the base walls cracked by some unseen force. A boy, not even a teen, radiating unnatural power, was effortlessly tearing through Hydra's forces alongside the Winter Soldier. The sight was enough to send a ripple of fear through even the hardened Baron. That one. He's controlling the Winter Soldier. Damn it, then Pierce and Dr. Zola must have fallen to him already, Strucker snarled. Those fools. They've exposed my location and dragged their mess straight to my doorstep. But what gnawed at him most was how. How had Pierce and Zola managed to provoke an enemy like Kurogai? Strucker had been quietly conducting human experiments here for years, finally identifying two ideal test subjects. Now, thanks to those imbeciles, a storm had come crashing through his walls. Truth be told, Strucker had long distanced himself from Hydra's direct operations. Had he stayed current with internal affairs, he would have known that Whitehall had been eliminated years ago by a child with heterochromatic eyes. The power shifts within Hydra had not been kind to their leadership. Enough, Strucker growled. I'll handle this myself. All soldiers, intercept them. Hold them off while I prepare. Though furious, Baron Strucker wasn't the sort to panic. Unlike Pierce, who schemed from the shadows, Strucker was a warrior. He was proficient in firearms, deadly with a blade, and his own body enhanced beyond that of a typical super soldier. Thanks to the Death Spore virus, he'd acquired immense strength and durability. Coupled with his mechanical right hand, the infamous Satan's Claw, Strucker was a lethal combatant in his own right. To him, the Winter Soldier wasn't a threat. Kurogai, however, was another matter entirely. Yes, sir. The officer overseeing the monitor saluted sharply and relayed orders throughout the base. In truth, everyone knew the regular soldiers wouldn't last long. Their job was to delay the inevitable, buying time for Strucker's preparations. But now that Kurogai had personally joined the fight, the soldiers were little more than fodder. Their delay would last mere moments. Before long, Kurogai and the Winter Soldier reached the central compound. Instead of finding Strucker, however, they arrived at a prison block. A prison in the heart of the base. These must be Strucker's prized experimental subjects, Kurogai muttered. His sharp gaze swept over the cells, instantly grasping the situation. Save us. Please, save us, hero. Sir, let us out, please. The captives clung to whatever hope they could muster, desperately calling to Kurogai through the bars. A faint smirk played at Kurogai's lips. He wasn't one for theatrics, but he also didn't mind making Hydra's day worse. Winter Soldier, he ordered, open the cells. The Winter Soldier complied without hesitation, tearing down doors with his mechanical arm. In moments, the imprisoned subjects poured out into the hallway. Thank you, hero. Please take us with you. They crowded around Kurogai, terrified of what lay beyond and desperate to follow the one person who could stand against the soldiers. Take you with me. Kurogai chuckled darkly. You've got it wrong. I'm no hero. I'm under no obligation to protect you. His voice was calm, detached. I gave you freedom. What you do with it is your business. If you're lucky, maybe you'll make it out alive. His words sent a cold shiver through the freed prisoners, but the point was clear. This was no savior, merely a force of destruction that happened to break their chains along the way. Chapter 73, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. Kurogai never considered himself a hero. Heroes were the kind who sacrificed their own interests for some so-called greater good, and in Kurogai's eyes, any talk of a greater good was worth less than trash. If a person couldn't manage their own affairs, what was the point in chasing after some noble cause for others? That was exactly how Kurogai saw this situation. He'd come to this Hydra base to wipe out their forces, not to babysit a bunch of prisoners. If Hydra's people managed to slip away because he wasted time on them, then his entire operation would be pointless. But Kurogai wasn't some heartless villain either. He didn't mind giving them a shot at freedom. That's why he ordered the Winter Soldier to open all the cells, leaving them to escape on their own. Whether they survived or not was their own problem. When Kurogai coldly declared he wasn't a hero, the prisoners who had just been freed froze. Wide-eyed, they stared at him, struggling to understand what he meant. Wasn't coming here and releasing them a heroic act? Then why would he suddenly say he wasn't a hero? But whether he called himself a hero didn't matter. What did matter was that this young man had no intention of taking them with him. And in a place this dangerous, with armed soldiers everywhere, how were they supposed to escape alone? Hero, please don't leave us behind. Yeah, you can't just abandon us. Why did you free us if you weren't going to help? Right. If you really don't want to save us, then we'll stay here and die. Yeah, we'll just wait here for those soldiers to come and kill us. One after another, the prisoners shouted, trying to guilt him into protecting them. They had no other choice. The terror Hydra had inflicted on them left deep scars, and now they clung to Kurogai like a lifeline. Some even went so far as to threaten him with their own lives. It was a foolish move, especially against someone like Kurogai. Oh. You'll stay here and die if I don't save you. Kurogai's expression turned cold, a faint, mocking smile tugging at the corner of his mouth as a glint of frost flashed in his eyes. Yes. If you abandon us, we'll wait here for death, one of them called out, thinking their plea might make him relent. They couldn't have been more wrong. Well then, if you're so eager to die, I'll help you along. Winter Soldier, kill them. Kurogai's voice was cold and sharp. Some people like to demand things from the strong, disguising it as moral obligation. But what they failed to understand was that strength owed nothing to weakness, and Kurogai despised that kind of moral blackmail. If they thought being weak entitled them to protection, Kurogai had no problem teaching them a brutal lesson about reality. Without hesitation, the Winter Soldier charged forward, his metal fist raised. The prisoners panicked and bolted in every direction, shrieking as they scattered. None of them dared stay in front of Kurogai now. And at this point, none of them still believed he was a hero, not that he had ever cared what they thought. Come back. We've got more important things to handle, Kurogai ordered calmly. These people weren't worth another moment of his attention. They didn't want to fight for their own survival, only begging for someone else to carry them. Kurogai wasn't interested in that kind of dead weight. The Winter Soldier wordlessly returned to his side, and the two prepared to press deeper into the base. The real threat, Baron Strucker, had yet to appear, and Kurogai wasn't about to lower his guard. Just as they moved to advance, Kurogai noticed two children, a boy and a girl, standing directly in his path. Judging by their ragged clothes, they were prisoners too, yet unlike the others, they hadn't run. And they were brave, or foolish, enough to approach him. Do you realize I was about to kill people just now? Kurogai asked flatly. His tone left no doubt, he wouldn't go out of his way to save anyone. If anything, showing up now was a risk to their lives. I know, the girl stammered, summoning her courage. But I'm not here to beg. I want to make a deal with you. Kurogai raised a brow, a trace of curiosity flickering in his gaze. The girl had clearly seen his stance. She understood he wouldn't help those who only begged for mercy, so she chose a different tactic, to negotiate. A clever move. And Kurogai respected cleverness. A deal. Now this I want to hear. Go ahead, you might get lucky if I'm in the mood. A faint smile crossed his lips. I want you to help my brother and me get out of here alive, the girl said, her voice steady despite the odds. In return, we'll work for you, become your subordinates. I promise, we may be young now, but we'll be valuable to you one day. That leader you fought just now said our abilities were exceptional. That we'd be useful. She was desperate, throwing in whatever details might improve her chances. She even quoted what the Hydra scientists had said about them, hoping it would sway him. Kurogai's smile deepened. That leader. Baron Strucker, A brother and sister. Interesting. Tell me, what are your names? My name's Wanda, and my brother's Pietro, the girl answered quietly. And there it was. As Kurogai had suspected, these two were the young versions of Wanda Maximoff and Pietro Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. His smirk widened slightly. Things were getting interesting. You're probably wondering, why are they kids when Black Widow's an adult? Honestly, that one's a mystery. I mean, Quake's a kid too, so maybe Natasha's the anomaly here. Google does say Black Widow is older than Wanda in the MCU, so it checks out. __. Send Power Stones. Chapter 74, Dealing with Baron. Kurogai looked at the twins in front of him, feeling a slight surprise. These were Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. According to Kurogai's memory, the two should have been captured as test subjects by Baron Strucker in the future. But the Marvel timeline was chaotic, with multiple balanced universes overlapping, so it wasn't impossible for them to appear here now. However, these details weren't the main point. What mattered most was their value. One was Quicksilver, with incredible speed, and the other was Scarlet Witch, who wielded chaos magic. Both were incredibly valuable in the future. Now that they stood before him, if Kurogai saved them, they could serve him going forward. He only needed to open a spatial portal and send them out of this Hydra base. Then, he would gain two powerful allies for the future. This opportunity was like a gift from the heavens, something even Kurogai hadn't expected. Can you do it? We're willing to do anything, Wanda said, her voice shaking with uncertainty. They had nothing left, and their only bargaining chip was their potential future value, though they didn't even know what that would be. That's why they were hesitant. All of this fear came from Baron Strucker. His Hydra base conducted horrific experiments on humans, and many prisoners died because of it. That left a dark shadow over the siblings. Others had gone mad trying to escape, and Wanda and Pietro feared death if they stayed. They chose to strike this deal with Kurogai because fleeing gave them hope. Staying meant certain doom. No matter how you looked at it, this was a favor to Kurogai. If he knew Baron Strucker was the cause of their desperation, he might even thank him. Of course, I like this deal. But remember, if you choose to trade with me, you'll belong to me from now on, Kurogai said, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Magic surged around him as golden sparks formed a complex rune floating before him. It wasn't a complicated spell, just a simple tracking magic, like the one he had left on Sky before. It would let him know their location, but he wasn't forcing them. If they agreed, he would accept them. Decide carefully. If you're truly willing to follow me, these two runes will bind you, but I won't force it, Kurogai said calmly. Being marked by him meant belonging to him. We agree, Wanda and Pietro exchanged a look, then nodded firmly. The golden rune flashed and sealed itself onto the backs of their hands. Good. Go outside and wait for me. I'll come for you once this is settled. Kurogai opened a spatial portal and pushed it toward them. They stepped through and vanished from the Hydra base. None of the prisoners knew that while they struggled to escape, two had already left, though it had come at a great cost. On a small hill not far from the base, Wanda and Pietro emerged from the golden light, still stunned. Are we really safe? Pietro asked, his voice full of disbelief. Probably, Wanda answered, equally uncertain. According to their expectations, escaping would have been a long, difficult journey. But Kurogai's magic had whisked them safely away instantly. It felt like a dream. What do we do now? Pietro asked, looking to his sister. Wanda thought for a moment. This day was unforgettable, they had barely processed it. But recalling Kurogai's mysterious powers, she made her decision. Let's wait. That man isn't ordinary. He might be like a god. His abilities are beyond normal, and I have a feeling that waiting for him here will change our lives forever. Wanda's conviction was strong, she refused to miss this chance. I understand, sister. Pietro nodded, trusting her judgment and willing to wait by her side. Kurogai had no idea how quickly the siblings' thoughts had changed, but even if he did, he would only smile quietly. Different choices led to different outcomes, and this was theirs. For now, Kurogai still had business to attend to, namely, dealing with the big boss, Baron Strucker. Want to support? Or you want to read 70 chapters in advance? Become a patron. Chapter 75, just getting started. Inside the Hydra base control center, when Baron Strucker learned that Kurogai had released all the prisoners, his face twisted with rage. Damn it. You let all those test subjects go. I'll tear you apart myself. Strucker roared furiously. Those prisoners were crucial for his next round of experiments, especially a pair of twins with exceptional potential. Having them escape was a disaster, and it drove him to the edge of madness. What are you waiting for? Deploy every soldier, recover those test subjects immediately. Strucker shouted at his subordinates. Sir, what about the intruders? A subordinate asked hesitantly. Their orders had been to stop those two infiltrators. If all troops were chasing the escaped prisoners, who would deal with them? They're mine, Strucker said coldly, his voice like a knife. Originally, he had planned to watch from the shadows and study Kurogai's abilities. But now, his patience was gone. He'd handle this personally before the situation spiraled further out of control. At his order, Hydra's personnel scrambled into motion. Deep within the base, Kurogai led the Winter Soldier deeper into Hydra's underground stronghold. As they advanced, he noticed something unusual: fewer and fewer soldiers came to stop them. A knowing smirk tugged at the corner of Kurogai's lips. Looks like Strucker's making his move. He realized ordinary soldiers were useless against them, and Strucker had stopped wasting manpower. Which meant what came next would be far deadlier. Boom. Boom. Right on cue, the ceiling above them caved in under a tremendous impact, chunks of concrete and steel raining down toward Kurogai and Winter Soldier. The entire structure quaked with the force of the blow. That probably hurt, a cold voice sneered from above. But I know it won't be enough to kill you. Show yourselves. A figure dropped down from the wreckage, his mechanical right arm gleaming ominously, Baron Strucker himself. He hadn't expected the strike to finish them, but it would flush them out. Just as he landed, a nearby pile of debris cracked apart, and a shimmering magic barrier dissipated, revealing Kurogai and Winter Soldier, completely unharmed. When the attack hit, Kurogai had already conjured a protective light shield, shielding them both from harm. A mechanical arm. So you're Baron Strucker, Kurogai said, his gaze cold. He'd assumed Strucker would send one of his lieutenants, but apparently, he'd rattled the Hydra leader badly enough to draw him out in person. I am, Strucker answered icily. But what I don't know is who the hell you are, and why you've come here to tear my operation apart. Who I am doesn't matter, Kurogai replied indifferently. But the reason I'm here, well, you Hydra bastards crossed the line. First Whitehall, then Pierce, your people keep poking at me. So I decided it's time to uproot Hydra, branch and root. His voice was sharp as steel. That's so. Strucker sneered. Then die. Without hesitation, Baron Strucker charged, his enhanced mechanical right arm, known as the Claw of Satan, driving toward Kurogai with lethal force. Winter Soldier. Kurogai's command rang out, and Winter Soldier moved instantly, raising his own cybernetic left arm to meet the blow. The two mechanical limbs collided with a deafening clang, the force of the impact distorting the air around them. But despite his strength, Winter Soldier was pushed back slightly. His physical enhancements, while formidable, still fell short of Strucker's monstrous strength. After all, Strucker was no ordinary soldier. Infected with the death spore virus, his body possessed near immortality, rapid regeneration, and durability beyond bullets and blades. Compared to him, Winter Soldier was still a product of imperfect experiments. TCH, Winter Soldier, Strucker spat. Zola's little experiment. Seems you turned out to be a disappointment. He surged forward, the Claw of Satan crackling with electric energy. A powerful surge lashed into Winter Soldier's body, causing him to seize up, his muscles momentarily paralyzed. Strucker took the chance and hurled him against the wall, shattering the concrete on impact. Cracks splintered across the wall from the sheer force. Did you forget about me? A cold voice sliced through the air, and a razor-sharp wind blade materialized, whistling toward Strucker's head. The wind pressure alone made his skin crawl. While Winter Soldier kept Strucker busy, Kurogai had already begun weaving an incantation, summoning deadly magic. The spell struck fast and precise, a concentrated wind blade aimed straight for Strucker's skull. The real fight had just begun. 200 Power Stones equals 3 bonus chapters. Send Power Stones. Chapter 76, Death Spore Virus. The extremely sharp wind blade, carrying terrifying pressure, shot toward Baron Strucker. Although natural magic took time to condense, once formed, its power and speed far surpassed ordinary spells. The wind blade, like a razor-edged gust, tore through the air and appeared in front of Baron Strucker before he had a chance to react. His expression twisted in alarm. He could feel the immense pressure emanating from the incoming attack, but it was too fast to dodge. He raised his mechanical right arm, the Claw of Satan, to block it. Boom. The wind blade clashed violently against the claw of Satan, sending out a piercing, metallic screech that felt like it would tear through eardrums. "Hold it, full power lightning!" Baron Strucker bellowed. Veins bulged on his neck, his eyes bloodshot as he frantically unleashed every bit of stored electricity within the claw of Satan. Blue arcs of lightning crackled across the metallic surface, clashing against the howling wind blade. Crackling. For several tense seconds, the wind blade's devastating power was slowly consumed. But by then, a deep gash had been torn into the claw of Satan, rendering it useless. Even Strucker's chest had cracked from the force he couldn't fully contain. "It seems your mechanical arm was built well," Kurogai's cold voice echoed. "But without it, how will you resist my next attack?" Baron Strucker's face contorted. Struggling to look up, he saw Kurogai standing firm, a new, complex magic rune glowing in his palm, already prepared. The time Baron Strucker wasted resisting the last attack was more than enough for Kurogai to condense another wind blade. "Damn it, Strucker started, but Kurogai didn't give him the chance. Without hesitation, Kurogai unleashed the wind blade in his hand, the lethal gust tearing through the air like a gale. This wasn't the time for grand speeches or giving his opponent a chance to counter. On the battlefield, hesitation meant death. The instant Baron Strucker made even a slight movement, Kurogai struck. "Damn it. I hate this." Strucker roared, but there was nowhere left to run, and no means to defend himself. Without the claw of Satan, he was vulnerable. Even though his body had been mutated by the death spore virus, granting him near indestructibility, this wind blade carried concentrated magic power meant to kill. Crack! A sharp, clean cut echoed through the chamber as the wind blade sliced through Baron Strucker's body. The walls behind him cracked from the force, a visible gash marking the stone surface. The single slash didn't just cut Strucker down, it tore through the entire base. "I told you, I'll be the one to wipe Hydra off the map. Did you really think I'd let you leave here alive?" Kurogai said coldly, watching as Baron Strucker's halved body fell. Cough, cough. Despite being cleaved in two, Strucker's mutated body clung to life. His pale face twisted into a grin. "You might think you've won, but you'll die here too," he spat. Kurogai frowned. "I forgot to mention, my body's infected with the death spore virus. The moment I die, it'll spread through the air. You, and everyone else left in this base, won't survive." Strucker's blood-stained grin widened. It was his final trump card. Even in death, he planned to drag Kurogai to the grave with him. "You'll be disappointed," Kurogai replied coldly. He activated the sling ring on his finger, simultaneously constructing two spells, one for a spatial portal and another for a conjured magic sword. A glowing rune formed on his right palm. With a flick of his wrist, the magic sword shot forward like a bolt of light. "Die with me!" Strucker shrieked, summoning the last remnants of his strength to curse Kurogai. But Kurogai didn't even look back. The instant the sword flew, he stepped through the portal. A split second later, the blade pierced Strucker's heart, and the portal vanished. Boom. The magic sword detonated inside Strucker's chest, shattering his heart and reducing his body to ash. The infamous leader of Hydra was utterly annihilated. At the same time, countless death spore viruses surged out, engulfing the entire Hydra base. Every remaining Hydra soldier, every prisoner who hadn't escaped, was consumed, leaving behind nothing but brittle, withered bones. And with that, Baron Strucker and his base were erased from existence. __. Chapter 77, Wanda Siblings. Bonus. Outside the Hydra base, Kurogai's figure emerged from the shimmering portal, his breathing slightly uneven. Though it felt like time had stretched during Baron Strucker's final moments, from the madman's threat to his total annihilation, in reality, everything had happened in under 2 seconds. Within that brief instant, Kurogai had constructed 2 spells simultaneously, killed Baron Strucker, and escaped the Hydra base before the death spore virus could be released. It left a strain on him, but it was done. Even with the death spore virus, what's destined to fall will still fall, Kurogai muttered coldly, his eyes fixed on the distant, silent Hydra base. The way things had turned out hadn't been part of his original plan, but the result was the same. Baron Strucker was dead, and nothing would change that. Then, a frown tugged at his brow. "Wait. I forgot something." His expression shifted. The Winter Soldier. It hit him like a stray thought. In the chaos of the final confrontation, he'd completely overlooked the Winter Soldier. Given the circumstances, though, with the base now flooded with the death spore virus, even someone as enhanced as the Winter Soldier wouldn't have survived. "Forget it," Kurogai said with a shake of his head. He hadn't expected the situation to spiral like this. But truthfully, even if the Winter Soldier had escaped the outbreak, Kurogai wouldn't have spared him once Hydra was wiped out. Kurogai had made it clear before, no matter what reason the Winter Soldier had, attacking those close to him meant facing his wrath. The only reason he hadn't eliminated him earlier was because he'd intended to use him as a pawn. Fate, however, had made that decision for him. I don't know if you're lucky or just cursed, Kurogai murmured, his expression unreadable. He dismissed the thought soon after. There were more pressing matters at hand. Enough of that. There's still one more problem to clean up. His gaze returned to the Hydra base. Baron Strucker, in his final moments, hadn't been clear about the full extent of the death spore virus's threat. The virus didn't just linger in the base; if left unchecked, it could escape into the atmosphere. In large quantities, it could become catastrophic. Thankfully, Kurogai had already anticipated this risk. Raising his hand, he activated his sling ring and summoned the magical barrier he had previously cast over the Hydra facility. The barrier flared to life, a massive dome of shimmering light encasing the ruined base. Under Kurogai's control, the barrier began to contract, compressing the virus-infected air within. Slowly, the barrier shrank, condensing the death spore virus into a single, dark sphere, black as obsidian. Its menacing aura pulsed like a cursed pearl in his palm. This might come in handy someday. Kurogai eyed the sphere thoughtfully. It was lethal, certainly dangerous to keep around, but power is power, and in the right circumstances, this could be a deadly trump card. If he ever faced an enemy too powerful to deal with conventionally, unleashing this sphere could turn the tide. I'll hang on to it. He fortified the sphere with several layers of magical seals until no trace of the virus could leak out. Only when he was certain of its containment did he tuck it away. Now, time to deal with the Wanda siblings. Another portal shimmered into existence as Kurogai traced their position and stepped through. Not far from the base, atop a low hill, Wanda and Pietro Maximoff had waited ever since agreeing to follow Kurogai. Neither had left, and both tensed as a golden ring of light appeared before them, the same portal magic that had saved them once already. Without hesitation, they stood, tense but resolute. My lord," Wanda stammered, while Pietro stiffened, managing a nervous nod. "It seems you two are more reliable than I expected," Kurogai remarked with a faint smirk. Truthfully, he'd half expected them to flee while they had the chance. The fact they hadn't was satisfactory. "Let's move. We're leaving." Without further ceremony, he opened a portal with a flick of his wrist and gestured for them to follow. That was it. The twins exchanged uncertain glances. No questions. No warnings. Just leave. But neither dared question him. They silently stepped through. Moments later, they arrived inside a modest restaurant. Kurogai casually waved a hand, compelling the restaurant owner to provide a private room and their finest food. As prisoners of Hydra, Wanda and Pietro had survived on scraps. Now, faced with a feast, they hesitated, until Kurogai gave a small nod of approval. Starving, they eagerly dug in. Only once they'd eaten their fill did Kurogai finally lean back, his voice calm but firm. "Now," he said, "let's get down to business. Thanks for the power stones." Chapter 78, Bonus, hitting a snake wasn't enough, you have to cut off every last head. You should be aware of your current situation. You say you want to work for me, but the truth is, you're too weak right now. You don't have the strength to be of any use to me. Kurogai looked at Wanda and Pietro as he spoke. It was the reality of the situation. Although they'd pledged themselves to him, both of them were still young, and their powers were barely developed. As things stood, they weren't much use. "We'll work hard, we promise," Wanda said quickly, nervous at Kurogai's words. "We'll definitely become useful to you in the future. Please don't abandon us." Both siblings looked anxious, clearly fearing he was about to discard them. "Relax. I didn't say I was going to give up on you," Kurogai replied, a calm edge in his voice. "You're weak now, but you have potential. That means you'll need to train, learn, and grow stronger. Only then will you be of value." That was his plan. While the siblings might be weak now, their potential was undeniable. There was no way Kurogai intended to throw that away. In fact, he planned to personally oversee their development. As for how to train them, Kurogai already had ideas. With Wanda, the path was clear: magic. She was naturally suited for it, and her future ability would even evolve into chaos magic. Since Kurogai had also studied the mystic arts, it made sense for him to guide her onto that path early. He remembered how, in the future, Wanda's sudden acquisition of chaos magic had left her control unstable, sometimes endangering innocence. It had been evident during the events of Captain America: Civil War. But if she could start learning magic now, then when her powers awakened fully, she would have the knowledge and control to handle it, and perhaps even surpass what she was destined for. For Pietro, however, Kurogai was less certain. Quicksilver's abilities revolved around super speed. It would be a waste of time to have him study magic. Instead, what Pietro needed was training tailored to his power. Maybe turn him into an agent, Kurogai considered. That would help Pietro refine his abilities and tactics. But it might not be the optimal route. If someone like Professor X could help train Pietro to properly develop his mutant abilities, there could be greater potential there. The issue was, Kurogai wasn't entirely sure whether Pietro's speed came from mutant genetics. Marvel's timeline was, admittedly, a mess. In Avengers, Age of Ultron, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch had been enhanced by Baron Strucker's experiments using the Mind Stone, but there were other possibilities: ancient magic, latent mutant genes, or even connections to beings like Thawne. And of course, in other timelines, the two were known as Magneto's children. "Tell me about your family," Kurogai said suddenly, wanting to settle the uncertainty. "Your father, for example. If their powers were of mutant origin, it might change his plans for their development." We only had a mother," Wanda replied quietly. "But those bad men killed her when we were taken last time. We don't know anything about our father, only that Mom once said he was an incredible person." They were still too young to have many answers, and the mention of their mother left both siblings visibly saddened. "I see," Kurogai murmured. Their words gave him reason to suspect that their father could be Magneto, but it wasn't a certainty. Still, it narrowed down the possible sources of their abilities. If mutant genes were involved, then it made more sense to cultivate those powers instead of chasing down the Mind Stone for enhancements. In fact, Kurogai had briefly considered waiting for Loki to arrive on Earth and seizing the scepter for its power. But now, there might be a better, cleaner way forward. "All right. Finish your food, get some rest. We'll be leaving soon." A short while later, once the siblings had eaten their fill, Kurogai took them out of the area and transported them back to New York. But he didn't take them to Mary's orphanage. While leaving them at the orphanage might have been a safe choice, it risked exposure to S.H.I.E.L.D. Kurogai didn't want that. So instead, he casually tracked down a wealthy property owner, used a little subtle magic to take control, and claimed one of the man's unremarkable properties for himself. After making the arrangements, Kurogai brought Wanda and Pietro to the property, leaving them there for now. Once they were settled, he headed back to the orphanage alone. "Little Asta, are you all right? Why did you disappear for so many days?" As soon as he arrived, Dean Mary hurried over, visibly anxious. It was understandable. Kurogai might not have been gone long by his standards, but with Sky being kidnapped shortly before he left, Mary's worry had only grown. "I'm fine, Dean Mary. How's Sky?" "She's okay. Go see her," Mary said, relief softening her face. Kurogai nodded and made his way to Sky's room. "Brother Kurogai, you're finally back. I was so worried about you." Sky rushed to him the moment he entered, throwing her arms around him. Though she had recovered, she'd remained anxious about his safety. Now, seeing him again, she could finally breathe easy. "I'm here," Kurogai said softly, holding her for a moment. After a while, he gently left Sky's room, said goodbye to Dean Mary, and slipped out of the orphanage again. He still had unfinished business. He'd vowed to tear Hydra out by the roots, and that wasn't an empty threat. While several high-ranking leaders had already fallen, others still skulked in the shadows. He would find them. And he would wipe them out. Hitting a snake wasn't enough. You had to cut off every last head. Kurogai would make sure Hydra wouldn't grow another. Chapter 79, Logan. In the office of S.H.I.E.L.D., several men in suits sat silently around a round table. The atmosphere was heavy, and no one dared speak too loudly. Their superior, Nick Fury, sat at the head of the table, his expression cold and grim. "Director, why did you call us here?" one agent finally asked, carefully breaking the silence. "I assume you've all heard about Alexander Pierce's death," Fury said flatly, getting straight to the point. The gathered agents exchanged uneasy glances and nodded. They had, indeed, heard the news. "This meeting is about that incident," Fury continued. "After our investigation, it's confirmed, Pierce was Hydra." The room fell into a stunned silence. Though there had been rumors, hearing it spoken aloud by Fury himself was something else entirely. After all, Pierce had worked at S.H.I.E.L.D. for years, holding a position of significant power. "I know you're shocked," Fury said, his voice steady. "But that's the reality. Hydra's infiltrated us. I don't even know how many people in this organization I can trust anymore. But you, for now, you're the ones I've chosen." His words were resolute. "When Kurogai warned me about Hydra's infiltration, I started digging. Beginning with Pierce made it easier, and what I uncovered was worse than I expected. Everywhere I turned, there were connections, people I thought were loyal, and all of it traced back to Hydra." The agents around the table stiffened. "From this moment forward, we're launching a full-scale purge. We're cutting out every last trace of them," Fury declared. One by one, the agents stood and saluted, silently pledging their loyalty. It was clear, a storm was coming for S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, in a quiet border town bar, a solitary figure sat in a shadowed corner, eating a modest meal. The dual-colored eyes beneath messy strands of hair reflected a deep, unsettling calm. This was Kurogai. It had been nearly a month since his last encounter with S.H.I.E.L.D. And in that time, he had moved relentlessly, destroying Hydra remnants wherever he found them. Now, he had reached what he believed was the final known base, located near this town. Hydra's strength should be down to a fraction of what it once was, Kurogai muttered to himself. Even if a few remnants remain, they won't be able to cause much trouble. His one-man campaign had been devastatingly effective. Branch by branch, cell by cell, all gone. But Hydra's nature made it difficult. The organization was insidious and scattered. There might still be isolated groups unconnected to the ones he'd already eliminated, but so far, none had surfaced. As he sat there lost in thought, a sudden commotion broke out near the bar counter. Kurogai's gaze flicked toward the disturbance. A burly man was arguing with the bar owner. "You've been drinking all night, and you still haven't paid. You got money or not?" "Don't waste my liquor," the owner snapped. "What's with the attitude?" "I'll pay you later, just give me another bottle," the man growled, clearly unimpressed. "Pay later? You're dressed in rags. How are you going to pay for anything?" The owner's eyes caught on a necklace hanging from the man's neck and he reached out, yanking it up. "A soldier? Ha. Looks like even soldiers aren't worth much these days." In that moment, something shifted in the man. His expression darkened, and a dangerous, bestial aura radiated off him. The sheer force of it sent a chill through the bar. "Put that down." The man's voice was low, guttural, filled with menace. This was the killing intent of a man who had ended many lives. The owner's face turned pale. His hands trembled as he held the necklace. Kurogai's eyes gleamed in the corner. This one wasn't ordinary. "Interesting," Kurogai murmured to himself. There was no mistaking that murderous presence, and the peculiar hairstyle, the sharp glare, the fierce temperament. "Logan." Kurogai gave a small, knowing smirk. "Clinging to your necklace like that, still chasing ghosts of your past, are you, Logan? After all these years?" The bar owner, now visibly sweating, quickly thrust the necklace back toward Logan. I wasn't going to take it. Here, it's yours." At this point, the men just wanted Logan out of his bar and as far away as possible. "Boss," Kurogai called out lazily from his corner. "Put his drinks on my tab." The owner's face lit up, grateful for an easy out. Without hesitation, he vanished into the back room. Logan glanced toward Kurogai, then after a long moment, picked up a fresh bottle of whiskey and made his way over. A new week has begun. Send Power Stones, Superscript 3, Heart Suit. Chapter 80, Wolverine. "Why did you pay for my drinks?" Logan slowly approached Kurogai's table and sat down across from him without hesitation, eyeing Kurogai with a puzzled expression. A down-and-out drifter like him was usually shunned by others. He couldn't quite understand why this man would cover his tab, and it made Logan a little curious. "I thought you looked interesting, simple as that." "Believe it or not," Kurogai replied casually. In his eyes, it wasn't a big deal. Besides, he had always liked Wolverine from the movies, so doing a small favor like this felt natural. "You're a strange one, but I don't like owing people," Logan said, lifting the bottle and taking a heavy gulp. "Tell me what you want. I can take care of it. Hell, if you've got someone you need dead, I'll handle it. Call it even for the drinks." Logan rarely involved himself in others' business, but thanks to his irritable nature and unusual abilities, trouble seemed to follow him. He'd seen plenty of darkness in his time, which made his offer disturbingly sincere. Kurogai shook his head. "No need. If there's someone I want dead, I'll handle it myself." His words were calm, but the murderous intent woven through them was unmistakable. After his month-long crusade against Hydra, that killing aura clung to him like a shadow. Besides, Kurogai didn't need Wolverine's help for anything. If a problem arose that he couldn't handle, Logan wouldn't stand a chance against it either. Logan raised an eyebrow, finally regarding Kurogai with genuine interest. "Huh. So you've got some blood on your hands too." To speak with such confidence, and to radiate that level of murderous aura. Logan could tell immediately this was no ordinary young man. In fact, it was rare for anyone, let alone someone so young, to carry the kind of weight he sensed from Kurogai. A grin tugged at the corner of Logan's mouth as he raised his bottle in a toast. "Here's to bad stories and worse memories." He downed a heavy swig. Kurogai barely acknowledged him and asked coldly, "You still planning to wander around aimlessly like this?" Logan lowered his drink, frowning. "What's it to you?" Kurogai met his gaze. "It's been years, Logan. Are you still chasing shadows, still trying to remember who you are?" Logan's hand froze, the bottle halfway to his lips. His eyes widened as he stared at Kurogai, the wildness surfacing instantly like a lone wolf cornered in the woods. A primal, feral energy radiated from him, making the air thick with tension. He hadn't told this man his name. How did Kurogai know it? But more than that, How did he know about Logan's search for his past? A secret he'd shared with no one. Who the hell are you? Logan demanded, baring his teeth. The tension in the room sharpened like a knife's edge. But Kurogai was unmoved, completely unfazed by Logan's threatening aura. Boss, Kurogai called out calmly. The hotel owner, still pale from earlier, rushed over. Why yes. I'm done eating. Without even asking for money, the owner quickly nodded. Of course. Come again anytime. Kurogai stood and walked toward the exit, his pace unhurried. Logan, eager for answers, quickly followed him out. The town was quiet under the night sky. Kurogai made his way through the dim streets until they reached a deserted alley. Logan's patience finally snapped. Stop right there. Logan stepped in front of Kurogai, his voice rough and demanding. Tell me how you know my name, and what you know about me. Now. Kurogai stared at him for a long moment, then spoke. Logan, you should head to New York sometime. You might find what you're looking for there. His tone was casual, but something about it struck Logan deeply. For a man who cared little for others, Kurogai's words carried an unexpected weight. It wasn't his style to help others without reason, but perhaps for the sake of the Wolverine he admired from his past life, he was willing to offer this much. New York was home to certain people, and certain memories. New York. Logan muttered, his voice low. The name stirred something inside him. But when he looked up, his eyes hardened. The need for answers burned too hot to ignore. I'll go, Logan said, his voice like gravel. But I'm not waiting. I want to know what you know right now. With a metallic snick, Logan's adamantium claws slid out of his knuckles, gleaming in the dark alley. He didn't care who this man was or how dangerous he might be. Logan had waited too long for the truth. Kurogai's eyes narrowed, a trace of displeasure flickering across his face. You're overstepping, Logan, Kurogai said quietly. He could have told Logan what he wanted to hear, and he hadn't intended to act mysterious. But he hated being threatened. He had done Logan a kindness by pointing him in the right direction, and Logan's reaction was to draw blades. Kurogai didn't take kindly to that kind of arrogance, no matter who it came from. And when Kurogai was displeased, things had a tendency to get complicated. Become patrons, 80+ chapters are available on the platform. Chapter 81, Third Eye Prowess. Logan would do anything to uncover his past. So, even though Kurogai had simply offered him a drink, when he touched that nerve in Logan's heart, Logan didn't hesitate to threaten him. If Kurogai refused to share what he knew, Logan wouldn't mind forcing it out of him. That was how Logan operated. And while Kurogai seemed easygoing on the surface, his nature was anything but gentle, reckless, even. So, with Logan's provocation, tension between them ignited immediately. Logan, don't push your luck, Kurogai said coldly, eyes narrowing. He had already pointed Logan toward New York, where he could find answers to his past. That was more than fair. If Logan insisted on crossing this line, Kurogai wasn't going to tolerate it. And when Kurogai was displeased, things had a way of getting dangerous. In that case, Logan growled, irritation flaring as the alcohol hit him, I'll beat it out of you. Without warning, Logan lunged forward, his gleaming adamantium claws flashing. Kurogai sighed. Why bother, he murmured as his right hand rose. In an instant, magic energy surged through Kurogai's body, forming a glowing rune in the air. A sword made of crackling light and heat materialized in his hand and hurtled toward Logan. What the hell is this? Ah, whatever, bring it on. Logan snarled. His healing factor made him fearless, and he swung his claws without hesitation to intercept the magic blade. Boom. The moment their weapons collided, a powerful explosion erupted, sending Logan flying and crashing to the ground, face first in the dirt. Logan groaned as he staggered to his feet. His skin was scorched and torn, blood streaking his chest, a rare sight. Even with his remarkable regeneration, that blast had left a mark. Cough, cough, what the hell kind of ability is that? Logan muttered, staring at Kurogai like he'd seen a ghost. He'd seen mutants with crazy powers before, but this was on another level. Magic wasn't something Logan understood. In his mind, he chalked it up as another terrifying mutant ability. But Kurogai didn't answer. His gaze was distant, as though distracted by something only he could sense. In truth, Kurogai's ultimate eye, which had remained dormant for some time, had suddenly reacted. All of Kurogai's attention was fixed on the new message it delivered. After a long pause, Kurogai finally returned to his senses, his expression shifting from irritation to something bordering on excitement. Because at that moment, the ultimate eye had revealed a condition for unlocking the third eye ring, acquiring mutant blood. That was it. Logan was the key. Logan, you might just be my lucky star, Kurogai said quietly, his tone unreadable. He'd spent ages chasing rare conditions to activate the ultimate eye's advanced abilities. Countless attempts had failed. And now, by pure chance, this violent drunkard had dropped the perfect opportunity into his lap. Logan's regenerative blood wasn't just valuable, it was possibly enough to open and strengthen the third eye ring. To Kurogai, Logan now looked less like an adversary and more like a walking treasure chest. "Why are you staring at me like that?" "I don't swing that way, pal," Logan grunted, misreading the expression on Kurogai's face and taking a step back. Kurogai's brow twitched. "Neither do I, idiot," he snapped. Still, he quickly steered the conversation back to the point. "Logan, let's make a deal," Kurogai offered. "I'll tell you about your past, but in exchange, I need your blood." Logan's expression darkened. No deal. He knew enough about shady types experimenting on mutants to recognize a bad idea when he heard one. Even if Kurogai didn't seem like a typical lab coat, the offer made his instincts scream. "I figured as much," Kurogai sighed. "Then I guess I'll just have to take it by force." His eyes glinted ominously. The purple-gold hue of his heterochromatic irises brightened, and the distinctive Gia symbol shimmered into view. "You can't move until I say so," Kurogai intoned. Logan's body stiffened, the red glow of compulsion flickering in his eyes as the Gias took hold. Kurogai stepped forward, pulling a small knife from his coat. "I'll make this quick." Without hesitation, he made a shallow cut on Logan's chest. Blood welled up instantly, flowing into Kurogai's waiting palm before vanishing into the ultimate eye. The artifact pulsed in response, though the effect was minor. It wasn't enough yet. Kurogai frowned. With Logan's rapid healing, one drop at a time wasn't going to cut it. He needed to speed this up. A small magic circle flared to life around Kurogai's fingertip, merging into the blade. This time, when the knife bit into Logan's flesh, the enchanted edge prevented the wound from sealing instantly. Blood flowed more steadily. "Your healing is impressive," Kurogai muttered, watching the blood collect. After a few moments, the ultimate eye emitted another pulse, accompanied by a message. "Do you want to activate the third eye ring? 100 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 200 power stones equals 3 bonus chapters. Let's go." Chapter 82, The Sharingan. "Do you want to activate the third pupil ring?" When this message appeared in Kurogai's mind, he didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. "Yes, activate it." At his command, a warm pupil emerged above his forehead. The warmth then traveled through the optic nerves and slowly spread into Kurogai's eyes, enveloping them completely. He laughed out loud even before fully opening his eyes, already knowing what ability had awakened. As he opened his eyes, Kurogai's pupils had transformed into a pair of blood-red orbs, deep and mysterious like fresh blood. Within them, 3 black tomo rotated slowly, creating a striking and unusual pattern. The Sharingan. And not just any Sharingan, a 3-tomo Sharingan. This was the ability granted by Kurogai's third pupil ring. "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Finally, I have the Sharingan, the cursed eye of the Uchiha clan. It's one of the most powerful ocular techniques." Kurogai looked up at the sky and laughed with satisfaction. Knowing that his ultimate pupil could unlock various eye techniques, the first one he wanted to master was the Sharingan. It wasn't the strongest technique out there, but it was by far the most versatile and useful. Kurogai was no exception. He admired it because it contained multiple powerful abilities, each valuable in its own right. In the early stages, the Sharingan's power is most notable in its ability to cast illusions and copy techniques. Genjutsu is an incredibly potent spiritual ability that can overwhelm opponents, providing Kurogai with a significant advantage. The second major skill of the Sharingan is its power to copy. This isn't just copying simple moves but can mimic physical techniques with near-perfect precision. As a magic master, Kurogai's close combat was not his strongest asset, but with this ability, he could imitate the fighting styles of martial arts experts, significantly enhancing his combat effectiveness. These two are just the initial powers of the Sharingan. As it evolves, its true potential unfolds. In the early stage, the Sharingan might seem like a useful tool, but as it matures, its power becomes extraordinary. When it reaches the Mangekyo Sharingan, techniques like Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, Susanoo, and Kamui become available, abilities that could turn the tide of any battle. This is exactly the power Kurogai yearns for. Moreover, since this Sharingan evolved from Kurogai's ultimate pupil rather than through the Uchiha bloodline, he doesn't suffer the same drawbacks that Uchiha do, like vision deterioration from overuse. His eyes have transformed into dual-colored pupils thanks to the ultimate pupil, allowing him to wield chakra-based ocular powers without fear of side effects. Kurogai can now use his Sharingan confidently. By the way, the Rinnegan belongs to the Otsutsuki, but the Uchiha have evolved their Sharingan into the Rinnegan as well. Could my Sharingan evolve into the Rinnegan, or will it manifest as a completely new pupil ring in the future? Kurogai suddenly recalled the connection between the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. Though distinct techniques, they share a close relationship, and Kurogai was curious to understand more. He focused his spirit on his ultimate pupil, studying this carefully, and after a while, he slowly opened his eyes. The Rinnegan doesn't become a separate pupil ring, instead, it evolves from the Mangekyo Sharingan once it reaches its final form. But there are certain special conditions required. Kurogai mused, recalling feedback from the ultimate pupil. The Rinnegan is not an independent ring but an evolution of the Sharingan. When the Sharingan reaches its peak, it can transform into the Rinnegan, though the exact conditions remain unclear. Still, this made sense, as the Sharingan and the Rinnegan have an inseparable link, so Kurogai was not surprised. I need to improve steadily from here on. The Sharingan's power is immense, so my next focus must be the third pupil ring. Kurogai muttered to himself, already formulating a plan. His priority was to enhance the Sharingan's power. The key to evolving the third pupil ring lies in the mutant gene, similar to the blood he just took from Logan. So, for the next period, he would concentrate on mutants, as they hold the key to advancing his Sharingan. In that case, I should take the chance to draw more blood. Maybe it will help strengthen the third pupil ring. Kurogai glanced at Logan, who was still unconscious. Mutants like Logan were rare, and if he didn't make the most of this, it would be a wasted opportunity. He also wanted to see if collecting more of Logan's blood could boost his Sharingan's abilities. Without hesitation, Kurogai picked up the knife again, cutting into Logan's skin to draw more blood. After a while, he stopped, realizing it wasn't working. It seemed every mutant had a genetic limit. Once exceeded, collecting more blood didn't increase the power. It's a pity, this approach won't work. Kurogai sighed. Despite all the blood he had taken, Logan's genetic material was exhausted. It was disappointing, such a valuable source, yet ultimately useless. Since it's no longer useful, wake up, Logan, Kurogai said, unbinding Logan's restraints. Logan slowly regained consciousness, though his legs felt weak from blood loss. I upload 20 chapters every 6 days, with the additional 90 chapters by the way. Chapter 83, moving out. What did you do to me? Logan's lips had gone pale as he stared at Kurogai with fear. The moment under the influence of the Gyusai had wiped his memory, so he had no idea what had just happened. All he knew was that his body felt weak, unnaturally so, and he was swaying like someone on the edge of collapse. Nothing serious, Kurogai replied with a calm smile. Just took a little of your blood. Logan's gaze sharpened with disbelief. His instincts screamed that something was wrong. As someone with an advanced healing factor, feeling this weak made no sense. The amount of blood drained from him had to be significant. Was this strange-eyed kid some kind of vampire? By the way, Logan, Kurogai added, did you know there are still mutants out there? Logan struggled, unwilling to answer. I don't know. Still refusing to cooperate. Kurogai sighed and shook his head. Fine. I'll do it myself. Perfect time to test out my new ability. His eyes began to shift, the whites consumed by a deep red glow, 3 jet black tomo swirling slowly within. The Sharingan activated. While it might not offer absolute control like the Gyus, but it had a more versatile arsenal, especially when it came to illusions. Logan's eyes met Kurogai's, and in an instant, his mind was pulled into a false reality. The illusion took hold effortlessly. Against someone like Logan, who relied more on brawn than mental resistance, the Sharingan's genjutsu was brutally effective. Inside the illusion, Kurogai interrogated him. Over his years of wandering, Logan had encountered several mutants, but their names and current whereabouts were vague at best. They were drifters like him. Kurogai couldn't get precise leads. He exhaled, mildly frustrated. Looks like I'll have to start with the Xavier Institute. It wasn't a bad plan. Kurogai had intended to visit the school for gifted youngsters anyway, hoping to understand and perhaps refine his own mutant powers. But something always seemed to delay that journey. Now, with time and opportunity aligning, the moment had finally come. Releasing Logan from the illusion, Kurogai stepped back. The wild mutant instinctively recoiled, keeping his distance, his eyes narrowed in suspicion and unease. Unlike before, Logan was fully aware this time. The sensation of having his mind manipulated was deeply unsettling. That wasn't natural, Logan muttered, eyes locked on Kurogai. You're not a vampire. You're something worse. A demon, maybe. Kurogai chuckled. Am I really that terrifying? He didn't mind the label, fear was useful. But he was in too good a mood to argue. Logan's blood had proven quite invigorating. Since you were generous with your blood, I'll return the favor, Kurogai said casually. Go to Professor Xavier. And one more thing, watch out for William Stryker. Without waiting for a response, he summoned a radiant golden portal beneath his feet and stepped through, vanishing into the rippling energy. Wait, what does that mean? Logan shouted after him. But Kurogai was already gone. William Stryker. Professor X. Logan mumbled to himself, trying to piece it together. Whoever they were, he had a feeling he'd be heading to New York soon. Mary's Orphanage, New York. Kurogai emerged from the shimmering portal in front of a familiar old building. The moment he stepped through, the air changed. It smelled like home. "Little Asta, you're finally back." "I was worried sick," cried Dean Mary, hurrying to meet him. She didn't know the details of his trip, not that he could tell her he'd just dismantled a Hydra cell. To her, he'd just been gone far too long. "I'm okay, Dean Mary." "No need to worry," he said with a rare, genuine smile. Only in front of her did Kurogai soften like this. After some small talk, he asked about Sky, only to learn she was at school. That cooled his enthusiasm, he had hoped to see her. Then, a more serious thought crossed his mind. "Dean Mary. I've been meaning to tell you something." She immediately gave him her full attention. "Whatever it is, you know I'll support you." "I want to move out," he said quietly. Dean Mary blinked. He was only 12, after all. It wasn't the usual age for someone to leave the orphanage. But she understood. Kurogai was different. He barely had time to be here anymore. Being tied to the orphanage only risked dragging trouble to Mary and Sky. He cared too much for them to let that happen. Beyond that, he also needed a private space, to train Wanda and Pietro, and to prepare for what came next. Dean Mary hesitated, but then gave a soft sigh and a nod. "All right. I trust you. You've grown so much." The nest was never meant to hold him forever. Chapter 84, Going to X-Mansion. Kurogai prepared to leave the orphanage. Naturally, Sky was saddened by the news, but after a bit of reassurance, she accepted it. After all, he wasn't moving far, still in New York, just living elsewhere. They could visit each other easily. After saying his goodbyes to director Mary and Sky, Kurogai departed slowly. His destination was the residence he had previously arranged, now home to Wanda and Pietro Maximoff. "My lord, you've returned." The twins quickly greeted him, their expressions respectful. Despite Kurogai once asking them to call him Big Brother, they insisted on using "my lord." Eventually, he gave up correcting them. "It seems you've settled in well. How have things been?" Kurogai asked, glancing around. "We're very happy here." "Thank you, my lord," Wanda replied sincerely. After a bit of conversation, Kurogai gained a clear picture of how the twins had adjusted. It was rare for them to experience such stability, and they treated this place like home. Kurogai didn't dwell on it long. After a few days of rest, he started their training. Pietro's training was straightforward, rigorous physical exercises to improve control over his speed and reflexes. Kurogai had previously obtained detailed training routines from Hydra agents and passed them on to Pietro. Wanda's training, however, was far more complex. Teaching magic required patience and precision. "I'll start you off with the basics," Kurogai told her in a quiet training room. "Once your foundation is solid, I'll guide you through spellcraft and other disciplines." Because magical learning demanded concentration, Kurogai had Pietro and Wanda train in separate rooms. Pietro's hyperactivity wouldn't help in Wanda's delicate studies. Sometimes, while correcting Wanda's technique, Kurogai had to adjust her hand placement or posture. These moments made Wanda blush slightly, creating a faintly awkward air. Still, she said nothing and continued listening attentively. This reaction wasn't surprising. Kurogai's calm presence, his past act of saving the twins, and his naturally composed demeanor gave Wanda quiet admiration for him. Though her feelings seemed like a young girl's innocent fantasy, Kurogai recognized them and chose to ignore the implications. He knew better than to act on it. Wanda was still too young. Due to her self-consciousness, her early progress was slow. Only after several days did Wanda truly begin to grasp the fundamentals of magic. "Just continue practicing what I've shown you," Kurogai advised gently. "Strengthen your mind, and focus on expanding your magical capacity." He left Wanda to train alone, his presence clearly made it harder for her to concentrate. With both siblings now immersed in their respective paths, Kurogai returned to his quarters and sat quietly, contemplating his situation. "I've activated 3 eye rings and unlocked 3 ocular abilities," he murmured. "Plus, I've studied magic. That's the extent of what I can use right now." He began reviewing each of his power sources mentally. First eye ring, Geas Eye, which granted absolute command and foresight. Second eye ring, Mystic Eye, containing the Copy Eye and Annihilation Eye. Third eye ring, Sharingan, which had only recently awakened. Currently, it allowed for Genjutsu, illusion, and limited copying abilities. Kurogai had also spent several years studying the mystic arts. Although this breadth of power appeared substantial, it was still shallow in depth. He lacked true mastery and had many limitations. This urgency drove his desire to grow stronger. Fortunately, with his ability to open magical portals, he didn't have to worry about personal safety. That was, after all, why he chose to study magic in the first place, security before power. The Geas and Mystic Eyes are at a bottleneck, he thought aloud. But the Sharingan is still developing. And the X-Mansion is full of mutants, ideal for improvement. Mutant blood is the key. His second goal was even more personal, awakening his own mutant ability. Although he'd tried training during the past 6 years, he couldn't locate the source of his power. It was like trying to grasp something that wasn't there. Yet, Professor Charles Xavier had once contacted him telepathically, affirming that Kurogai was indeed a mutant. That left only one possibility: he hadn't yet discovered the correct way to unlock his mutation. I need to go to the X-Mansion, he said firmly. Professor X may be the only one who can help me. Having made up his mind, Kurogai began preparing for the next phase of his journey. Become a patron. Chapter 85, Gaining More Mutant Blood. A grand, classical-looking manor stood quietly in the suburbs of New York. From the outside, it appeared serene and unassuming. Few knew this place's true nature: it was the Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, commonly known as the legendary X-Mansion. Outside its gates, a young man arrived at a calm pace, his eyes scanning the building with quiet intensity. His deep, heterochromatic pupils shimmered faintly under the sunlight. This was Kurogai. So, this is the X-Mansion. Just like I remembered, grand, traditional. Kurogai muttered to himself with admiration. Truthfully, he hadn't known the exact location of the mansion. He only recalled that it was an old manor somewhere in the outskirts of New York, and that its owner was Charles Xavier. That information had been enough. With a subtle push using his abilities, he influenced a local government employee to quietly reveal the coordinates. As Kurogai stood outside the gates, a voice suddenly called out behind him. "Young man, this is private property. No unauthorized access. Please leave." Kurogai turned to see a young man in sunglasses standing sternly nearby. A small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He had already recognized him. Unless he was mistaken, this was Scott Summers, also known as Cyclops. Kurogai stepped forward slightly. "You say this is private property. What if I want to visit?" His tone was casual, but the underlying intent was clear: he was provoking him. After all, Kurogai already knew that gaining access to mutant DNA would likely put him at odds with the X-Men. Mutants held their genetic secrets tightly, and Professor Xavier wasn't someone who would allow that kind of experimentation. Still, Kurogai wasn't here to fight, not yet. He had his own latent mutant ability to uncover, and the X-Mansion was the best place to learn how. But if a bit of conflict helped him collect what he needed, all the better. "No visits allowed," Scott replied curtly. His brow furrowed. "Turn around and go back." The X-Men had a policy of avoiding violence unless absolutely necessary, especially against perceived civilians. But Scott didn't know who he was dealing with. Kurogai took a step closer, voice low and mocking. "Let me guess. You're hiding something in there. Maybe, mutants." Scott's expression darkened instantly. Without another word, he whipped off his sunglasses. A crimson beam of concussive energy exploded from his eyes toward Kurogai. But Kurogai's own eyes flashed, a 5-pointed magic seal formed instantly, summoned by his copy eye. Mirror Dimension Barrier. A shimmering wall of energy appeared in front of him, catching the optic blast head-on. The laser bounced off the barrier, and shot back. Scott barely had time to react. He dove to the side, but not fast enough. The redirected beam clipped his shoulder, tearing through muscle before blasting into a nearby tree. The impact caused the massive trunk to fall, and it came crashing down onto Scott, knocking him out cold. Kurogai raised an eyebrow, bemused. "Didn't expect that. You survive your own optic blast, only to get knocked out by a tree." He moved toward the unconscious Scott without hesitation. Placing his hand on the bleeding wound, Kurogai quietly extracted a sample of mutant blood. The essence of Scott's genetic structure, safely obtained. Inside the mansion, Professor Charles Xavier sat in his wheelchair, quietly reading in his study. His peaceful expression shifted. His mental link with Scott triggered an alert: he was injured. "Ororo, something's wrong. Scott's down. He's just east of the academy. Go now." The message echoed telepathically into Storm's mind. She responded instantly. "Understood." She raced out, lightning beginning to crackle faintly around her as she summoned the winds. Meanwhile, in the lower levels, Jean Grey had also sensed the disturbance. She didn't waste time. She left her experiment behind and sprinted through the halls, not toward the battle, but toward the students. Activating the emergency protocol, she began ushering them into hidden passages beneath the school, standard evacuation procedure in case of a hostile incursion. Everything unfolded like clockwork. Despite the surprise attack, the X-Mansion moved with discipline and calm. Back outside, Storm arrived just as Kurogai stood up from Scott's fallen body. "Step away from him," she shouted, eyes beginning to glow white with summoned lightning. A gust of wind howled forth, lifting dust and leaves as a focused hurricane swept toward Kurogai. Kurogai turned slowly, calm and unreadable. Rather than resist, he took a step back, hands raised, allowing her to approach. His gaze didn't leave her face. Because at that exact moment, the glowing glyph of the ultimate eye appeared faintly on his forehead. A message echoed in his mind. "The third eye ring is saturated. Ready for upgrade. Proceed. Thank you for the generous Power Stones _ Chapter 86, Getting Tsukuyomi. The third eye ring is saturated. Its level can now be upgraded. Do you wish to proceed?" As soon as the message echoed in Kurogai's mind, he gave a confident nod. Upgrade. In an instant, a radiant glow burst from the third pupil ring on his ultimate eye. The previously intricate patterns evolved, becoming even more complex. A warm current surged from the upgraded ring and flowed directly into Kurogai's eyes. When he opened them again, the transformation was clear. His pupils had become the three Tomo Sharingan. Then, the Tomo began to spin, slowly merging into the iconic pinwheel-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan. Third pupil ring, first ability, Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukuyomi activated. Tsukuyomi. Kurogai whispered, his voice tinged with satisfaction. "This is one of the most advanced genjutsu. With this, my mental defenses are practically unbreakable. Not even Professor X can control me now." Despite the Gia's protections he had prepared beforehand to block psychic intrusion, Kurogai had always been cautious around Professor X. The man possessed Cerebro, after all. And with Cerebro's amplification, even Kurogai wasn't entirely confident in resisting a telepathic onslaught. But now, things were different. With Tsukuyomi under his command, his mind was an iron fortress. "Who are you?" Storm demanded, glancing between the unconscious Scott Summers and Kurogai. "Why did you attack our academy?" "Me." Kurogai raised an eyebrow. "I'm just a tourist. I wanted to take a look inside, but your guy disagreed, quite violently, I might add. It's not my fault he managed to knock himself out with a falling tree." He spoke casually, almost amused. "A tourist? You expect me to believe that?" Storm's voice tightened as her suspicion grew. Her eyes glowed faintly as storm clouds began to gather overhead. When she had examined Cyclops' injuries earlier, she had instantly noticed the telltale signs of an energy attack. His own optic blast had injured him. Clearly, something unusual had happened, something beyond her understanding. And that made the men standing before her even more dangerous. She wasn't about to let him roam free. Just as she began to summon her powers, a calm voice echoed in her mind. "Ororo, stand down. There's no need for further confrontation. Take Scott inside for treatment." It was Professor X. He had sensed what had happened and, more importantly, had identified the visitor. "But Professor," Storm responded telepathically, "this man is dangerous. He defeated Scott with ease. It's all right. He's not our enemy, for now. Bring him inside. I wish to speak with him myself." Despite not being able to detect Kurogai's presence through telepathy, due to the layers of magical concealment Kurogai had prepared, Professor X wasn't without alternatives. Surveillance technology within the X-Mansion had picked up the confrontation. And when he saw those unmistakable bicolored eyes, he understood exactly who this visitor was. Storm hesitated, then finally sighed. Understood. Kurogai had been planning to test Tsukuyomi on Storm, but as soon as she stopped mid-action, he realized what was happening. Professor X knew he was here. Pushing further now would only jeopardize his goals. What a shame, Kurogai muttered with a smirk. He had intended to acquire Storm's blood during the fight. But now wasn't the right moment. Better to keep his true motives hidden. There would be other opportunities. "Come inside," Storm said reluctantly, motioning toward the school. "The professor wants to speak with you." Though her tone was cold, Kurogai didn't mind. He simply smiled and followed her through the gates of the X-Mansion. As he entered, everything felt familiar. The grand halls, the silent corridors, it matched the memories he'd seen of the place. But the stillness was noticeable. Not a single student in sight. Understandable. After his skirmish with Cyclops, the staff had assumed the school was under attack. Emergency protocols had likely been enacted, and the students evacuated to safety. "Is Scott all right?" A voice called out, filled with urgency. A woman in a white lab coat rushed over, immediately inspecting Cyclops' injuries. "Jean, take Scott to the medbay," Storm instructed. "I'll take him to meet the professor." At that moment, Kurogai's eyes lingered on the woman. She wasn't the typical striking beauty, but her presence was commanding. Slender, graceful, with a composed air even in crisis. The white coat only amplified her elegance. Jean Grey, Kurogai murmured to himself. Or perhaps more accurately, Phoenix. As Storm had said her name, everything clicked. This was the host of the Phoenix Force, a cosmic entity of terrifying power. And even Kurogai felt a moment of caution. He could sense a burning presence inside her, like a fire waiting to be unleashed. As his gaze lingered, Jean glanced at him as well. Her expression tightened, as if she too sensed something, a stirring within her. "Let's go." "The professor is waiting," Storm said sharply. Kurogai nodded and turned away from Jean, following Storm deeper into the mansion. After so many years, it was finally time. He was going to meet Charles Xavier himself. Chapter 87, Only Power is Eternal. As Storm led him to the office and the doors opened, Kurogai immediately saw a bald man in a wheelchair seated inside. The man appeared calm and gentle, seemingly non-threatening. But Kurogai knew better. If the man in the chair ever chose to embrace darkness, the entire world would tremble. That's because his name was Charles Francis Xavier, Professor X. A powerful telepath. An alpha-level mutant. One of the most dangerous men on Earth, if he ever chose to be. "My young friend, we finally meet." 6 years have passed in the blink of an eye, Professor X said, his gaze settling calmly on Kurogai. The moment Xavier had seen Kurogai through the school surveillance feed, he had recognized him immediately. There was no mistaking it. Only a select few in the world could resist Professor X's mental intrusion. And 6 years ago, when he had first discovered Kurogai, Kurogai had forcibly pushed his consciousness out, by sheer force of will alone. Because of that, Charles had never forgotten him, even after all these years of silence. "If your mind wasn't so powerful, perhaps we'd have met earlier," Kurogai replied, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. He had always wanted to meet Professor X. After all, Xavier's unique abilities and influence could offer valuable insights. But until he'd been confident that his mind was protected, Kurogai had kept his distance. He couldn't afford to let anyone, not even Xavier, peer into his memories. That was why he'd waited until now to come to the X-Mansion. "I see you're still cautious," Xavier said with a faint smile. "But can you tell me, what have you been doing all these years? Your mental strength has become so powerful I couldn't even sense your arrival." There was no mistaking the concern in his voice. The last time Xavier had reached out, Kurogai had pushed him away, an act that had clearly left an impression. But now, Kurogai's presence had completely eluded him. Not even Cerebro had picked him up. It was troubling, to say the least. Kurogai smiled lightly. Terrifying mental power. Perhaps. In truth, the reason Professor X couldn't sense him wasn't raw psychic strength, it was the intricate web of defensive magic Kurogai had etched into his consciousness. But there was no reason to reveal that. Letting others believe he possessed immense power was far more useful. Never reveal your hand. That was one of Kurogai's oldest rules. "All right," Xavier said, shifting the conversation. "Let's talk about the reason you're here. You always resisted coming to the mansion. Why now?" Normally, Xavier could discern a person's intent immediately. But with Kurogai, he was blind. That alone was unnerving. "As a mutant, it's rare to find a place like this," Kurogai replied casually. "I was curious, so I decided to visit. And I like to fight. These days, only other mutants are worth the challenge." It was a convenient excuse, one that would let him justify staying and, more importantly, testing the strength of others. Because in reality, Kurogai had come for something else, mutant blood. "I see," Xavier said slowly, watching him carefully. He couldn't read Kurogai's mind, and that left him unsure. 6 years ago, Kurogai had shown immense potential that had even drawn the attention of the Phoenix Force. That alone had made him someone worth watching. But 6 years had passed. Xavier no longer knew who this young man had become. Had Kurogai remained neutral? Grown into a hero? Or slipped into darkness? That uncertainty gave Xavier pause. "My young friend," he asked after a long silence, "what do you think of mutants? And of humans?" His voice was calm, but his eyes studied Kurogai intensely, searching for any sign of allegiance or contempt. Xavier needed to know where Kurogai stood. Did he see humans as enemies? Was he disgusted by his own kind? Or had he transcended the tired conflict altogether? Mutants. Humans. Is there really a difference? Kurogai said, locking eyes with him. "To me, they're the same." It wasn't the answer Xavier had expected. Kurogai's voice was firm. "Mutants and humans alike, some are weak, some are strong. That's the only distinction that matters." And he meant it. Mutants weren't inherently superior. They could be weak. Powerless. And humans weren't always inferior. The Hulk, Spider-Man, they had been ordinary once. Now, no one in their right mind would call them weak. So what difference did it make? In the end, the strong survive. The weak perish. That was the law of the world. Everything else, ideology, species, loyalty, was meaningless noise. And that belief was the very foundation of Kurogai's path. He stared into Professor X's eyes with unwavering calm. To him, the dreams of peaceful coexistence, or even mutant dominance, were all illusions. Only power was real. Only power was eternal. Chapter 88, perhaps, I underestimated myself. Are there truly no differences between mutants and humans in your eyes? I like that answer. Professor Charles Xavier watched Kurogai with a thoughtful smile. The boy's response aligned closely with his own ideals, causing much of his earlier wariness to ease. To him, Kurogai's perspective echoed his own peaceful vision for coexistence between mutants and humans. Is that so? As long as you're happy with it, Kurogai replied, his expression unreadable. He knew Xavier had misunderstood. But that worked to his advantage, there was no reason to correct him. All right then. I'll have one of my students show you around the school, Xavier said. Years ago, when Kurogai rejected Xavier's invitation, the professor learned he was cautious by nature. This time, rather than pressuring him to enroll, he hoped exposure to the school might sway him. Sure, Kurogai replied, calm and deliberate. This aligned with his plans perfectly. Touring the school meant observing other mutants up close, and, potentially, acquiring their blood. That was important to him. Jean, come here for a moment, Professor X said telepathically. He chose Jean Grey specifically. Her presence was a precaution. Even if Kurogai's stance had softened, Charles hadn't forgotten what he saw in Natasha Romanoff's memory 6 years ago, how a child of 6 or 7 had slaughtered an entire Hydra unit without hesitation. That kind of ruthlessness didn't fade easily. And there was more. When Kurogai awakened his powers back then, the Phoenix Force inside Jean had responded. Xavier suspected a connection. By having Jean stay close, he hoped Kurogai's true abilities might surface again. Thump thump. Professor, you called for me. Jean Grey stepped into the office, wearing a white coat over her clothes, her eyes calmly resting on Xavier. Jean, our guest here will be staying with us for a while. I'd like you to show him around. Jean nodded without hesitation and turned toward Kurogai, motioning for him to follow. As they walked through the corridor of the ancient X-Mansion, she finally spoke. If I'm not mistaken, you're the child the professor couldn't track down 6 years ago, aren't you? Kurogai turned to look at her, eyebrows slightly raised. He hadn't expected her to recognize him. But she did. And her words weren't a guess, they were certain. I didn't realize Miss Jean knew of me. I'm a little flattered. Jean gave a faint smile. Of course I do. When you awakened your ability all those years ago, it caused quite a stir. She paused, her expression briefly distant, as though recalling something deeper. The moment you awakened, even she felt it. She. Kurogai narrowed his eyes slightly, his interest piqued. Jean's wording hinted at something he hadn't known. He leaned in a bit, voice light but curious. Tell me, Miss Jean. I do love a good story. Jean hesitated, then changed the subject mid-thought. When you awakened, even, well, never mind. That's not important now. Let me show you the rest of the school. It means a lot to the professor. She walked ahead, her tone calm and her pace even. Kurogai followed silently, but his mind wasn't on the tour. His thoughts were focused on her slip of the tongue. She was going to say the Phoenix Force, he muttered under his breath. His eyes narrowed as he walked. If the Phoenix Force reacted to my awakening, then I've underestimated myself. He had always assumed his abilities were unique but manageable. Now it seemed they were far more dangerous, perhaps even Omega level. To shake the Phoenix Force, even slightly, was no trivial matter. And if that were true, he might be much closer to his goals than he thought. Chapter 89, a single cry that startled the stars. It seems I'll need to spend more time exploring my own abilities. Kurogai murmured quietly to himself, already forming plans in his mind. Just from Jean's casual remarks, he had gathered a wealth of information that shed light on why Professor Xavier had once been so persistent in recruiting him. Come on, Jean called from ahead, I'll show you around some other areas. Kurogai nodded, but his mind wasn't on the scenery. His thoughts were consumed by the revelation, when his powers awakened, the Phoenix Force had reacted. There had to be a connection. And if so, maybe, just maybe, he could use that connection to trigger and develop his own dormant abilities. Without hesitation, Kurogai strode up and gently took Jean's hand. What are you doing? Jean asked, caught off guard by his sudden action. Though Kurogai was still only 12, he had grown fast. His calm demeanor and confident bearing gave him the air of someone much older. The gesture wasn't exactly inappropriate, but it still made Jean pause. Her own relationship with the Phoenix Force had made her cautious, emotionally reserved. At this point in time, she hadn't formed any romantic ties with Scott Summers. She was still innocent when it came to emotional intimacy. Moreover, the resonance between Kurogai's powers and the Phoenix Force within her made her more attuned to him than she normally would be. So, when he grabbed her hand, it startled her more than it normally might. "Miss Jean," Kurogai said sincerely, "there's something I need to ask you. Would you mind clearing up a few things for me?" Jean blinked. "What exactly do you want to ask?" She was genuinely puzzled. Not even Professor X had been able to read Kurogai's mind before, and with the psychic barriers she had in place, she was even more cut off from detecting thoughts. "From your lab coat, I assume you have your own lab, right?" Kurogai asked calmly. "Let's talk there." He wasn't about to discuss his powers in public. If he was going to figure out what was happening to him, he needed privacy, and he needed Jean's help. Jean hesitated for a moment, cheeks faintly pink from how intimate that request had sounded. But she found herself nodding. "This way, please." A few minutes later, they arrived at her personal lab. Jean took a seat and looked at him, slightly nervous. "All right. What is it you wanted to talk about?" "I awakened a unique power," Kurogai began, "but after that moment, I haven't been able to sense it. It's like it vanished. Just now, though, you said your power reacted during my awakening. That makes me wonder, maybe our abilities are connected somehow. Maybe your power can help trigger mine. That's why I asked to speak with you." He spoke openly, without reservation. He had nothing to hide. If there was a solution here, it was better to be honest about the problem. Besides, Kurogai wasn't powerless, even without his mutant gifts. Between his magic and the ocular techniques he inherited through the ultimate eye, he could more than hold his own. Jean frowned thoughtfully. "You haven't sensed it since awakening. That's highly unusual. Are you sure you didn't just suppress it somehow?" "I'm sure. There's been nothing. That's why I came to you." "Could you be an Epsilon Delta level mutant?" she muttered, mostly to herself, but quickly shook her head. "No, that's impossible." Jean knew what that level meant, weak and unstable powers, often undetectable and uncontrollable. But Kurogai had done something far beyond that. He had startled the Phoenix Force. That wasn't the kind of thing a low-level mutant could do. The idea was unthinkable. "This is why I'm asking for your help," Kurogai said firmly. "Maybe your power could trigger mine." Jean hesitated. She wanted to help, but she was afraid of losing control. The Phoenix Force wasn't something she could always restrain, and the last thing she wanted was to harm him. Still, just a little power wouldn't hurt, right? "I'll try," she said softly. Kurogai's eyes lit up with anticipation as he nodded, preparing himself. A few moments later, Jean took a deep breath and closed her eyes, reaching inward. "Give me a little power. Just a spark. That's all I need." She called to the Phoenix Force, half expecting resistance. But to her surprise, it responded immediately, more cooperative than ever before. A single, glowing ember of cosmic fire appeared in her palm, radiant, contained, and eager. Jean hesitated for just a second, then guided the wisp of Phoenix Force into Kurogai's body. As it entered him, it was as if a spark hit a powder keg. A wave of blue flames ignited within him, racing through his core and spreading out like wildfire. From deep inside his soul came a resonant cry, a phoenix's call that echoed into the sky, and far beyond. It wasn't just audible in the room. It reached across the X-Mansion. It echoed across the skies. It resonated into space. A single cry that startled the stars. "Send Power Stones, wilted flower." Chapter 90, I Am the Phoenix. When Jean injected that wisp of Phoenix Force into Kurogai's body, a powerful, otherworldly cry echoed silently from within him. It wasn't a sound that reached the ears in a conventional sense. Instead, it spread through the spiritual plane, an invisible wave that struck the minds of everyone nearby. It wasn't just a cry, it felt like a celestial being was making its presence known, as if a divine entity had returned and was announcing itself to all existence. Everyone who sensed it froze. Their expressions shifted to shock, confusion, or awe. The overwhelming feeling of divine power sent ripples through their very souls. At that same moment, Professor Charles Xavier, who had been handling some affairs in his office, suddenly paused. His expression shifted dramatically. A terrifying force had invaded his mind, bypassing his formidable psychic defenses and implanting a single, resounding cry directly into his consciousness. This wasn't just any force. Professor X's mental strength was among the most powerful on Earth, yet this presence shattered his barriers with ease. The magnitude of psychic energy was nothing short of cosmic. "Professor, something's wrong." Storm burst into the room, visibly shaken. What happened? Charles asked, eyes narrowing. I heard it, a cry, in my head. And the students did too. Every single one of them. Storm's voice was firm, but her face betrayed her unease. A mental cry that powerful affecting everyone at once. It was beyond abnormal. You heard it as well. Professor X's face darkened further. If this psychic shockwave was felt by Storm and the students, then what he had experienced was only the aftershock. And that made the situation far more terrifying. If even the residual force could rip through his mind like that, how powerful was the original source? His gaze sharpened. He could feel it, the origin of the power wasn't far. In fact, Jean's presence was near it. His heart sank. No. Aurora, get me to Jean's lab, now. Charles had instructed Jean to show Kurogai around, hoping it would spark something within the boy. Now, the presence of that overwhelming force near Jean could only mean one thing. Kurogai was the source. That truth hit him like a freight train. Such power, cosmic, divine, emerging from Kurogai. He felt a chill of dread, not just for what Kurogai might become, but for Jean's safety. Yes, Professor. Storm responded immediately and wheeled him out without hesitation. Inside the lab. Kurogai was unaware of the chaos erupting outside the lab. His consciousness was no longer grounded in the physical world. His entire mind was engulfed in the internal transformation taking place. He felt it, a cerulean flame igniting within the darkest recesses of his being. The flame spread rapidly, lighting up his consciousness like a wildfire, consuming every shadow in its path. Then came the phoenix cry. In the sea of blue fire, the flames began to take shape, coalescing into the form of a divine bird. Its wings spread, burning with cerulean energy, as if it had been reborn from eternal flame. Kurogai recognized the form instantly. He had seen it before, countless times, in another life. This is the phoenix from One Piece, he muttered in astonishment. No, not exactly. Similar, but different. More intricate, more divine. It resembled Marco's phoenix at first glance, both wreathed in blue flames, but the differences were clear. The fire surrounding this phoenix wasn't random or chaotic. Each flicker formed ancient runes, weaving together into flawless feathers. Its body looked sculpted by the universe itself, elegant, powerful, perfect. More than that, its scale was incomprehensible. Marco's phoenix was a few meters tall. This one, Kurogai felt like he was staring at a being the size of a planet. It radiated an ancient presence, timeless and eternal, as if it had existed long before the concept of time was born. As the final wisp of cerulean flame merged into the bird's form, it became whole. And then, something awakened within Kurogai, a memory. A truth? A message that wasn't taught, but remembered. It didn't feel foreign. It had always been there, waiting for this moment to be revealed. Undying, indestructible, eternally reborn. I am the phoenix, Kurogai whispered, eyes wide with understanding. This wasn't just an awakening. This was revelation. The phoenix was his power, but not like Marco's or even Jean Grey's. If Marco's phoenix was a powerful mythical creature, Kurogai's phoenix was a god. In Marvel lore, the universe has 5 fundamental cosmic entities. They are the architects of reality. Kurogai's phoenix didn't belong to them, yet it stood on equal footing. Immortal. Unstoppable. Eternal. Not a god, but more than a god. A force beyond mortality, beyond even the celestial pantheon. And now, that power belonged to him. Chapter 91, Bonus, Immortality, Resurrection, Eternal Existence. The origin of the phoenix is so ancient that its roots are nearly impossible to trace. Kurogai murmured to himself. After his metamorphosis, he had gained a clearer understanding of his mutant abilities. The phoenix force was incomprehensibly old, one of the primal cosmic entities, eternal and immortal, existing since the dawn of time. It had borne witness to the birth of galaxies and the deaths of stars, its presence spanning across eons and into distant futures. Kurogai could feel this timeless existence within him now, and through the phoenix's legacy, he glimpsed visions, fleeting yet vivid, of its past. In those visions, the phoenix coexisted alongside cosmic deities, observing the rise and fall of civilizations, the endless cycle of creation and destruction. Because of its immortal nature, countless beings across the cosmos revered the phoenix as something even greater than the 5 great cosmic entities of the Marvel universe. Not a god, something beyond. That was how the ancient beings honored the phoenix. But how could such an existence fall? And how did it become my power? Kurogai frowned, troubled by the question. Logically, an eternal being like the phoenix shouldn't be capable of falling. And yet, here its power was, inside him. It didn't make sense. Until he understood the circumstances behind this transfer of power, Kurogai couldn't feel at ease. After all, this touched on forces that rivaled the cosmic pantheon, he needed to approach this with caution. So he focused entirely on the Phoenix Force, attempting to unravel the mystery behind its presence within him. Eventually, the truth began to surface. This is connected to Hela, the goddess of death. His expression shifted. The fall of the Phoenix appeared to be intertwined with Hela's influence, but the truth was far more complex than he expected. The Phoenix embodied the essence of life, eternal, unending, undying. Hela, on the other hand, ruled over death. She was its avatar, its judge. The two forces, life and death, stood in stark opposition. There had to be a deeper reason for their conflict. As that thought occurred to him, the realization struck harder than he anticipated. This could mean I'm already marked as her enemy. Kurogai exhaled slowly, rubbing his temples as a dull ache settled in. If he had unknowingly inherited the Phoenix's enmity with Hela, he was already on a path of cosmic conflict. The Phoenix, though immortal, was not invincible. And in its battle with the goddess of death, it had been gravely wounded, its power fragmented. In the aftermath, it sought refuge. That refuge was him. The Phoenix had attempted to use Kurogai's body as a vessel, a host to lie dormant and heal, hiding from Hela's wrath. With his uniquely powerful body, shaped and perfected by the ultimate eye, Kurogai had the physical capacity to contain such overwhelming force. Most hosts would have been incinerated on contact. But Kurogai wasn't most hosts. And the Phoenix underestimated what lay within him. The moment it attempted to invade his body, the ultimate eye reacted violently. It was a power that transcended even the Marvel Universe itself, its origin far beyond this reality. While the Phoenix was a cosmic force, the ultimate eye was something more, a tool that pierced through dimensions, logic, and the very fabric of the multiverse. As a result, when the Phoenix tried to merge with Kurogai, the ultimate eye retaliated instantly. It shattered the Phoenix's full consciousness, erasing its will and leaving behind only its core essence, its immortality and eternal flame. That essence then merged with Kurogai on a fundamental level. It didn't possess him. It became a part of him. From that moment on, he became the Phoenix. The Phoenix still exists, but now, it's me, Kurogai whispered. Gone was the ancient, godlike entity that once soared through galaxies. In its place stood a new Phoenix, reborn in human form. That was dangerously close. I walked right through the gates of death without even knowing it. His expression darkened. At the time, he hadn't yet fully awakened to the ultimate eye's potential, which was why he hadn't realized what was happening. Today, such an attempt wouldn't go unnoticed. But the risk he'd unknowingly faced was staggering. Still, the reward was beyond belief. Kurogai had inherited all the core abilities of the Phoenix: immortality, resurrection, eternal existence. Now, he didn't need to fear death. Even if someone detonated a nuclear warhead right next to him, he could walk away without a scratch. The Phoenix Force would keep him alive. Maybe I could even survive in space. The idea unsettled him, but the logic held. He didn't need oxygen, didn't need sustenance, so long as the flame burned within him, he could exist. Alone, unbothered by the vacuum or the cold void. All of this, from an almost fatal accident, and now, he had become something akin to a god. A being reborn in fire, not by chance, but by fate. Thanks for the Power Stones. Apologies for not uploading the chapters earlier today. I've been sick, still am, actually, lol. That said, I'll be switching the update time back to the original schedule, 6 p.m. to 7 p.m., WAT. Chapter 92, Take Responsibilities. Inside the lab, Jean Grey stood frozen, staring at Kurogai. A surge of intense heat radiated from his body, and pale blue flames blazed around him, engulfing the entire laboratory in a terrifying yet mesmerizing light. Oddly enough, the flames didn't harm Jean. Instead, they gently parted around her, almost as if they recognized her and meant no harm. What's happening? Why is his energy changing like this? She muttered anxiously. Jean's worry grew. Kurogai's power had triggered this transformation, and it was her Phoenix energy that had helped awaken it. The responsibility weighed on her. Jean, are you okay? Came Professor X's voice telepathically. He had made it to the hallway outside the lab but was unable to enter due to the powerful flame barrier. His only option was to reach Jean through his psychic link. I'm fine, Professor, but Kurogai's condition is unstable, Jean replied, her mind locked with his. What happened? Why has it become this extreme? Professor X asked. Even for a mutant ability awakening, this was far beyond what he expected. Kurogai hadn't manifested his abilities before, so he asked me to assist. I used a bit of Phoenix Force to stimulate a response. While explaining, Jean kept a close eye on Kurogai. She hoped that with Professor X's experience, he could guide her through this. As they communicated, the pale blue flames began to retract, slowly drawing back into Kurogai's body, like a rewinding video. Bit by bit, the lab's temperature dropped. Finally, the last trace of flame vanished inside him, and silence followed. Then Jean gasped. What's wrong? Professor X asked immediately, alarmed by the sudden cry. Storm was already rushing toward the door when Jean stopped her telekinetically. It's fine. Just, give me a second, Jean said, flustered. Inside, her cheeks flushed bright red. Kurogai stood in front of her, completely naked. The intense flames had incinerated everything, including his clothing. She hadn't expected that. Kurogai, however, seemed completely unfazed. He looked at her with a calm, almost amused expression. Not a bad body, huh, he said with a smirk. Though only 12, Kurogai's physique reflected years of training. Despite his young age, his body was already well-toned, lean and strong, the product of relentless physical discipline. Jean quickly turned away, flustered, grabbing a white lab coat and tossing it toward him. Here, put this on. Quickly. Kurogai chuckled and slipped it on without complaint. By the time Jean composed herself, Professor X and Storm had entered the lab. My young friend, Professor X began, studying him carefully. How are you feeling? Any pain, discomfort? I'm good. Actually, I feel great, Kurogai replied with a calm smile. No injuries, no strain. If anything, I've gained something. Professor X gave him a curious look. That flame, the pale blue one, was that your ability manifesting? You could say that, Kurogai said vaguely. The professor noticed the hesitation. Kurogai was being intentionally cryptic, and he understood that pushing further would lead nowhere. He sighed inwardly, Kurogai was still keeping secrets. All right, he said gently. Let Jean do a full checkup. If everything looks stable, we'll talk more later. With that, Professor X and Storm exited the lab. Jean turned back to Kurogai. If anything feels off, promise you'll tell me. I'm technically a doctor, and I can help. She still felt partially responsible. After all, it was her phoenix power that had catalyzed Kurogai's transformation. I'm fine, really, Kurogai reassured her. But I do have a question. Jean looked at him, curious. What is it? Kurogai smirked. You've already seen everything. So, you planning to take responsibility? Don't worry, I won't mind an older woman going after a younger guy. Jean's face turned scarlet. Unbeknownst to her, there was an ancient bond between the phoenix and the cosmic entity within Kurogai. They were both celestial birds, symbols of rebirth, life, and cosmic balance. In ancient times, these two forces were deeply intertwined. Though the immortal bird that once lived in Kurogai had been erased by the ultimate eye, the bond between him and the phoenix hadn't disappeared. It was still there, deep and instinctual. That's why Jean's phoenix energy had responded so easily to him, recognized him, as one of its own. It was more than coincidence. It was destiny. Chapter 93, I Need Mutant Blood. You little brat, where did you learn so many tricks? Maybe you should go try them on someone your age. Hearing Kurogai's teasing, Jean's face flushed with embarrassment. She glared at him, indignant. This brat actually had the nerve to flirt with her. How annoying. And what did he mean by calling her old? She was barely in her 20s. Yet in Kurogai's mouth, she'd somehow turned into an older woman chasing after a younger man. Jean rolled her eyes. Her appearance and charisma were praised by many, but in this kid's eyes, she was just an old cow eyeing young grass. Maybe she should show Kurogai just how charming this old woman could be. Jean's thoughts began to wander down dangerous territory, and as her imagination ran wild, her cheeks flushed even redder. She quickly forced those thoughts away and focused on checking Kurogai's vitals to ensure he hadn't suffered any aftereffects from his transformation. All internal systems look stable. No damage to your limbs or organs. Are you feeling any discomfort? Jean asked calmly after her examination, trying to suppress her flustered state. Yes, actually. My eyes are acting up, Kurogai said seriously, locking eyes with her. What do you mean? Be specific, Jean asked, suddenly concerned, leaning in to examine him more closely. My eyes, they can't see anything else anymore, Kurogai said with a straight face. I can only see you. Jean blinked. Then froze. A second later, crimson rushed to her cheeks, flooding up to her ears. She dropped the instruments she was holding and practically fled the lab. Kurogai burst into laughter. Cheesy lines still work, he grinned. Didn't expect her to run off like that. His playful expression gradually faded as he began to reflect more seriously. Is this just the bond between me and the Phoenix Force? Or is it something else, something psychological, he murmured to himself. Maybe it was a mix of both. Either way, he didn't hate it. Watching Jean get that flustered was oddly satisfying. He straightened his posture, gathered his focus, and summoned a portal with a wave of his hand. Through it, he retrieved a clean set of clothes from his personal quarters and calmly began to dress. In truth, when the azure flame had returned to his body earlier, Kurogai could have immediately retrieved clothing. But he hadn't. Maybe, influenced by the phoenix, he had wanted to mess with Jean a little longer. Either way, it was done. By the time he stepped out of the lab, Jean was nowhere in sight. The halls of the Xavier Institute were eerily quiet, no students, no chatter. Unbeknownst to Kurogai, his earlier transformation had once again caused the staff to evacuate the students into a secured underground passage. A precaution they were starting to take very seriously. Rather than linger in the silence, Kurogai made his way straight to Charles Xavier's office. The professor had been expecting him. "Professor, I'm here," Kurogai said as he casually took a seat across from him. Professor X gave a patient smile, though his eyes were intense. "Ever since you arrived at our school, I've had the distinct feeling you're hiding something. Can we speak openly now? I assure you, I mean no harm." Despite being unable to read Kurogai's thoughts, Xavier had a keen sense for people, and Kurogai had never sat right with him. Especially not after today, when he released that powerful energy and ignited those otherworldly flames. It was clear Kurogai hadn't come to the Institute simply for guidance. Kurogai's smile faded. He leaned forward, his expression serious. "Looks like you're not interested in wasting time. Fine. Let's talk." Professor X nodded, his tone sincere. "I truly wanted you here. You must have felt that. I believe you belong among us. But I'd like to understand why you came here in the first place. Can you tell me that?" "I came here for 2 reasons, Kurogai said bluntly. 1, to understand and stabilize my powers. 2, I need mutant blood." Xavier's expression immediately darkened. Kurogai continued, unbothered. "That was my goal from the beginning. I didn't say anything earlier because I needed your resources to better understand what I've become. Now that I have answers, I don't need to pretend anymore." Xavier's hands tensed slightly on the arms of his chair. "Why do you want mutant blood?" "That's none of your concern," Kurogai replied coolly. "But if you must know, it's for my own power's evolution. I'm not trying to hurt anyone." Mystique's past came to Xavier's mind, how her DNA had been exploited. The implications of mutant blood in the wrong hands were dangerous. For a moment, he seriously considered calling for backup, rallying the staff and students to subdue Kurogai. But he hesitated. Because when Kurogai awakened earlier, his power had shattered the professor's psychic defenses with ease. If he wanted to, he could end this conversation violently. That much was clear. "I understand your concern," Kurogai added, sensing Xavier's inner conflict. "But don't worry. I am a mutant. I just walk a different path. I'm not your enemy, unless you force me to be." Xavier's gaze hardened. "And what if I try to stop you?" Kurogai slowly met his eyes. "Then, Professor, you'll fail. We're currently on chapter 180. I upload 20 chapters a week there, by the way. Chapter 94, Tsukuyumi." Kurogai had long intended to obtain mutant blood, and Professor X was powerless to stop him. This was a certainty. When Kurogai arrived at the X mansion, he was already confident that Charles Xavier wouldn't be able to harm him. If there had been even the slightest risk, Kurogai wouldn't have come here. And with no means to restrain him, what did Kurogai have to fear? This was why he dared to openly declare his purpose, with no need for subterfuge. "You've gone too far." Professor X stared at Kurogai, his expression dark. He had believed he had always treated Kurogai with compassion, yet now Kurogai was committing this betrayal. How could he not be furious? "So, Cyclops isn't dead, just injured," Kurogai said coldly, as though merely stating a fact. He knew the situation well. He had been the one to strike first. The mutants had done nothing to provoke him, which was why Kurogai had spared Scott's life. In truth, it was difficult to determine who was truly right or wrong. Kurogai sought to increase his strength and was naturally led to target mutants. That fate had been sealed the moment he acquired Logan's blood and awakened the third ring. On the other hand, Professor X was unwavering in his mission to protect mutants. And the deeper that conviction ran, the greater his anger now burned. This was the source of the stalemate. Kurogai hadn't killed Cyclops because he held no interest in exterminating the X-Men, there was no benefit to it. He wasn't a butcher. "I won't allow you." Professor X's voice was laced with fury, and in the next instant, a surge of psychic energy exploded from his mind, directly targeting Kurogai. He had made his decision. No matter the cost, he would stop Kurogai here. He couldn't allow him to harm the mutants. This was his duty, the mission he'd devoted his life to. Even knowing his psychic power might not surpass Kurogai's, Charles was determined to try. A lifetime of study and mastery of psychic abilities had left him with experience that could tip the scales. Perhaps it would be enough. In an instant, a powerful psychic force burst from Professor X, rapidly closing in on Kurogai's mind, attempting to shatter his defenses and breach his consciousness. If you had a chance before, you've lost it the moment I defeated Cyclops. You're no match for me now, Professor. Kurogai's gaze was cold, his voice detached, and his words carried a meaning Charles couldn't fully grasp. Only Kurogai understood the depth of what he'd just said. After acquiring Cyclops' genetic DNA, he had awakened a new, formidable ability, Tsukuyomi, one of the most fearsome techniques of mental domination. With it, no one could stand against him in a battle of minds. In an instant, Kurogai's amethyst gold heterochromatic eyes began to shift, darkening to blood red. 3 Tomo rotated ominously before merging into the shape of a sinister, spinning pinwheel. The Mangekyo Sharingan had awakened. Tsukuyomi, activate. In a blink, Kurogai cast the technique. Professor X felt his assaulting psychic energy yanked into a blood-red void. Before him loomed a crimson moon, and the ground was littered with crosses. Strapped to one of them was himself. What is this place? Professor X muttered in shock, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. Could this be Kurogai's inner world? He quickly dismissed the thought as impossible. Kurogai appeared before him, his presence cold and unwavering. This is the world of Tsukuyomi. In here, time, space, and reality itself are shaped by my will. No speed, no strength, no resistance matters against this power. It wasn't merely an illusion, it felt more tangible than reality. Impossible. Charles exclaimed, his mind reeling. You built a world with your psychic energy. How could you achieve such total control over time, mass, space? That's beyond impossible. Yet the weight of the chains binding him felt real. The pain, the oppressive atmosphere, everything was indistinguishable from the physical world. In that moment, Professor X realized Kurogai wasn't exaggerating. He had forged a complete psychic realm. Charles could even feel time passing within it. What Charles didn't know was that Kurogai's ability wasn't born from mental training alone. Tsukuyomi was an ancient, unnatural art of illusion and domination, a technique that transcended ordinary mental abilities. Unfortunately for Professor X, Kurogai wasn't about to explain. I don't have time to waste, Kurogai murmured. From this moment, every second you spend here, you'll feel a blade pierce your heart. Again and again. As he spoke, a long, gleaming blade materialized in his hand. Without hesitation, Kurogai drove it into Professor X's chest. It's just the mind. It's not real. I won't feel anything, Charles told himself, clinging to rationality. But as one agonizing second passed, the professor's consciousness snapped. In the real world, only a fleeting instant elapsed before his mind collapsed under the strain. That was the terror of Tsukuyomi. Days, weeks, even years could pass in its domain, while mere moments slipped by in reality. He's stubborn, I'll give him that, Kurogai said quietly as the Mangekyo Sharingan faded from his eyes. He looked down at Professor X, now unconscious, and spoke as if delivering a final judgment. But no one escapes Tsukuyomi, not even you. __. Send Power Stones Wilted Flower. 100 is equal to 1 bonus chapter. 200 is equal to 3 bonus chapters. Chapter 95, Immortal Ability, Fast Regeneration. Professor X had long suspected that his mental abilities might not surpass Kurogai's, yet he still hoped to outmatch Kurogai through his refined skill and years of psychic mastery. His goal was simple, stop Kurogai from harvesting mutant blood without restraint. Unfortunately, he had gravely overestimated his own chances. This was no surprise. Though Tsukuyomi was a form of illusion, it represented the pinnacle of psychic technique. In a contest of skill, Professor X was utterly overwhelmed. The moment he was pulled into Tsukuyomi's nightmare world, his consciousness shattered under the strain. As soon as the illusion broke, Professor X collapsed, unconscious. Can't miss out on his blood either. Kurogai murmured, glancing at the unconscious professor. Wasting no time, he produced a small blade, carefully making an incision on the professor's arm to draw blood. The ultimate eye swiftly absorbed Professor X's genetic DNA. Almost immediately, Kurogai noticed something remarkable, the growth rate of the third Tomo in his Sharingan accelerated dramatically. It wasn't even comparable to the others he had taken before. A few moments later, Professor X, his formidable psychic energy stirring, regained consciousness. I suppose you've taken my blood as well. He smiled bitterly, resigned to his failure. The sting of defeat was palpable. He had placed his hopes on halting Kurogai, only to be bested completely and stripped of the very thing he sought to protect. It was a humiliating loss. I told you, Professor. I need mutant blood, and yours is one of the finest. Kurogai said without remorse. He had no reason to lie, the results spoke for themselves. The professor's genetic material was accelerating the evolution of his Sharingan at a rate he hadn't thought possible. Will you truly not harm them, the other mutants? Professor X fell silent for a long moment before asking. His tone had softened. What else could he do? If he himself couldn't stand against Kurogai, who else could? The man's psychic strength had reached a terrifying level. No one else at the X-Mansion, or among the scattered mutant enclaves, could possibly stop him. Professor X still had one final hope, the Phoenix Force sleeping within Jean Grey. If Jean could one day control it, perhaps she could face Kurogai head-on. But the Phoenix was volatile, dangerous, and beyond Jean's mastery. Unleashing it now might cause an even greater catastrophe. What Professor X didn't realize was that the Phoenix Force would never turn against Kurogai. The bond between the undying bird and the Phoenix transcended reason. Even if unleashed, the Phoenix would never oppose him. I only seek to become stronger. Kurogai didn't waste another word. He turned his back on the weary professor and walked out of the office, leaving without hesitation to find his next target. I knew you were no good. I'll stop you here and now. The first one to intercept him was Storm. After Professor X realized Kurogai's intent to harvest mutant blood, he initiated 2 emergency plans: evacuate the students via the hidden tunnels and, failing that, confront Kurogai himself. The result was obvious. In the briefest moment, the blink of an eye in the real world, Kurogai had already subdued the professor. Because in Tsukuyomi's illusory realm, however long time dragged on, only a mere heartbeat passed outside. That meant Storm and the others had barely begun evacuating the students when Kurogai appeared before them. You're done. Storm had already summoned storm clouds overhead, the sky darkening as crackling bolts of lightning danced across the clouds. With a sharp command, she directed a thunderbolt to strike. Crack! Lightning crashed down in rapid succession, one bolt after another raining down on Kurogai's position, a deafening roar shaking the mansion grounds. Perfect, not even the strongest can withstand this barrage, Storm thought, a flicker of hope igniting in her heart. And then, a calm voice drifted from within the lightning storm. Is this your power? Honestly, among mutants, yours isn't half bad. Kurogai spoke casually, as though indifferent to the lightning coursing through his body. His voice cut through the storm like a knife. Storm's expression changed at once. The lightning slowly faded, revealing Kurogai stepping forward from the heart of the storm. His body was cloaked in flickering cyan flames, licking at his skin. Any wounds he might have sustained closed rapidly, consumed by the flames. In moments, even the flames receded, leaving him standing there completely unscathed. The Phoenix's power of immortality revealed itself in full. Even a cataclysmic natural disaster like Storm's lightning assault was meaningless before it. This wasn't just an immortal ability, it was a power capable of rivaling death itself. Kurogai hadn't even bothered to dodge. Why evade an attack that posed no threat? When power renders resistance pointless, the struggle itself loses meaning. How is this possible? That's lightning, no one walks away from that without a mark. Storm was shaken. She knew her abilities. Among the X-Men, only Professor X had the skill to reliably subdue her. Her power, tied to nature's wrath, was immense, enough to devastate cities if unchecked. That was why she had stepped up to face Kurogai, certain she could slow him down. But seeing him unharmed was a shattering blow to her confidence. Not a single burn, no scorched clothing, nothing. She gritted her teeth, determined to strike again. Her eyes clouded over, turning white as she prepared another assault. But Kurogai wasn't interested in letting her waste his time. This is getting tedious. Stay down. His eyes changed once more, the blood-red Sharingan manifesting, the tomo spinning before fusing into the pinwheel pattern. Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukuyomi. Activated. Chapter 96, New Mangekyo Sharingan Ability. Tsukuyomi, an illusion so powerful that even a psionic master like Professor X struggled against it. Storm, for all her strength, didn't stand a chance. The moment she tried to rise, her body froze. In an instant, her consciousness was pulled into the illusionary world. A second later, Storm's body collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Even in her final moment of awareness, her face reflected pure panic, revealing the horror she'd experienced within the illusion. Another one down. The power to command nature. Storm's genes should be exceptionally valuable, Kurogai murmured, striding toward her. With a practiced hand, he drew a small blade and made a careful incision, beginning the process of collecting her genetic DNA. Moments later, the ultimate eye flashed, signaling that the extraction was complete. At that exact moment, a message surfaced in Kurogai's mind. The third ring has reached saturation. Elevation available. Proceed with upgrade. Kurogai was taken aback. He hadn't expected this opportunity to come so soon. It had been a brutal climb to evolve the first and second tomo rings. The third had only recently reached this stage, less than a day ago, in fact, after his encounter with Cyclops. The speed was unprecedented. This is faster than I imagined. Ultimate Eye, you've changed. But I like this change, Kurogai thought with a smirk. As he reflected, a theory formed in his mind. The genetic levels of Professor X and Storm are on another tier. Charles is a peak alpha-level mutant, and Storm is one of the rare omegas. Their DNA carries an extraordinary quality, that must be what triggered this. Kurogai speculated further. If the total capacity of Tomo power within each ring was fixed, then fewer available upgrades would mean a steeper climb each time. The first and second Tomo rings had been tough because their capabilities were limited. The third, with its broader potential, allowed for more frequent upgrades. Still, it was speculation. In the end, only power mattered. It seems I should prioritize high-level mutants from now on, though even low-level ones have their use. Even a small fish is still food. Without hesitation, Kurogai gave the mental command to the Ultimate Eye. Elevate. A rush of warmth surged from the Ultimate Eye on his forehead, gathering in his eyes. 3 Tomo Sharingan rotated and glowed, then its shape began to change. The 3 Tomo elongated, merging at their tips, forming a jagged, triangular shuriken symbol. Manjikyu Sharingan, Kamui. Activation successful. A grin spread across Kurogai's face. Kamui, huh? I expected another ability, but this is a game-changer. Kamui wasn't just a spatial technique. While Kurogai had previously dabbled with dimensional magic like the spatial gates wielded by sorcerers, Kamui was in a different league. Unlike a magic portal tethered to fixed points in the real world, detectable and traceable by skilled magic users, Kamui created its own dimension. A personal, isolated space existing outside known realms. This meant safety. If Kurogai ever faced an enemy whose power he couldn't match, especially a sorcerer, conventional spatial magic could be compromised. Kamui, however, was undetectable. A self-contained world. It was a powerful new trump card, and it thrilled him. Especially knowing that the ancient feud between the Phoenix Force and Death herself lingered unresolved. With each new advantage, his confidence grew. Time to find more mutants. After a moment to savor his new ability, Kurogai's gaze swept over the sprawling grounds of the X Mansion. Professor X's earlier telepathic broadcast had prompted most of the faculty to evacuate students through secret passages. But several mutants remained, either unaware or unable to flee in time. It didn't take long. Kurogai tracked down the stragglers one by one. Their resistance, no matter how unique their abilities, meant little in the face of Tsukuyomi. A single glance, and they crumpled, unconscious. Another set of genes collected. Another step forward. No power they wielded could prevent it. In minutes, Kurogai had gathered the blood of every remaining mutant in the academy. All that remained were the relocated groups, and Kurogai intended to find them. Well, no bonus chapters for you. Have fun with 2 chapters, _ Chapter 97, under Kurogai's mercy. I remember there's a secret passage in the X-Mansion that leads outside. Looking at the now empty X-Mansion, Kurogai murmured to himself. He vaguely recalled that in the future, after Magneto stirred up trouble and was captured, William Stryker obtained the mansion's location from him and launched an attack. At that time, Logan, Iceman, and a few others had escaped through a hidden passage. A shame, Kurogai chuckled softly. Even if Storm buys them time, it won't matter. They won't escape me. And this is a perfect chance to test the power I just acquired. With that thought, his eyes shifted, the crimson glow of his 3 Tomo Sharingan rotating and then transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan, resembling a Bito Uchiha's pattern. Mangekyo, Kamui, activated. In an instant, the space around him twisted, swirling like a vortex converging at the center of his eye. His figure distorted and vanished from the real world. In a dense forest, hidden behind a pile of rubble, a concealed cave lay undisturbed. Suddenly, several figures hurried out of the narrow opening. Among them were young children, barely 5 or 6 years old, and teenagers in their early and late teens. Leading them was a man in sunglasses and a woman still wearing her white lab coat, Cyclops and Jean Grey. They had been urgently summoned by Professor Xavier to evacuate the younger students. What happened back there? Why did the professor order us to get the kids out? Jean muttered, concern etched on her face. She hadn't asked Cyclops, knowing he was as much in the dark as she was. Not long ago, the professor's voice had echoed telepathically in their minds, issuing a strict evacuation order. No explanations, no time to hesitate. Jean carried out the instructions without question, though unease lingered in her heart. Only 2 people had remained behind, Kurogai and the professor. She feared they might have clashed, and the implications for the safety of every mutant weighed heavily on her mind. Her inner conflict grew. Under normal circumstances, she would side with the mansion, her home. But the inexplicable feelings she harbored for Kurogai made her hesitate. At that moment, space warped in front of the group, and a figure emerged, standing tall and composed. It's you. What are you doing here? Where's the professor? Where's Ororo? Cyclops shouted, anger surging through him. He hadn't forgotten how Kurogai had bested him before, leaving him unconscious. Seeing his adversary again reignited that fury. As for Professor X and Storm, Kurogai said with a cold smile, you'll see for yourself soon enough. But I came here for one thing, you. Glancing around, Kurogai noted that most of the X-Mansion's remaining mutants were gathered here. He grinned, pleased that he wouldn't need to go hunting for them individually. What are you planning? Cyclops demanded, his posture defensive. You. Nothing. But the others. Kurogai's crimson eyes gleamed. I've come for your lives. He didn't bother sparing Cyclops a glance. He'd already taken his blood, it was the others he was after now. Kurogai, are you really this far gone? Tell me this isn't who you are, Jean finally spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. This wasn't the confrontation she'd hoped for. Jean, this is something I must do, Kurogai replied steadily, his words simple yet resolute. He did hold some fondness for Jean, born both from the Phoenix Force's influence and his own genuine feelings. But none of that could derail him from his path. Strength was everything, and sentiment couldn't stand in the way. Though, in the depths of his heart, he planned to treat Jean differently when the time came. Jean, stop wasting time. Cyclops barked. We'll take him down and find the professor. Without hesitation, Cyclops ripped off his glasses. A powerful optic blast shot directly at Kurogai, stronger than any he'd fired before. His frustrations from their last encounter, his jealousy over Jean's conflicted feelings, and his anger boiled over into this single attack. But Kurogai didn't even flinch. The laser beam passed harmlessly through his figure, as though he weren't really there. You're not even worth the effort, Cyclops, Kurogai said flatly. Cyclops, growing desperate, called out, everyone, hit him with everything you've got. The students and teachers unleashed their powers, fireballs, ice blasts, telekinetic strikes, lightning, and more. Yet none of it made contact. What stood before them was merely a projection from Kamui, unaffected by their attacks. I've had enough of your arrogance. Time to quiet down, Kurogai muttered, his crimson eyes narrowing. He knew killing intent well, and Cyclops' earlier attack had been meant to kill. There was no longer any reason to spare him. A shimmering mirror-like barrier appeared in Kurogai's hand. As Cyclops fired another optic blast, the barrier reflected it straight back, this time, striking Cyclops squarely in the chest. Cyclops' expression froze in shock, his eyes wide in disbelief as he collapsed lifeless to the ground. The sudden turn of events sent the gathered students into a panic, fear written on every face as they realized they had nowhere to run. You'll move only when I say you can, Kurogai commanded. The Kamui's pattern in his eyes shifted, transforming into the sigil of Geas, and he unleashed absolute command. In an instant, every mutant present, students and teachers alike, froze in place, their bodies no longer responding to their will. They were completely at Kurogai's mercy. Get access to chapters in advance by becoming patrons. Chapter 98, Taming the Devil. All the students were paralyzed by the Geas ability, unable to move, each staring at Kurogai in fear. He could have simply knocked them out. It would have been easier. But Kurogai had something else in mind, he wanted them to witness everything. Kurogai, don't hurt them. Jean pleaded. She, too, was immobilized. Had she fully tapped into the Phoenix Force, she might have been able to resist the Geas, but at this moment, that power lay dormant. It wouldn't awaken, not against Kurogai. Jean, there are things I must do, Kurogai said calmly, stepping toward her and meeting her gaze. He felt emotions. He wasn't a cold machine. But emotion would never cloud his pursuit of power. Then don't kill them, Jean begged softly. Kurogai studied her for a moment. Then, he nodded. For you, I won't kill them. But I will take their blood. A wave of relief swept over the group. After the horror of seeing Cyclops killed, hearing that their lives would be spared brought comfort. Their fearful eyes turned to Jean, now filled with gratitude. In their eyes, Jean was the reason they were alive. The teacher who pleaded with a monster, and won. As for Jean, the moment Kurogai uttered those words, the sadness in her expression softened. Her face flushed. Despite everything, despite the chaos around them, she found herself moved. For you. It was direct. Too direct. And in front of her students, no less. Embarrassment crept across her face. Jean's thoughts scattered. She was overwhelmed, but undeniably affected. For making the concession, don't you think I deserve a little something in return? Kurogai asked, the corner of his mouth curving into a smirk. Jean blinked. I'll do it. What do you want? Before she could finish her sentence, Kurogai leaned in. Her eyes widened in disbelief as his lips met hers. Silence fell like a curtain. The students, unable to move, watched in stunned silence. The kiss hadn't been part of Kurogai's plan. Originally, he never intended to kill the students. That was already decided in his conversation with Professor X. He needed mutant blood, not bodies. Killing them would have gained him nothing. So he staged this moment. He built tension, created fear, and waited. He had predicted Jean would intervene, and she had. Now the students were loyal to her, and Jean. Jean was slowly becoming bound to him. As for the kiss, it was spontaneous. An opportunity he hadn't planned, but one he didn't let slip away. Regarding Cyclops, Kurogai had no intention of killing him at first. But the moment he felt the intent to kill in Cyclops' attack, his instincts took over. Kurogai didn't forgive those who tried to take his life. It wasn't personal. It was just the way he survived. Ironically, Cyclops' death had helped the plan. The students were terrified, compliant, and now saw Jean as a hero. In their eyes, she was the angel who had tamed the devil. After a moment, Kurogai pulled away from Jean. Her face was flushed, her hair slightly messy. She didn't speak, only lowered her head, burning with embarrassment. "Remember," Kurogai said softly, "from now on, you're mine." Jean didn't respond. Her silence and blushing cheeks said everything. Kurogai turned to the students, his voice firm. "I need your blood. Any objections?" It didn't matter what they thought. He would take it regardless. But to his surprise, they didn't resist. Perhaps because of what they'd just witnessed, perhaps out of sheer fear, they cooperated without protest. Kurogai raised an eyebrow. That went more smoothly than expected. But it proved his earlier plan had worked. The true prize today, however, wasn't just the blood, it was Jean. Once he was done, Kurogai approached her again. "I have to go now. But I'll come back for you," he said. Then, without warning, he kissed her again. A heartbeat later, his body distorted and vanished into the void. Jean stood still, dazed, eyes fixed on the space where he'd disappeared. "Miss Jean, thank you for saving us," one student finally said. The others joined in, voicing their gratitude. The moment Kurogai left, the geas wore off, and they were free again. Jean nodded slowly, her cheeks still flushed. "It's nothing. I'm your teacher. That's what I'm here for." But inwardly, her heart pounded. The more they thanked her, the more she recalled what had just happened. And the more she remembered, the redder her cheeks became. That man. Kurogai. He was dangerous, unpredictable, and yet. Jean gathered herself. She had to lead these students back to the X-Mansion. For now, her job wasn't over. Chapter 99, Amaterasu, The Undying Flames. Back at the X-Mansion, the students quickly got to work. They woke Storm up, who had been knocked out by Kurogai, helped Professor X out of his trance, and tended to the students who hadn't managed to escape and had been subdued. After some time, the situation gradually calmed down. Finally, Jean made her way to Professor X's office and recounted everything that had happened. Naturally, there was one particular detail she conveniently left out, still too embarrassed to speak of it. What? Kurogai said he wouldn't kill the mutants, only take some blood. When she heard the professor say this aloud, Jean clenched her teeth in frustration. So, Kurogai never intended to kill the students in the first place. In that case, hadn't she been taken advantage of for nothing? Her cheeks flushed at the thought, and she let out a soft, embarrassed murmur. That bastard's too much. He might have been her enemy, but she couldn't bring herself to truly hate him. Meanwhile, far beyond Earth in the deepest reaches of space, a ripple spread through a star field entirely shrouded in darkness. The phoenix's cry, "So, its immortal power survived my death strike," an eerie, emotionless voice murmured. But now, it has revealed its location. You won't escape me this time. The voice issued its decree, carried across the void. Spread the word. Head toward that star field. The first to find the phoenix will be granted my mercy. In that abyss of lifeless darkness, the words reverberated coldly. Though the voice spoke of slaughter and pursuit, its tone was as calm as if announcing the weather. The surrounding star systems had long since died, becoming barren, cursed places, forsaken after the goddess of death's attention fell upon them. Not far from there, a towering, purple-skinned figure stirred. Feeling the decree of his beloved goddess, he let out a savage roar. Mobilize the fleets. Find whoever made my goddess issue this command. This was Thanos, the mad titan himself. Now, driven by fanatical devotion, he bellowed to his armies. No matter what creature it is, I'll find them and present them to my goddess. She'll see that I, alone, am worthy of her love. Thanos, the ruthless warlord of the cosmos, was gripped with elation at the thought of pleasing death. Back on Earth, Kurogai remained unaware that the Phoenix's awakening had sent ripples through the stars, drawing the interest of Death herself. Fortunately, the Phoenix's aura had been partially suppressed by the ultimate eye, preventing even death from pinpointing its exact location. She could only narrow it to a vague sector, one scattered with countless planets. Searching through them would take eons, so for now, death merely spread word of her decree, letting her followers scour the stars. It would be a long time before any of them reached Earth. Oblivious to the chaos in the cosmos, Kurogai had returned to the home he shared with Wanda and Pietro. The two had been diligently training in his absence, and because Kurogai hadn't been around for the past 2 days, Wanda's focus had improved remarkably. Her mastery of magic had progressed faster than Kurogai expected. It was a pleasant surprise. After offering a few words of praise, Kurogai eagerly retreated to his room. After this haul, I've secured a massive collection of mutant genes. These will push my strength even further. The third eye ring is on the verge of a breakthrough. Kurogai spoke excitedly to himself. Earlier, while collecting the mutant's blood, the Ultimate Eye had sent a message, informing him that the third eye ring could be upgraded again. But he hadn't upgraded it right away. He was still mid-operation at the time and didn't want to be distracted. Now, with the blood harvest complete, another message from the Ultimate Eye had arrived, not one, but 2 upgrade opportunities had been unlocked. Meaning, he now had the chance to enhance the third eye ring twice over, gaining 2 new abilities connected to the Sharingan's power. Kurogai was elated. 2 upgrades. As expected from the X-Mansion, so many mutants, so many abilities. This was beyond worth it. He laughed darkly, then focused his will upon the Ultimate Eye. A message flashed in his mind. The third eye ring has reached saturation. It can be upgraded. Would you like to proceed? Without hesitation, Kurogai gave the command. Upgrade. Warmth spread from the ring to his eyes. His Sharingan's 3 tomo spun rapidly, then shifted, transforming into 3 intersecting ovals, forming a pattern like an ominous hexagram. A moment later, dark flames appeared before Kurogai's gaze, flames unlike any other. They were pure black. They would not fade. They would not die. Until everything in sight was reduced to ash. Chapter 100, do you want to have powers? Amaterasu. The flame that won't extinguish until everything in its sight is reduced to ash. Gazing at the black flames that flickered before him, Kurogai muttered in awe, a glint of excitement flickering in his eyes. This was the first time Kurogai had witnessed Amaterasu in person, yet it felt oddly familiar, as if it had always been part of him. He was well aware of its terrifying capabilities, a flame that could incinerate anything, persisting relentlessly until its target was consumed entirely. The destructive aura radiating from it was undeniable, and Kurogai could feel its immense, suffocating power firsthand. This ability, it'll be a game changer. He grinned slightly, his voice low with satisfaction. The next moment, Kurogai activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, extinguishing the black flames with a mere thought. But he hadn't forgotten, another upgrade awaited him, and curiosity burned in his chest at what might come next. Ultimate Eye, upgrade the third eye ring once more. Kurogai commanded silently. Immediately, a radiant light bloomed from the Ultimate Eye's third eye ring, transforming into a warm, steady current that surged into Kurogai's eyes. A moment later, he opened them again. The familiar 3-tomo Sharingan had shifted into a complex 6-pointed star, its ominous glow reflecting off the walls. The Amaterasu flames reappeared before him, but this time, something was different. Slowly, the black flames twisted and condensed, shaping themselves into weapons, bows, arrows, and shields formed entirely from the unquenchable fire. Kagutsuchi, Kurogai whispered, naming the power that had just awakened within him. Memories flooded his mind, fragments of ancient lore and knowledge. Kagutsuchi, named for the Shinto god of fire, wasn't just a flame. It was a technique allowing complete control over Amaterasu, shaping the flames into weapons, defenses, and constructs limited only by the wielder's imagination. He could forge swords, spears, flame shields, or encase an opponent in a net of black fire. He could modulate the flame's intensity, or extinguish them altogether. In battle, this power had allowed Sasuke Uchiha to survive deadly encounters by cloaking himself in black flames, making even the boldest warriors hesitate. If I can fully master both Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi, they'll become my deadliest weapons. A thoughtful smile crossed Kurogai's face as he considered the possibilities. Kagutsuchi wasn't merely a standalone technique, it was an extension of Amaterasu, a tool to control what was otherwise an indiscriminate, all-consuming force. Together, the 2 abilities could become a devastating killing move. But this was only a fraction of what he could achieve. Once Susanoo was within his grasp, the colossal, chakra-armored warrior summoned through the Mangekyo Sharingan, the combination of these abilities would elevate his power to unimaginable heights. That, however, was a challenge for another day. Kurogai forced the thought aside. Power not yet obtained was illusionary. For now, his focus would remain on mastering the deadly gifts he already possessed. As Kurogai contemplated, a faint tremor disrupted one of the warning wards he had set around the house. His expression sharpened. He stood, brushing invisible dust from his coat, and made his way to the door. He already knew who it was. "Little one, what brings you here?" Wanda had woken abruptly, alerted by the same protective magic, and quickly went to the front door. Outside stood a young girl with a worn backpack slung over her shoulder. "My name's Sky," she said firmly, clutching the straps of her bag. "I'm looking for Kurogai. He told me he lived here." "Who are you?" It was, as Kurogai had expected, Sky. She had been reluctant to part ways with him when he left the orphanage, and after much pleading, he'd given her his address, fearing she might track him down on her own. Now, here she was, her expression wary as she noticed Wanda standing guard at the entrance. An unspoken tension settled between the two girls, each sizing the other up. Sky, still young but sharp, immediately became guarded. Wanda, in turn, wasn't one to back down, particularly from someone appearing at their door without warning. The silence stretched a little too long before Kurogai's voice cut through it. "It's Sky. Let her in." At the sound of his voice, Sky's face lit up. She rushed forward and practically tackled Kurogai in a hug, wrapping her arms around him. "I thought you disappeared again, you big jerk." "And who's this older sister?" she demanded, clinging to him while throwing an accusatory glance at Wanda. Kurogai chuckled softly, already guessing what the little girl was thinking. He gently patted Sky's head, her hair ruffling under his palm. "This is Wanda, a friend of mine," he explained patiently. Knowing how the girl's mind worked, Kurogai decided to take this chance to introduce Wanda and her twin brother, Pietro, to Sky. He had plans for the future, and these two would be vital pieces in it. Getting them familiar with Sky now would help ensure her safety, especially during times when he might not be in New York. Sky, naturally, wasn't aware of his intentions. She only seemed mildly reassured upon realizing that others lived with Kurogai and, for now, appeared to trust him. After a moment's pause, Kurogai's expression turned thoughtful. "By the way, Sky," he asked, crouching to meet her eye to eye. "Do you want to have power?" An idea had sparked in his mind, something perfectly suited for her. And it was time to see if she was ready. "Well, in case you're unaware, sending power stones won't cost you a dime. So do me a favor and send some stones." Chapter 101, Research. New York was a city constantly besieged by chaos. In this Marvel world, disasters weren't rare, they were routine. That was why Kurogai planned to introduce Sky to Wanda and Pietro. With the siblings around, if danger struck while he was away, he could rely on them to protect her. But as soon as that idea crossed his mind, Kurogai thought of something even better. He had always believed in taking control of his own power rather than depending on others. Relying on others brought too many risks. If he truly wanted Sky to be safe, it would be smarter to help her develop the strength to protect herself. Thanks to the memories he carried from beyond this world, Kurogai knew who Sky really was, destined to become Quake, the woman who would one day wield the power of vibration. Sky's mother, Jiaying, was one of the Inhumans. Sky had inherited that bloodline. In the original timeline, she would awaken her abilities and evolve into Quake. Originally, Kurogai had planned to let Sky awaken naturally when she came of age. But with all the changes his presence had already brought, like the emergence of the Phoenix and even the Goddess of Death, he felt the timeline was spiraling beyond control. A subtle sense of urgency crept in. So, he decided to push some of his plans forward, and Sky's awakening was one of them. Fortunately, Kurogai had already made arrangements for this. Inhumans were similar to mutants. Once awakened, they gained unique powers. But their awakening required more than just genetics, it required Turigen Mist. That was the key difference. Mutants awakened through genetic triggers and emotional catalysts. But in humans, the product of Kree experimentation needed to be exposed to Turigen Mist to awaken. And Kurogai knew exactly where to find it. "That old scroll is finally going to be useful," he murmured to himself. During a battle with Hydra 6 years ago, Kurogai had taken a parchment scroll from their base. Before killing Whitehall, he'd extracted the scroll's secret. It led to a hidden Inhuman relic said to hold powerful ancestral items. Most likely, Turigen Mist. But just in case it didn't, Kurogai had a backup, the obelisk within S.H.I.E.L.D. One way or another, he was confident he could help Sky awaken. That's why he'd asked her plainly if she wanted power, because he could give it to her. Sky went quiet at first, her expression unreadable as she considered what her Kurogai Nisan had said. He didn't pressure her. He wanted the choice to be hers. Finally, she looked up at him, her eyes filled with quiet determination. "I want it. I want to become strong enough to protect you." In truth, Sky had long felt useless. Whenever Kurogai acted, all she could do was stand on the sidelines. That sense of helplessness ate at her. Seeing Wanda and Pietro, people who actively fought beside Kurogai, made her feel that even more deeply. She wanted to be one of them. Someone who stood at his side, not behind him. That's why she spoke with such resolve. She wanted to become his strongest ally, not someone who always needed to be protected. In that case, Kurogai smiled gently, I'll grant your wish. He turned to Wanda and Pietro. Keep training here as usual. I'll be taking Sky out for a bit. After a brief explanation, he left with Sky. But instead of heading straight for the Turigen Mist, he first returned to the orphanage to speak with Director Mary. He didn't want her to leave without letting her know. Once he'd done that, Kurogai and Sky set off. A few days later, they arrived in a remote and arid mountainous region in the southern hemisphere. Technically, he could have arrived much faster. With his teleportation ability and access to Kamui, distance wasn't an issue. But deciphering the scroll had taken more time than expected, it was more complex than he had imagined. Kurogai Nizan, is the treasure you mentioned really here? Sky asked as she looked out at the dry and barren landscape. It didn't look like anything special. She was dressed for comfort, holding a cold drink in one hand and shading herself with a small umbrella. She looked more like she was on vacation than on a treasure hunt. Of course, that was because Kurogai doted on her. After obtaining Kamui, one of the first things he'd done was stock it with all kinds of supplies. He never wanted Sky to lack anything, no matter the situation. Sometimes, appearances can be deceiving, Kurogai said, smiling. What matters is what lies beneath. He took her hand and led the way forward. Soon, he spotted a cave entrance hidden within the rocky slopes. Without hesitation, Kurogai stepped forward, guiding Sky into the shadows of the mountain. Actually, I totally forgot this isn't meant to be a Japanese-type fanfic, you'd have probably noticed with the MC's name. Fanfic's too much, so it skipped my mind. Also stuff like Nissan would stop, I'd be using brother back. __. We're currently on chapter 190 on the platform, that makes us 89 chapters ahead. Chapter 102, bonus, Awakening Sky Latent Powers. Places where powerful treasures are hidden are usually filled with deadly traps and security measures. But that meant nothing to Kurogai, thanks to his possession of the Mangekyo Sharingan, specifically, Obito Uchiha's Kamui. From the moment he entered the cave, Kurogai's eyes had already transformed into the spiraling pattern of Obito's Mangekyo, primed to activate Kamui instantly. As a result, any danger that presented itself, arrows flying from hidden crevices, tumbling boulders, or ancient mechanical defenses, simply passed through Kurogai and Sky as if they were illusions. Kamui phased them through it all. Sky couldn't help but gasp. She had never seen anything like it. But the moment she realized those deadly traps had no effect, she turned her wide eyes toward Kurogai, admiration flooding her expression. She knew it had to be because of him. Everything that protected her right now came from him, her Kurogai and II. I'm leaving it as Kurogai and II, using brother Kurogai, kinda feels awkward. Eventually, they reached the deepest part of the cave. There, resting atop a smooth, circular stone platform, was a sealed glass container. Inside it swirled a dense mist that hovered and pulsed like a living thing. Turigen mist. Kurogai narrowed his eyes. This looks different than what I remember. He'd seen depictions of Turigen mist before, and something about this one was unusual. Out of caution, he began to inspect the container carefully. Carved beside it were ancient glyphs, detailing the nature of the mist sealed within. He wasn't about to risk Sky's life on an assumption. Not with something this important. Kurogai quickly copied the inscriptions, left the cave with Sky, and vanished into thin air. A short time later, he returned, the glyphs now fully translated. This is no ordinary Turigen mist, he said, his lips curling into a smirk. This is the only perfect version. Pure. No side effects. Capable of creating the most powerful inhuman. He had visited a scholar of ancient languages, forced the translation from him using his Sharingan, and confirmed everything. This version of the mist had once been developed by the Kree, but they feared it. It could create flawless inhumans, beings with no weakness. Terrified of what they had made, the Kree tried to erase it from existence. But one inhuman stole the sample and sealed it here, leaving a warning behind. There's a signal embedded in the mist, Kurogai explained. Once activated, it could alert the Kree. That's why the inhuman never used it. He feared it would draw them here. The Kree were a force to be reckoned with, powerful, brutal, and merciless. But Kurogai. He chuckled coldly. Let them come. He hadn't killed an alien before. Maybe it was time. Sky, Kurogai said, turning to her, that mist is your awakening. No matter what happens during the process, do not panic. I'll be watching. Once she nodded, Kurogai approached the platform and struck the container. Crack. The glass shattered, releasing a wave of thick, glowing mist that quickly filled the entire cave. It shimmered unnaturally, reacting instantly to Sky's presence as an inhuman. The gas surged toward her, rushing into her body through every pore. Her transformation began immediately. Sky's skin hardened into stone, slowly encasing her entire body. Kurogai didn't flinch. He knew what was happening and had already retreated into the Kamui dimension, leaving only a projection behind to monitor her. The mist was lethal to humans. Only inhumans could survive it. The cave grew silent. Then, a shift. Cracks spread across the stone cocoon. Chunks of the shell fell away, revealing Sky, changed. Her eyes were sharp, glowing faintly. Her posture had shifted. Confidence radiated from her. Do you feel it? Kurogai asked softly. Can you sense your power? Sky looked down at her hands, then stepped toward the cave wall and struck it with her fist. The ground trembled. Dust rained from the ceiling as the entire mountain seemed to groan under the impact. Sky staggered back in shock. That's me. I did that. She looked at her hand in disbelief, overwhelmed by the power now surging through her. Kurogai nodded. That's your strength. Terrifying, isn't it? But don't worry. It's only the beginning. With time and practice, you'll control it. Sky's eyes met his, a mix of awe and resolve. Thank you. Kurogai and I. Kurogai gave her a rare smile. He knew now, Sky was no longer someone who needed protection. She was becoming someone who could stand beside him, not behind him. And for Kurogai, that made all the difference. __. Vote, if you want it as 1. Nissan. 2. Brother. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Aliens. Kurogai had used the perfected Turigen mist on Sky, allowing her to successfully awaken her inhuman ability, vibration manipulation. Meanwhile, far beyond Earth's atmosphere, aboard a sleek shuttle-shaped spacecraft drifting through the starry void, a sharp alarm sounded. Two tall, blue-skinned humanoids stood up at once, their expressions shifting. They were Kree, cold, calculating, and ancient. One of them walked briskly to a control console and slammed a hand down on the central panel. The perfect Turigen has been activated, the first Kree growled. Only an inhuman would dare use it. We can't allow this violation to go unpunished. Then initiate the operation. Track the signal and prepare for immediate extraction, the other replied without hesitation. They input a sequence of commands, locking onto the embedded trace signal left within the Turigen mist. Within moments, the ship executed a precision jump through space, descending toward Earth at high speed. Back on Earth, Kurogai looked up toward the sky, his expression darkening. He felt it. Something was coming. They're faster than I expected, he muttered. Seems that perfect Turigen mist means more to them than I thought. He hadn't been idle during Sky's awakening. As a precaution, he had cast multiple layered early warning spells around the perimeter, sensitive enough to detect any celestial activity. The instant those barriers were breached, Kurogai knew the Kree were approaching. I'll need to make preparations. Magic circles formed around his hands and expanded outward as he wove defensive enchantments into the terrain. Once finished, he took a deep breath and looked toward the sky, where a searing light was descending fast. Sky, go wait for me inside Kamui, he said. His Mangekyo Sharingan activated instantly, opening the dimensional gateway. Sky disappeared into the Kamui space without resistance. Though she was now an inhuman, Sky had only just awakened. She wasn't ready for a confrontation of this scale. Sending her into Kamui was the safest option. Boom. The ground shook as the Kree ship landed. Its doors opened with a hiss, and the two Kree soldiers emerged, tall, armored, and expressionless. Their scanning device flickered, but then dimmed. Strange, one said. The signal was active just moments ago. Now, nothing. Something's not right. It's been hidden, the other muttered, eyes narrowing. They didn't even glance at Kurogai, who stood nearby. To them, he was just another human. Insignificant. An insect. Looking for the one who used the Turigen mist. Kurogai said coolly, arms crossed. Both Kree turned, eyes hardening. To them, his tone was almost insulting. You know of the Inhumans, one of them snarled. That means you were involved. Hand the human over, the second Kree barked, and we'll grant you a swift death. Kurogai's expression didn't change. Exchange her for your lives, then. The words were barely out of his mouth before the two Kree lunged forward, weapons raised. But Kurogai didn't flinch. You arrogant blue-skinned bastards, he snapped, his gaze burning. Kneel. His eyes shifted, no longer Sharingan, but a powerful crimson geas flaring into view. A wave of oppressive power swept over the Kree, and though they struggled, their bodies froze mid-motion. Their legs buckled. Both of them dropped to their knees before him, their faces twisted in fury and disbelief. You, what have you done? Get us up. You filthy human, this is an outrage. They writhed in place, furious, humiliated, but powerless to move. The geas had rooted their minds. I never understood that Kree superiority complex, Kurogai said flatly. Let's see how superior you are when you're groveling on the ground. With his control fully established, Kurogai began extracting answers. First, he focused on the Turigen mist, how it had been tracked, whether there were side effects he hadn't accounted for, and how many Kree forces had been deployed in response. He needed to ensure Sky wouldn't suffer from unknown long-term effects. And he needed to know how far the Kree were willing to go to retrieve the mist, or kill the one who used it. Second, he shifted to galactic affairs. These soldiers had come from deep space, which meant they were connected to larger Kree operations. Kurogai needed information, intel about the state of the wider universe. If threats were moving, he had to know. Staying on Earth while being blind to what loomed in the stars was a mistake he wouldn't make. Let's begin with something simple, Kurogai said. Did you happen to stumble across Earth? Or have you been watching it all along? The interrogation continued, his voice calm and deliberate, but unwavering. He didn't rush. Every detail mattered. Every answer shaped the next move. And Kurogai was always thinking several moves ahead. Chapter 104, Plans of Leaving Earth. The Kree had long since abandoned the Inhumans, Kurogai said to himself, standing over the two Kree he had just subdued. These two were left here only to monitor this location, waiting for an Inhuman to show up before reporting it. But their ambition got the better of them, they wanted to claim the discovery of the perfect Turigen mist for themselves and didn't bother to inform their superiors. That detail eased some of Kurogai's concern. If these two Kree had acted independently, it meant Sky's awakening wasn't immediately known to the rest of their race. And the Kree's Turigen tracking tech only responded to newly activated samples of perfect mist. As long as these two are eliminated, Sky's presence won't be exposed, he muttered. No transmissions, no trails, this ends here. For the first time since they landed, Kurogai's expression softened slightly. It seemed their recklessness had worked in his favor. But what came next disturbed him far more. During his interrogation, Kurogai had uncovered troubling information, something stirring in the galaxy. A few days ago, Thanos made a major move, he said quietly, eyes narrowing. He's mobilized massive fleets, attacking planets across multiple systems. The Kree suspect he's preparing for something big. That alone wasn't too surprising. Thanos was always expanding his power, always hunting something. But the timing, it was too perfect. Kurogai had just visited the X-Mansion when this galactic upheaval began. And according to the Kree, most of the planets being targeted were in this starfield. Kurogai knew one thing above all, Thanos was obsessed with the goddess of death. And if the goddess of death had detected the presence of the Phoenix Force. One coincidence is luck, Kurogai whispered. More than one is a pattern. He clenched his fists, his mind calculating quickly. If the goddess of death had noticed the Phoenix, and if Thanos was acting in her name, Earth was in danger. And Kurogai couldn't allow Earth to be drawn into this cosmic fire. Maybe I need to leave Earth for a while, he muttered, glancing toward the sleek Kree ship nearby. Draw their attention somewhere else. Even with all the power he had amassed, Kurogai knew he wasn't yet ready to face a being like the goddess of death. Earth wasn't just his home base, it was where all his critical turning points had occurred. His ultimate eyes, the mysterious eye rings that granted him immense power, were tied to Marvel's major events. He had activated the first when he met Natasha. The second awakened at Kamartaj. The third required his encounter with Logan. Earth was the axis around which these pivotal stories revolved. If Earth falls, so does my ability to evolve, he realized. I need the events of this world to continue, or the rest of my power might remain locked forever. Which meant one thing, Earth must be protected at all costs, and no trail must lead Thanos or the goddess of death here. But if I unleash traces of the Phoenix in another star system, he thought aloud, they'll be misled. It'll buy me time to grow stronger. His eyes shifted to the Kree vessel. This ship will do. Before anything else, he needed to learn how to pilot it. He turned back to the Kree captives and resumed the mental extraction process. Their knowledge, their ship's controls, its warp drive systems, he took all of it. When he was finished, he stood over them one final time. You're of no further use. Kurogai raised a hand and unleashed Amaterasu. The jet-black flames surged around the Kree, devouring their bodies slowly and agonizingly. Their screams echoed into silence. He let the fire consume them until nothing remained. I'll need supplies. Enough to survive out there for years if necessary, Kurogai said to himself. Food, tech, weapons, medical kits. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, summoning Kemui. The familiar dimensional swirl opened before him. With one motion, he released Sky from Kemui's space. At the same time, he began storing the Kree ship inside. There was no way he could leave it exposed. S.H.I.E.L.D. would be crawling over this place within the hour. The moment Sky stepped out, she rushed to his side. Kurogai-Nizan, are you okay? Where did those guys go? He turned to her and offered a soft smile. They're gone. Your brother took care of everything. Sky blinked, then let out a breath of relief. Her body still carried the energy of her new power, but her eyes held the same admiration as always. Kurogai gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Let's get out of here. With a flick of his wrist, he opened a spatial gate. The two vanished just as several black helicopters roared overhead. Agents poured out and secured the area, alert and searching, but they were too late. The battle was already over. And its consequences had only just begun. If you'd like to support my work as well, you can check it out here. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Departure and Decisions. A golden portal shimmered open in the quiet courtyard of Kurogai's residence. From its glow stepped two figures, one tall and calm, the other younger, eyes full of curiosity. Kurogai and Sky had returned from the southern hemisphere, arriving directly at their base. Master, you're back. Wanda was the first to sense their return. She rushed over to greet them, her expression full of excitement and warmth. Kurogai gave a nod. Wanda, go get your brother. I'm taking both of you somewhere important. He spoke without delay. With preparations underway for his trip into space, Kurogai couldn't afford to take Wanda and Pietro with him. The journey would be too dangerous. He needed to ensure their safety before he left. His destination for them, Camartage. For Wanda, it was the ideal place. A sanctum of mystic arts, filled with knowledge and protective wards. There, she could grow under proper guidance, learning to control her innate magical potential. As for Pietro, though his abilities hadn't yet awakened, any form of basic training would benefit him. While Kurogai had little to offer him directly at this stage, sending him alongside Wanda would keep them together, and safe. Sky, on the other hand, was already different. Her power had awakened. Sending her back to the orphanage wasn't an option. Kurogai intended to bring her to the Ancient One as well. If anyone could help guide Sky's seismic powers, it was the Sorcerer Supreme. There were other possibilities, of course. Professor Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters came to mind, especially with its reputation for nurturing powerful mutants. But after the situation Kurogai had caused during his last visit, it was doubtful Charles Xavier would offer his help anytime soon. That narrowed things down. Camartage wasn't just the safest choice, it was also the most reliable. Kurogai had spent years there, and he trusted the Ancient One implicitly. She was wise, impartial, and truly selfless. He knew she would treat them fairly. And while she still lived, Camartage was one of the safest sanctuaries on Earth. With over a decade before her eventual passing, Kurogai had no hesitation. Yes, Master. Wanda responded without question. Though surprised, she quickly went to inform Pietro and began preparing for the journey. Kurogai, meanwhile, took Sky back to the orphanage for one final visit. He needed to inform Director Mary of Sky's departure in person. A short while later, he returned with Sky to their home, where Wanda and Pietro stood ready. Let's go, he said, forming a glowing portal. We're headed to Camartage. In an instant, the four of them vanished into the light. They reappeared in the familiar halls of Camartage. Kurogai Sorcerer? You've returned. Several monks nearby were startled, but their tone quickly shifted to one of respect. Kurogai's presence still carried weight here. Despite his absence, the legacy he left behind remained strong. Let the Ancient One know I'm here. I need to speak with her, Kurogai said calmly. The monk didn't hesitate. He bowed and left at once. While they waited, Sky and the Maximoff twins looked around with curiosity. This place, so rich in mystery and power, was completely new to them. Soon, word returned. Kurogai turned to the others. Come. We're going to meet the one who protects this place. They followed him down the stone corridors until they entered a vast chamber. At its center stood a bald woman robed in white, the Ancient One. She regarded Kurogai with sharp eyes. You've grown stronger, she said, brow furrowing slightly. And your aura, something's changed within you. She was referring to the Phoenix Force, its presence not fully hidden. Kurogai gave a respectful nod. There have been developments. I came to discuss a matter of some urgency. The Ancient One's expression turned serious. Speak. You're aware of the Goddess of Death, aren't you? Due to recent events, she's turned her attention toward Earth. For the first time in years, the Ancient One visibly flinched. You provoked her, she said, stunned. Kurogai, do you understand what you've done? Her tone wasn't scolding, but filled with genuine concern. Death was one of the cosmic forces. To attract her notice was to invite doom. I didn't intend to, Kurogai replied. But what's done is done. That's why I've come to make a request. He paused, then gestured to Sky, Wanda, and Pietro. I'm leaving Earth for a while. I need to draw her attention away. But these three, my people, can't come with me. I need to leave them somewhere safe. The Ancient One exhaled, already understanding. And you want me to take them in? Kurogai smiled slightly. Exactly. I trust you. She sighed but nodded. You're lucky I'm soft-hearted, and that you're trying to protect Earth, even if in your own chaotic way. Deal, he said. The Ancient One turned to the trio. These three will stay in Camartage. They'll be safe here until you return. She looked back at Kurogai, her gaze steady. Be careful. What you face out there isn't something that can be undone. I know, Kurogai said, his tone calm but resolute. That's why I have to go. Thanks for the power stones, send more. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Arriving in Nowhere. After wrapping up his conversation with the Ancient One, Kurogai left Sky, Wanda, and Pietro in the care of Camartage. Their reluctance to part was natural, but after some reassurance, Kurogai turned and stepped through a golden portal, leaving the sanctuary behind. He didn't depart for space right away. There were still preparations to be made, more supplies to gather. Though his Kamui dimension already held a substantial cache, he was heading into deep space, and he didn't intend to return for quite some time. He needed to be thorough. Several days passed. Kurogai reappeared in a remote wasteland. Within the Kamui dimension, his stockpile had grown into something vast, enough food, resources, tools, and contingencies to survive in the cold expanse of space for decades if necessary. With a wave of his hand, Kurogai summoned 2 Kree spacecraft from his dimensional pocket. Using the knowledge he had extracted from the captured Kree soldiers, he powered up one of them. Boom. The ship's engine roared to life, lifting off the ground in an instant. It fought against Earth's gravity, ascending faster and faster until the blue sky gave way to the boundless night above. Hovering in orbit, Kurogai stood inside the ship's command deck and stared out the panoramic viewport. So this is space, boundless, radiant, overwhelming. Even though he had seen stars on television and in simulation chambers, nothing compared to standing before the endless galaxy, with Earth shrinking behind him. The real thing carried a weight no broadcast could replicate. Time to map out my route. He closed his eyes for a moment, focusing. First priority, the Phoenix. I need to find a location far from Earth to release its energy, something that'll draw the attention of Thanos and the Goddess of Death. But that doesn't need to happen immediately. I'll treat that as the final leg of this journey. Though Thanos' forces were actively searching the stars, the universe was unfathomably vast. Even with all his power, the Mad Titan wouldn't find Earth quickly. That bought Kurogai time. My second goal is the ultimate eye. There must be another way to unlock the next ring. Some of Marvel's most pivotal events had occurred in deep space. If he was lucky, perhaps he'd stumble into one of them, and if he was smart, he'd know how to harness that opportunity when it came. The best place to begin is nowhere. A small smirk touched his lips. Nowhere wasn't just an outlaw haven. It was home to Tannelier Tyvan, the Collector, and a crossroads for smugglers, mercenaries, and cosmic criminals. Lawless, unpredictable, dangerous, just how Kurogai liked it. No law means power is everything. I'll fit right in. Kurogai stepped up to the control panel and set the ship's coordinates. Fortunately, the Kree navigation system already had nowhere in its database. With a few adjustments, the ship entered auto-navigation mode, allowing him to rest and think during the voyage. The trip was uneventful. No pirates. No patrols. Just the silent hum of space and the slow drift of stars. Eventually, his ship entered Nowhere's orbit and touched down on one of its many docking platforms. As the hatch opened, 2 green-skinned aliens stepped forward. They wore old battle armor and had weapons holstered at their sides. Landing fee, one of them barked. Pay up. Kurogai didn't respond. You new here or just stupid? This is Nowhere. You land here, you pay. Or you lose your ship. Kurogai murmured, voice flat. What if I don't pay? They looked at each other and laughed. You must be new. And dumb. One reached for his weapon, the other grinning as he circled around. Kurogai didn't move. He was done wasting time. Stop moving, he said, his Geas eye activating. You will answer my questions and won't make a single move unless I allow it. Their minds were crushed under the weight of his command. Both froze where they stood, the smirks wiped from their faces, their expressions now blank and obedient. Yes, sir, they said in unison. Kurogai stepped forward, examining the lawless edge of the city as he spoke. Give me the current state of Nowhere. Who's in charge? What groups are here? Any recent activity? The two began reporting everything they knew. Smuggling rings. Mercenary guilds. Rumors of celestial relics. It was a flood of information, and Kurogai absorbed every bit of it. Once satisfied, he turned away. You've served your purpose. With a flick of his fingers, black flames of Amaterasu engulfed them. The two never had a chance to scream. He activated Kamui, storing the Kree ship within his dimension. Leaving it exposed here would only invite unnecessary attention. Then, with a shimmer, he vanished, blending into Nowhere's bustling crowds. Later, Kurogai emerged in a different district, now wearing sleek, tech-heavy gear scavenged and modified from several vendors. His new outfit was fitted with advanced systems and weaponry, blending in perfectly with local adventurers. With the illusion techniques of the Sharingan and the mental manipulation of his Geass, gathering supplies was child's play. While some tools were unnecessary for him personally, the advanced alien tech could prove useful back on Earth, especially for those he cared about. Kurogai moved forward, disappearing into Nowhere's shadows, already planning his next move. Tired of waiting? Unlock chapters in advance and read ahead of everyone, Omega. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Power Stone. Planet Xander. Inside a sleek, hotel-like residence, Kurogai stood by the window, silently gazing at the distant skyline. His mind was deep in thought. It had already been a week since he arrived on planet Xander, and in that time, he had gathered substantial intel on the planet and its factions. However, one elusive piece of information continued to bother him, the whereabouts of the collector, Taneleer Tyvan. According to his knowledge of the timeline, after Star-Lord and Gamera escaped from the KYLN prison, they would bring the orb to Xander for a deal with the collector. And that was precisely the man Kurogai was interested in. Taneleer Tyvan wasn't just a simple trader, he was a hoarder of rare and mystical artifacts from across the universe. His vaults contained strange, powerful items, many of which would be invaluable to Kurogai. But despite interrogating numerous locals and tapping into planetary networks, Kurogai couldn't find any trace of him. Perhaps the collector hadn't arrived here yet. The timeline hadn't caught up. I'll give it one more week, Kurogai muttered, arms folded. If I still can't find him, I'll leave this planet and head for either planet Dar or planet Morag. Dar, the heart of the Nova Corps, was advanced and brimming with opportunities. Morag, on the other hand, was an abandoned and forgotten world. But it held something far more valuable. That was the planet where Star-Lord would eventually find the orb, the container of the Power Stone, one of the Infinity Stones. And for now, it remained undisturbed. If he moved fast enough, he might be able to retrieve it long before the Guardians ever arrived. All right then, he said aloud, decision made. Time to act. A week later, Kurogai boarded a spacecraft and departed Xander's orbit. He had found no trace of the collector, confirming his suspicion that the man simply wasn't present on the planet at this point in time. There was no point waiting around. But this time, Kurogai wasn't flying the old Kree transport he had originally seized. During his stay on Xander, he hadn't been idle. Using a mix of subtle illusion, memory tampering, and coercion, he had acquired a far more advanced starship, one that ranked among the top-tier civilian-grade vessels on the planet. The Kree ship was little more than a soldier's shuttle, barely adequate for interstellar travel. It had served its purpose. This new ship, though, was equipped with high-end scanning systems, faster-than-light capability, and stronger defense plating, perfect for what lay ahead. Eventually, Kurogai arrived at a desolate, barren world. The surface was cracked, weathered, and dry, lifeless, ancient, and quiet. Planet Morag. There's still more than a decade before the actual events of the movie, Northwest wonder the place is deserted. Kurogai hovered above the ground in the ship for a moment, then descended. He knew this planet would one day be the site where Peter Quill recovered the orb. But for now, it was nothing more than a ruin lost to time. Still, the Infinity Stone was here, just waiting to be taken. I remember it should be inside some kind of ancient temple structure, Kurogai muttered. He activated the ship's scanners and searched for large underground or stone-built areas. A few potential sites were highlighted on his monitor. He made his way across the terrain, exploring each location one by one, until finally, he found it. A collapsed stone ruin stood before him, worn down by centuries of erosion. But within the broken walls, nestled deep inside an altar chamber, was a finely carved spherical object. The orb. Kurogai's heart stirred slightly. He stepped forward to claim it. But before he could reach it, something lunged at him from the shadows, a massive black creature, low to the ground, like a panther twisted by radiation and time. It was many times larger than any natural beast, its eyes feral, its breath ragged. Even on dead planets, predators existed, mutated by harsh conditions and born to kill. But it had chosen the wrong prey. Get lost. Kurogai's Sharingan morphed into the Mangekyo, and without hesitation, he unleashed Amaterasu. Jet-black flames erupted on the creature's body, clinging to it, devouring its flesh without mercy. The beast screeched, thrashed, and finally turned to ash. With the threat gone, Kurogai stepped up to the altar and reached for the orb. The moment his hand touched it, something inside his body stirred. A powerful craving. A hunger. He froze. It's reacting to the power stone. Kurogai narrowed his eyes. It wasn't the first time he had felt something like this. Back at Kamartaj, when the Ancient One had exposed the time stone, his body had responded with the same instinctual pull. It was as if some unknown part of him was resonating with the stones themselves. And now, with the power stone nearby, it was happening again. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the craving. This wasn't the time to experiment. I'll figure it out later, he muttered. He opened Kamui, the orb vanishing into his dimensional space. Send power stones. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Fourth Ring. After obtaining the orb, Kurogai didn't linger on planet Morag. He immediately boarded his ship and set course for planet Dar, the headquarters of the Nova Corps and one of the most technologically advanced worlds in the galaxy. Kurogai had a feeling he might find something worthwhile there. More importantly, Dar was tied to the future of the Guardians of the Galaxy. And in Kurogai's case, it might also hold the kind of chaos and conflict necessary to awaken another ring of his ultimate eye. The starship roared to life, quickly breaking away from Morag's orbit. But his journey didn't last long. Without warning, a beam of energy tore through the air, slamming into the left wing of his ship. Alarms blared. Space pirates. Kurogai narrowed his eyes as he scanned the source of the blast. A massive vessel loomed ahead, far larger than his own. It wasn't alone either. Multiple ships flanked it in formation. A fleet. He smirked and eased his throttle, slowing down deliberately. As he expected, the enemy ships interpreted his deceleration as a sign of surrender. The lead vessel surged ahead, positioning itself directly in front of Kurogai's ship. Then a communication link opened. A blue-skinned alien with a grating voice appeared on the screen. Creature inside the vessel, you've been surrounded by the mighty space pirate Lord Ceres. Surrender now, or face true terror. Kurogai studied the figure on the display. Another Kree, he muttered, amused. I seem to be running into a lot of you lately. It wasn't surprising. The Kree Empire had its hands in every corner of the galaxy. Pirates, soldiers, enforcers, it was inevitable. Enough games. Open your hatch, or we'll blast our way in. Ceres barked. Behind him, a group of armored figures began advancing, likely preparing to board. Kurogai chuckled. So they're after my ship. Too bad they chose the wrong target. With a calm expression, he disengaged the locks and opened the hatch. The boarding party stepped in, weapons drawn, clearly thinking they had the upper hand. Once they saw that Kurogai wasn't resisting, they lowered their guard and reported back to Ceres. Boss, we've secured the ship. Excellent. Bring the whole thing aboard. A gaping port opened on the pirate mothership, pulling Kurogai's vessel inside with a powerful tractor beam. Moments later, Kurogai was escorted to the command deck, where the blue-skinned Kree known as Ceres sat smugly atop a raised platform. Didn't expect to capture such a valuable piece today. That ship of yours will fetch a high price, Ceres said, eyeing him. Now, tell me who you are. Anyone with a ship like that must have connections. Call your people. Let them come and pay your ransom. Kurogai smiled and walked up to the table uninvited, picking up a fruit from a bowl and taking a bite. Ransom. You should be more concerned about whether you'll survive the next few minutes. You've got guts, I'll give you that, Ceres growled. But you're delusional if you think you can talk to me like that. Beat him until he understands his place. Ceres gave the order, but nothing happened. The guards remained motionless, blank-eyed. What? Ceres' face twisted in confusion, then panic. Kurogai turned his head slowly, his crimson geas eye gleaming. The moment your men saw me, they were already under my control. Why you? Ceres spun around, making a break for the exit. But it was too late. When he turned back, he was staring directly into Kurogai's glowing eyes. I'm not in the mood to waste energy on the likes of you, Kurogai said coldly. Take your own life. He turned his back and walked out of the chamber. Behind him, Ceres reached out with trembling hands, grabbed a nearby plasma pistol, raised it to his own temple, and pulled the trigger. Boom. A crack of energy erupted. Blood spattered the walls. The Kree pirate crumpled to the floor, lifeless. Kurogai paused just outside the captain's quarters. A strange feeling surged through his body, like a subtle hum in the air, a pull from within his eye. He turned back, staring at Ceres' corpse. Why, is the fourth ring reacting now? He frowned. This wasn't the first time he had killed a Kree. Back on Earth, he'd incinerated 2 Kree soldiers with Amaterasu, and yet, there had been no reaction from the Ultimate Eye. But this time, it was different. Let's see. He closed his eyes briefly, allowing the Ultimate Eye's feedback to flow into his mind. Data. Energy patterns. Triggers. His eyes snapped open a moment later. So that's it. Kree blood. Sedis' suicide had spilled blood, real, physical blood, whereas the Kree he'd burned on Earth had been turned to ash before a drop could be shed. The condition this time was blood. And Amaterasu, for all its power, had incinerated the evidence before it could be useful. Kurogai shook his head, a dry smile tugging at his lips. TCH. What a ripoff. Chapter 109, Fourth Ring, Byakugan. Counting it this way, did I just screw myself over? Kurogai muttered, cursing under his breath. He truly hadn't anticipated things to play out this way. If he had known the significance of Kree blood back on Earth, he never would have used Amaterasu to incinerate those soldiers. At the time, though, he had just acquired Amaterasu. His hands were itching to test it out, and without hesitation, he burned the 2 Kree to ash. That single impulsive decision had delayed his progress. If I hadn't run into those pirates out here, I probably wouldn't have figured it out for a long time, Kurogai admitted with a frustrated sigh. I wasted days wandering around planet Noel for no reason. Still, it only proved one thing: Amaterasu's destructive power far exceeded even his expectations. As for why Kree blood triggered a reaction in the Ultimate Eye, Kurogai had his theories. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. once used a Kree corpse in the TAHITI project to resurrect Phil Coulson, proving how extraordinary their physiology was. It all makes sense. Their blood is potent, and that potency makes it a suitable catalyst. It had taken several coincidences to uncover the truth, but better late than never. Out here in space, finding more Kree wouldn't be difficult. If Kree blood was the key to awakening the Fourth Ring, then he simply had to hunt them. Smirking to himself, Kurogai stepped over to Sedis' corpse. Despite the Kree pirate being dead, the blood was still valuable. Now that he knew the trigger, he had no intention of wasting even a drop. Moments later, he'd fully collected Sedis' blood, then returned to his ship and pulled away from the now abandoned pirate vessel. When his ship had reached a safe distance, the Kree cruiser behind him suddenly erupted in a massive explosion. A shockwave pulsed through space as the entire ship disintegrated into stardust. Some time passed. Planet Dar. Kurogai landed quietly. The last time he came here, it was to seek a way to awaken the Fourth Ring. But now that the conditions had already been uncovered, his reason for visiting had shifted. He needed information, specifically, data on Kree activity. Rumors soon led him to a particular group of space pirates. According to intel, this crew was made up entirely of Kree. No other species. That alone made them a perfect target. A Kree-exclusive pirate crew. To Kurogai, they might as well have painted a target on their backs. Days later, he tracked their hideout to a desolate, barren world. Hidden and remote, their base was difficult to find, but not impossible. Not for someone with unrelenting purpose. Kurogai infiltrated the base directly. Screams echoed for only a few moments. When he emerged, his boots crunched over the corpses of Kree raiders scattered across the dust. Then it came. Activation condition met for the Fourth Ring. Would you like to proceed? Yes, Kurogai replied without hesitation. A warm current surged from the depths of the Ultimate Eye, converging behind his eyes. It was like a heat wave washing over his vision. He exhaled slowly, and when he opened his eyes again, they had changed. The blood vessels around them pulsed, and his pupils were now pure white, clear, untainted, luminous. Byakugan. Kurogai blinked, astonished. He had considered many possibilities for what his next evolution might be, but this still caught him off guard. Yet, the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. The Byakugan, originating from the Otsutsuki clan, was often underestimated. But in truth, it was an incredibly potent dojutsu. It granted near-perfect 360-degree vision, penetrating sight, and formidable long-range tracking capabilities. Its true power was in precision, perception, and clarity. More than that, it could evolve. Even in the Naruto world, few understood the Byakugan's full potential. Kaguya Otsutsuki, the final antagonist, wielded it alongside the Rinne Sharingan, a testament to its place among the mightiest of dojutsu. And in rare cases, it could even evolve into the Tensigan, capable of altering gravitational fields and even slicing through moons. This isn't just an eye of perception, it's a foundation. A core piece of something far greater. Despite its subtle appearance, the Byakugan had terrifying potential. Kurogai was satisfied. Extremely so. It's a late-game powerhouse. The true strength of the Byakugan will only show itself with time. Now, he had one clear goal ahead: expand and evolve the power of the Byakugan. And for that, he needed more Kree. With his path ahead laid bare, Kurogai turned toward the stars once more. The Kree didn't know it yet, but a storm was coming. Their blood was now the currency for his evolution. And Kurogai, Bane of Empires, had already set his eyes on their extinction. The Byakugan is actually really overpowered. Byakugan is like the 3 Tomo of the Sharingan. Once it evolves, it'd be really dope. ___. Send Power Stones for additional chapters. Chapter 110. Chapter 110, the Kree Hunter arrives on Nowhere. In the vast reaches of space, an advanced spacecraft tore through a wormhole, emerging in the orbit of Nowhere, a lawless outpost carved from the decapitated head of a celestial. As the hatch slowly opened, a man in his early 20s stepped out. His presence was calm, but the aura surrounding him was anything but ordinary. Beneath strands of dark hair, one eye shimmered gold, the other violet, eyes that reflected countless battles and relentless purpose. This was Kurogai. It had been several years since he awakened the fourth ring, the Byakugan. Now at 18, Kurogai had spent those years roaming the stars, systematically hunting Kree and refining his ocular abilities. His arrival on Nowhere today had a simple goal: gather information on any remaining Kree targets. The last known groups he'd been tracking had already fallen to him 2 days prior. Before he could take another step, a towering alien with scaly blue skin swaggered up to him, sneering. "Hey, kid. You must be new here. Nowhere's not a place where just anyone walks around for free. If you want to keep that shiny ship of yours safe, you'll have to pay up." The alien's gaze lingered greedily on Kurogai's spacecraft, a sleek, high-end model far beyond what most bounty hunters or pirates could afford. Kurogai raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected anyone to be bold enough to try this here, not anymore. But clearly, this one hadn't gotten the memo. Just then, a red-skinned humanoid caught sight of him, and his expression turned to panic. He rushed forward, yanking the scaled thug backward with both hands. "Lord Hunter. I sincerely apologize," the red-skinned alien stammered, bowing repeatedly. "My friend's a fool who doesn't know whose presence he's in. I'll make sure he learns, the hard way." Kurogai gave a faint chuckle and waved them off. "It's fine. Go." The red-skinned man exhaled in relief, practically dragging his still confused companion away. The title he had used, Hunter, was shorthand for what Kurogai had become known as across the cosmos. The Kree Hunter. It was a reputation earned, not given. Ever since awakening the fourth ring, Kurogai had hunted the Kree without mercy. Wherever they were spotted, be it backwater planets or elite military zones, he would strike. No fleet was too large, no fortress too fortified. And perhaps the boldest move of all, Kurogai had infiltrated and attacked the Kree colony world. The planet had been brimming with Kree. To him, it was a feast of opportunity, a chance to harvest their blood to fuel the evolution of his Byakugan. Naturally, such an act didn't go unnoticed. The Supreme Intelligence, the living AI that ruled the Kree Empire, had flown into a fury. A galactic bounty was placed on Kurogai's head, and entire fleets were dispatched to eliminate him. But they failed. Over and over again, the Kree forces sent after Kurogai fell, some crippled, some slaughtered, many harvested for their blood. In many cases, it was as if their own pursuit had simply handed themselves to him. And with each kill, the legend of the Kree Hunter grew. By now, the name was whispered across the galaxy, both in fear and fascination. A lone man challenging a cosmic empire, and surviving. Kurogai smirked to himself. "I'm sure word of my arrival has already reached them." With a flick of his wrist, he dismissed his ship into his Chemu dimension, then stepped confidently into the gritty streets of Nowhere. He moved like someone familiar with the place, weaving through the crowds until he reached a dimly lit bar tucked beneath a rusted platform. The bartender was already waiting. "Oldo," Kurogai called, taking a seat. Behind the counter stood a bulky creature with stone-like skin, his entire body composed of jagged gray rock. Despite his hulking, slow-moving form, O was known as one of Nowhere's most reliable information brokers, particularly regarding the Kree. "Got anything for me?" O raised his head slowly, his gravelly voice calm. "2 pieces of bad news, and 2 pieces of good news." This was a routine Kurogai had grown used to. O had helped him for years, ever since discovering that they shared a common enemy. Like Kurogai, O had a vendetta, one against Ronan the Accuser, who had destroyed O's homeworld. Since then, he'd fed Kurogai Kree locations for free, asking for nothing in return except blood spilled. Kurogai leaned forward. "Start with the bad." Chapter 111, Soul Stone. Inside the dim glow of a bar on Nowhere, Kurogai sat at the counter, idly spinning a glass in his hand. His expression was relaxed, almost amused, as he turned to face the bartender, Oldo. "2 bad news, 2 good news. Sounds interesting." "Let's hear it," Kurogai said with a faint grin. Oldo, polishing a glass with deliberate slowness, raised an eyebrow and smirked slightly. "The first bad news, you've been exposed. Your arrival on Nowhere didn't go unnoticed. Word spread fast. The Kree Empire's been hunting for you for years, and now it looks like they're making a serious move. They've mobilized a fleet. They're coming to wipe you out." Kurogai raised a brow but said nothing. "And the second bad news," Oldo continued, "is that Accuser Ronan is leading them. He's already en route." If you stay here more than 2 days, he'll find you. He set the glass down, watching Kurogai for a reaction, the corners of his mouth twitching in amusement. The underlying tone wasn't just mockery, it was familiarity. The kind built over years of dangerous cooperation. Kurogai gave a small laugh, utterly unfazed. Looks like I've really made an impression. What's the good news? He leaned back, completely unbothered by the threat of a Kree armada. Old O's grin deepened. Well, the first good news is that you'll have a chance to kill a whole lot of Kree again. I figured that would cheer you up. A flicker of something darker passed through Old O's eyes. Hatred. Deep-rooted, lingering. His grudge against the Kree clearly hadn't dulled with time. Kurogai gave him a flat look. That's your idea of good news? Don't tell me the second one is that I get to kill Ronan. You're not far off, Old O said with a dry chuckle. The second good news is, if you kill Ronan, I get my revenge. My family, my people, can finally rest. That bastard destroyed everything I had. Kurogai rolled his eyes, unimpressed. That's good news for you, not me. I'm not asking you to do it for free, Old O said, shifting tone. You do this, and I'll give you something in return, something big. A clue to a cosmic treasure. You in? He was serious now. Kurogai could tell by the way Old O leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. There was always a price in their dealings, and neither man believed in charity. You really think I can kill Ronan? Kurogai asked, a sly smirk tugging at his lips. You've got more faith in me than most. Ronan wasn't just some Kree noble. He was a warlord with an armada at his back, feared across the galaxy. Most wouldn't even whisper about going up against him. I've known you long enough to bet on it, Old O said calmly. You hide it well, but your power, it's deeper than what anyone sees. Kurogai tilted his glass thoughtfully. He wasn't denying it. Old O continued, voice lowering. You've always played your cards close. But I've watched, and I've seen glimpses. You're stronger than you let on. And frankly, you're my only shot at getting revenge. So, yes, I'm gambling on you. Kurogai's gaze sharpened. Tell me about this treasure. Old O exhaled, visibly relieved. Kurogai's interest meant he was considering the deal, and he never accepted anything he couldn't finish. He activated a localized shield around them, ensuring their conversation wouldn't be overheard. Leaning closer, he spoke in a near whisper. According to intel I've gathered over the years, I've tracked down the possible location of the Soul Stone. Kurogai froze for a moment, then quickly masked his reaction. His fingers paused on the glass before continuing their motion. But his eyes gleamed with interest. The Soul Stone, one of the legendary Infinity Stones. Its power was said to rival the gods, and even among cosmic entities, it was spoken of with reverence. Kurogai already possessed the Power Stone, discovered on Morag years ago. But this was different. Give me the location, and I'll deal with Ronan, Kurogai said evenly. He didn't trust vague promises. I figured you'd say that, Old O grunted, reaching beneath the bar and pulling out an aged scroll. It was made of tanned skin, non-human, and etched with symbols that pulsed faintly in the light. Kurogai unrolled it, scanning the contents. After a long pause, he gave a single nod. The name Vormer stood out clearly. I'd be seeing other fanfics with over 400 Power Stones, and we'd be getting less than 50 LOL. Makes me a little sad, honestly smiley face. Chapter 112, Leader of the Guardians of the Galaxy. When Kurogai saw the name Vormer written on the ancient scroll, his expression subtly shifted. That name confirmed everything. According to his knowledge, Vormer was the planet Gamera would one day lead Thanos to in their quest for the Soul Stone. Now, seeing that name etched onto an ancient, weathered scroll made from an unknown creature's hide, he had no doubt the scroll was authentic. Maybe this was the very clue that would allow Gamera to find Vormer in the future, but now, it had landed in his hands first. What are the odds? Kurogai muttered, fingers brushing the scroll as he examined it again. Didn't expect this thing to show up here. He hadn't spent all these years just fighting the Kree, he'd also been gathering information on cosmic relics and lost worlds. He had long searched for Vormer, hoping to locate the Soul Stone. Back when he found the Power Stone on Morag, all he'd had was a name, and yet he'd uncovered the ruins and seized the orb. He'd hoped the same method would work for Vormer, but no matter how hard he searched, the planet remained elusive. Perhaps the name had been lost to time, replaced or buried. Eventually, he'd abandoned the search, until now. The name Vormer hadn't been spoken aloud in a long time, but now it stared back at him from this ancient relic. And the fact that Old O was the one to find it. It felt like fate. You zoning out on me? Old O asked, breaking the silence. Do we have a deal or not? I need a clear answer. Kurogai snapped out of his thoughts. The concern in Old O's eyes was clear, this wasn't something that should be seen in public. If even a whisper of an infinity stone reached the wrong ears, it could throw the galaxy into chaos. The last thing they needed was someone like Thanos getting wind of this. Yes, Kurogai replied calmly. I'll take Ronin's head. He sealed the deal with a simple nod, slipping the scroll into his Kamui space for safekeeping. Old O let out a long breath, visibly relieved. He'd gambled everything on this, and it had worked. Well then, Kurogai said, standing up with a smirk, how about treating me to dinner before I head off to war? Old O scoffed. You've probably got 100 times more credits than I do, and you still want me to pay. Exactly. Grumbling under his breath, Old O still pulled out a tray of food and pushed it toward Kurogai before disappearing into the back. Kurogai chuckled and began eating in silence. But his quiet meal was soon disrupted by a ruckus at the front of the bar. Hey! You trying to dine and dash, kid? I told you I'll pay you back. I just got out, I don't have any money yet. Kurogai looked up, his eyes narrowing slightly as he observed the scene. A young human man, probably in his early 20s, was arguing with the staff. His dirty red jacket and cocky attitude suggested he was new to space travel and probably too proud to ask for help. A human, here on nowhere. Kurogai muttered. Interesting. He studied the boy closely. Human. Brown hair. About 20. Loudmouth. That was all too familiar. If the timeline was right, then this could only be one person. Peter Quill. A smirk tugged at Kurogai's lips. Old O, he called without looking up, bring the men over. I'll cover his tab. Old O raised a brow. Feeling generous? Let's just say I'm curious. A moment later, Old O walked over to the young man. Lucky day, kid. Someone's picking up your bill. Wait, really? Peter blinked. Who? The guy over there, Old O said, gesturing to Kurogai. Go thank him yourself. Peter's eyes lit up the moment he saw Kurogai. Clearly, he hadn't seen another human in quite a while. He rushed over, all smiles. Man, thanks. The universe is brutal, you know. It's rare to run into someone from Earth out here. I really owe you one. Kurogai gave a small smile. No hurry. Just tell me your name. Peter Jason Quill, the young man said proudly. Or, well, Star-Lord, eventually. I was raised by this scumbag space pirate, just got out on my own recently. Still broke, obviously. But I've got dreams, you know. I want to become a galactic legend. People are gonna know my name. He rambled on, clearly eager to impress, but Kurogai wasn't annoyed. In fact, this little speech confirmed everything. This was him. The future Star-Lord, leader of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Kurogai leaned back, thoughtful. You've got a long road ahead, Peter Quill. Let's see if you live up to that name. In case you're wondering, all my fanfics are at least 70 chapters ahead, with some being over 100 chapters ahead. Chapter 113, Celestials. The first time Kurogai met Peter Quill, he witnessed the infamous mouth cannon in action. The guy could talk endlessly without pausing for air, rambling on about anything and everything. After enduring the monologue for a while, Kurogai finally raised a hand. All right, that's enough. I get the picture. Stretch out your palm, he said calmly. Peter blinked, confused. Huh? What for? Still unsure of Kurogai's intentions, he obediently extended his right hand. In a flash, a small blade appeared in Kurogai's grasp, and he sliced lightly across Peter's palm, drawing a thin line of blood. Whoa, what the hell, man? Peter recoiled, clutching his hand, wide-eyed and alarmed. What kind of greeting is that? Are you some kind of maniac? Relax, Kurogai replied with a faint smirk. Just verifying your identity. In truth, when Kurogai first spotted Peter, something about him had triggered a memory. He recalled that Star-Lord's lineage was unusual, something tied to the Celestials. It piqued his curiosity. For Kurogai, activating and upgrading the Ultimate Eye had become a personal quest. Ever since discovering that Kree blood had contributed to unlocking one of the Eye rings, he'd been keeping a close eye on other unique bloodlines. Celestials were on that list. And Peter Quill, though unaware of it himself, was the son of Ego, a Celestial. Kurogai had adopted a simple rule: when in doubt, test the blood. His small blade had become a constant companion, and it had earned him the nickname Vampire in certain corners of the galaxy. Even Oldo had called him that recently. Kurogai examined the drop of Peter's blood with practiced precision. The reaction was subtle, but unmistakable. The celestial bloodline, so it does resonate, he murmured to himself. A faint smile curved across his lips. Not just the next eye ring, this one resonated from deep within the ultimate eye. His theory was correct. The Celestials were indeed tied to a later I-Rings activation. Peter, meanwhile, was still freaking out. Who are you? Why'd you take my blood like some psycho? Calm down, Kurogai muttered. He traced a glowing sigil in the air with his finger, pressing it against Peter's wound. In a blink, the cut sealed itself, leaving no trace. Unbeknownst to Peter, Kurogai had embedded a subtle tracking rune into him during the healing. Finding the Celestials now would be nearly impossible. They were ancient beings created by Eternity himself, one of the cosmic entities of the Marvel Universe. But Peter's father, Ego, would eventually find his son. When that happened, Kurogai would be ready. Whoa! Was that magic? Or some advanced tech? Peter asked in awe, inspecting his healed palm. Kurogai didn't bother responding. He knew better. One word from him, and Peter would talk for another hour. Right then, the front doors of the cantina burst open. Several figures entered, drawing attention immediately. At their center stood a blue-skinned alien with a prominent red fin mohawk. "Boss, there he is, Quill's over there," one of the newcomers said, pointing at Peter. Kurogai raised an eyebrow. The Ravagers. And their leader, Yondu Udanta. That kid's got some nerve, sneaking off like this, Yondu grumbled. With his skills, he won't last a day. Grab him and bring him back. The crew began moving toward Peter, but before they got far, Kurogai raised a hand. A shimmering wave of pressure erupted from his fingers, pinning all of them to the floor. Their limbs locked under the weight of a complex magical binding. Blue skin. What, are the Kree already here? Kurogai said coldly, eyeing Yondu. Or did your fleet decide to show up early? Yondu's eyes widened in panic. Wait. No, sir. I'm not Kree. Definitely not. You're the Kree hunter, right? I swear, I'm not one of them. He had recognized the multicolored gleam in Kurogai's eyes that had become infamous across star systems. And his own skin, a familiar Kree-like shade of blue, was doing him no favors. Desperately, Yondu raised both hands. I'm a Centaurian, not a Kree. Totally different species. Kurogai studied him for a moment, then let the pressure ease. Fine. But watch yourself next time. I'm not always this forgiving. Yondu nodded furiously, still too shaken to respond properly. Peter glanced between the two of them, eyes full of questions. Kree hunter. Who are you, man? Kurogai didn't answer. He just looked away, mind already turning to the future. The celestial race. The ultimate eye. And the road that would soon take him closer to both. Be a good boy/girl, and send Power Stone's smiley face. Chapter 114, Krees and Kurogai's intangibility. The universe is vast, teeming with terrifying figures, and those who roam it quickly learn which names must never be crossed. Over the years, Yondu had added a new name to that mental blacklist, the Kree Hunter. A man who dared to oppose the Kree Empire, one of the most dominant powers in the cosmos. That kind of defiance made Kurogai a figure of infamy and legend, and Yondu had no intention of crossing him. But now, standing face to face with the man himself, Yondu couldn't help but feel uneasy. His blue skin, a trait shared with the Kree, made him a potential target for mistaken identity, and that mistake could get him killed. Desperate, Yondu quickly tried to clarify things. Not a Kree. Then tell me who you are, Kurogai said coolly, narrowing his eyes as he examined Yondu. That name stirred something in his memory. Yondu Udanta. Ravager, raised Star-Lord. It had been a long time since Kurogai thought about the minor players in the cosmic landscape. Yondu's face had faded into the background, buried under more pressing memories. I'm Yondu Udanta, captain of the Ravagers. I'm Centaurian, not Kree. Yondu blurted out, emphasizing the distinction as if his life depended on it, which it very well might. Kurogai paused, then nodded. I see. Get up. With those simple words, the heavy pressure holding Yondu and his crew to the ground lifted. Relieved, they staggered upright, breathing easier. I'm the kid's guardian, Yondu added, gesturing toward Star-Lord. I came to bring him back. I hope you'll allow it. Kurogai didn't respond immediately. He glanced at Star-Lord, who was already in the midst of a loud protest. I'm not going back. I don't care if you kill me, I'm staying. Sir, we're both human, how can you just hand me over like this? Don't throw me to the wolves. Kurogai's eye twitched. He tossed Star-Lord toward Yondu without hesitation. It wasn't out of cruelty. Kurogai had already assessed that Yondu meant no harm and, honestly, Star-Lord wasn't ready for the wider universe. The kid had nearly gotten himself killed in a seedy bar, what hope did he have against actual threats? Besides, he was too loud. Star-Lord kept yelling until Kurogai finally slapped him across the back of the head, silencing him mid-rant. Yondu didn't miss a beat, he gave Kurogai a grateful nod and hauled Star-Lord away without delay. Finally, silence returned. But it didn't last. A low rumble shook the air as an explosion echoed from above. Kurogai didn't even bother looking up. "They're early," he muttered. "I didn't expect this either," said Oldo's voice from a hidden comm link. "It's probably a nearby Kree vanguard force. They must be trying to delay you until the main fleet arrives." Kurogai frowned. Normally, the Kree would need at least another day to reach this quadrant, even with accelerated warp travel. This was no coincidence, it was a tactical move. Oldo was right. The Kree wanted Kurogai dead. Desperately. This vanguard group had been dispatched ahead of the main armada to hold him in place, even if it meant sacrificing themselves. "They're throwing themselves at me again," Kurogai said, exasperated. "I was going to rest." "Guess not." The sky darkened with approaching dropships. Energy weapons whirred. Kree soldiers descended rapidly, locking down the building. "There he is," one of them shouted. "Kree hunter. You're finished. You won't escape this time, monster," another bellowed, aiming their weapon. Kurogai didn't even flinch. Within moments, dozens, then hundreds, of Kree soldiers surrounded the building. They carried high-grade energy rifles, their armor sleek and unmistakably militarized. The entire bar was locked down. Everyone else had fled, Oldo included, despite his distaste for the Kree. As much as he wanted vengeance, he knew he wasn't strong enough to stand against them. If he stayed, he'd die before Ronan ever did. Only Kurogai remained. The Kree commander barked orders, staying at a distance. "Fire at will." Without hesitation, the Kree unleashed a blinding barrage of energy blasts, ripping through the bar's walls like paper. The assault was relentless, the ground shaking under the impact. But Kurogai stood untouched. Unbeknownst to them, he had already activated Kamui, shifting his body out of phase, making him intangible. Every beam passed through him harmlessly. After several minutes, the shooting stopped. The once sturdy building now looked like a smoldering ruin. Dust and energy residue filled the air. Kurogai slowly stepped forward, calm and collected. "Are you done?" he asked. Then his expression hardened. "Good. Now, it's my turn." Chapter 115, a message. Inside the hotel, now riddled with blast holes, Kurogai sat in silence. The Mangekyo Sharingan gleamed in his eyes, casting a blood-red hue across the shadows. With a subtle shift in his vision, a weapon slowly manifested before him, a crescent-shaped scythe, its curved blade glowing with a cold, predatory light. It looked like something forged for one purpose, to reap lives. "A good time to test the sharpness of this thing," Kurogai murmured, fingers curling around the weapon's handle. He had acquired this scythe recently while pursuing a rogue Kree scouting party. On a remote, desolate world, its native people had worshipped the weapon as a sacred object. To Kurogai, it was more than that, it was a tool of efficient slaughter, one that happened to possess a strange ability, it fed on blood. Kurogai rose to his feet, the scythe swinging effortlessly by his side, and walked out of the ruined building, the air tense with the scent of ionized metal and war. Outside, the Kree vanguard surrounded the ruins of the bar, their weapons drawn, eyes cold, nerves tight. As expected, their commander muttered. Energy attacks were useless. Time to claim this creature's head. All units, charge. Blades were drawn. Energy rifles were raised. And with war cries echoing across the dusty field, the Kree soldiers rushed forward in a coordinated wave. "Cut him down. Bring me the Kree hunter's head. He dies today." The commander didn't expect victory, not truly. This wasn't about winning. It was reconnaissance. Kurogai's reputation across the galaxy was one of death and devastation, and the Kree High Command had demanded knowledge. Real knowledge. So the commander carried a small recording device, capturing every second of what was about to unfold. "Let's see what you're really capable of," he whispered. Kurogai activated his Byakugan. His pupils turned pale, veins surfacing along his temples as his 360-degree vision came online. His grip on the scythe tightened. "Let's test the bloodthirst." In a blur, he dashed into the advancing formation. The scythe carved through the Kree soldiers like a crimson whirlwind. With each swing, a trail of blood followed its arc. The bodies fell in perfect rhythm, as if orchestrated. As Kurogai struck, the scythe pulsed, glowing, feeding, absorbing the life essence from the fallen. In an instant, the blood vanished, drawn into the weapon itself. Just as he had hoped. He had grown tired of collecting Kree blood through tedious methods. With bloodthirst, the work was efficient, seamless. Deadly. A Kree soldier lunged at him from behind, screaming, but before the soldier could complete his attack, Kurogai had already spun, severing his head cleanly from his shoulders. There were no blind spots with the Byakugan. None. Kurogai saw everything, every movement, every angle, every flaw. Kill him. End the hunter. Why? What did we ever do to deserve this? Their rage filled the air, but their panic was deeper. Kurogai didn't answer. He didn't need to. With every swing of the scythe, he danced through their lines, targeting pressure points and weak joints with clinical precision. The battlefield was his arena. The Byakugan made him a phantom on the battlefield, untouchable and omniscient. Every breath his enemies took was already calculated. Their fate sealed. Each of Kurogai's pupil abilities offered unique advantages. The Geas Eye influenced minds and foresight. The Magic Eye dealt with arcane forces. The Mangekyo Sharingan was built for wide-scale, often long-range destruction. And now, the Byakugan added an edge he'd long lacked, close-quarters dominance. Before now, melee combat was a weak spot. Not anymore. With this arsenal, Kurogai was no longer a hunter, he was a storm. The Kree forces dwindled quickly. Limbs. Blood. Screams. Then silence. Only the commander remained, stunned, frozen. The small device in his hand continued recording until the scythe shattered it along with its owner. The commander never saw it coming. Kurogai exhaled, his bloodied weapon pulsing softly, its hunger sated for now. That should keep them guessing, he muttered. Let's see how their main fleet reacts to that little performance. He looked out across the ruined field, littered with bodies. This had been more than a slaughter. It was a message. Send power stones, thanks wilted flower. Chapter 116, The Kree's Misjudgment. When the Kree soldiers attacked earlier, Kurogai had already noticed the recording device in the Kree commander's hand. From that moment, he understood their intention, they were trying to uncover his true capabilities. Because of his cautious nature, very few Kree ever survived encounters with him. And even when they did, none had seen him use his full range of powers. The Kree Empire, having failed to grasp the extent of his abilities, was now trying to probe him using the Vanguard forces. That's precisely why Kurogai played along. He avoided using any of his more exotic powers, relying solely on the eerie scythe he had recently acquired. Paired with his Byakugan, he made it seem as though he was simply a highly skilled close combat fighter, not someone wielding supernatural or cosmic-level abilities. At first, he genuinely wanted to test the scythe's strength. This battle presented a convenient opportunity. But once he realized the Kree's intent, he adapted, committing to the scythe alone, giving the impression that his strength came from sheer technique. Kurogai understood that revealing too many of his more enigmatic powers, such as Amaterasu or Geas, might frighten the Kree into retreat. That would ruin his plan to lure them in for a larger trap. He needed them to think they could win. I hope what I just showed didn't scare them off, Kurogai muttered, storing the bloodthirsty scythe inside his Kamui dimension. It would be a shame if they don't show up. He then began preparing the battlefield. At one site, he activated a barrier-type enchantment, not the most powerful kind, but effective enough. Though it wouldn't stop a large fleet, it could prevent anyone from escaping. Anyone foolish enough to land on this planet would not be leaving. Meanwhile, deep in space, 10 massive fleets were rapidly approaching planet Norwell. This coalition had been assembled by 10 noble houses of the Kree Empire. Each noble brought a war fleet, and each vessel carried roughly 1,000 soldiers. In total, a force of 10,000 highly equipped Kree warriors was en route. In an era of interstellar warfare, a single pilot could control a powerful starfighter, so fielding 10,000 soldiers in person was a significant commitment. The scale alone demonstrated how seriously the Kree took this matter. At the center of the lead battleship sat a massive round table with 10 seats, all occupied by high-ranking Kree nobles. They watched, in silence, the footage transmitted by the Vanguard unit, the battle against Kurogai. The video continued until the signal cut out, and the screen went black. For a few seconds, no one spoke. That's it. He doesn't seem all that dangerous, one noble finally said, breaking the silence. He just looks like a slightly stronger human. Why are we overreacting? Agreed, another chimed in. He's powerful, sure. But not unstoppable. I can't believe this is the guy who supposedly wiped out so many of our forces. From what I saw, he might have better than average combat ability, but definitely not enough to justify this level of concern. He eliminated a few hundred Kree soldiers, yes, but we've brought 10,000. And our soldiers are well equipped with the latest combat technology. He won't stand a chance. Initially, the Kree nobles had felt uneasy about confronting the infamous Kree hunter. But after watching the battle footage, their tension seemed to ease. Some were even beginning to scoff at the threat. Then, a calm but sharp voice cut through the complacency. But have any of you considered this? What if we haven't actually seen his real power yet? What if he was holding back? The others turned to face the speaker, Koroth the Pursuer, a battle-hardened Kree with a reputation for sharp instincts and combat experience. Unlike the others, Karath had not been convinced by the footage. Something about Kurogai's performance felt too clean, too measured. He wasn't fighting as if he was desperate. It was more like, he was demonstrating. A cold silence followed. Karatha's words hung in the air, and none of the nobles responded right away. But the seed of doubt had been planted. If Kurogai had indeed been toying with their forces, then they were dealing with someone far more dangerous than they assumed. What's there to be afraid of? A booming voice finally snapped everyone out of their quiet panic. A tall Kree at the center of the table leaned forward, his deep, gravelly voice cutting through the room. Anyone who slaughters our people like that will pay. I will break him myself, tear him apart, and grind his bones beneath my feet. His presence alone changed the mood. The other nobles straightened in their seats, emboldened. Of course. With Lord Ronan leading us, what could possibly go wrong? We won't even need to lift a finger. Ronan the accuser will crush him. The mood shifted from apprehension to pride. The Kree now rallied behind their most formidable champion, Ronan the accuser, whose name commanded respect throughout the galaxy. His presence alone reassured the nobles. His power was legendary. Surely, no matter what Kurogai was hiding, Ronan could crush it. Do you understand now, Karath? Ronan said, his voice like iron. You don't need to worry. Because I am here, and I don't lose. Karath remained silent for a long moment before replying quietly, I hope you're right. Become a patron to get access to chapters in advance on all my works. Chapter 117, Bonus, Arrival on Noel Planet. Kurogai stood near the ruins of a bar, arms folded as he waited calmly for the Kree fleet to arrive. He didn't pace, didn't fidget, he simply stood in place, like a silent executioner awaiting his next sentence. It wasn't until a dull sense of boredom crept into his thoughts that his sharp eyes noticed a series of glowing lights emerging in the dark sky. The Kree had finally arrived. About time. I was starting to get bored, Kurogai muttered to himself, a faint smirk forming on his lips. He had waited long enough. If they had delayed any further, he might have gone looking for them himself. Boom. Without any warning or negotiation, 10 blinding energy blasts erupted from the Kree's massive capital ships, streaking down toward Kurogai's position like meteors. Kurogai glanced up, unbothered. Really? You already tried this trick? Didn't work then, won't work now. His eyes shifted, warping into the swirling pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. With a subtle hum, Kamui activated, his body beginning to distort like smoke in the wind. The energy blast struck with thunderous force, igniting the area in a sea of fire and sound. Buildings evaporated under the pressure, reduced to ash and rubble. The ground trembled, and for a few minutes, smoke blanketed the land like a funeral shroud. But when the dust cleared, a lone figure stood at the center of the crater, unscathed, unmoved. Kurogai hadn't budged an inch. Inside one of the lead Kree warships, Karath the Pursuer frowned as he observed the scene from a display. As expected. Large-scale firepower is useless against him, Karath murmured, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Some kind of spatial defense, possibly temporal. Either way, this approach won't kill the hunter. He had suspected it ever since watching the Vanguard unit's footage. The initial barrage was merely to confirm his theory, and now the evidence was clear. Kurogai's defense wasn't invincible, it was just specific. No, I'm missing something. Karath said under his breath. He rewound the mental image of Kurogai's previous battle and then it struck him. That's it. During close combat with our Vanguard, he didn't use that defensive technique. Which means it must have limitations. Time, energy consumption, or maybe effectiveness against concentrated melee combat. Karatha's voice rose with excitement as he turned to the communication terminal. Lord Ronan, I believe I've found the key to defeating him. We need to force him into direct confrontation. Make him fight. Bleed him dry. The moment Ronan the accuser heard this, his fury flared. Then what are we waiting for? Send them all down. I refuse to believe that 10,000 Kree warriors can't break a single man. Ronan's voice echoed through the fleet's communication system. All units, commence forced planetary descent. Full deployment. Encircle and eliminate the hunter. He does not leave Noel alive. The Kree warships shifted formation as they entered the atmosphere, descending rapidly. The landing zone had been predetermined, around Kurogai. Within moments, the ships formed a near-perfect ring with him trapped in the center. Kurogai watched silently, his crimson eyes reflecting the descending armada. They really fell for it, he muttered. Hook, line, and sinker. From the moment he faced the Vanguard, Kurogai had been laying the groundwork for this trap, luring the Kree into thinking he was vulnerable, controllable. He wanted them on the ground. He needed them exposed. And now, with 10,000 Kree soldiers deploying and surrounding him, his plan had finally taken root. It's harvest time. A sharp, commanding voice rang out across the battlefield as the last Kree ships touched down. Kree Hunter, real name unknown, you have slaughtered countless citizens of the Kree Empire. Your actions are an insult to our honor. Today, we bring justice in the name of every Kree you've slain. You will die here. A Kree commander stepped forward, clearly meant to serve as both a public speaker and moral rallying point for the troops. Kurogai met his gaze, calm and cold. You shouldn't have tied your empire's honor to this. Because what happens next will bury that honor with you. Arrogant fool, the commander roared. Kill him. Thousands of Kree soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave, weapons drawn, war cries echoing. But Kurogai didn't flinch. He simply gripped the hilt of his scythe and smiled faintly. Let's get started. 200 power stones, let's go. Chapter 118, The Harvest Begins. Without a word, the Kree soldiers charged one after another, determined to overwhelm Kurogai through sheer numbers. Honestly, I'd love to take my time with you all, Kurogai muttered with a smirk, but clearly, that's not going to work here. You'd better just collapse now. He didn't draw his scythe this time. Instead, his eyes turned crimson, glowing with ominous intensity. The sigil of the Geas appeared in his pupils, its activation instant. This wasn't like the last skirmish. The difference in scale was massive. Earlier, Kurogai faced a few hundred soldiers. Now, nearly 10,000 Kree surrounded him. There was no way brute strength alone could handle this. He had to use more efficient methods. The frontline Kree soldiers fell under the influence of Kurogai's Geas, their minds seized in an instant. They turned abruptly, weapons raised, not at him, but at their own comrades behind them, who remained unaffected. Hunt the unaffected. That was the command. And they obeyed. Chaos erupted. The mind-controlled soldiers began to strike down their confused allies. In mere moments, a full-scale internal massacre ignited among the Kree forces. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Why are our soldiers attacking each other? On board the command ship, Korath the Pursuer gritted his teeth, his voice edged with panic. Something was wrong, this disorder had Kurogai's influence all over it. But he still couldn't grasp how it was happening. Stop them. Now. Korath barked, turning to his officers. The priority was clear, get their troops under control, fast. But down on the battlefield, it was already too late. The Kree lines collapsed into confusion, soldiers turning on each other, formations breaking apart. Amidst the frenzy, Kurogai calmly retrieved his bloodthirsty scythe. It was harvesting time. His movements were swift and deliberate, each swing claiming multiple Kree lives. The controlled chaos around him created a perfect opening, none of his targets could focus, and none could defend themselves. His Geas remained active, allowing him to dominate the battlefield effortlessly. And with every soul he reaped, he felt it, the pulse of power building inside him. His fourth pupil ring, rare and most difficult to evolve, was beginning to stir again. He trembled, not from fear, but from excitement. The fourth ring had reached a plateau, its last advancement over a year ago. Since then, Kurogai had relentlessly hunted the Kree, desperate to trigger its evolution. Nothing had worked, not even when he'd single-handedly raised an entire Kree colony world. That campaign earned him the feared title Kree Hunter, a name whispered even by the Empire's high command. Yet even that act hadn't pushed his fourth ring forward. Until now. The sensation was unmistakable, his fourth ring was nearing saturation again. The sheer amount of Kree bloodshed finally reaching the threshold it demanded. Kurogai's excitement surged. His strikes became even more ferocious, blood pouring into the scythe with every swing, feeding the energy swirling inside him. Then, without warning, a colossal beam of energy descended from the sky. The blast lit up the battlefield, vaporizing Kree soldiers in a flash of brutal white light. No. Ronan, what are you doing? Those are our own men. Korath shouted into the comms, staring in disbelief as the central command ship, the Dark Aster, unleashed its main cannon. It was Ronan's ship. Only he could have ordered that kind of strike. They're no longer our men, Ronan's voice crackled back, cold and dismissive. If they've been compromised by the enemy, then they're enemies. I'm eliminating threats, not soldiers. You lunatic. Korath cursed, but the comm line had already been cut off. Furious, he ordered the dropship doors to open. He was heading to the battlefield himself. When Korath finally arrived on the ground, the devastation was staggering. The entire blast zone had been scorched to ash. The energy beam had flattened the area, eliminating hundreds in an instant. But at the center of it all, untouched and utterly unfazed, stood a lone figure. Kurogai. His tall frame stood against the wind, drenched in blood, but uninjured. His crimson Geas eyes glowed faintly, radiating menace. He hadn't moved. He hadn't needed to. He was the storm in the center of the chaos. And the harvest had only just begun. 100 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 200 power stones equals 3 bonus chapters. Chapter 119, Fourth Eye is now maxed out. In the heart of the battlefield, Kurogai stood alone, his gaze cold and unwavering as he stared at the massive Kree warship looming ahead. The devastating energy beam that had just scorched the earth was useless against him, but his fury simmered beneath the surface. He had waited a long time, too long, for the saturation of his fourth ring. He was mere moments away from reaching that elusive breakthrough. But now, in a single reckless attack, the Kree had obliterated the soldiers he needed to reach the threshold. Fury burned in his eyes. Fool. Since you're so eager to die, I'll oblige, Kurogai said coldly. As the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes morphed, a jet-black flame erupted into existence before him. The flame swirled into the shape of a long, obsidian sword, forged entirely from Amaterasu. Without hesitation, he swung it toward the Kree flagship. Boom. The blade of living fire tore through the ship's hull with ease, splitting the armored vessel apart. The flames clung to the wound, unrelenting, unquenchable. It's on fire. Contain it, fast. What is this flame? It won't go out. Panic rippled through the crew as they scrambled to suppress the blaze, but nothing worked. Fire extinguishers, vacuum seals, energy dampeners, none of it mattered. Amaterasu devoured everything in its path. But Kurogai wasn't watching. His attention had shifted to the battlefield again, to the tall figure now stepping forward through the smoke. It wasn't an ordinary Kree soldier. This one radiated power and command. Korath the Pursuer had arrived. Shock crossed Koratha's face. He had seen the black flames manifest and watched as they sliced through his battleship. That alone was enough to unnerve even a veteran like him. It meant only one thing: Kurogai had never been fighting seriously. Kurogai had been baiting them. He's been holding back, waiting for this moment, Korath thought grimly. This whole battle was a setup. The realization struck like thunder. They weren't the hunters, they were the hunted. I need to order a retreat, Korath thought, panic creeping in. But before he could act, a golden portal shimmered in the air beside him. Kurogai stepped through, eyes glowing red with eerie calm. Kree. Weren't you here to kill me? Why the rush now? His voice was calm, emotionless, deadly. Korath froze. Those crimson eyes were unlike anything he'd faced. There was no arrogance in them, no anger, just cold finality. You planned this all along, Korath said, forcing composure into his voice. Well, one of you has a brain, Kurogai replied with a dry smile. Koratha's stomach sank. They thought they had cornered prey. In truth, they had walked into a trap laid by the very thing they hoped to destroy. I can't let you win. Korath roared, tossing down a tactical smoke charge. Instantly, thick black fog engulfed the battlefield. Using the chaos as cover, he turned and fled. But he didn't make it far. A golden ring opened ahead of him, another portal, and Kurogai stepped out once more, swinging his side with deadly precision. Schlick. The blade cleaved through Koratha's neck in a single motion. Blood sprayed across the ground. His head rolled to the ground, eyes still wide in shock. No one escapes the Byakugan's gaze, Kurogai muttered. His eyes were now milky white, the Byakugan fully activated. Not even darkness can hide you. Kurogai knelt over the corpse, his scythe humming softly. The bloodthirsty weapon pulsed as it drew every last drop of Koratha's blood, feeding it into the ultimate eye. He wouldn't waste a single drop, not when he was this close. As the scythe finished its grim harvest, a notification echoed in his mind. Fourth ring fully saturated. Upgrade available. Proceed with enhancement. Kurogai's heart surged with triumph. A whole year, he whispered. I've hunted, even launched a war on a Kree planet just for this moment. He was moments from giving the command to begin the upgrade when something strange caught his attention. Wait. He read the system prompt again carefully. Fully saturated, he muttered. Not resaturated. Not ready again. It hit him then, this wasn't a typical upgrade prompt. This was different. Those two words, fully saturated, held a deeper meaning. He wasn't just leveling up the fourth ring again. He had reached its limit. Kurogai's eyes narrowed. He delved into the Ultimate Eyes interface, mentally parsing through layers of its arcane structure. He needed to understand. Minutes passed. Finally, his eyes opened, and a smile slowly crept across his face. So I've reached it, perfection. His fourth eye had evolved to its final state. It could no longer be upgraded. It was now perfect, complete, a power honed through blood, battle, and will. The fourth eye, he said softly, is now maxed out. Chapter 120, Tensegan Awakens. The fourth ring was maxed out. Kurogai hadn't anticipated this outcome. His previous eye rings had become increasingly difficult to upgrade as they progressed, to the point where reaching maximum level felt nearly impossible. But now, the fourth ring had reached completion, something he had never expected. Then again, it made sense. Over the past year, he'd killed countless Kree. He had even gone as far as attacking a Kree homeworld. The amount of Kree blood he had absorbed was immeasurable. With this, I can use the Byakugan's full power without any restriction, Kurogai muttered, a faint smile touching his lips. That's what matters most. The upgrade of the Byakugan had followed a path similar to the Sharingan, unlocking new powers incrementally. But now, with the ring at full saturation, that slow progression no longer applied. Every Byakugan ability was now at his disposal, unrestricted and perfected. Ultimate Eye, fully upgrade the fourth ring, Byakugan, he commanded silently. At once, Kurogai felt a surge of immense power awaken within him, flowing from the Ultimate Eye and channeling into his own. The energy coursed through his veins, spreading across his body, reinforcing and refining it. It wasn't just his eyes evolving, his entire body was being reshaped. The Ultimate Eye wasn't just upgrading. It was transforming the vessel that carried it. Kurogai's body underwent a dramatic change. And as he entered this transformative state, something else occurred, something he didn't immediately notice. A glowing ring slowly emerged from his forehead, hovering just above his skin. The fourth ring. Intricate symbols lit up along its surface, glowing faintly, like a forgotten god relighting its divine spark. Unlike the dormant rings around it, the fourth ring radiated life. It pulsed with an aura of rebirth. 1/12 of the Ultimate Eye had been fully activated. And this single 12th ignited a profound change. The eye became more ancient, more powerful. It pulsed with timeless energy, a blend of sacred and unholy forces. It was not purely divine, nor purely demonic. But the blend gave it an incomprehensible depth, a haunting majesty. The radiance soon faded back into the Ultimate Eye, and the surge of emotion vanished like a passing dream. Kurogai opened his eyes. They were no longer the pure white of the Byakugan. Now, they shimmered with a light blue brilliance, glowing like sacred embers, as if a galaxy had been born within them. The Tensigan. Through this final upgrade, the Byakugan had ascended to the Tensigan. Not only did it preserve every prior ability, but it added terrifying new ones, abilities exclusive to this legendary evolution. And now, they belonged to Kurogai. He glanced around. Everything felt visible, tangible, predictable. As if the entire universe had fallen under his control. He felt like a god. "You bastard, how dare you destroy my ship? You'll pay for this," a thunderous voice shouted from behind. Kurogai turned calmly to see the source. It was Ronan the Accuser, towering, furious, battered, and very much alive. He gripped his mighty warhammer tightly, his eyes burning with rage. Though he'd barely escaped the earlier Black Flame sword strike, he'd done so in a disgraceful, near-death state. Now, his hatred toward Kurogai was absolute. "You destroyed my fleet. You killed my people." Ronan roared, pointing his hammer at him. "I'll crush you myself." Kurogai didn't flinch. "Ronan the Accuser. Your title means nothing to me," he said coldly. The light blue glow in his eyes intensified, pressing down with invisible force. "Whatever power you believe you have, it's already obsolete. You arrogant insect." Ronan bellowed, unleashing the full force of the universal weapon. The hammer shimmered with dark cosmic energy as Ronan charged, swinging it with enough force to split mountains. This was no ordinary blow. Ronan's hammer, forged through advanced Kree technology, was a weapon of legend. It could manipulate matter, harness cosmic energy, and unleash devastation on a planetary scale. This strike was filled with wrath. If it landed, not only would Kurogai be vaporized, but even nowhere, the ancient celestial head beneath their feet, would feel the blow. But Kurogai remained unmoved. His gaze remained calm, detached, as if watching a child throw a tantrum. "Tensigan. Let's test what you can really do." Several golden orbs formed in front of him, glowing with radiant energy. As they converged, the surrounding air began to crackle. Kurogai raised his hand and directed the orbs forward. The energy twisted into a brilliant, slicing arc, a blade of light too fast, too sharp, too precise to counter. Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, The Hunter Ascends. Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. One of the most fearsome and destructive techniques granted by the power of the Tensigan. At its peak, this technique could bisect the moon itself, horizontally. Terrifying beyond words. But such apocalyptic power could only be wielded when Kurogai entered Tensigan chakra mode, his body enveloped in a radiant azure cloak of chakra. In that state, the full might of the Tensigan was unleashed. Right now, however, Kurogai hadn't activated the chakra mode. He had only awakened the Tensigan, yet even in this incomplete state, the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion was already devastating. And Ronan the Accuser, proud Kree warrior, had no way to withstand it. Rumble. A golden streak of blinding energy tore through the atmosphere, descending with an oppressive force that bent space around it. It hadn't even made contact with Ronan, yet he could already feel the immense pressure crushing down on him, driving him to the brink of submission. But Ronan didn't surrender. Madness gleamed in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he roared in defiance as the energy came crashing down upon him. The impact shook the landscape with a deafening roar. When the dust finally began to settle, a colossal rift had been carved into the planet's surface, deep and wide, as if the land itself had been cleaved by a divine sword. While the planet wasn't split in two, the damage was still nothing short of apocalyptic. And at the center of it all stood Ronan, his body cracked and battered, his universal weapon, the war hammer he had wielded so confidently, shattered in half. A web of fractures spread across his armor, blood seeping through the cracks. His body was barely holding together. He could no longer comprehend what had just happened. How could a being so small, so human, wield such overwhelming power? Who are you? Ronan gasped, his voice hoarse, his pride shattered. Kurogai met his gaze, emotionless. Does it matter? Someone paid a price I couldn't refuse for your head. That means you belong to me. As he spoke, glowing orbs of light formed in his palm, merging into one another, building up an even greater energy. The technique returned. Golden will reincarnation explosion. Again. No, wait. Ronan shouted, desperation overtaking him. I can offer more. You said someone paid for my head, but there are few in this galaxy richer than me. I can buy my own life. He was panicking now, wild-eyed. He knew he couldn't win. Survival was the only path left. If he could stay alive, he could still fight another day, still have a chance to reshape the universe in his image. But Kurogai didn't flinch. In a flash of golden light, a blade of chakra pierced Ronan's chest, annihilating his heart. Silence. The battlefield, once roaring with conflict, fell still. Ronan's eyes went wide with disbelief, then dull as he dropped to his knees, and finally collapsed, dead. I'm not a merchant, Kurogai muttered, stepping forward. And I don't like bargaining. Honestly, your head just interested me. His eyes shifted into the Mangekyo Sharingan, the crimson pattern swirling ominously. With a cold precision, he summoned his obsidian scythe and severed Ronan's head, just as he had promised Oldo. Lord Ronan is dead. This is a disaster. Impossible, even Lord Ronan lost. What are we supposed to do now? We're finished. There's no hope. Retreat. Get off this planet, now. Panic erupted across the Kree warships. The nobles and commanders who had once looked down upon this lone warrior were now scrambling in fear. Their arrogance evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. Engines flared as ships activated their thrusters, lifting from the ground in a desperate attempt to escape. Their will to fight had completely collapsed. Kurogai glanced skyward, watching the ships ascend. A faint smirk formed at the corner of his lips. They charge in when they think they're strong, then flee when the tide turns. Typical. Do they think they can come and go as they please? He stepped forward, a calm breeze circling around him as the Tensigan's full power awakened. His form was suddenly engulfed in a luminous blue cloak, the Tensigan chakra mode. A divine aura surrounded him, a pressure so intense it made the very air tremble. Let's see what this form can really do. Golden spheres of energy materialized beside him again. The pressure around them was immense, space itself trembled. Golden will reincarnation explosion, Kurogai murmured once more. The orbs converged, becoming a single swirling mass of golden energy. With one swing, the massive wave of light slashed upward into the sky, a blade of divine judgment. The warships never stood a chance. Explosions rang out across the sky as the beam of energy cut through ship after ship. Some were vaporized instantly, others torn apart mid-flight, their remains scattered as dust into the atmosphere. Even the ground below wasn't spared, just a grazing strike from the technique left the land smoothed, sheared flat as if sculpted by a cosmic blade. Cutting through the planet wasn't just legend, it was reality. Against such might, the Kree were powerless. Their entire force had been eradicated. The Kree, utterly defeated. I extend my sincere gratitude to those who have chosen to support my work by becoming patrons. Thank you, arigato. For anyone interested in contributing further to the continuation and growth of this project, support can be extended through the following link. Chapter 122, Rebirth in the Void. In the distant reaches of space near planet Xander, aboard a Ravager vessel, a group of peculiar-looking beings stood by a wide viewport, watching events unfold below. Among them stood a young man in his 20s and a blue-skinned leader with a crimson fin on his head, Star-Lord and Yondu, along with their fellow Ravagers. They had just left Xander, not long after Yondu had taken Star-Lord from Kurogai. But the reason they hadn't warped away yet was simple: awe. A Kree fleet had descended on Xander, and what followed had shattered their understanding of power. Blinding golden light swept across the cosmos, disintegrating every Kree warship in its path. They had even seen a chunk of Xander itself, an entire slice of the planet, cleaved clean off as though someone had peeled an orange with a knife. The sight was terrifying. "Kid, is that monster really one of your kind?" Yondu asked, his voice low and shaky, his face pale. He couldn't shake the image from his mind, that beam of golden energy slicing through a planet. What if it had gone straight through the core? Would Xander have split in two like a melon? Cold sweat ran down his neck. In that moment, he was beyond grateful he hadn't truly offended Kurogai when they first met. "I'm not even sure myself," Star-Lord muttered, still dazed. Maybe he's not human at all. He couldn't reconcile the sheer force he'd just witnessed with anything human. That was no man. "So what do you think he is then?" one of Yondu's crew asked. Silence followed. No one replied, but in their hearts, they shared the same thought. Maybe he's a god. Far from the Ravager's vessel, Kurogai had already cleared out the Kree fleet. Without lingering, he piloted his ship away from the now scarred world of Xander. Half a day later, he arrived at the neighboring planet, where an old friend was already waiting. It was the place he'd agreed to meet Oldo, a broken man seeking vengeance. Kurogai hadn't forgotten the promise he made, to bring him the head of Ronan the Accuser. "Ha ha ha. I did it, my wife, my daughter, do you see? I avenged you." Oldo howled in a mix of laughter and tears as he clutched the severed head of Ronan. Kurogai stood silently, watching him without interrupting. After a while, he finally asked, "What will you do now?" "I don't know." Oldo admitted, his expression a mix of relief and confusion. "I don't think I'll stay here. My purpose is fulfilled." His voice carried the weight of a man who had lived too long for vengeance, and now didn't know what to live for. "Then I hope your path forward is a peaceful one," Kurogai said calmly, turning away. He didn't say goodbye. He didn't need to. They both knew this was the last time they'd meet. Whatever life Oldo chose now, whether a return to his homeworld or a quiet retirement on some forgotten world, Kurogai wished him peace. But his own journey wasn't finished. By now, it's almost time. Inside the cockpit of his vessel, Kurogai gazed into the starlit void, his voice low and pensive. Earth was far behind him, and he had spent years traveling far beyond its skies. Yet before he could return, one final mission remained. He needed to redirect the attention of Thanos and the goddess of death. To protect Earth, he had to vanish from its reach, divert their gaze toward a distant region of the galaxy. Auto-navigation, activate. Initiate wormhole jump. Destination, outermost edge of the Southern Cross Arm. The Milky Way spiraled like a galactic whirlpool. Earth was nestled in the Orion Arm. The Southern Cross Arm lay on the opposite side, remote, desolate, and far from any populated system. Perfect. With a hum, the ship's engines flared to life. Moments later, it vanished into hyperspace. Eventually, Kurogai emerged in a sector consumed by darkness, untouched and untraveled, a boundary between known space and the unknown. "This is far enough," he muttered, stepping from the console. He moved to the airlock and opened the hatch. No suit. No armor. No shielding. He stepped directly into the vacuum. Instantly, frost coated his skin. The harsh rays of space should have frozen him solid, but instead, a pale blue flame ignited across his body. It defied logic. In a place where nothing should burn, this celestial flame surged outward. It swirled from his feet to his chest, until it engulfed him completely. Then it grew. The blaze expanded, stretching across the sector like a tidal wave of sapphire light, illuminating the blackness with divine fire. It spread, pulsing with life. And from its heart, something emerged. A bird, no, a phoenix. Massive, radiant, divine. Its wingspan rivaled moons. Its eyes shimmered with cosmic judgment. It hovered in the blue sea of fire, godlike and serene, towering over entire star fields. The Phoenix Force, reborn once more. The bird let out a cry. A deafening, soul-shaking screech that tore across the stars. It echoed through time and space, reaching worlds and realms far beyond. A proclamation to the universe. The Phoenix lives again. And with it, every corner of the cosmos would soon feel the tremor of awakening. Chapter 123, Return of the Phoenix. In the deepest stretch of the cosmos, just as the Phoenix revealed itself, a pulse rippled across a forgotten, pitch-black starfield. The space trembled faintly, like the slow, deliberate beat of a titanic heart. "So this is where you've been hiding, Phoenix?" A chilling voice echoed from the void, filled with dominance and certainty. The command that followed felt like law itself. "Spread out. Search this region. I want the Phoenix found, immediately." The order resonated across the fleet, and not one dared hesitate. On a cold, barren world elsewhere in the galaxy, a massive figure sat brooding on a stone throne. Muscular, purple-skinned, with a ridged jaw and dark, thoughtful eyes, Thanos, the Mad Titan. His elite Black Order stood silently at his side. It had been years since he began his pursuit of the Phoenix Force, yet it continued to elude him. Doubt began to stir in his mind, until, suddenly, a ripple of cosmic energy reached him. A deathly decree followed. Thanos immediately understood. "Withdraw all fleets," he commanded sharply, rising to his feet. "Set course for the Southern Crossarm. The Phoenix is there." The gears of war turned at once. Hundreds of massive ships surged through space, tearing open wormholes in every direction. This fleet dwarfed the Kree Armada, disciplined, vast, ruthless. Any who understood galactic power would recognize it. This was Thanos' war force. Each soldier, each ship, each motion served one purpose: to capture the Phoenix and offer it to the goddess of death, as proof of Thanos' devotion. And just as Kurogai predicted, every one of them had taken the bait. As the colossal Phoenix burned across the void, releasing its blinding cerulean fire, it began to slowly fade. The pale flames recoiled, retreating back toward their source. One by one, the tendrils of energy returned to Kurogai's form. His divine avatar, the godlike bird of rebirth, shrank with each breath. By the time he stepped back into his ship, the last flicker of flame had vanished, leaving him once again in his mortal form. "That should do it," Kurogai murmured, eyes fixed on the horizon of stars. "Thanos will spend years scouring this sector. And by the time he realizes, it'll be too late." A smile played at the corner of his lips as he keyed in the NAV command. With everything now complete, it was time. Kurogai was going home. "It's been so long. I'm finally going back." The ship surged forward, vanishing into hyperspace. Sometime later, Kurogai's vessel emerged from a wormhole at the edge of the solar system. Earth appeared in the distance, a glimmering sapphire orb amidst the void. "Still beautiful," Kurogai said quietly. "I wonder if they've missed me." The view filled him with nostalgia. Unlike most of the harsh or lifeless planets he'd seen during his years away, Earth remained vibrant and alive. A place of conflict, yes, but also of memory. Of friends. Of Sky, of Director Mary, the ones who truly mattered. He knew others, like Nick Fury, Professor Xavier, or certain members of the Avengers, might not welcome his return. But he didn't care about politics or fear. He cared about those who had stood by him. With a light chuckle, he adjusted course and initiated atmospheric descent. Kurogai's ship broke through the clouds, finally touching down in a snowy forest somewhere in Earth's northern region. Snow fell in thick sheets, cloaking trees in a pristine white. Not the ideal landing zone, but Kurogai had waited long enough. He opened the hatch and stepped out into the crisp mountain air. It hit his lungs like a memory. Fresh, he breathed in. Colder than I remembered, but cleaner too. Despite wearing only light gear, the cold didn't bother him. After everything he'd endured in deep space, this was practically paradise. "I'll go to New York first, and then to Kamartaj." Sky was safe, still under the watchful protection of the Ancient One, so he wasn't worried about her for now. But he needed to catch up. He'd been gone too long not to understand the changes Earth had gone through in his absence. And then, just as he was about to head out, Kurogai paused. Something tugged at his senses. His eyes turned bright white, scanning the forest. Through the thick snowfall, a presence caught his attention. "Wait, what's this?" Far beyond the trees, down a snowy road, a rugged man drove an old pickup truck with a young girl beside him. Kurogai blinked. He recognized the scene immediately. Logan. And that girl. "That's Rogue," he muttered. "But that doesn't make sense. I told Logan to go to New York 6 years ago. This shouldn't be happening." He remembered it clearly. He had nudged Logan off his original path long ago. The original timeline of the X-Men films should have already shifted. So why was the scene unfolding again? Something must have changed, he said under his breath, eyes narrowing. Without wasting a moment, he raised his hand, using the Kamui space. His ship vanished into a pocket dimension, and with a sharp turn, he headed straight toward Logan's location. Something wasn't right. And Kurogai intended to find out exactly what. "Thank you all for the constant motivation, it really means a lot, and we've come such a long way together. Blueheart." Chapter 124, His Return Gets Noticed. After securing his ship within his space, Kurogai made his way toward Logan. Meanwhile, deep inside SHIELD headquarters in the United States, the atmosphere in the scientific division had shifted. Dozens of researchers scrambled between terminals, eyes wide with alarm. Moments later, the division head rushed straight into the director's office. "Sir, we've got a situation," the men said urgently. Nick Fury, seated calmly behind his desk, looked up with his usual cool. "What kind of situation?" he asked flatly. "A spacecraft just entered Earth's atmosphere, and landed." Fury's brows furrowed. Alien. We're still analyzing, but it's not that simple. We've already identified the pilot. Identified. Fury stood. You're telling me you know who was flying the ship? Yes, sir. The cockpit was made of a transparent alloy. Our satellite imaging was able to confirm the pilot's face. Fury's tone hardened. Then tell me. The researcher hesitated, then dropped the bomb. It's him, sir. The one with the heterochromatic eyes, the one who vanished years ago. Nick Fury froze. You can't be serious. The weight of that revelation hit like a sledgehammer. Kurogai. The same person who had wiped out entire Hydra strongholds without assistance. The reason half the intelligence division still had PTSD. The operative even S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't control. How long has it been? Fury murmured. He's been gone for years, don't tell me he's been in space this whole time. It looks like it, the researcher confirmed. We ran the scans 3 times. No mistake. It's definitely him. Fury sank back into his chair, rubbing his temple. Damn it, why now, he muttered. That kid's more trouble than the entire council combined. And he meant it. No one stirred chaos like Kurogai, not out of malice, but because the world simply wasn't prepared for what he could do. While Fury braced himself for whatever storm Kurogai's return would bring, the man himself had already reached Logan. Logan hated snowstorms, especially when they were paired with engine trouble. As his beat-up pickup rattled down a slippery forest road, something stepped into his path. A lone figure in the middle of the street. Hey! Move it! Logan shouted out the window. The figure didn't move. Then the man raised his head, smirking. Long time no see, Logan. Logan's jaw tightened. That voice. That face. You've got to be kidding me. You little liar, he growled, stepping out of the truck. Kurogai only chuckled. You don't look happy to see me. Because I'm not, Logan snapped. You told me to go to New York and find some Professor X. I looked everywhere. You know what I found? Nothing. Wasted months chasing shadows. Kurogai blinked in surprise, then sighed. That did make sense now. Back when he last saw Logan, he told him to find Professor Charles Xavier. Under normal circumstances, the professor's telepathy would have detected Logan's presence the moment he set foot in the city. But something had disrupted that timeline. Kurogai remembered now, the attack on the X-Mansion. During that event, Xavier's mind had been severely damaged in a mental battle with Kurogai himself. It was likely that during his recovery, Charles's telepathy was too unstable to pick up on Logan. The two must have barely missed each other. Kurogai let out a slow breath. I didn't know that happened. It's my fault. Logan scoffed. Damn right it is. Don't worry, Kurogai said calmly, walking toward the truck. This time, you'll meet him. Without waiting for permission, Kurogai opened the passenger door and climbed in. Hey, what the hell? Relax. I'm just hitching a ride, Kurogai said, settling into the seat. He remembered what came next. According to his memories, Logan was about to encounter his brother, Sabretooth. The two were destined to clash, and Kurogai intended to witness it. There was another reason too. Last time, when Kurogai visited the X-Mansion, he collected the blood of every mutant present. Except one, Sabretooth. This time, he wouldn't miss that chance. Logan glanced sideways. You're not here to mess with me again, are you? Kurogai smirked. Would I do that? Yes, Logan replied without missing a beat. Yes, you would. Still, he didn't force Kurogai out of the truck. Maybe because he knew he couldn't. Years ago, he'd learned the hard way that Kurogai was in a league of his own. And part of him still wanted answers. Even if it meant driving through a blizzard with the most unpredictable mutant in the world. 100 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 3 bonus chapters. Sounds like a fair trade, a real win-win if you ask me. Chapter 125, A Dangerous Deal. Hello, Kurogai said, offering a gentle smile to the quiet girl sitting in the passenger seat of Logan's truck. She looked at him, cautious but curious. Hi, my name's Rogue. Kurogai, he replied simply, extending a hand in greeting. Rogue flinched, pulling back instinctively. She didn't shake it. That reaction didn't surprise him. She was still early in her journey, guarded, anxious, afraid to hurt anyone. Kurogai let the moment pass without comment. He understood her condition all too well. You and Logan know each other? Rogue asked, glancing between them. He seems different around you. From the moment she'd met Logan, he struck her as someone fearless, gruff, bold, almost reckless. But ever since Kurogai entered the picture, Logan had grown quieter, visibly restrained. It puzzled her. A little scared, maybe. Kurogai said with a teasing smile. Rogue looked embarrassed, caught in the truth of her guess. She gave a sheepish nod. Kurogai leaned back casually. Maybe Logan just thinks I'm stronger than he is. He wasn't boasting, just stating fact. Years ago, he'd easily overpowered Logan and even drained a substantial amount of his blood, forcing Logan's vaunted healing factor to its limit. If Rogue knew that, she might understand why Logan kept his distance. But Kurogai wasn't in the mood for stories. He kept it light. You're kind of strange too, Rogue muttered, eyes narrowing slightly. Something about him wasn't normal, and she felt it. He was calm, too calm, and something about him carried the same energy as Logan, but more refined, more dangerous. She still hadn't revealed her powers, not outright. But Kurogai already knew everything. And he wanted something from her. Rogue, he said suddenly, turning his gaze on her, would you like to make a deal? Her guard shot up again. What kind of deal? Give me a vial of your blood, and I'll help you control your power. Rogue blinked, stunned. How do you even know about that? He didn't answer directly. His voice remained calm, sincere. I can help you stop hurting people. That hit her like a freight train. The dream she barely allowed herself to believe, being able to touch someone without fear. She hesitated. You really think that's possible? I do. I want to believe you, but it's not curable. I've tried. Doctors, specialists, none of them could do anything. I'm not a doctor, Rogue, Kurogai said quietly. Your power isn't something that needs curing. It just needs someone strong enough not to be afraid of it. Before she could respond, Kurogai reached forward and gently took her hand. No, don't. Rogue panicked. You'll get hurt, I'll absorb. But it was too late. He carefully removed the glove from her hand. Her skin was pale, cold, trembling. Kurogai wrapped his warm fingers around hers. And nothing happened. No surge of energy. No shock. No screams. No pain. Just stillness. Rogue's eyes widened. What? How? There's nothing to be afraid of, Kurogai said softly. Maybe your mutation recognizes mine, and decided it wasn't worth the trouble. His tone was light, but the truth was far deeper. The phoenix force that slept within Kurogai wasn't just powerful, it was divine. Even passive, its presence alone cowed lesser abilities into submission. Rogue's mutation, usually automatic and aggressive, simply recoiled. She stared at her hand, still intertwined with his, and for a moment, her lip trembled. I can touch someone. Tears welled in her eyes. That single moment, brief as it was, meant everything. Kurogai didn't press further. He released her hand gently and smiled. You don't have to decide now, he said. But I'm not going anywhere. Rogue wiped her eyes. Why would you help me? He shrugged. Let's just say your blood is unique. It could help me too. Rogue studied him, still unsure, but for the first time in a long time, hope flickered in her chest. Maybe this strange man who made Logan uneasy really could do the impossible. Uploading daily isn't easy, especially while balancing work and studies. Your support truly means a lot to me. Chapter 126, Sabertooth. Why is this happening? I can finally touch someone, without hurting them. Rogue was overwhelmed with joy. For the first time since her mutation awakened, she felt the warmth of another person's hand, Kurogai's, without the usual draining, terrifying effect. The sensation of real skin-on-skin contact made her feel like she was dreaming. The warmth, the texture, the simple humanity of it, it was everything she had longed for. Hey, came a gruff voice. Logan had just cleared a fallen tree from the road and returned to the car, only to find Rogue still gripping Kurogai's hand, her eyes wide with emotion. The sight made him pause. Something about it felt oddly intimate. Rogue's face flushed red. Only then did she realize she hadn't let go of Kurogai's hand. She'd even been absent-mindedly tracing her fingers across his palm. Mortified, she quickly pulled back and sat up straight. Kurogai didn't seem fazed. He just smiled. Take your time. Let me know when you've made a decision, he said gently. Logan climbed into the driver's seat and glanced over his shoulder, suspicious. Kid, don't get any ideas. Relax, Kurogai said with a grin. Just drive. We're heading to New York. Logan sighed, muttering to himself. I can't believe I agreed to this. As the old pickup rattled forward, Kurogai reached into his Kemui dimension and pulled out some packed food, stuff he'd collected from a planet where culinary arts were practically sacred. The scent filled the cabin immediately. Rogue's stomach growled. Go ahead, Kurogai said, handing her a portion. She didn't hesitate. Where the hell did you get this? Logan muttered, catching the smell. It's like 5-star restaurant quality. Kurogai chuckled. Trade secret. Focus on the road, Logan, he added. Unless you want to end up through the windshield. No sooner had he said it than the car slammed into a fallen log. Logan's body shot forward, crashing through the windshield and landing face first in the snow. Kurogai, still seated, raised one hand. A glowing golden magic circle materialized in front of him, shielding himself and Rogue from harm. Rogue, flung forward by the impact, landed squarely in his arms. Despite the crash, Kurogai looked amused. Even though I knew this was coming, it's still funny to watch. Rogue quickly pulled away, her cheeks burning again. Is Logan okay? He'll survive. Come on, let's go check. He unbuckled Rogue's seatbelt, gently picked her up, and stepped out of the vehicle. Flames licked at the back of the car, smoke rising into the snowy air. Nearby, a large figure emerged from the woods, Saber-Tooth, Logan's savage brother. Kurogai set Rogue down and turned toward the approaching threat. Rogue, stay here, he said calmly, then started walking toward the fight. Logan and Saber-Tooth were already grappling, claws and fangs flashing in the snow. But then Kurogai's voice rang out. Hey, big guy. Over here. Saber-Tooth turned, eyes glowing with animal rage, then froze, completely immobilized by Kurogai's psychic illusion. Logan stumbled back, panting. You used that freezing trick again, didn't you? Kurogai nodded. His physiology is too much like yours. That's why he's such a pain. He reached into his space again and pulled out an ominous-looking scythe, then drove it cleanly into Saber-Tooth's chest. The blade began extracting his blood. Logan winced. That thing's terrifying. Please tell me you didn't use that on me when you took my blood years ago. Kurogai smiled. Nope. I didn't have it back then. I used a much smaller blade. Logan didn't look reassured. Two figures suddenly landed nearby, Storm and another X-Men member in sleek black gear. We're here, the men called out triumphantly. Don't worry, we've got this. They both paused awkwardly as they realized the fight was already over. Saber-Tooth stood motionless. Logan looked fine, if mildly annoyed. Were we too late? The man asked. If you're talking about that guy, Logan said, jerking his thumb toward Saber-Tooth, he's taken care of. Storm's eyes fell on Kurogai. Her face tightened with recognition. It's you. Kurogai turned to her, calm as ever. Storm. Long time no see. Send Power Stones, Wilted Flower. 100 is equal to 1 bonus chapter. 200 is equal to 3 bonus chapters. Chapter 127, 127, Returning to the X-Mansion. What do you mean, long time no see? Why are you here, demon? Storm's voice cracked like thunder, her eyes glowing with tension as the air around her charged. Her fingers twitched, ready to call down lightning at a moment's notice. That's right, Storm. It was her who arrived alongside another mutant in place of Cyclops, who no longer walked among them, thanks to Kurogai. Storm's hostile reaction was expected. Years ago, the X-Mansion had been devastated by Kurogai. Among them all, Storm had clashed with him more than once, and she hadn't forgotten. Even though Kurogai had matured physically over the years, Storm recognized him immediately. I didn't think you'd miss me this much, Kurogai said with a faint smirk, completely unfazed by the hostility. I'm touched. Storm narrowed her eyes. Don't flatter yourself. You're still stealing people's blood. Except now it's not with a little knife, you've upgraded to a scythe. You look more like the Grim Reaper than ever. I do what I must, Kurogai replied with a calm shrug. After extracting enough blood from Saber-Tooth, Kurogai casually dismissed his weapon into thin air. Saber-Tooth, now regaining consciousness, groaned and suddenly bolted into the forest without a word. Storm frowned. You just let him go. We could have brought him back. The professor might have been able to help him. What, you wanted me to kill the brute? Kurogai asked, amused. He's not worth the effort. Of course, Kurogai didn't mention the hidden tracking spell he had placed inside Saber-Tooth. The mutant still had his uses. Storm sighed in frustration. Everything's gone off the rails since you showed up. Fine. Logan, girl, come with me. We're heading back to the mansion. Despite her exasperation, Storm focused on the mission. Charles had sent her to find Logan and bring him back. Kurogai's presence complicated things, but she couldn't exactly stop him from following them. Logan hesitated, understandable, considering how much he hated being dragged into anything. But when he heard Professor X, his ears perked up. Kurogai had mentioned the professor earlier. If this was connected, he figured it was worth going. Rogue, meanwhile, had no reason to object. She'd been wandering for days and wasn't about to say no to shelter. The only tension came from Storm, who clearly didn't want Kurogai tagging along but knew she couldn't stop him. "Guess I forgot to introduce myself," said the male mutant who'd come with Storm. No one responded. Kurogai raised an eyebrow. "I know who you are. Bobby Drake. Or should I say, Iceman." With Cyclops gone, Xavier had chosen someone new to fill that role. Iceman had potential, and over time, he'd grown into his new position. But as far as Kurogai was concerned, Bobby had long since lost his value. He had already harvested his blood years ago. Bobby gave Rogue a hopeful smile, trying to spark a conversation, but she barely acknowledged him. Her eyes kept drifting toward Kurogai, the only person who had ever touched her without fear. In the original timeline, Rogue grew close to Iceman because he was the first boy to treat her like a normal person. But here, Kurogai had reached her first, and more deeply. Her loyalty, her curiosity, even her hope, were all centered around him now. The group boarded the jet, an uneasy silence hanging over them. As the Blackbird soared through the skies toward New York, Storm tapped her communicator. "Professor, we've secured the targets," she said professionally. "Understood," came Professor X's calm voice. "Bring them home. However, there's someone else. Someone unexpected." There was a pause. "Who?" Before Storm could answer, Kurogai stepped beside her and plucked the communicator from her hand. "Professor, it's me, Kurogai. Long time no see." The other end went silent for a beat, then came a surge of intense psychic energy, so powerful, it physically shook the objects in Professor X's office. But it didn't come from him. Jean Grey had just entered the room to hand something to the professor. The moment she heard Kurogai's voice, her psychic field exploded involuntarily. A storm was brewing. Chapter 128, A Reunion After 6 Years. "Professor, it's Kurogai. Long time no see." Kurogai's voice echoed through the communicator. And the moment his voice transmitted across the line, a sharp tremor rippled through the walls of Professor X's office, not from the professor himself, but from Jean Grey, who had just stepped inside to deliver a file. Her psychic aura flared violently the instant she heard Kurogai's voice. She hadn't seen him in 6 years. Not since the day he vanished without warning. At the time, Kurogai had just begun breaking through Jean's defenses, drawing her in with a dangerous charm. And just as her heart began to fall, he was gone. No letters. No calls. No trace. Now, without any explanation, he was back. "Where the hell have you been?" Jean didn't wait for an answer. Her psychic energy yanked the communicator out of Professor X's hand. Her eyes flared with emotion as she barked into it. "Kurogai, where did you go? Why did you disappear for 6 years without a word?" "Jean." On board the X-Jet, Kurogai paused, caught off guard by the tension in her voice. He gave a helpless smile. He understood. He truly did. He'd left just as she was beginning to open her heart. Now, hearing her voice shake with emotion, he could feel the weight of what he'd done. "Jean, I..." But before he could finish, the line went dead. The communicator sparked. Jean's hand trembled slightly, then crumpled the device unintentionally. The metal warped under the pressure of her uncontrolled telekinesis. In her panic, Jean turned to the professor. "I broke it. What if he thinks I hung up on purpose?" Professor X let out a long breath, fighting the urge to rub his temples. "Aurora can replace the phone." "It's not a problem," he replied calmly, sensing the storm of emotion in Jean's aura. "No, I mean Kurogai, what if he misunderstands? What if he thinks I'm still angry?" Charles blinked. "Jean," he said flatly, "your first worry is whether your ex-crush thinks you're mad at him. After all this." Before Jean could respond, a golden spark burst into the room. A circular portal unfurled from thin air, its surface shimmering with arcane energy. And out stepped Kurogai, calm, composed, and far too charming for Jean's frayed emotions. "You came," Jean breathed, stunned. "I was worried," Kurogai said softly, stepping closer. "The call cut out, and I sensed your energy spike. I thought, maybe something had gone wrong." Jean flushed, tucking the ruined communicator behind her back in embarrassment. It wasn't on purpose. My powers just slipped." Kurogai's gaze softened. "I'm not upset." The tension between them shifted. Jean's heartbeat quickened as his eyes locked on hers, steady and intense. Whatever grudge she might have held melted under that gaze. In that moment, everything she had wanted to say over the past 6 years felt unnecessary. Professor X cleared his throat. "Kurogai. You've been gone a long time. And now you return, in the company of Logan, no less. I'd like to know why." "I'm sorry, Professor," Kurogai cut him off politely but firmly. "We'll talk later. Right now, I have a very important matter to discuss with Jean." Before Charles could object, Kurogai took Jean's hand and opened another portal. The two stepped through together and vanished. The office fell silent. A very important matter, the professor muttered to himself, alone now. That can't wait. But national security can. He let out a long sigh. I'm too old for this. Elsewhere, a hidden sanctuary in New York. The golden halo faded as the two emerged into a quiet, elegant loft nestled above the city. Hidden by cloaking spells and wards, it was a place no one, not even Wanda, knew existed. Kurogai had built it years ago as a contingency. Now, it was perfect for this moment. Why didn't you reach out? Jean asked quietly, still holding his hand. Kurogai turned to her, his expression unreadable. I should have, he admitted. But I wasn't ready to drag you into what I was becoming. What I had to do. I didn't want you caught in the middle of it all. Jean looked away, trying to stay composed. I didn't need protection. I needed an answer. Kurogai stepped closer. I missed you, he said. Jean blinked. The warmth in his voice struck her harder than she expected. His hand rose slowly, brushing her cheek as if seeking permission. She didn't flinch. She leaned into his palm, her breath catching just slightly. A single touch, a connection they were never allowed to share before. Everything unspoken surged to the surface. Jean's voice was barely above a whisper. What are you doing? Kurogai's lips curved in a soft smile. Making up for lost time. The tension between them no longer felt awkward, it felt inevitable. As if all their separate paths had led back here, to this one moment of clarity. For once, it wasn't about fate. Or power. Or survival. It was about them. And Kurogai was certain this wasn't just a reunion. It was a beginning. 100 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 3 bonus chapters. Thanks for the support. Chapter 129, 129, Magneto. Why did you disappear for so long without saying anything? I waited for years, and not once did I hear from you. Jean buried her face against Kurogai's chest, her voice low and filled with lingering hurt. Her earlier frustration wasn't out of anger, it was from fear. From missing him. From the silence. If she hadn't known how powerful he was, the uncertainty alone might have broken her. I left Earth, Kurogai answered. I went far into space, beyond the solar system. I saw civilizations that defy imagination. I met races you wouldn't believe. He didn't lie, but he didn't tell her everything either. The truth about the ultimate I, and the deeper secrets he encountered, remained locked away. Not because he didn't trust her, but because there were some burdens he refused to share, even with her. He did, however, speak freely about the Phoenix Force. Jean already understood the connection between her and the cosmic entity. There was nothing to hide there. Jean gasped occasionally as he shared bizarre and dangerous moments from his journey. Worlds ruled by sentient storms, planets governed by sound, empires that lived inside stars. As she listened, her admiration for Kurogai grew. And her heart ached. He had endured so much on his own. The loneliness. The weight of power. The responsibility. It was too much for one person, yet he bore it all. Moved by his quiet strength, Jean leaned forward and kissed him. In her eyes, Kurogai had become something mythic, more than just a mutant. A guardian of Earth. A lone protector who fought from the shadows without asking for recognition or thanks. She saw him as more noble than Professor X, who labored tirelessly for human-mutant coexistence. Kurogai, in her heart, had gone further. He had carried the weight of the world in silence. But if Kurogai could read her thoughts, he'd be speechless. Because in truth, he hadn't done any of this for humanity. He did it for himself. For Jean. For the few he chose to protect. The rest. They were just background noise. But people in love rarely see the whole picture, they see what their hearts want to see. After their time together, Kurogai used the Phoenix's regenerative power to help restore Jean's exhausted body. He then escorted her back to the X mansion. But instead of reporting to Professor X immediately, he brought Jean to her room first, letting her rest. Then, alone, he made his way to the professor's office. Professor, I'm here to talk about those minor matters now. Kurogai entered casually, as if he hadn't just turned the entire school upside down by reappearing out of nowhere. Professor X looked up from his desk. Where's Jean? She's fine. Resting. The professor relaxed slightly, but only for a moment. I spoke with Logan, he said. He mentioned you, from years ago. Said you told him to find me. How could you possibly have known so much about his past? Kurogai smiled faintly. You already have a sense of my abilities, Professor. Knowing certain secrets is easier for me than it is for most. The answer was vague, intentionally. But it was enough to make the professor stop asking. He wasn't satisfied, but he understood the limits of what Kurogai would reveal. The professor's gaze sharpened. Then let's get to the real question. Why did you vanish for 6 years? What have you been doing all this time? Charles Xavier had dealt with many unpredictable forces in his life, but none as slippery as Kurogai. He was neither fully hero nor villain. He existed in the gray, walking a line few dared to tread. That's what made him dangerous. He wasn't evil, but he was a risk. One wrong turn, and he could become a threat no one could stop. Kurogai shrugged. Would you believe me if I said I was off saving the world? You're not the type to do something without a reason. That's true, Kurogai replied. But I'm also not the type to explain myself to someone who already doubts me. The professor held his gaze. But in the end, he let it go. Kurogai turned to leave. Well then, I'll be checking on Rogue. She owes me an answer. Without waiting for a reply, Kurogai exited the office, cloak trailing behind him like a shadow. Meanwhile, deep in the wilderness, a hulking saber-tooth emerged from the snow-covered forest, lumbering toward a concealed underground base hidden beneath a rocky outcrop. Things got messy. There was an unexpected variable, Saber-tooth muttered grimly as he approached an old man seated within the dim facility. The man looked lean, even fragile at a glance, but his presence was overpowering, commanding. Though time had aged him, the cold glint in his eyes hadn't faded. He was no ordinary elder. He was Eric Laneshare. Magneto. A man known for bending the world to his will, and for sowing chaos wherever mutants were oppressed. Chapter 130, Are You in Her Clothes? Things got messy. There was an unexpected variable, Saber-tooth muttered grimly as he approached an old man seated within the dim facility. The man looked lean, even fragile at a glance, but his presence was overpowering, commanding. Though time had aged him, the cold glint in his eyes hadn't faded. He was no ordinary elder. He was Eric Laneshare. Magneto. A name whispered with either reverence or fear across the mutant world. Messy. Magneto raised an eyebrow. With a flick of his fingers, a nearby metal stool glided across the room and stopped before him. He sat calmly, eyes narrowing. Was it Charles's people? Saber-tooth shook his head. No, not them. It was some young guy. Soon as he showed up, I blacked out, my body just stopped responding. I couldn't move. Couldn't think. Magneto's eyes sharpened. A young man. Let me ask you, did he have mismatched eyes? Saber-tooth grunted, jaw tightening. Yeah. Different colors. That's him. I knew it, Magneto muttered. Kurogai. He's returned. At the mention of the name, the air in the room seemed to drop in temperature. A sharp voice cut in from the shadows. That guy. You're telling me a kid took you out? The comment came from Toad, lounging nearby with his long tongue coiled lazily. Among the Brotherhood, Toad respected only one person, Magneto. Everyone else was just target practice. Magneto turned to him with a grave expression. Toad, you do well not to underestimate him. Kurogai isn't just powerful, he's unpredictable. Dangerous beyond comprehension. Toad frowned but fell silent under Magneto's stern gaze. Years ago, Kurogai had attacked the X-Mansion single-handedly. Despite Charles Xavier's formidable telepathy and the mansion's elite defenses, the school had nearly fallen. Xavier himself had been defeated. And that was when Kurogai was still young. Now, after years of silence, he was back, and no one knew how far his power had evolved. Magneto exhaled slowly. He's no longer a child. Whatever plan we had, double it in caution. He turned his head slightly. Mystique. From the shadows, a tall, shapely figure stepped forward. Her skin was a smooth, shifting blue, her eyes gleaming with cunning. Time to move, Magneto said. Mystique nodded once before disappearing into the shadows without a word. X-Mansion, Professor X's office. Maintain world peace, huh? Charles scoffed under his breath, long after Kurogai had left the room. If that boy's the one keeping peace, it's a miracle we still have a planet. Despite the sarcasm, his thoughts lingered on Kurogai's words. They were too vague, too evasive. The professor hated being kept in the dark, especially by someone as volatile as Kurogai. Of course, Kurogai had anticipated that reaction. That was why he left without letting Charles get in a word. He had something else on his mind. He needed to find Rogue. Kurogai moved casually through the mansion's corridors, his presence drawing only mild glances. It had been 6 years. His face had matured, his posture had changed, and his aura had grown colder, more refined. To the new students, he was just another stranger. To the few who did recognize him, they wisely stayed out of his path. Eventually, he reached Rogue's room and knocked once before stepping inside. "Rogue," he said calmly, "have you thought about your answer?" The girl turned from the window. She looked startled at first, then smiled softly. But that smile quickly faded, replaced by uncertainty. "You're here," she said, her voice low. Kurogai raised an eyebrow. "You don't sound too happy about it." She bit her lip, hesitant. "Are you, and that teacher, still close?" He blinked. "Jean." Rogue nodded. Kurogai's face twitched, amused. He hadn't expected that. Her tone, the hesitation, it all made sense now. He gave a small laugh. "Why do you ask? Could it be, you're jealous?" Rogue's cheeks flushed. She turned away. "No. Storm told me about the two of you. And I didn't know what to think." It was clear she was conflicted. In her eyes, Kurogai wasn't just a powerful mutant, he was the first person who could touch her skin without fear. He was her first link to this new, chaotic world of mutants. But now she didn't know if she had the right to feel that way. Kurogai walked to her slowly. "Rogue, I don't care what Storm said. Or anyone else." She looked up, eyes meeting his. "I'm here. With you. Right now," he said quietly. "That's what matters." Rogue's heart thudded in her chest. And for a brief moment, the silence between them said more than words ever could. "I'll be editing the awkward, cringy, and unrealistic parts of the romance. My goal is to make it feel more natural. Chapters might end up shorter, but don't worry, I'll just be swapping out the clunky lines for smoother, better phrasing. ___. Looks like no bonus chapters again today, enjoy the 2 daily ones instead. Chapter 131, Keep Your Eyes Off the Orphanage. To a young girl going through puberty, the sudden appearance of an extraordinary figure like Kurogai was enough to spark a crush. He found it amusing, if not slightly troublesome, but didn't have the heart to burst her bubble. Instead, he gently redirected the conversation back to the matter at hand. "Rogue," he said evenly, "have you thought about what I proposed earlier?" His eyes lingered on her face, calm yet firm. He wasn't trying to pressure her, this was one of the rare times he wasn't forcing anything. He genuinely wanted her decision. I'm still not sure," Rogue said softly, her voice laced with uncertainty. "I need time to think." Kurogai nodded. "All right. I'll give you 2 more days." She needed space to decide, and he understood that. Besides, he had his own errands to run. It had only been a day since he returned, and there were people he needed to check in on, like Director Mary at the orphanage, and Sky and the others back at Kamartage. As for the situation at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, he already had a solid grasp on how the timeline would unfold. 2 days was more than enough for him to settle the important things. Everything was still under control. Before leaving, he made sure to inform Jean, to avoid worrying her again. Then, without another word, Kurogai opened a spatial portal and stepped through. A shimmering golden ring of light materialized in a quiet yard on the outskirts of New York. Children were playing, laughter filling the air. As soon as Kurogai appeared, a few kids dashed inside excitedly. Moments later, Director Mary emerged, slightly winded from rushing. Her long hair had streaks of white now, signs of years gone by. But her eyes lit up the moment she saw him. "My dear Asta, you finally returned," she said, pulling him into a hug. "You disappeared for years again. I missed you terribly." "Long time no see, Director Mary," Kurogai replied with a faint smile. "Where have you been all this time?" And Sky, no word from her either. "You two had me worried sick." The maternal worry in her voice was genuine. Kurogai stood patiently, allowing her to vent her concern. He answered with small anecdotes, light conversation, things that helped ease her mind. Eventually, the warm reunion settled into a quiet pause. That's when Kurogai raised the topic that had weighed on him. "Director Mary," he said, his tone shifting to serious, "have you ever considered relocating the orphanage?" She blinked. "Relocate? But, this place has been our home for years." "I've been thinking about this for a while," he explained. "New York is at the heart of nearly every major incident on this planet. Aliens, supervillains, giant robots, it's only getting more dangerous. I can't always be here to protect you, no matter how many spells I've placed." He paused. "And once the major conflicts begin, New York will be the front line." Director Mary looked conflicted, her hand brushing through her hair. "I know it's not easy," Kurogai added gently. "The kids have memories here. But I want to move you all to somewhere safer. Somewhere quiet. Somewhere you can build something lasting." She looked down, thoughtful. "This place holds a lot of memories. But I trust you. If you think it's best." "I do," he said firmly. And I'll handle everything. You just focus on getting the children ready. Mary nodded slowly. All right. We'll prepare. Relief washed over him. He had half expected resistance, but she was reasonable, as always. Good, he smiled. I'll be back soon. I've got some people to meet. As she turned to coordinate the preparations, Kurogai stepped out into the street. A car was already parked outside. Standing beside it was a bald man wearing a tactical helmet, Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. As usual, Fury's paranoia hadn't changed. He still came armored up around Kurogai. You've got good timing, Kurogai said, eyeing him. Or have you been keeping tabs on the orphanage this whole time? Fury didn't flinch. Long time no see, Mr. Kurogai. You've been off the radar again. Kurogai's gaze sharpened. I told you before. Stay away from the orphanage. No surveillance. That was the deal. Fury raised a hand, signaling no hostility. We've kept our distance. But you returning lit up a dozen sensors across New York. I didn't need eyes on the kids to know you were back. Kurogai narrowed his eyes but said nothing more. For now. Chapter 132, A Deal with Fury. When Kurogai's indifferent gaze fell upon him, Nick Fury involuntarily tensed. In that moment, without a word or a hint of hostility, Kurogai exuded a pressure so overwhelming that it was suffocating. It wasn't telepathy. It wasn't a mind trick. It was raw presence, an unspoken spiritual dominance that made even Fury's battle-hardened instincts scream caution. Not even the president could rattle him like this. Fury had long suspected that Kurogai's years off the radar hadn't been spent idly. But now, seeing him again, that suspicion hardened into something else, certainty. Whatever Kurogai had been through, it was beyond classified files, beyond comprehension, and definitely beyond Earth. Mr. Heterochromatic Eyes, Fury began, careful with his words, we haven't been monitoring the orphanage. Not in years. What happened was, we picked up signs of a spacecraft matching your energy signature. Someone spotted a man who looked exactly like you piloting it, descending from orbit. His tone remained diplomatic, though edged with curiosity and concern. So I had people positioned near the orphanage, just in case. There's no other way to reach you, you're never exactly reachable. Kurogai's gaze lingered for a few more seconds before he slowly turned his head away. Fury exhaled in relief. That's better, Kurogai said calmly. Fury seized the opportunity. Then, would you mind explaining why a man who looked exactly like you landed a spacecraft from orbit yesterday? That's not something we can ignore. His voice carried weight, not as a threat, but as a national security imperative. After all, while S.H.I.E.L.D. still struggled to reverse engineer alien tech from a decade ago, someone like Kurogai had clearly mastered interstellar travel. That wasn't just a risk. It was a paradigm shift. Kurogai didn't hesitate. You've already guessed. It was me. Fury's expression tightened. Even though he'd expected it, hearing it confirmed sent a shiver through him. Then, can I ask what you were doing out there? I know what you want, Kurogai replied flatly. And I know what you're worried about. But I don't have time for long-winded explanations. He paused, then added, however, I'm willing to offer you something, if you're interested in making a deal. Fury's eyes narrowed. What kind of deal? Kurogai gave a slight smirk. Relax. You'll benefit from this. With a flick of his hand, he pulled an object from a hidden dimensional pocket, an energy rifle, sleek and alien in design. He tossed it casually toward Fury, who caught it instinctively. Fury's eyes widened. This is. He examined the weapon, quickly realizing it was extraterrestrial tech. Clean, elegant, deadly. There was no doubt, it was real. A find like this could advance Earth's technology by decades, maybe centuries. If reverse-engineered successfully, it could redefine modern warfare, energy systems, even space travel. Fury looked back up. What do you want in return? 3 conditions, Kurogai said evenly. I can authorize anything within reason and national interest, Fury replied quickly. As long as it doesn't go against our principles. Good, Kurogai nodded. First, find a quiet location, somewhere far from New York. I want you to relocate the orphanage and personally handle its security and logistics. Fury blinked, briefly surprised by the simplicity. That's it. Kurogai raised a brow. You think that's too easy? No, Fury said quickly, nodding. No, it's done. Consider it done. What about the other 2 conditions? I'll let you know when I decide, Kurogai said, already turning back toward the orphanage. He didn't need to hear Fury's reply. He knew the answer. Truth was, giving Fury that weapon wasn't a one-sided deal. Kurogai had his own reasons for planting it in Earth's defense system. There were bigger things coming, forces far beyond S.H.I.E.L.D. or even Earth's current understanding. Later, he briefed Director Mary on the move, instructing her to coordinate with Fury and his team. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. had previously helped relocate the orphanage once before, the process would go smoothly. Once everything was in motion, and the relocation underway, Kurogai departed New York. His next destination was Kamartaj. A portal swirled open before him, gold rings of light spinning in harmony. There were people waiting for him there, people he couldn't ignore. Without hesitation, he stepped through the gate and vanished. Chapter 133, Return to Kamartaj. A golden portal swirled open in the main hall of Kamartaj. From its center, a figure emerged, tall, composed, and cloaked in cosmic silence. Kurogai stepped through, returning to the place that once served as a cornerstone in his journey. "You're here," came a calm, familiar voice. "Have a seat. The tea has just been brewed." The Ancient One sat peacefully at a small round table near the entrance, a porcelain pot gently steaming beside her. She hadn't moved, hadn't looked up, but it was as if she had sensed his arrival the moment he crossed Earth's atmosphere. Kurogai's eyes narrowed slightly. "You knew I was coming." "I didn't know you'd appear here specifically," she replied, pouring tea into 2 cups. "But I knew when you'd return to Earth. The moment your presence touched this realm, I felt the ripple." Kurogai smiled faintly. "Still impressive, as always. Time and space are threads I've learned to weave carefully," she said, gesturing toward the empty chair. "Come. Sit. Tell me about the stars." He took the seat across from her, accepting the tea with a nod of appreciation. The aroma was calming, grounded, earthly, but refined. Just like her. "How was your journey through the universe?" she asked. "It had its moments," Kurogai said, sipping slowly. "Strange planets, strange creatures. Some wise, others terrifying. I even crossed paths with Thanos, and someone far worse." The Ancient One's expression grew more focused. "The goddess of death." Kurogai gave a subtle nod. "I led her and Thanos off Earth's trail. Temporarily, at least." The Ancient One's shoulders relaxed. That single decision had likely delayed untold destruction. "And the others?" Kurogai asked. "Sky, Wanda, how are they?" "They're doing well. In fact, I summoned them the moment you arrived. They should be here shortly. Though, some things have changed at Kamartaj since you left." Her gaze shifted slightly, her tone becoming unreadable. "You'll understand when you see them." Before Kurogai could press further, a flicker of red energy formed in the air, another portal, this one smaller and glowing with raw emotion. 2 silhouettes stepped through in unison. One cloaked in subtle shadow, the other in a flash of crimson. "Master. Welcome back." Wanda called out, her voice composed but warm. "Brother Kurogai." Sky practically shouted as she launched forward, throwing her arms around him. "Sky missed you so much." The impact caught him off guard, though not unpleasantly. He smiled and hugged her back gently. "It's good to see you both," he said, stepping back to look them over. Sky was dressed in a black uniform of her own design, reminiscent of Kamartaj robes, but fitted and sharp, highlighting her inhuman strength and confidence. Wanda, in contrast, wore scarlet robes with high collars and elegant trim, an unmistakable homage to the Ancient One, yet steeped in her own identity. Magic pulsed faintly around her fingertips, refined and powerful. "You've both grown," Kurogai said, nodding. "Physically and spiritually." "Thank you, Master," Wanda said quietly, bowing her head. "But where's Pietro?" he asked, noticing the absence of his other student. Wanda's smile faltered. Her eyes shimmered with guilt as she lowered herself to her knees. "Master, it's my fault," she said. "I failed to guide him. Pietro has fallen into darkness." Kurogai immediately helped her up, voice steady but firm. "Tell me everything." Wanda looked at Sky, then back to him. Her words came slowly, measured. "After we arrived at Kamartaj, we all began our training. I developed my magical abilities. Sky awakened her inhuman gifts, vibration-based manipulation. But Pietro." She paused. "He had no talent for magic. No powers awakened in him. It weighed on him, more and more. And then, something ancient reached out to him." Kurogai's expression darkened. "He was tempted by a being from another dimension," Wanda continued. "An old god. I'm not sure which one. It offered him power, and he accepted." Kurogai exhaled slowly. "And what did Kamartaj do?" "We tried to contain him," Sky added. "But he was too fast. The energy he absorbed granted him super speed unlike anything we've seen. He escaped before anyone could stop him." Wanda lowered her gaze. "His mind was no longer his own. He left, and I." You were affected too, Kurogai said quietly, finishing her sentence. Wanda nodded. The same force tried to reach me through him. It awakened something in me, chaos magic. I fought it, but I could feel it trying to consume everything. In the end, I survived, but I became something else. The Scarlet Witch, Kurogai said softly. Wanda didn't respond. She didn't have to. It was clear now. In his absence, destiny hadn't waited. Pietro had become Quicksilver, born from desperation. Wanda had embraced the terrifying truth of her lineage. So, they've awakened, Kurogai whispered, mostly to himself. Before I could guide them. Before they were ready. Silence fell for a moment. But Kurogai didn't look disappointed. He didn't look afraid. He looked determined. Then we move forward, he said. Starting now. We prepare. Because something is coming, and we'll need all of you at your best. Chapter 134, The Sorcerer Supreme. So, because of that so-called ancient evil god, you too awakened your abilities just like that. Kurogai raised an eyebrow as he looked at Wanda, his expression a mixture of disbelief and curiosity. This situation had spiraled far beyond what he expected, and yet, in a strange way, it still felt oddly within the realm of possibility. In one of the timelines he remembered, Wanda and her twin brother Pietro had awakened their abilities through exposure to Loki's Mind Stone. But in certain alternate branches of reality, there were indeed occurrences where exposure to ancient, eldritch entities triggered the emergence of latent power. So while this version of events was unexpected, it wasn't entirely implausible. So that's what the Ancient One meant when she said you had something important to tell me. Kurogai folded his arms, his tone thoughtful. The Ancient One had hinted at something significant during their last conversation, and it seemed this was it. There's one more thing, Wanda added cautiously, her voice dipping. Even she appeared reluctant to say it aloud. What else happened? Kurogai asked, his brows furrowing. Wanda took a breath. Because of the ancient being's influence, I not only awakened my powers. I also managed to free Pietro from its grasp and repel the entity itself. And because of that, I've been appointed as the Sorcerer Supreme by the Camartage Order. She looked away, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. So, technically speaking, I'm the current Sorcerer Supreme. Kurogai stared at her, stunned. Wanda. The Sorcerer Supreme. It sounded absurd. Yet when he thought about it, it wasn't impossible. Her potential in the mystic arts had always been extraordinary. If the Ancient One saw promise in her, she wouldn't hesitate to pass on the mantle, especially considering her ongoing search for a successor. Still, the revelation caught him off guard. But I spoke with the Ancient One, Wanda quickly added, noticing his reaction. This appointment isn't permanent. I agreed to hold the position only temporarily. When you return, I'll leave the title behind and stay with you. That was always the plan. Her voice was gentle, but firm. The truth was, Pietro's awakening had caused a lot of damage at Camartage, and out of guilt, Wanda had accepted the role. But her heart, and allegiance, remained with Kurogai. She'd made that decision a long time ago. All right, Kurogai replied quietly, his gaze shifting to the Ancient One. His voice sharpened. Let me guess. You orchestrated this, didn't you? There was an edge in his tone now. He didn't mind the Ancient One, in fact, he respected her. But he wasn't naive. She'd been searching for a worthy successor for years, and it felt far too convenient that Wanda, his Wanda, had suddenly been given the title. The Ancient One cleared her throat. Ahem. That's quite the accusation. I simply didn't intervene when the threat arrived. I wanted the sorcerers of Camartage to experience a real challenge. I didn't expect it to lead to this. She trailed off, clearly aware of how flimsy her excuse sounded. Truthfully, she had sensed the entity's presence. She didn't invite it, but she hadn't acted against it either. And when the dust settled, she did see Wanda as a worthy successor, and she didn't hesitate to pass the mantle. I see, Kurogai said flatly. Then, without hesitation, he reached out and gently pulled Wanda into his arms, holding her close. Wanda blinked in surprise, her face instantly turning red. Wanda is mine, he said firmly. I'm not letting her stay here, not when we've already chosen our path. So, what now? The Ancient One closed her eyes for a moment, clearly debating her next move. After several seconds of silence, she exhaled and opened them again. I'll make you a deal, she said. Let Wanda serve as Sorcerer Supreme for now, and I'll begin training a new successor immediately. In the meantime, you'll be allowed to command the support and resources of the sorcerers of Camartage. Kurogai's eyes narrowed slightly. That was no small offer. He knew the strength of the Mystic Order. Gaining access to that kind of support, even temporarily, could shift the balance in future conflicts. It was a powerful concession. But still, he wasn't about to be tricked. I want a deadline, he said coldly. I'm not letting Wanda get stuck here indefinitely while you drag your feet. The Ancient One gave a wry smile. Fair enough. 5 years. That's my limit. After that, she's yours, no strings attached. Kurogai didn't smile, but his shoulders relaxed slightly. That would do. For now. Chapter 135, The Deal. 5 years. Yes, but we still have details to sort out. I may need Wanda from time to time, so she can't always be stationed at Kamartaj. Kurogai stood across from the Ancient One, speaking calmly but firmly. After a long discussion, they finally reached a compromise, one that greatly benefited Wanda. Naturally, he had asked Wanda for her opinion first. Though she followed him loyally, she was not his tool. Her voice mattered to him, and he respected that. When Wanda realized he genuinely cared about what she thought, her expression softened. You can decide everything, she had said, nodding. But a faint emotion flickered in her eyes, gratitude, maybe. After all, everyone wanted to be respected. Eventually, the arrangement was settled. Wanda would serve as the Sorcerer Supreme for now, remaining at Kamartaj. However, if any threat exceeded her capabilities, the Ancient One wouldn't force her to intervene. And when Kurogai needed her, Wanda was free to leave, even commanding the support of the other sorcerers if necessary. In the end, Kurogai gained the most from the deal, but the Ancient One didn't lose much. After all, having Wanda act as Sorcerer Supreme, even temporarily, was a victory in itself. All right, Wanda, Kurogai said, preparing to leave. You'll stay in Kamartaj for a while. This is a location spell, if anything happens, use it to find me. He handed her a small charm imbued with sensing magic. It wasn't something he gave lightly, but he trusted her. I understand, my lord, Wanda said softly. She looked at him, reluctant to part so soon. But knowing she could see him again through a portal made it easier. With goodbyes exchanged, Kurogai turned and left with Sky. He had originally planned to take them both from Kamartaj, but since Wanda had accepted her temporary duty, only Sky left with him. She wasn't a sorcerer by nature, her powers came from within, so staying wasn't necessary. In the outskirts of New York, a golden portal shimmered open at the entrance to an old orphanage. Kurogai stepped out with Sky beside him. It had been a while since she'd seen this place. Oh, my little Sky. You're finally back. Director Mary ran out, arms open wide, forgetting any aches or stiffness. I missed you, Director Mary. Sky said, wrapping her arms around the older woman, her eyes shining with emotion. Kurogai watched silently, letting the moment wash over him. It reminded him of his early days in this world, peaceful, simple, almost human. But the quiet didn't last. A flicker of movement tugged at his senses. The magic he'd placed on Rogue, his failsafe, was reacting. She left already. Kurogai frowned. That's too soon. He knew this storyline well. Rogue was supposed to be manipulated by Mystique into leaving Xavier's school, but that wasn't supposed to happen yet. Something was off. What Kurogai didn't know was that Magneto, fearing Kurogai's growing influence, had pushed Mystique to act sooner. He was accelerating his plans, fearing what might happen if Rogue fell into Kurogai's hands. Kurogai reached deeper into his sensing spells. Sabretooth is on the move too, headed for Rogue's location. So Magneto is behind this. It was all lining up. He could feel the imprint he left on Sabretooth shifting through the city, homing in on Rogue's new position. Still, Kurogai didn't rush. This is just the beginning, he murmured. Nothing big yet, the real fun is still ahead. His gaze sharpened. He remembered how it would all go down, the battle at the Statue of Liberty, Magneto's plan to use that crude mutation machine to target the political summit and forcibly awaken mutant abilities in humans. The device was flawed, but not worthless, not to him. If I can improve that machine, Kurogai thought aloud, I could create more mutants, control evolution itself. More mutants meant more samples, more genetic material. More evolution for his third ring, Sharingan to evolve. His fourth eye prowess, the Akugan, had cost him dearly. He'd raided a Kree world just to gather the conditions necessary for its perfection. But the third Tomo required mutant genes, and there simply weren't enough naturally occurring mutants to satisfy the conditions. If he could recreate or even mass-produce mutants, then I can force evolution to obey me, he said quietly. The Sharingan would awaken to its full potential. That was his true goal all along. Not heroism. Not justice. Just power. As Nick Fury once warned others, Kurogai is no hero. He never was. Read ahead of everyone by becoming patrons. Also, thank you for the support. Chapter 136, The Risk She Shouldn't Take. No, wait. I remember now. Professor X was injured by Mystique, he won't be able to use Cerebro to locate Rogue. That means the next person to try will be Jean. Kurogai froze. A sudden chill ran down his spine. He had nearly overlooked something critical. In the original timeline, after Professor X was ambushed, Jean had stepped up and attempted to use Cerebro herself, despite her body not being fully healed. If that happened here, with her current condition, the consequences could be catastrophic. He couldn't let it happen. Sky, stay here and assist Director Mary with whatever she needs. I have something urgent to take care of. Without another word, Kurogai conjured a portal and stepped through it, vanishing from the orphanage. In an instant, he appeared outside the Cerebro chamber at Xavier's school. As he moved down the corridor, he saw Storm already waiting anxiously by the door. She's inside. Storm said urgently. Jean went in. She's trying to use Cerebro on her own. Kurogai's expression darkened. Move, he snapped, already opening a golden portal beside her. Without waiting for a reply, he stepped through and materialized inside the Cerebro room. The golden shimmer faded behind him just as Jean stood poised to place the Cerebro helmet on her head. Kurogai. Jean spun around in surprise, eyes wide. She hadn't told him what she was about to do, because she already knew he wouldn't approve. Humph, get over here. His voice was sharp, and Jean hesitated for a moment before slowly approaching. She opened her mouth to explain, but he didn't give her the chance. Kurogai, listen. It's not that dangerous. Before she could finish, he grabbed her arm and pulled her into his chest. Caught off guard, she stumbled and fell against him. Then, slap, a sharp sting landed on her backside. Her face flushed red. What were you thinking? Kurogai's voice was low but brimming with anger. You're still recovering. If you push yourself to use Cerebro now, do you have any idea what that could do to your body? Jean looked away, ashamed. In the original timeline, even at her best, Jean had almost suffered a backlash from Cerebro. Using it now, weakened as she was, could easily kill her. Kurogai couldn't allow that. I get it, Jean muttered, still red in the face. You can let go of me now. Will you try something like this again, he asked. I won't, she said quickly. I promise. I won't touch Cerebro. Only then did Kurogai release her. But Jean still looked conflicted. Still. I think I've recovered enough to help, she said quietly. The school needs me. The students. Kurogai narrowed his eyes. So you think I've gone too easy on you, huh? That you still have energy left to risk your life? Before Jean could react, Kurogai conjured another portal and whisked her back to his private residence. Hey. That's not what I meant. Jean protested, instantly recognizing the golden glow. Now is not the time for that kind of thing. Her protest went ignored. Kurogai tossed her gently but firmly onto the plush sofa. Since you think you've got energy to spare, he said coolly, I'll make sure you don't have any left. What followed wasn't combat, but it might as well have been. Jean couldn't win. Not against him. Half a day later, Jean lay sprawled in Kurogai's arms, completely spent. Her body ached, her limbs refused to move, and her cheeks still burned. You're a beast, she muttered weakly, casting him a withering glare. Kurogai said nothing. He knew he'd made his point. His body, empowered by the Phoenix Force, restored itself effortlessly, but Jean was human, and she had limits. And right now, those limits had been tested thoroughly. Kurogai, she said after a long silence. Will you help them, just this once? She didn't need to say who. He already knew. The X-Mansion. Her home. Kurogai was quiet for a moment. Then, in a serious voice, he replied, I'll handle it. But I want something in return. Jean looked up. What is it? After this, you leave the school behind. No more running back. No more risking your life for them. I want you by my side, completely. His voice was calm, but the emotion behind it was deep. It wasn't possessiveness, it was fear. Fear of losing her. He'd thought about asking this before, but seeing her today, about to throw herself into danger again, had pushed him over the edge. He needed her safe. With him. Jean hesitated. Her heart tugged in both directions. But when she remembered the look on Kurogai's face, the anger, the fear masked by control, her decision was made. I promise, she said, meeting his gaze. She had made her choice. Chapter 137, I'd be a hero for today. While Kurogai was inside the secret chamber dealing with Jean, Storm waited anxiously outside the reinforced doors of Institute X's most secure room. Her eyes flicked toward the sealed entryway again and again, her brow furrowed in frustration. No matter how powerful she was, Storm couldn't see or sense anything inside once the room was sealed. If it weren't for her lingering faith in Kurogai's promise to stop Jean from misusing Cerebro, she might have already blown the damn door off its hinges with a lightning bolt. After what felt like an eternity, a golden portal shimmered open. Kurogai emerged, calm and composed, as if he had just returned from a walk in the park. Storm moved toward him immediately. "How's Jean?" "She's exhausted. I've taken her to rest," Kurogai replied coolly. "And I know what's going on now. Jean pleaded your case, and I've decided to help, to stop Magneto." Storm blinked in disbelief. "You? What?" She couldn't wrap her head around it. A man like Kurogai, known for walking the line between menace and mystery, offering help. Sure, Jean had pleaded, but even then, it didn't seem like something he would do. After all, Kurogai's actions had never aligned with what one would call heroic. He was enigmatic at best and dangerous at worst, closer to a villain than anything else. The idea that he was now volunteering to help. It didn't sit right. And truthfully, Storm wasn't wrong. Kurogai had promised Jean, yes, but it wasn't just that. He also wanted Magneto's machine. Helping the X-Men let him kill two birds with one stone, ease Jean's mind and get his hands on powerful tech. A smirk tugged at his lips as he saw Storm's confused expression. "Don't look at me like that. I do have a dream of being a hero, you know." She groaned. "God, the more you talk, the less I trust you." "Oh, before I forget," Kurogai added casually. "You already know about Magneto's machine, how it can forcibly mutate humans. But here's something you probably don't know, he plans to use it on world leaders. At the UN summit. Right at the Statue of Liberty." Storm's face went pale. "That machine isn't even stable. It already killed Senator Kelly. If Magneto uses it on all those leaders and they die, chaos would erupt globally." She wasted no time. In seconds, she was summoning Logan and Bobby, prepping the team. They had to move now. The X-Jet roared to life and took off toward the Statue of Liberty. Meanwhile, Magneto had already arrived at the monument. He stood at the pinnacle of the statue, the transformation device set up beside him, and Rogue restrained nearby. The mutant master of magnetism was patient, prepared, and completely confident. He looked out over the river, sensing something, metal shifting. "They're here," he muttered. "Get ready." His fellow mutants nodded and spread out, each taking position for the coming battle. Suddenly, near the base of the statue, a golden portal formed. Kurogai stepped out from the swirling light. He had not traveled with the X-Men. They were too slow for his liking, and he'd taken the time to personally see Jean settled before arriving in his own way. "You actually came." Storm's voice rang out as she and the others regrouped at the base. "You doubted me?" Kurogai asked with a mischievous smirk. "I'm a hero now, remember?" Logan scoffed. "You? A hero? You've got to be kidding me." Storm shook her head, pressing her fingers to her temple. "Can we skip this conversation and just stop Magneto?" Without another word, Kurogai turned away. "You're too slow. I'll wait for you at the top." He vanished into a portal again, bypassing all resistance. At the crown of the statue, Magneto stood silently, waiting. The moment the portal opened behind him, he didn't flinch. "Welcome," Magneto said, eyes narrowing at the newcomer. "You must be the infamous one with heterochromatic eyes. You're younger than I expected. Still, perhaps we can work together. Imagine what we could build." "I'm not interested in working with you," Kurogai replied. "I came here to be a hero today." Magneto stared blankly. Even for him, that statement felt absurd. Rogue, tied nearby, gasped with relief. "Kurogai. Thank God. I knew you'd come." There was no logic to it, just a feeling. But when she saw him, hope returned to her like a sudden breath of fresh air. And in that moment, Kurogai's expression changed. He looked at Rogue for just a second longer than necessary. This wasn't just about the machine anymore. This was personal now. Read ahead of everyone by becoming patrons. Also, thank you for the support. Chapter 138, Execution and Absolute Command. You want to be a hero? Are you kidding me? Magneto stared at Kurogai in disbelief. It took him a moment to process the words. A headache pounded behind his eyes. This man, those eerie heterochromatic eyes, the merciless way he ended lives, the blood on his hands, he had long since crossed the line of villainy. In fact, he might have killed more people than Magneto himself. And now he stood there, cloaked in righteousness, claiming he wanted to be a hero. He doesn't know about the Krees, but he knows about what happened to Hydra. Magneto scoffed. Enough. Whatever game you're playing, it's clear you're not here to cooperate, he said coldly. If that's the case, then you leave me no choice. Sabretooth, finish him. With a commanding roar, Magneto unleashed his power. The metal bars around Kurogai lashed out, binding his limbs tightly. A long, jagged metal spear formed behind him, launching forward to pierce his heart. Sabretooth lunged at the same time, claws like curved blades, aiming straight for Kurogai's chest. Magneto had prepared for this. Ever since learning Kurogai's identity, he knew the man was a threat. The reputation of those eyes preceded him, and Magneto wasn't foolish enough to leave anything to chance. Everything was calculated. Swift and lethal. And yet, the metal spear passed clean through Kurogai's chest. Sabretooth's body flew right through him, stumbling and crashing to the ground as if Kurogai hadn't even been there. Magneto's eyes widened. A space-type ability, he muttered, stunned. Kurogai exhaled quietly, his playful expression gone. His face had returned to calm, eyes glowing with a sinister crimson light. Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui. Activated. I gave you the benefit of the doubt, Kurogai said, stepping forward. The metal restraints fell uselessly from his limbs. I wasn't planning to kill you. But now. I've changed my mind. Magneto's jaw clenched. Damn it. Die. Metal surged from every direction at his command, spears and blades forming midair and firing like missiles at Kurogai. But every piece passed harmlessly through him, as though he were made of smoke and shadow. Sabretooth. Magneto shouted in desperation. Sabretooth leapt forward again, only to freeze mid-motion. Kurogai barely glanced over his shoulder. That was all it took. Sabretooth's eyes rolled back. He slumped to the floor in a deep sleep. You used mental manipulation. Magneto gritted his teeth. A power that rendered all attacks useless was dangerous enough, but psychic abilities. That made things worse. Still, he didn't panic. He tapped the side of his helmet, his custom-built protection against psychic interference. Professor X himself hadn't been able to penetrate it. As long as he could think, he could fight. You think a helmet will save you? Kurogai's voice echoed with eerie calm. You still don't understand. My eyes are Geas. The Geas of absolute command. Magneto blinked. What are you? Their gazes locked. Until I say otherwise, you will not use your powers. The words were like steel locking into his brain. Geas didn't attack the mind directly. It wasn't about brute force, it was about control through command. The moment Kurogai gave the order through eye contact, the brain accepted it as absolute truth. Magneto couldn't summon his power even if he tried. What? What did you do to me? The helmet, this is impossible. Magneto staggered backward. He could feel the familiar magnetic field in the air, but it was unreachable, like trying to move a limb that wasn't there. You've put too much faith in that helmet, Kurogai said coldly. Whitehall thought the same thing once. He died with the same look in his eyes. A wave of dread washed over Magneto. Powerless, he could do nothing as Kurogai advanced. With a flick of his wrist, Magneto was slammed to the ground, pinned down by invisible force. Are you going to kill me? His voice was low, bitter. Kurogai didn't respond. Instead, he reached into his coat and pulled out a sleek, dark scythe, unlike any weapon Magneto had seen before. With mechanical precision, he plunged the tip into Magneto's chest. Magneto grunted in pain, but didn't die. Kurogai wasn't interested in killing him. Not yet. He was harvesting something far more valuable. Genetic data. He watched closely, eyes narrowing as the scythe pulsed with red light. Once the data was stored, he drew the weapon back and stepped away. You've served your purpose, Kurogai muttered. Now, go to sleep. The scythe rose again, this time not for extraction, but for execution. Send stones. Chapter 139, Reckoning at Liberty. Without hesitation, Kurogai ended Magneto's life. He had never been one to leave enemies alive. With the situation resolved, Kurogai turned toward Rogue, walking steadily to her side. With a single motion, he shattered the iron restraints binding her. You all right? He asked, his voice steady. Rogue exhaled shakily. I'm fine, thanks, Kurogai. The relief in her voice was heavy. Caught in Magneto's trap, she'd lost all hope. If Kurogai hadn't intervened, she knew she wouldn't have made it out alive. That fear had now given way to overwhelming gratitude. And beneath that, something deeper had begun to stir. I'm going to grab the conversion machine. After that, we'll find Logan and the others. Oblivious to the emotions building behind Rogue's eyes, Kurogai turned away. He still had unfinished business. Raising his hand, a shimmering rift opened in the air beside him. With a flash of light, the machine Magneto had used to manipulate mutant genes was drawn into a dimensional space of Kurogai's own creation, his personal void. One day, when perfected, that device could become an asset unlike any other. With the machine secured, Kurogai descended from the Statue of Liberty with Rogue at his side. Below, the battle still raged. Logan, Storm, and Iceman were locked in combat against Mystique and the others. Heterochromatic eyes. Mystique's tone was tense as she spotted Kurogai descending. "Where's Magneto?" "With me here." Kurogai's gaze was cold. His story's over. Mystique's face hardened. Toad, fueled by fury and blind loyalty, lunged forward in rage. Mystique, meanwhile, did the smart thing, she turned to run. But Kurogai wasn't letting either of them go. A pulse of energy lit up his palm, a mystic glyph erupting into a glowing lash of light. The whip snapped through the air, coiling around Mystique's limbs, binding her in place before she could vanish into the shadows. Toad was faster, but also dumber. His tongue lashed out, striking at Kurogai with venomous speed. "Disgusting creature," Kurogai growled. "If you're so proud of that thing, you won't miss it." His eyes glowed, not the Geas, but the Sharingan, Amaterasu. A jet of black fire ignited from his palm, searing Toad's tongue midair. Toad screamed, writhing, clutching at his face. The fire didn't stop. Panicked, he leapt into the river, but the flames clung to him like a curse, devouring him until nothing remained. "You're a monster," Storm shouted, recoiling. The others stared, frozen. No one had liked Toad, but to be burned alive like that. Kurogai turned slowly to them, eyes unreadable. "I told you, I dream of being a hero." And yet, none of them found that comforting. He walked past them, approaching Mystique. "Don't kill her," Storm called out. "She belongs in the academy." "Xavier might." "Storm." Kurogai's voice lowered, calm but firm. "The line between villain and hero is thinner than you think. Don't push me toward the wrong side." Mystique's mutant DNA was a treasure trove. Shapeshifter genetics were crucial to understanding the mechanism behind Magneto's machine. Letting her go was out of the question. Without another word, Kurogai struck her unconscious with a touch, then opened another rift and pulled her into the void. Storm flinched, recalling the way Toad had died. She said nothing more. Kurogai turned to the others. "Magneto's plan is over. You stopped him. You're heroes. Isn't that enough?" Storm and Iceman didn't answer. His words held no warmth. Logan, meanwhile, simply grunted. Rogue was alive. That was all that mattered to him. And so, the battle ended, not with celebration, but silence. __. Chapter 140, Plans in Motion, Trust in Jean. The battle had truly come to an end. Though Storm and the others had been stunned by Kurogai's power, the final outcome remained unchanged. Magneto's plan had failed. And what Magneto left behind now belonged to Kurogai. Afterward, Storm and the rest contained the aftermath at the Statue of Liberty and swiftly departed in their supersonic aircraft, returning to the X-Mansion. With that, everything seemed to settle back into silence. Kurogai, however, did not return with them. Instead, he opened a spatial portal and vanished. There were still matters that required his attention, chief among them, forming a research team to examine and improve the transformation machine. "If I'm going to build a team to perfect that machine," Kurogai muttered to himself, "I need someone trustworthy, someone who understands genetics inside and out." The answer came quickly. Without hesitation, he returned to the place where Jean was resting. She was the one. Jean had been immersed in genetic research for years and could be considered an expert in the field. Her knowledge would be invaluable in refining the transformation device. More importantly, the topic itself was volatile. Converting humans into mutants wasn't just a scientific project, it was a political minefield. The tension between mutants and ordinary people had grown worse over time. Entrusting this to just anyone could have dire consequences. Jean was the only person he could trust with something so dangerous. "Kurogai, you're back. How did it go?" Jean tried to sit up as soon as she saw him, but the moment she moved, her body ached all over. She winced and looked at him with a mix of frustration and amusement. "You really don't know the meaning of restraint," she muttered under her breath. Kurogai gave a relaxed chuckle, moved to her side, and pulled her gently into his arms. "With me involved, things went as expected, smoothly. So Magneto is actually dead?" Jean asked, surprised. It was difficult to process. Magneto had always been one of the most formidable and unpredictable mutants alive. Hearing he had fallen so abruptly didn't feel real. "He's gone," Kurogai replied calmly. But his machine wasn't destroyed. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, pulling the large transformation device from his spatial dimension. "I need your help with this," he said, his tone suddenly serious. Jean sat upright despite her soreness, instantly sensing the weight of the request. "What is it? Tell me." This machine is the one Magneto designed to forcibly turn humans into mutants, Kurogai explained. But it has a critical flaw. The genetic instability it causes leads to rapid cell breakdown. Even if someone gains powers, they'll die shortly after. I want you to improve it, to make it safe. Jean's face turned pale. Kurogai, this machine is too unstable. Why would you want to fix something like this? You saw what it did. Kurogai held her gaze. You remember how I was collecting mutant DNA before? Jean nodded slowly. That period had brought them closer than ever, and she hadn't forgotten it. One of my abilities requires a large volume of mutant genes to evolve, he said. But mutants are rare in this world. If we can refine this machine, we might be able to create new ones, ethically. Voluntarily. His expression softened. I'm telling you this because I trust you. Only you. Jean stared at him for a long moment, then finally said, so that's why. That's why you were after so much DNA back then. Still, her brows furrowed with concern. But Kurogai, this kind of project is insanely complex. Even with my background in genetics, it touches on the very foundation of human biology. It'll take a massive effort. I'm not expecting you to do it alone, he reassured her. I plan to gather a team of geneticists, build a dedicated research unit. You'll lead it. After a moment's silence, Jean slowly nodded. All right. If it's you asking. I'll do it. Good, Kurogai said with a satisfied smile. But not right away. You need to recover. This project isn't going to begin tomorrow. Jean flushed slightly, glancing away. Well, whose fault do you think that is? If someone didn't wear me out so much, I'd already be planning the whole thing. Kurogai gave a short laugh. Fair enough. Rest for now. I'll handle the rest until then. With that, he stepped back, letting her lie down again. Jean watched him go with a faint smile, her mind already racing through possibilities. The war might have ended for now, but Kurogai's ambitions had only just begun. Milestones. 100 Power Stones 1 bonus chapter. 200 Power Stones 3 bonus chapters. Chapter 141, 141, Spark of Science. Kurogai paced across the dim interior of his quarters aboard the Star Cruiser, arms crossed behind his back. He had made up his mind, it was time to form a scientific research team. But deciding was the easy part. The execution required careful planning. A research base, stable funding, a capable team of scientists, nothing short of that will work, he muttered, deep in thought. Funding wasn't a problem, Kurogai had amassed enough resources through various interstellar endeavors. The base. That too was easy. He didn't need anything flashy, just somewhere secure, hidden from prying eyes. A spaceship would serve perfectly as a mobile lab. He smirked. I'll use one of the enemy ships I stored in Kamui space, it's about time they served a real purpose. While drifting through space, he had quietly salvaged several wrecked ships. They were tucked away, waiting for a use like this. He had intended to hand them over to subordinates someday, but now, one would be converted into a lab. It offered both security and mobility. Perfect. His gaze turned thoughtful again. What I need now are scientists. One name immediately came to mind, Dr. Helen Cho, a geneticist known for her groundbreaking work. She'd helped Stark and the Avengers with the creation of Vision, and later had involvement in Ultron's developmental stages. There were others too. He could recruit more gradually. Without hesitation, Kurogai opened a portal and disappeared. Tracking down skilled geneticists wasn't hard for someone like him, especially someone who could manipulate minds when needed. Meanwhile, at the X-Mansion, Storm and the others had returned. Things had settled for the moment. 2 days later, Professor Charles Xavier stirred from his coma. Magneto hadn't tried to kill him, just silence him for a few days. Professor, you're awake, Storm said softly, standing at his side. He opened his eyes slowly. Tell me everything that happened. Storm explained everything, from Magneto's betrayal to the intervention of Kurogai. As she spoke, Xavier's eyes darkened slightly, not with anger, but sorrow. Eric had been his friend once. Losing him left a weight behind. Eventually, Xavier sighed. Eric made his choices, but Raven, she's still my sister. I don't want her to die by Kurogai's hand. I want to speak with him. Though Mystique had long crossed the line, Xavier couldn't just abandon her. He knew negotiating with Kurogai might not yield results, but he had to try. Just as he voiced that thought, a golden portal shimmered open near the doorway, and Jean Grey stepped through, her expression calm. Her powers had stabilized in the past 2 days, and she had told Kurogai she needed to return, if only briefly. There were things she had to collect, and goodbyes to be said. Jean. Are you okay? Storm rushed to her, eyes filled with concern. That guy said you were just tired, but I didn't know if. I'm fine, Jean interrupted with a reassuring smile. But her cheeks flushed. She knew what that tired excuse had really meant. Being alone with Kurogai had other implications. Composing herself, she turned to Xavier. Professor, I came back because I need to talk to you. I've decided to leave the academy. Both Storm and Xavier froze. Jean's voice was steady, but the declaration still caught them off guard. Xavier looked at her for a moment before nodding slowly. I understand, Jean. I won't stop you. I just want you to be happy. He meant every word. Though he had seen this coming since Kurogai's arrival, it still pained him a little. Still, he wasn't one to hold his students back. Jean, he added gently, when you see Kurogai again, tell him I'd like to speak with him. It's about Mystique. He couldn't reach Kurogai telepathically, his presence was veiled, invisible even to Cerebro. This was his only way. Jean gave a simple nod. Later, after gathering her things, she stepped through a second portal and returned to Kurogai's side. Professor Xavier wants to speak with you, she said. It's about Mystique. Kurogai looked up from a holographic console. I figured he would. I'll go see him, after I finish setting up the lab. He returned his focus to the digital blueprint glowing in front of him. There was work to do. Chapter 142, Building the Future. Kurogai understood Professor Xavier's concerns, but at the moment, he had no time to address them. His focus remained firmly on the formation of his scientific research team. Days passed, and he had already gathered several scientists specializing in genetic research. However, Dr. Helen Cho, the woman he originally hoped to recruit, remained elusive. There were no leads on her location for now, so Kurogai had no choice but to postpone that matter. Maybe I should start with Stark, Kurogai muttered to himself. Reaching out to Tony Stark might prove fruitful, but not yet. His current project demanded full attention. Standing on a remote coastline, the wind brushing over the surf, Kurogai addressed the group of scientists assembled before him. From today onward, we form a new research initiative. I trust you've all made your preparations. Let's begin. Although he had used the Geasai to influence their loyalty, Kurogai hadn't completely overridden their will. They were still themselves, only now unable to betray or expose what they were part of. And this, he said, eyes glowing faintly, is your new research base. With a wave of his hand, he activated Kamui Space, and a massive spacecraft emerged from thin air, floating just above the waves. Originally a logistical vessel salvaged from space battles, the ship was reinforced with heavy armor and equipped for long-term habitation. Its advanced systems made it suitable for research under any conditions, a perfect match for what Kurogai had envisioned. Then, he gestured, and Jean Grey stepped forward. This is your acting project lead. All matters will go through her. Jean's calm gaze swept across the group. She stepped confidently onto a makeshift platform. Until the project is completed, I'll be overseeing all operations. Board the ship and begin your assignments. It wasn't just power that made Jean a good leader. Like Professor Xavier, she could sense minds, detect lies, and remain in control even under pressure. If anyone attempted sabotage, she would know. As the scientists filed onto the ship, Kurogai activated the cloaking system. The massive vessel shimmered, then vanished beneath the ocean's surface, gliding silently into the deep. Inside, everything moved according to plan. After finalizing logistics, Kurogai walked down to the secure holding area. Behind reinforced doors lay Mystique, unconscious and restrained. Her powers made her unpredictable, but now, she was vulnerable. With a gesture, Kurogai dispelled the illusion clouding her mind. Her eyes shot open, and she lunged. She never got far. His Mangekyo Sharingan flared instantly, casting a paralysis genjutsu that froze her in place. Her expression contorted with fury. What do you want from me? She growled. If I wanted you dead, you wouldn't be here, Kurogai said coldly. Your DNA is valuable. That's why you're still alive. Without further explanation, he summoned his scythe from Kamui Space. The curved blade shimmered unnaturally as it sliced through the air, nicking Mystique's arm. Her blood flowed into a container without her consent. She struggled, but it was pointless. Kurogai examined the vial carefully. Still not enough, he muttered. Despite having obtained genetic samples from Sabretooth, Magneto, and now Mystique, his third ring had yet to evolve further. Clearly, more was needed. Mystique stared at him with confusion and dread. What are you trying to do? He didn't answer. Instead, he resealed the holding cell and walked away. Days passed. During that time, the research facility began operating smoothly. Jean oversaw the day-to-day progress with firm leadership, and Kurogai, satisfied with the pace, decided it was time for his next move. He stepped through a dimensional portal and reappeared at the front gates of the X-Mansion. Jean had already passed along Professor Xavier's message. Kurogai intended to answer it, but he also had his own reason for coming. He needed access to Cerebro. Transforming normal humans into mutants was a colossal scientific endeavor. Even Kurogai didn't know the true odds of success. So, he needed a backup plan: locate every mutant on Earth. If his project failed, then he would track each mutant down, one by one, and harvest their DNA. Only by studying a full spectrum of mutant powers could he hope to achieve the next level of evolution in his Sharingan. Accessing Cerebro would simplify that task. He could find them all in an instant. Of course, there was also another option: if he could locate the mutant from X-Men, The Last Stand, the one who could naturally sense other mutants, he could skip Cerebro altogether. But tracking that mutant down was another problem entirely. For now, the Cerebro would have to do. There was one more person on Kurogai's mind: Rogue. He had given her time to think. That time was running out. He planned to meet her again soon and hear her answer, hoping she would make the right choice. I've held up my end, so where are my power stones? Chapter 143, Professor X. Inside the grand halls of the X-Mansion, life went on as usual. The incident at the Statue of Liberty had not disrupted the Academy's harmony. Classes proceeded, students laughed and learned, and for a moment, it felt like peace had taken root. Then, a golden ring of light shimmered into existence in the center of the main corridor. From it stepped Kurogai. Professor Xavier, Kurogai said as he approached calmly, his voice laced with cold familiarity, I assume you summoned me for something important. I've been preoccupied. Professor Charles Xavier faced him with a composed expression. You already know why you're here. I want you to release Mystique. No pleasantries, no build-up, just the truth laid bare. Xavier knew Kurogai well enough by now to avoid unnecessary dialogue. He wasn't a man who responded to sentiment. If I were you, I wouldn't even bring that up, Kurogai replied, eyes narrowing. If I hadn't intervened at the Statue of Liberty, Mystique would have died. I spared her, for now. But I'm not one to leave a grudge-bearing snake slithering behind me. He said it without malice, just certainty. Magneto's death had already sealed a path. Mystique, driven by loyalty and vengeance, would never let it go. She'd hunt him down, strike when his guard was down. And her powers made her an unpredictable and dangerous threat. Kurogai didn't tolerate future liabilities. However, there was still use for Mystique in his upcoming work. That was the only reason she was still alive. For now, this was mercy. Xavier's face tensed with disappointment. Has it really come to this? You won't spare anyone who might resent you. What if I came to hate you too? He chuckled bitterly. Would you kill me? Kurogai met his gaze without hesitation. If it came to that, yes. Would you resent me, Professor? Xavier was silent for a moment, searching Kurogai's face. I don't know. Maybe, there's still a part of me that believes there's hope for you. That answer gave Kurogai pause. Xavier continued, even after all these years, I still can't see through you. You're an enigma, Kurogai. Everyone else here sees a monster because of what you did. You stole mutant genes. You disrupted the X-Mansion. But you didn't use those genes for destruction. Kurogai didn't respond. You sided with us against Magneto. Even when Jean was involved, you stood your ground. Maybe you walk in the gray, Kurogai. But maybe, just maybe, that's where certain heroes are born. Xavier thought of Wade Wilson, Deadpool. Unpredictable, chaotic, but undeniably crucial when real threats emerged. I still believe there's a place in this world for people like you. Kurogai's voice was calm. Then hold on to that belief. It's the only thing keeping me from erasing you. At least Xavier never used the people Kurogai cared about as leverage. That was why he was still alive. If we're done here, I'll be going, Kurogai said. Then paused. But I'll leave you with this, Mystique is with Jean now. He opened a portal midair and stepped into it, vanishing before the professor could reply. Xavier blinked, stunned. Thank God. He muttered. At least with Jean, Mystique would be safe, temporarily. Unbeknownst to Xavier, Kurogai hadn't left the mansion entirely. Elsewhere in the building, deep within a concealed chamber, he stood before Cerebro. In his hand, a sleek alien device hummed with silent energy. It resembled a futuristic camera, but its functions were far more advanced. Kurogai had acquired it from deep space, an instrument capable of scanning and recreating entire environments, down to material composition and object structure. He activated it, letting the device absorb every detail of Cerebro. The blueprints, the interfaces, the composition, it captured everything. Xavier could locate replacement parts, so could Kurogai. That wasn't a concern. Once the scan was complete, he shut the device and slipped it away. Another portal opened. He stepped into Rogue's room. It was quiet, empty. She was likely in class. But he didn't leave immediately. He had business with her too. Something that needed to be settled. A few minutes passed. Then he heard soft footsteps. The door creaked open and Rogue walked in. She froze. Kurogai. Her voice cracked with surprise, then bloomed into joy. She rushed forward and threw her arms around him, pressing her body tightly against his. "I missed you," she whispered, her voice trembling. Maybe it was the battle at the Statue of Liberty. Maybe it was the fact that he always came through when it counted. But for Rogue, seeing Kurogai again was like seeing light in the dark. Chapter 144, Her Honest Heart. The moment Rogue saw Kurogai, she rushed forward and wrapped her arms around him. It caught him off guard, he hadn't expected such a warm welcome. But thinking back to the battle at the Statue of Liberty, he understood. That moment of crisis had left a lasting impression on her. A soft smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, and he gently urged her to calm down. "How have you been doing here, Rogue?" Kurogai asked once she settled down. "I'm fine," Rogue said, her eyes steady. "After everything that happened, I've changed. I'm not as afraid anymore. If I had to face another enemy, I think I'd stand my ground." "That's good." Kurogai's expression shifted, becoming serious. "But now, I need an answer." He met her eyes directly. "I asked you before, and I need a clear response this time." She knew exactly what he was talking about. Her blood. If Rogue allowed Kurogai to extract her blood willingly, he could help solve the affliction that kept her isolated from others. It was, in his eyes, a fair exchange. He offered a solution, she gave him what he needed to make it work. At first, Rogue had been excited to see him. But at his words, her mood shifted. She looked down, lost in thought, then after a long silence, slowly lifted her head and met his gaze. "I've made up my mind," she said, her tone calm but firm. "You can have my blood. But I want to change the terms." Kurogai raised an eyebrow but didn't interrupt. "When I first met you, I was ready to agree. It was logical. Practical. But after everything, my reasons changed." Rogue clenched her fists. "I realized something important during that last battle." She looked away, cheeks flushed, clearly struggling to say what she wanted. "My power, this curse. I used to see it as a burden. But now I understand, it's also my shield. I don't want to lose it completely, not if it means I can't touch anyone again. And, if I can't ever truly be close to anyone. I just..." She took a breath and continued. "I just want someone who won't leave me behind. Someone who'll be there for me. So I'm asking, will you stay by my side? Even if it's just sometimes, even if it's not forever. I just want to feel something real. Something warm." Her voice was small now, but every word was laced with sincerity. Kurogai listened quietly. He understood immediately. It wasn't just a condition, it was a confession. A quiet, vulnerable offering of her heart. She had liked him from the start. He'd sensed it even back then. But when she found out about his connection with Jean, she stepped back, unwilling to complicate things. She'd been ready to leave without saying anything, and in fact, that was part of why Mystique's manipulation worked on her. But the fear she felt during that battle changed her. It forced her to confront her feelings. When she thought she might die, she had only one name in her heart. His. That was why she'd come to this decision. Even if she couldn't have all of him, even if her place in his life was small, she didn't want to let go. Kurogai looked at her quietly for a long moment before finally speaking. "Rogue. I won't lie to you," he said softly. "There won't be just one woman in my life. No complaints please, enjoy the harem. And at least I made it sound natural, right?" He saw the flicker of pain cross her eyes, but he kept going. "I'm not pretending to be something I'm not. I'm not a saint. And someone like me, someone with power, it comes with consequences. Attention. Desire. And temptation." He said it plainly, not to be cruel, but because she deserved honesty. "I already care for Jean. And I won't pretend I won't be drawn to others, Wanda, others like her. I'm not going to live like a monk while beautiful people surround me. That wouldn't be true to who I am." There was a pause. Rogue didn't flinch or look away. "But I'm also not careless with the people I let close," Kurogai added. "If I didn't care about you, I wouldn't be saying this." He took a small step closer. "I want you to think about this clearly. If you're serious, then so am I." Rogue stared at him for a long moment. Then, with quiet determination, she nodded. "I'm serious," she said, her voice firm despite the tears threatening to well in her eyes. Kurogai nodded back, something softer flickering in his expression. "Then I'll keep my end of the deal." There was no need for more words right now. She had offered her blood and her heart. And Kurogai had accepted both, with full awareness of what that meant. In this strange world of gods, mutants, and monsters, sometimes the most powerful force was still something as human as this. Send power stones. Chapter 145, A Blood Pact. Is it worth it? Kurogai looked at Rogue quietly, his voice low but probing. Was it really worth it? Sacrificing the chance to rid herself of a burden she'd carried all her life, just for him. It is. Rogue nodded without hesitation. Her expression was calm, resolute. She rolled up her sleeve and extended her pale, delicate arm toward Kurogai, offering him her blood without a trace of fear. Perhaps in the past, she doubted herself, questioned how things came to this point. But now, Rogue understood what her heart truly wanted. She had no regrets anymore. If that's your decision, Kurogai said with a faint smile, his voice deep and steady, then I promise you this, Rogue. Just be sure you won't come to regret it later. A small blade shimmered into his hand, the edge catching the light. With one smooth motion, he sliced across her forearm. Her crimson blood flowed gently, a stark contrast against her pale skin, and dripped into Kurogai's waiting palm. As the drops touched his skin, they were absorbed instantly, drawn into the ultimate eye, sealed within its mysterious power. When he had gathered enough, Kurogai sealed the wound with a slow breath, but Rogue was already swaying. Her face had gone pale, her steps unsteady. Between the exhaustion from the recent battle and the sudden blood loss, her body couldn't take it anymore. She collapsed forward, but didn't hit the floor. Kurogai caught her effortlessly, his arms wrapping around her as if it were instinct. You're still weak, he said gently, lifting her into his arms. You need to rest. He carried her across the room and laid her down on the bed, her head gently resting against the pillow. Then, with a flick of his hand, a wisp of bluish flame appeared at his fingertips, the undying fire. It danced softly, crackling with the essence of the Phoenix Force, a powerful regenerative energy that had already once saved Jean Grey. The flame drifted over Rogue's wound, healing it instantly. The skin mended smoothly, as though it had never been cut. Kurogai didn't stop there. Drawing upon the ambient magic around him, he began etching a glowing circle in the air, a protection sigil, both a safeguard and a symbol of his acknowledgement. This is a protective spell, he said calmly. It allows me to sense your presence and keep you safe. The glowing seal embedded itself into her, vanishing into her skin with a soft pulse. This wasn't just a defensive tool. Sky had it. Jean had it. Even Wanda. And now Rogue bore the mark too. It was Kurogai's silent way of saying, you're one of mine now. A girl had risked this much for him. What kind of man would he be if he gave her nothing in return? I accept your condition, he said softly, brushing a strand of hair from her face. Get some rest. When you're better, I'll come back. From now on, you're my woman. He leaned forward and kissed her gently on the forehead. His lips were cool, but the gesture carried a warmth that reached Rogue's heart. She closed her eyes, cheeks flushed, and a faint, content smile curved her lips. Outside, after leaving the X-Mansion, Kurogai didn't return to his research facility or the orphanage. He had other matters to attend to, one of them being Dr. Helen Cho, a brilliant scientist he'd been seeking for some time. He had wanted to recruit her into his scientific team, but she'd proved elusive. Now that the urgent matters were settled, he could finally resume that search. In the field of biological science, Helen Cho was a genius. She had once helped Ultron create a synthetic body, proving that her intellect was nothing short of world-class. In the scientific community, not many know her, Kurogai muttered, hands behind his back as he walked through a portal. But I remember Stark mentioning her once. He called her a friend. That gave him a starting point. If he couldn't locate Helen Cho directly, he would find Tony Stark, the men with connections everywhere, and the resources to back them. I've been in this universe a while, he said with a smirk, and I haven't even had a proper meeting with Marvel's golden billionaire. Time to change that. There was a touch of amusement in his tone. Kurogai had been too busy, surviving, building power, forming alliances. Now, he had time. And Stark, well, Stark could prove useful. Not just in finding Helen Cho, but potentially in backing Kurogai's broader research. He opened another spatial portal and stepped through, reappearing in the private lounge of Stark's Malibu mansion. Warning. You have entered a restricted area. Please state your purpose or I will notify the authorities. A calm, distinctly British voice filled the room. The lights turned on, illuminating the sleek, modern space. This is AI, huh? Kurogai muttered, raising an eyebrow. You must be Jarvis. Didn't expect Stark to have developed you this early. Correct. I am Jarvis, Mr. Stark's virtual assistant. Please identify yourself and state your intentions. No need for alarms, Kurogai replied smoothly. Just tell Stark that I'm here. I have something he'll want to hear. Something he won't say no to. He smirked as he settled into one of Stark's luxurious chairs. Even without using his geas, Kurogai knew he carried enough intrigue, enough leverage, that Stark would want this meeting. After all, when a man with power, secrets, and magic walked into your house uninvited, you listened. One is based on One Piece and the other on Naruto. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Should I keep going with them or stop? Chapter 146, The Weapon That Caught Stark's Eye. A stranger appearing inside Stark's home uninvited would normally trigger a defensive response, but this time was different. The men didn't act hostile. Instead, he simply asked to speak with Stark. For Jarvis, Stark's highly advanced AI assistant, this was enough to raise red flags. The unknown nature of the guest suggested something unusual, perhaps even important. As soon as the request was made, Jarvis immediately contacted Tony Stark, who was, unsurprisingly, at a party surrounded by flashing lights, loud music, and beautiful women. Typical Stark behavior. Jarvis, what is it? I'm a little busy here, Stark muttered into his phone while charming a pair of women he didn't even bother to get the names of. Mr. Stark, Jarvis replied calmly, a young man has entered your residence. He claims he wishes to speak with you. Based on my analysis, his background appears unconventional. I believe he may be of interest to you. Stark scoffed, clearly uninterested. So, some genius kid snuck in. Great. Tell him to leave before I have the police escort him out. I've got more important things to do. Jarvis didn't argue. He relayed the message back to the young man, who now lounged casually in Stark's living room. You heard him, Jarvis said firmly. If you don't vacate the premises within 3 minutes, I'll be forced to notify the authorities. Really? Kurogai responded with a calm grin, a uniquely designed weapon suddenly materializing in his hand. Then tell Stark, maybe he should take a look at this first. Jarvis initiated a rapid scan of the weapon. It took only a few seconds to realize something was off, it didn't match any known schematics on Earth. For Stark's AI, that alone was enough to warrant a second call. Stark's phone buzzed again. Still at the party, he sighed in irritation when he saw Jarvis calling. What now? Mr. Stark, Jarvis answered, I believe you'll want to reconsider. The item he revealed is unlike anything in current Earth-based armament databases. I've sent you a scan for review. Stark raised an eyebrow and pulled out his phone to examine the data. The moment he saw the scan, he stood up, face shifting from relaxed to astonished in an instant. The weapon's design was advanced, far beyond anything available even in prototype military R&D. The party could wait. Without another word to the women around him, Stark left the venue and rushed home. By the time he arrived at his mansion, Stark found the intruder already touring the place like an invited guest. Kurogai turned to face him. Sir, you've certainly made an impression, Stark said, looking him over. He was surprised. Kurogai looked young, but there was a calm, composed aura about him that didn't match his age. I'm here to make a deal, Kurogai said coolly, getting straight to the point. Stark raised a brow. Hold that thought. I'd like to get a closer look at that incredible piece of tech you brought out earlier. Kurogai didn't hesitate. With a faint smile, he summoned the weapon once more and casually tossed it to Stark. For Kurogai, this was a common piece of off-world tech, something any mid-tier planetary civilization would produce. But for Earth, especially pre-Avengers Earth, it was revolutionary. Jarvis, initiate a scan. A scanner emerged from Stark's workstation and began its analysis. The preliminary data was enough to blow Stark's mind. This is amazing, Stark muttered. This level of precision. The energy output, the stabilizing matrix, this shouldn't exist. I predicted it would take humanity at least a decade to reach this point. And I assumed I would be the one to get us there. He looked at Kurogai with new respect. I want it. Name your price. Anything. The genius billionaire wasn't bluffing, he was already mentally preparing offers, prototypes, even full lab access if necessary. He wanted that tech. Kurogai, however, shook his head lightly. Not so fast, he said. I'm not here to sell weapons. What I need is information. I believe you know a Dr. Helen Cho. Stark blinked, thrown off by the sudden change in topic. I need her contact details. Address, phone number, research affiliations, whatever you've got. Kurogai's tone didn't waver. This wasn't a request, it was the beginning of a much larger plan. For Kurogai, upgrading the eye rings was essential. And Dr. Helen Cho, the woman who once helped create Vision's body, was key to unlocking the next level of biosynthetic engineering. The weapon had only been bait. And Stark had already taken it. Send Power Stone's wilted flower. Chapter 147, Who's this man? You're looking for Dr. Helen Cho. What do you want with her? Tony Stark's initial enthusiasm faded as Kurogai's words registered. His expression sobered instantly, instinctively guarded. Kurogai didn't flinch. Relax. I only want to invite her to collaborate on a research project, genetics. She's an expert in the field, and I need her insight. Tony's brow furrowed as he crossed his arms, clearly unconvinced. I'll need to talk to her first. If she's willing, I'll consider it. Despite the calm explanation, Stark remained wary. A stranger showing up in his home with technology light years ahead of anything on Earth. That didn't sit right. He couldn't shake the sense that Kurogai wasn't just some scientist with good intentions. That's fair, Kurogai replied, unbothered. I'll give you until this time tomorrow. I'll return for your answer. And one more thing, the energy beam rifle you saw, it's not cheap. Be prepared. With a faint smirk, the space around Kurogai shimmered. A ripple distorted the air, twisting and folding around him, until he vanished entirely into a spiraling vortex. The display was intentional. Kurogai knew men like Stark responded to power, especially when it felt alien and unpredictable. Intimidation wasn't cruelty, it was strategy. He couldn't afford Stark poking into places he didn't belong. And it worked. Stark stood there in stunned silence, blinking as his mind replayed the moment. Jarvis, Stark finally said, voice low, did you see how he left? I did, sir, Jarvis responded. In fact, I detected no entrance or approach when he first arrived. It's possible he arrived the same way he left, via spatial manipulation. Stark frowned, absorbing the implications. Technology like that, paired with weapons that broke every known law of physics. This wasn't some eccentric inventor. And now he was asking about Helen Cho. That raised every red flag Tony had. Start a trace. I want everything you can find on this guy, background, energy signatures, tech blueprints, everything. Stark didn't make decisions lightly, and right now, caution was the only card he could safely play. He wasn't ready to involve Helen until he knew exactly who, or what, he was dealing with. Somewhere far out in the Atlantic, the ocean rippled unnaturally. Atop the undisturbed waters, a cloaked ship hovered in place, silent and invisible to satellites. Kurogai's mobile research base had returned to standby, and so had he. As Kurogai stepped inside, the ship's lights activated, responding to his presence. A familiar figure was already approaching, Jean Grey. You're back, Jean said, concern in her voice. How did it go? Her question was layered. She wasn't just asking about Stark. Jean's thoughts lingered on Charles Xavier, her mentor, her second father. She didn't want tension between him and Kurogai, not when she was caught between them. It's fine, Kurogai said calmly, pulling her gently into his side. And I managed to secure something. I need you to check if the data's intact. He didn't elaborate, partly because Jean didn't need to know every detail, partly because some truths would only burden her. What is it? She asked curiously. Come to the first cabin. They walked together into a dimly lit chamber. This room had been prepared to house something important, something powerful. Kurogai reached into his coat and pulled out a compact device. With a tap, it activated, projecting a glowing 3D interface in midair. A holographic cerebro flickered into existence, its data matrix fully intact. Jean's eyes widened. Is that cerebro? How did you copy it? You know my powers, Kurogai replied. I need mutant DNA to strengthen my abilities. But the plan to turn ordinary people into mutants might fail, so this is the backup. If it comes to it, I'll build a version of Cerebro. Jean's concern was immediate. But I don't even know if I can use it. Cerebro's dangerous. One wrong move, and... I know, Kurogai interrupted softly. This is only a contingency. I won't risk you. Not unless I'm absolutely certain it can be done safely. He wasn't being reckless. Behind the calculated risks was someone who cared deeply for Jean. He wouldn't throw her into the storm unless he had already built the shelter around her. Still, mastering something like Cerebro, and by extension, the Phoenix Force, was no simple task. But Kurogai had a mind for adaptation. If there was a way to wield psychic powers without risking Jean's life, he'd find it. He might even do it himself. For now, though, it was preparation, not execution. Jean didn't need to worry, not yet. And he wouldn't let her. Chapter 148, The Eyed One. While Stark's world of metal and innovation turned with quiet urgency, Kurogai remained aboard his cloaked research vessel above the Atlantic, engrossed in overseeing ongoing experiments. But it wasn't all work. In between reviewing research updates and making critical design adjustments, Kurogai took the opportunity to spend time with Jean Grey. The closeness between them grew more natural with every moment. She grounded him, and he knew she felt it too. Even amidst secrets and shadows, their connection offered rare clarity. Meanwhile, back in Malibu, Tony Stark had shifted his focus. The weapon Kurogai had left behind, a compact yet impossibly advanced energy beam rifle, remained untouched on the table. Despite his scientific curiosity, Stark refused to examine it further. Until he fully understood who Kurogai really was, the weapon might as well have been a Trojan horse. "Mr. Stark," Jarvis's voice chimed in, breaking the silence. "I've completed the initial analysis of our mystery guest." Stark set his drink down. "Finally. Let's hear it." "His name is Kurogai Alexander Blackwood," Jarvis began. "But he's also referred to by an alias, the Eyed One. Based on available SHIELD data, he grew up in a classified orphanage program. At some point, a covert Hydra operation crossed paths with him, and was eliminated entirely. I'm thinking of changing the MC name, it's my fault. Editing and translating Japanese anime made me forget this was supposed to be the MCU, you can vote if you would like a change though." Jarvis projected the decrypted SHIELD files across Stark's wall screen. Redacted lines glowed with fresh digital tears, information pieced together with care. Everything SHIELD had, Tony now had too. Stark's face darkened as he absorbed the revelations. What started as intrigue had shifted to dread. The man he was dealing with wasn't just a rogue scientist. Kurogai had a violent, untraceable past and the kind of power that made supervillains look like amateurs. Stark's instincts screamed caution. "Jarvis, what if I gave back the rifle and told him no? What if I refused to help him find Dr. Helen Cho?" Tony asked grimly. There was a pause. Based on probability analysis, Jarvis replied, it's unlikely to deter him. If he's set on locating Dr. Cho, he'll pursue other routes. You were likely just his most convenient option. Stark ran a hand through his hair. He hated being maneuvered. But more than that, he hated the idea of putting a friend in danger, especially someone like Helen. All right. Contact her. Moments later, Helen Cho appeared on Stark's screen, seated in her soul lab. "Tony. What's going on?" she asked, puzzled by the sudden call. "There's someone looking for you. Name's Kurogai Blackwood, goes by the Eyed One. Claims he's working on advanced genetic research and wants your help." Helen's brow furrowed. Kurogai. That's not a name I've heard before. Trust me, he's not your average researcher. He showed up out of nowhere, left me with a piece of tech 20 years ahead of anything I've seen, and then vanished like a ghost. I had Jarvis look into him, he's dangerous. Smart, capable, and possibly lethal. Helen leaned back, silent for a moment, her scientific curiosity sparking but laced with visible concern. "What kind of genetic research?" "He didn't say," Tony replied, "but I didn't want you blindsided. He'll be back soon to ask again. I can patch you in when he does." "I want to hear him out," Helen said after a pause. "If he's sincere, I need to know what he's trying to accomplish. If he's dangerous, someone like me needs to be aware of what he's building." Tony nodded. "Then I'll make sure you're on the line when he shows up. Just stay sharp." The call ended. Helen Cho remained cautious. Part of her was tempted, genetic research at that scale could change the future. But knowing what kind of person Kurogai might be, she couldn't take the situation lightly. Her decision would depend entirely on what he revealed. As day faded into night, the quiet hum of energy returned to Stark's villa. A spatial ripple disturbed the air, shimmering into focus, and Kurogai stepped once again into Tony's living room. "You're finally here," Stark said, standing from the couch. "Didn't go anywhere today. Figured I should wait for you in person." Kurogai moved with composed elegance, settling into a seat without invitation. "Then I trust you've come to a decision." His tone was polite, but there was a pressure beneath the surface. Stark could feel it. He knew Kurogai could have forced the outcome, he sensed that power in him. Yet the man had waited. That alone said something. "I've contacted Dr. Cho. She's willing to speak with you directly," Stark replied evenly. Kurogai offered a slight nod. He could have used Gias to command Stark into agreement, but that would have been wasteful. Stark had value beyond just this moment. For now, trust, even if limited, was more strategic. "I'll speak to her," Kurogai said, his voice smooth but unwavering. "Let her decide for herself." Stark didn't respond immediately. He watched the men across from him carefully, realizing that this meeting wasn't the end, it was the beginning of something far bigger. And something told him that Kurogai wasn't done changing the world. Not even close. Vote W Power Stones.